Chapter 1. Bullying the Blind. I truly deserve condemnation. At the end of July, the sweltering heat was palpable. On a Saturday, the vocal classroom of the art department at the Capital University lay desolate, devoid of any lessons. Only a solitary youth occupied the last row. Chen An rested his head upon the desk, his eyes tightly shut, until he suddenly jolted awake. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would realize that his pupils could not focus. Chen An was blind since his arrival in this world 6 months prior. He had not beheld the light. Although he had long since adapted to the darkness, his heart still yearned for the day when he could once again witness the beauty of the world. Fortunately, accompanying him on this journey was a sign-in system. Ding! You have completed 6 months of sign-ins at Capital University. Rewards are being randomly distributed. The melodious voice reverberated in his ears, causing Chen An to feel a surge of anticipation. He fervently hoped that this reward would restore his sight. Ding! Reward distribution complete. This time's reward: Master-level piano skills, King-level vocal ability, and the song Fairy Tale. Host: Chen An, age 20. Skills: Master-level piano skills, King-level vocal ability. Possessing the song Fairy Tale. Next sign-in location: piano classroom. Reward: random. Alas, still nothing, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. However, upon glancing at the next sign-in location, he noted that the piano classroom was conveniently adjacent to his own. With fewer people around today, he decided to give it a try. With this thought, Chen An grasped his white cane and navigated towards the piano classroom. Upon reaching his destination, he casually seated himself at one of the pianos. Yet, after several minutes of waiting, the sound indicating successful sign-in remained elusive. Must I play a piece first? He pondered with uncertainty. Just then, 2 young women entered the piano classroom. One of them possessed an alluring figure, curvaceous in all the right places, complemented by a pair of long, slender legs exposed in the air, her delicate skin akin to creamy frosting, evoking a desire to embrace and savor her. Xiao Lu, your figure is truly enviable. No wonder the wolves outside are fixated on you, her companion remarked, wiping drool from her mouth. Not only the boys, but even she admired it. As her dormitory mate, she had climbed into Luo Shiyu's bed on several occasions. Stop being silly, don't forget why we are here today, Luo Shiyu admonished, playfully nudging Su Ling with her slender finger. I know, Miss Campus Beauty, Su Ling grinned, but suddenly she seemed to sense something and turned her head. See? I told you there were many wolves even on a Saturday. There's one here. She quietly pointed towards Chen An, who sat at the piano, his gaze fixed intently upon the pair. Particularly drawn to Luo Shiyu's long legs. Luo Shiyu, noticing his stare, furrowed her brow slightly. Although many had gazed at her while she walked, this was the first instance of someone so openly fixated on her legs. How outrageous! Why are you still watching? Su Ling pouted, ready to confront the situation, but was swiftly held back by Luo Shiyu. She shook her head, saying, "Don't be impulsive, allow me to handle this." With that, she directed her words towards Chen An, stating, "Classmate, it would be quite impolite to continue staring at tea that moment." Chen An furrowed his brow, hesitating on whether to play a piece, while the voice he heard was conveniently ignored by him. He was blind, why would he gaze at anything? It was evident he was speaking about others. Seriously? He's frowning and still dissatisfied. Upon seeing Chen An's expression, not only Su Ling, but even the usually gentle Luo Shiyu felt a surge of anger. "Classmate, this is excessive," Su Ling exclaimed loudly, unable to contain herself. Yet, Chen An remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering, causing Luo Shiyu to grow increasingly irate. How could he continue to look after so many reminders? Did he truly believe that just because she was the school belle, she wouldn't get angry? Observing this, Su Ling quickened her pace to follow Luo Shiyu as they approached the piano where Chen An sat, seemingly oblivious to the situation. With a gentle push, Su Ling nudged him. Off balance, Chen An stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "Humph. This is what you get for looking at my little Luo," Su Ling declared, extending her middle finger toward him. Luo Shiyu felt a sense of vindication. Dealing with such individuals called for extraordinary measures. However, as the two turned to leave, Luo Shiyu caught a glimpse of Chen An. There he sat on the floor, a look of panic on his face as his hands frantically searched for objects around him, resembling a blind person. "Look, little Luo," Su Ling gasped, tugging at her sleeve while pointing to a black cane leaning against the piano. "Where's the cane?" I distinctly remember it being right here. As they stood there in shock, Chen An continued to search for his white cane, clearly distressed. What have I done? Luo Shiyu was struck dumb. She had just pushed someone, and he was an individual with a visual impairment. Despair washed over her. Luo Shiyu wished she could slap herself. Overwhelmed with guilt, she hurried to assist Chen An, handing him the cane that lay nearby. "Thank you, you are truly kind," Chen An said softly as he accepted the cane. He paid no mind to who had pushed him after all. He had endured much hidden bullying over the past 6 months that it was likely just another prank. As Luo Shiyu helped him, the gratitude expressed by Chen An only deepened her sense of guilt. The self-reproach felt like countless daggers piercing her, making her wish to pen a 1,000-word apology for her misdeed. "I truly ought to be ashamed." "No, it's all right, please be careful," she replied, her face flushed as she cautiously assisted Chen An back into a seated position. Hearing her gentle voice, Chen An appeared even more bashful, offering a slight smile. "Thanks to you, I lost my cane last time and searched for it for ages." Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu's heart ached, nearly causing her to bury her face in her chest. "Luo Shiyu, take a moment to reflect on your actions." "Oh, Xiao Luo, for the first time, I truly feel remorseful." Beside her, Su Ling was equally engulfed in self-reproach, recalling her previous words made her wish to strike herself twice in reprimand. Noticing the silence that enveloped them, Chen An mistakenly assumed the two had departed. With a gentle sigh, he placed his fingers upon the piano keys. After such an extended period of silence from the system, he thought it prudent to play a melody and see what transpired. Chapter 2, I Owe Him an Apology. Chen An's actions captivated the attention of Luo Shiyu and Su Ling, who exchanged puzzled glances. What could he possibly be attempting? Surely, he does not intend to play the piano, does he? Leaving aside whether he possesses any skill, a blind man would likely have no notion of the key's positions. Indeed, the moment his fingers grazed the keys, he struck the first note incorrectly. Observing his hands fumbling helplessly over the piano, a wave of guilt surged within Luo Shiyu, especially in light of having just pushed him. She could easily envision a blind man, often bullied due to his vulnerability, yet driven by a profound love for music, practicing on a quiet Saturday, only to be inadvertently shoved by her. As a woman prone to daydreaming, she found herself wishing to slap her own face for her thoughtlessness. How could she be so cruel? While she was lost in these reflections, Chen An had already explored every key on the piano. His mastery of the instrument was evident. Despite never having touched a piano before, he had grown intimately familiar with its structure through this exploration. Taking a deep breath, he began to play Fairy Tale. The sound resonated, momentarily startling the guilt-ridden Luo Shiyu, and Su Ling. Hadn't he just been unable to play? As the two women pondered this, Chen An had completed the prelude. With the prowess of a true vocalist, he encapsulated the essence of the song, infusing it with a subtle sorrow that left the two women entranced. "I've forgotten how long it has been since I heard you speak of your favorite story. I've pondered it for so long, and now I'm frightened. Have I erred once more?" The melodious notes, coupled with a voice rich with narrative, conveyed a profound sense of hurt that struck deeply at the hearts of the two women, leaving them breathless. They stood there, silently locking eyes with Chen An's unfocused gaze. "I wish to transform into the angel from the fairy tale you cherish, spreading my arms to become wings that safeguard you. You must believe that we will end in happiness and joy, just like in fairy tales." At this moment, tears cascaded down Luo Shiyu's cheeks. She could not fathom the depths of this man's experiences, yet it was evident that he had endured significant emotional wounds. She even imagined a scenario where a girl, repulsed by his blindness, had heartlessly ended their relationship after causing him great pain. This song, she surmised, was born from his despair at having lost all hope. "Oh dear, Xiaoluo, we are truly terrible," Su Ling sobbed, her eyes glistening with tears. Humans naturally empathize with the vulnerable, especially when they have wronged them. And this empathy can morph into profound guilt. In this moment, both women recognized their complicity in the suffering of a blind man who had already endured so much in love and life. As the song concluded and the piano fell silent, Chen An exhaled, wiping away the tears that had escaped his eyes. He had become so engrossed in the performance that it had moved him to tears. However, this scene appeared quite differently in Luo Shiyu's eyes. This song was not merely a lamentation of love. It seemed more like a defiance against life itself. I longed to transform into a character from a fairy tale. Indeed, everything in fairy tales is enchanting. He must have thought the same way, right? Yet in reality, there are far too many villains who bully him, a blind man enveloped in darkness, unaware of who torments him. This sense of helplessness and despair is perhaps known only to him. At this moment, Luo Shiyu could no longer bear it. Her legs weakened, and she sank to the ground, burying her head between her knees. Chen An was oblivious to how a single song could evoke such profound reflections within Luo Shiyu. As his voice faded, a delightful system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Check-in successful, initiating random check-in rewards. Upon hearing this, Chen An felt a surge of anticipation once more. With each random reward, he hoped for something that could restore his sight. This was a question he had previously posed to the system. Ding! Reward distribution begins. Song, You Are My Eyes. Next check-in location, tomorrow's star preliminary competition site. Check-in complete. Random reward activated. The intricate details of the song flooded his mind, leaving Chen An slightly disheartened, though he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had been blind for so long that he had grown accustomed to it. Nonetheless, the check-in location piqued his interest. Tomorrow's star preliminary competition site. From the name, it suggested a contest. Yet, how could a stranger possibly be allowed at a competition? He sighed inwardly, struggling to devise a viable plan. Supporting himself against the edge of the piano, he stood up, only to suddenly draw in a sharp breath. Ouch! His leg had gone numb. It seemed he had pressed on it for too long, and now, moving it sent tingles throughout his right leg. With no other option, he groped for his cane and limped away. However, to Luo Shiyu, it appeared as though he was injured because of her, leading to his pained expression as he stood and limped away. Luo Shiyu, look at what you have done. A wave of guilt engulfed her, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. Little Luo, we have gone too far. Su Ling felt equally remorseful, standing frozen and staring blankly at the door. I must apologize to him in person. After uttering this thought, Luo Shiyu turned and hurried in the direction Chen An had taken. Su Ling attempted to stop her, but it was futile. In the blink of an eye, Luo Shiyu had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Luo Shiyu chased after Chen An and soon spotted his figure. After all, a blind man, especially one who was injured, would surely move slower than an ordinary person. Observing Chen An's limping silhouette, Luo Shiyu felt an overwhelming urge to rush up and say, Don't move, let me help. Yet, would such a sudden approach frighten him? She felt somewhat like a rogue. After much contemplation, Luo Shiyu decided to follow him for now. Once he could no longer walk, she would create a serendipitous encounter, making her approach seem more reasonable. With a determined heart, she carefully trailed behind Chen An, who remained unaware of her presence. He was racing against time, for dusk was imminent, and he needed to hasten his pace. His footsteps faltered, compounded by a lingering numbness in his right leg, which inevitably led to collisions with others. Those of a more amiable disposition, upon noticing his blindness and slight limp, would merely shake their heads and move along. However, those with a harsher temperament would not hesitate to scold him. Yet, Chen An remained unperturbed. After all, had he not been the one colliding with them? In stark contrast, Luo Shiyu, trailing behind him, was incensed. Such a lack of civility among people. Did they not possess their own eyes? Chapter 3. The sound of the keys is off on several occasions. Luo Shiyu nearly succumbed to the urge to rush out and confront those who berated Chen An. He is blind. Are you all blind as well? Yet, upon recalling that she had pushed him just an hour prior, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Perhaps this sense of guilt would linger for quite some time. But how could she make amends? What else could she do but offer herself? At this thought, Luo Shiyu felt a flush creep across her cheeks, silently cursing her own shamelessness. Although this fellow was tall and slender, with remarkably delicate features, it was a pity that he was blind. Were it not for this flaw, he might well have been considered a heartthrob at school. Moreover, how could she possibly entertain the notion of dating a blind person? Even if she were to agree, her family would undoubtedly disapprove. However, It must be noted that a blind individual could play the piano to such an extraordinary degree, indicating that he was a musical genius. As she drifted in her thoughts, Chen An had already arrived at his destination, the square in front of a shopping mall not far from the school. It was now a little past 6 in the evening, and the square was bustling with people taking leisurely strolls. At that moment, a band consisting of 3 men and 1 woman was performing the hottest song of the moment, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Following the sound, Chen An made his way into the throng. Observing his determined effort to squeeze into the crowd, Luo Shiyu felt a pang of confusion. Had he come all this way merely for the spectacle? No, he could not see. Was he truly here just to listen? Ignoring a passerby who approached her for contact information, she hurried towards him. After a struggle, she finally reached the front, where Chen An stood beside the band, taking the opportunity during their intermission to fetch water and wipe down their instruments. "Hey, little blind man, why are you so late today?" One of the female band members asked with a smile, albeit one tinged with mockery. "Some matters at school held me up," Chen An replied, holding a cloth as he cleaned the electronic piano. This was the only job he had found that was willing to pay him. Previously, when he sought employment, many had turned him away simply because he was blind. Here, however, they came thrice a week, and all he needed to do was tend to their instruments during breaks and fetch water, earning 50 yuan at the end of each session. Though it was not a large sum, it constituted his sole source of living expenses. As an orphan, securing such a position was quite commendable. While he was polishing the electronic piano, his fingers inadvertently brushed over several keys. The sound that emanated seemed somewhat off, and with his masterful piano skills, he immediately discerned the discrepancy. Sisterly, the tone of this piano is off. His fingers touched the 3 keys that were not producing the correct sound. Off. Sisterly paused, then chuckled and shook her head. "Impossible. This is an electronic piano. It cannot go out of tune." "No, it seems that a component has come loose," Chen An asserted after playing a few more notes. Masterful piano technique has bestowed upon him not merely exceptional playing skills, but also an intricate understanding of the instrument structure. With just a few notes, he has already discerned the underlying issue. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Sister Li and the other members were incredulous. Setting aside whether he comprehends the electronic keyboard, one might doubt that a blind individual is even aware of its appearance. Furthermore, they could not detect any discord in the sound, leading them to conclude that this fellow was merely feigning knowledge and speaking nonsense. Unbeknownst to Chen An, who could not see their incredulous expressions, he steadfastly trusted his own judgment. He extended his hands, continuously exploring the surface of the piano. This spectacle prompted the band members to shake their heads in disbelief. "All right, let us move on to the next piece," the lead vocalist gestured, indicating that Sister Li should escort this individual away. After all, the audience was growing, and he wished to avoid any interruptions caused by this blind man. Sister Li nodded, setting down her water bottle as she approached Chen An. "Hey, little blind boy, move aside. We are about to start," she said impatiently. Initially, she had invited him out of pity, finding amusement in entertaining a blind person during their break. However, should he hinder their performance, it was likely that Chen An would not be welcomed back after this event. "Wait, it will be ready shortly," came Chen An's voice. Sister Li furrowed her brow, preparing to pull him aside when, unexpectedly, he stood up and struck a chord on the keys. After a brief span of seconds, he nodded, "It's good now." "Sister Li." Yet, no one responded, prompting his confusion. "Sister Li?" Sister Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Her gaze was complex. The segment Chen An had just played indeed differed from the previous sound. His notes rang with a clarity that was unmistakably distinct. What astonished her further was the unimpeded manner in which Chen An had played that passage. Though it lasted only a fleeting moment, the poignant essence of the music resonated deeply within her heart. The other band members also turned their attention to him, equally astonished by the beauty of Chen An's performance. A blind individual not only played so exquisitely, but also produced such enchanting melodies. Most remarkably, they had never encountered this particular piece of music before. "Little blind boy, was that segment you composed?" Sister Li regarded Chen An with a mixture of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. It was a creation from his system, so it could be considered his own. "What is its title?" The guitarist inquired eagerly. "It is a song called You Are My Eyes," Chen An replied. Upon hearing the title, the four members were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting a complex array of thoughts as they gazed into his eyes. "Chen An, would you like to sing?" The lead vocalist approached him with an earnest look. For reasons unknown, the mention of the song stirred a wave of bittersweet emotion within him. This young man, seemingly younger than them by several years, had undoubtedly endured much hardship. Chen An began to refuse, but an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. With a chime, the side quest sign-in location was activated, allowing one to sing a song on this stage, thus completing the sign-in and earning a random reward. Chen An was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for the initiation of a side quest. With rewards at stake, who would refuse? He nodded in agreement. Below the stage, a considerable crowd had already gathered, eager for entertainment. Among them was Luo Shiyu, and as they beheld the band's lead vocalist and guitarist emerging with an electronic keyboard, followed closely by a blind man wielding a white cane, astonishment enveloped the onlookers. What on earth is happening? Has the band's performance transformed into a spectacle featuring a blind individual? Chapter 4. You Are My Eyes moved the audience to tears. The lead vocalist and the guitarist lifted the electric piano onto the stage, while Chen An followed behind, holding a white cane. This sight resembled that of a blind man navigating the world. The crowd quickly lost interest. A blind person playing the piano? What a farce. One could hardly expect him to even locate the keys. Disappointment rippled through the audience, and as Chen An took his seat, a third of the spectators departed. The remaining onlookers, however, were curious about what a blind man might produce. Whispers began to circulate. What could a blind person possibly play? What were those individuals on stage thinking? Surely, this was a self-destructive endeavor. I'm prepared. If this blind man fails to perform adequately, I might just hurl the vegetables I just purchased at him. This could be amusing. Count me in for the next round. Luo Shiyu stood at the forefront of the crowd, listening to the derisive comments around her. Anger flared within her, her eyes glimmering beneath her fringe. What a lack of decency these people displayed. If they dared to throw anything, they would soon witness the wrath of a Taekwondo black belt. Yet, at this moment, her gaze was fixated on Chen An, and she recalled the enchanting melody he had played in the piano classroom that afternoon. She bit her lip gently, realizing that this crowd would never have the opportunity to hear such beauty. On stage, Chen An sat before the piano, his unfocused gaze directed ahead. In this moment, he existed in darkness, yet simultaneously in light. His fingers rested upon the keys, and a melodious sound resonated through the air. His masterful technique rendered his performance transcendent. Instantly, the audience fell silent, their faces painted with disbelief. A blind man could produce such exquisite music, drawing everyone into a state of rapture. At the back of the stage, the four members of the band exchanged complex glances, fully aware of the dedication required to master such piano skills, especially for someone who was blind. This performance was nothing short of extraordinary. If only I could see, I could easily distinguish between day and night. And I could hold your hand within the crowd with his unparalleled piano skills combined with a voice worthy of a king. Chen An transformed into a harbinger of tears. His magnetic voice, imbued with profound storytelling, tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present, evoking a wave of emotion. If only I could see, I could drive you on adventures. Surprising you with a warm embrace from behind as the second verse began, the audience was spellbound, especially Luo Shiyu, who felt a pang in her heart, reflecting on her past mistakes with a deep sense of remorse. The darkness before me is not truly black. The white you speak of, what shade is it? The azure of the sky, as described by others, is merely the blue behind the white clouds of my memories. I gaze upon your face, yet all I perceive is a void. Has God drawn a curtain before my eyes, forgetting to lift it? The resonating melodies and the poignant yearning for light within the song moved the audience to tears. I was mistaken. I'm a beast for having thought to torment a blind soul. Oh, how beautifully this song is written. What is the name of this young man? From now on, I shall be his devoted fan. It is tragic. Although he cannot see, he has penned lyrics that pierce the heart. For these lyrics, I would gladly offer him my knee in reverence. What led this young man to his blindness? Is there a chance of restoration? At that moment, the audience bowed their heads in sorrow, feeling a deep shame for their previous actions in the face of such a heartfelt performance. The music continued, reaching a magnificent crescendo. You are my eyes, guiding me through the changing seasons. You are my eyes, leading me through the throngs of people. You are my eyes, allowing me to delve into the vast sea of literature. The preceding calm seemed to serve as a prelude to this climactic moment, resulting in an explosion of emotion. All heads lifted in unison, gazing at the blind singer on stage whose voice resonated deeply within their souls. The essence of the lyrics encapsulated Chen An's desires, the longing for light that remains unattainable, surrounded by desolation and darkness. Would there ever be a pair of eyes to guide him on his journey? Luo Shiyu was now in tears, her sensitivity exposed. The emotional toll of the fairy tale had nearly shattered her, and this song had completely conquered her heart. It is difficult to fathom how helpless and lonely a blind person must feel in a bustling world. If only there were a pair of eyes. Perhaps they could be the sole light in his existence. You are my eyes, and I wish to be your eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Chen An was oblivious to the emotions swirling in the audience as he approached the final segment of his song. For you are my eyes, allowing me to witness the world right before me. As the song came to a close, the final notes of the piano faded away. Chen An, I want to be your eyes, Luo Shiyu shouted, her voice drowned by the surrounding noise, yet her resolve was firm. Perhaps it was the atmosphere or the surge of hormones that emboldened her. Chen An sat quietly, a sense of joy blossoming within him as he heard the notification of task completion. A random reward, master-level guitar skills, a song for someone like me. He shook his head. It was not what he truly desired. When would a reward to restore his sight be unveiled? The road ahead is long and arduous. Little Chen An, you play beautifully and sing splendidly. A hand patted Chen An on the shoulder. The voice belonged to Sister Lee. Thank you, Sister Lee. Chen An replied as he stood, grasping his cane and making his way backstage. The four onlookers gazed at his retreating figure, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. No one anticipated that a blind boy, who merely served them tea and polished their instruments, possessed such extraordinary talent. When he sang a song, their astonishment brought them to their knees, erasing any prior disdain. Behind the scenes, Chen An continued to clean the instruments, unaware that a graceful figure was approaching him. After finishing with the guitar, he stood up and groped his way towards another instrument. Unbeknownst to him, a wire lay on the ground, and he stumbled over it, nearly falling. Be careful, Luo Shiyu exclaimed, quickly extending her hand to catch him before he hit the ground. Chen An was startled, and as he regained his composure, he realized his face was enveloped in something soft, nearly stealing his breath away. Luo Shiyu, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she hastily helped Chen An to his feet. Thank you, Chen An said shyly, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. It's nothing, Luo Shiyu replied softly, observing his flustered demeanor. Ah, goddess, is it really you? Chapter 5. This is how you lick. After Chen An greeted a few members of the band, he took his leave. In the square, Luo Shiyu grasped the other person's arm and walked ahead. Meanwhile, Chen An wore an expression of disbelief. Was it merely a push? She actually followed me all the way here just to apologize. Luo Shiyu lowered her head and softly acknowledged him with a gentle mm. Now, she understood that Chen An's limping gait was due to a numb leg, not an injury. As relief washed over her, she felt grateful. Had she not chased after him, she might have missed the sight of him singing tonight. Compared to fairy tales, she found You Are My Eyes to resonate more deeply with her soul. My goodness, you are truly a benevolent goddess. How extraordinarily kind you are. Chen An was genuinely astonished. Since losing his sight, it was the first time someone had shown him such kindness. Just wait, he said, gripping his cane and cautiously making his way back. Luo Shiyu hurriedly followed. Where are you going? I'll take you. Hee, you are too kind. I was thinking of breaking my usual routine tonight and treating you to ice cream. Chen An smiled shyly. He was somewhat familiar with the area. As he walked, he tapped his cane to gauge his surroundings. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu smiled sweetly. I'll lead you there. All right. 5 minutes later, the two sat by the roadside, each with an ice cream in hand. Normally, I only eat ice cream once a month. Consider this my treat to you, Chen An said, taking a gentle bite. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu asked curiously, once a month? This ice cream is quite inexpensive, only 4 yuan each. Chen An chuckled, yes. My monthly allowance comes from my part-time job, so I need to be frugal. Hearing this, Luo Shiyu felt a pang in her heart as she gazed at the ice cream in her hand. What seemed trivial to her was of such value to him, and yet he still wished to treat her. Sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, Chen An remarked, do you know the best way to eat ice cream? Luo Shiyu paused, instinctively shaking her head. Not receiving a response, Chen An smiled and said, come, let me teach you. He brought the ice cream to his lips and gently licked it. You see, like this, don't rush, savor it slowly. Luo Shiyu imitated him, extending her tongue to delicately lick the surface. How does it taste? Chen An inquired. It seems good, Luo Shiyu replied, relishing the flavor as she licked again. However, seemingly unsatisfied, she cautiously glanced at Chen An before opening her mouth and taking a bite. It felt delightful, a sensation of being filled. After finishing their ice creams, the two strolled along the roadside, gradually making their way towards the school. Do you know how to sign up for the Star tomorrow? Chen An asked, as he could not see and would need assistance to participate. The Star of Tomorrow? Luo Shiyu pondered. She seemed to have heard of the show, which appeared to be a recently launched talent competition. Are you going to participate? Chen An nodded. Leave it to me. I'll help you sign up, Luo Shiyu declared, patting her chest. Thank you so much. How about I treat you to a meal? Chen An expressed his gratitude, even contemplating how to save some money for the occasion. Let me treat you. When you become a big star, you can invite me. Luo Shiyu smiled at him. As the campus belle, this was her first time inviting someone to dinner, and it was a boy no less. No. Chen An waved his hands repeatedly, feeling it unreasonable to have someone assist him and then expect them to treat him in return. You'll owe me. When you have money, you can invite me, Luo Shiyu pondered before responding. Chen An hesitated, feeling the weight of his thinning wallet, and nodded in agreement. Is tomorrow's Star a substantial stage? He inquired again. It's decent, I suppose, Luo Shiyu contemplated before adding, I'll check it out when I get back. Chen An nodded, internally critiquing the system. It was evident he perceived the sign-in location provided by the system as a second-rate stage. Nevertheless, he decided that once the task was completed, he would concoct an excuse to withdraw from the competition. After all, it was not a significant stage. At that moment, as the two made their way back to school, a storm was brewing online. A video was rapidly spreading across various platforms, capturing the attention of countless netizens. The video's title was Blind Man Playing the Piano, featuring an original song, You Are My Eyes. The poignant melody struck a chord, eliciting sympathy for the handsome young man who, despite his striking looks, was blind. It seemed fate had opened a window of beauty for him, only to shut the door on his sight. TSK, you are all so superficial. A blind man can play the piano like this. What immense talent he must possess, someone remarked. And did you not notice how powerful his singing is? Isn't this just the epitome of a charming and talented gentleman? The video was shared fervently, accumulating countless likes, while many who heard the song and gazed at Chen and felt a pang of heartache. In the dormitory of Imperial Capital University, Luo Shiyu cautiously returned, ensuring she did not disturb anyone before quietly climbing into bed. She powered on her computer, searching for information about tomorrow's star. Once informed, she entered the registration webpage and filled out Chen An's details. After completing this, she donned her headphones, played the video recorded at the live event, and gradually drifted off to sleep to the sound of Chen An's song. The following day, Luo Shiyu awoke to the relentless teasing of Su Ling, whose mischievous grin greeted her. You're awake, little Luo. Quickly confess what you were up to last night. Get your hands off me. Luo Shiyu blushed, swatting away Su Ling's playful grasp. You're so stingy. If you've grown this much, it's all thanks to me. Su Ling pouted enviously. Look at him. Then look at yourself. How disappointing. Speak quickly. Where were you last night? She gazed at Luo Shiyu with a scrutinizing expression. In the past, Luo Shiyu was always back in the dormitory by 8 o'clock sharp. Yet last night, she returned only in the dead of night. Has she perhaps been out with someone? At this thought, Su Ling's face contorted with a sense of grievance. Little Luo belonged to her. No one could snatch him away. Luo Shiyu shot her a glance, then glanced at her phone, realizing it was nearly 9 o'clock. Startled, she disregarded any further exchanges with Su Ling and hastily got out of bed to tidy up. They had agreed to go out for dinner with Chen An today, and she certainly did not wish to be late. Observing Luo Shiyu's flustered demeanor, Su Ling narrowed her eyes, sensing an unusual scent in the air. Chapter 6. The Campus Belle. Luo Shiyu. She had never witnessed Luo Shiyu in such a fluster, preening herself in a state of disarray. She herself had never experienced such treatment. Who could have possibly swept little Luo away? Could it be? Hesitating, a shadow flitted through her mind, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yet in the next instant, she shook her head in denial. Surely not. How could little Luo possibly harbor feelings for a blind man? While she pondered this, Luo Shiyu had already tidied herself and departed. By the time Su Ling came to her senses, the other girl had vanished, prompting her to dive into Luo Shiyu's warm bed in frustration. In the boys' dormitory, Chen An had risen early. Being blind, living with others could present numerous inconveniences, so the school had graciously provided him with a single room. As dawn broke, he welcomed the sunlight and began his eye exercises, though he knew they were of little use. Today, however, as he performed his routine, the image of Luo Shiyu persistently surfaced in his mind. Of course, this was merely his own imagination. She couldn't possibly be too beautiful. After all, he was blind. If she were truly a beauty, it would be astonishing for her to assist him unless she were also blind. What a goddess she would be, lost in these fanciful thoughts. His phone rang abruptly. He picked up his specially designed phone for the visually impaired, fumbling to answer the call. It was Luo Shiyu. She was waiting for him downstairs in his dormitory building. Adhering to the principle of not keeping her waiting too long, Chen An hurried down with unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, Luo Shiyu's appearance at the base of the boys' dormitory instantly captivated the attention of countless young men. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, she donned a pale white dress that subtly revealed her fair, slender legs beneath the hem. Simply standing there with a gentle smile rendered many admirers utterly speechless. My goodness, is it the illustrious Campus Belle, Luo? How could she possibly be here? And look at the breakfast she holds. Could someone have won over the campus beauty? Impossible. Luo Shiyu belongs to me. No one can take her away. This boy must be quite ill. He is already rambling first thing in the morning. Indeed, someone wake him up from his daydream. As the surrounding boys speculated about Luo Shiyu, a figure emerged at the foot of the stairs. Chen An, with his cane in hand, felt puzzled by the commotion around him. What was happening? Why was there such a clamor? And did he catch wind of Luo Shiyu's name? Hey, look, isn't that a blind man approaching Luo Shiyu? Of course, even a blind man must sense the allure of our Campus Belle and seeks her autograph. One of Luo Shiyu's admirers confidently proclaimed. But why did Luo Shiyu give her breakfast to this blind man? Another boy incredulously pointed out. What? The suitor and the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, hastily turning their attention. Below the dormitory, the moment Luo Shiyu laid eyes on Chen An, she hurried towards him, offering her support and extending the breakfast she held. This scene rendered the crowd utterly silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. A blind man, Luo, the campus beauty, was waiting for a blind man? No, it was impossible. He must be a relative of hers. Yes, that must be it. Countless suitors frantically searched for justifications. Yet the subsequent scene shattered their hopes. As Chen An took a bite of his bun, a crumb inadvertently lingered at the corner of his mouth. Luo Shiyu, noticing this, tenderly reached out to wipe it away. This exceedingly intimate moment caused the hearts of all present to shatter instantaneously. Such affectionate gestures were hardly characteristic of mere relatives. In their minds, the campus beauty, Luo Shiyu, was a sacred and untouchable goddess. Yet now, to have her personally deliver breakfast and delicately wipe his mouth, such a reality seemed only conceivable in dreams. And the one relishing this extraordinary treatment was a blind man. The gazes around him turned sharply towards Chen An. Fortunately, he was oblivious to their stares, for otherwise, he would have faced countless murderous glares. I seem to hear many discussing you just now, Chen An remarked. Is that so? Luo Shiyu glanced up at the anguished expressions of the crowd above and smiled faintly. You heard correctly. As the campus beauty, my presence here is bound to create a stir. Campus beauty? Chen An blinked in surprise, then reached out to touch her forehead. His first attempt missed, brushing against her right cheek. It was only on his second try that he made contact. This unexpected action caused Luo Shiyu's cheeks to flush as she questioned, What are you doing? Chen An, his face serious, nodded. Indeed, she felt warm, suggesting a fever. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak in such a manner. In his heart, he believed that someone of the campus beauty stature could never be connected to a blind man like him. Typically, people avoided him, let alone the campus beauty. Moreover, was it realistic for her to wait at the boys' dormitory for a blind man? I assure you, I am not lying, Chen stated. Really? Luo Shiyu retorted. I don't believe you. He shook his head, skeptical. Exasperated, Luo Shiyu rolled her eyes. Believe it or not. Let us go. It's almost noon. And if we delay, there won't be any seats left. Glancing at the time, she took Chen An's hand and led him away from the public gaze. As they departed, the entire dormitory erupted in cries of despair. It was more tragic than losing a wife. Why him? Why was it him? Countless suitors knelt, their expressions akin to witnessing a delicate rose planted in a mound of dung. A blind man, what right did he have? Furthermore, he hardly seemed approachable. Confounded, they could only begin to investigate the identity of this blind man. However, this inquiry seemed to unearth something truly remarkable. A heartfelt melody echoed in the square, a poignant ballad that resonated with the entire internet, revealing the confessions of a blind individual. As the investigation deepened, the song performed by Chen An in the square was brought to light. It turned out to be the very melody I had listened to for an entire evening just yesterday. After all, it was merely a display of talent. Ultimately, he remained a blind man, unworthy of the school beauty. Indeed, the sentiment echoed. Eliminate the blind man and seize the school beauty. Friends, let us rally forth, vanquish the blind, and claim the beauty for ourselves. As more individuals became aware of this incident, the phrase gained traction on the campus forum. In a fleeting moment, Chen An found himself the center of attention for the first time since his enrollment in school. Chapter 7. The Rules of Tomorrow Inside an Upscale Restaurant. Luo Shiyu led Chen into their table. The establishment exuded a delightful aroma, undoubtedly not inexpensive. Once seated, Chen An inhaled deeply, captivated by a fragrance he had never encountered in any dining establishment before. His usual haunts were modest roadside eateries, where a single bowl of beef noodles once a month felt like a feast. This restaurant, devoid of the typical scent of cooked rice, instead offered a subtle and refreshing aroma, an entirely unfamiliar ambience for him. It's not a high-end restaurant. I'm treating you, so rest assured, Luo Shiyu assured him while signaling the waiter to bring out the dishes. Chen An, rather than speculating, quietly noted her words. By the way, I have already registered you for tomorrow's star, Luo Shiyu explained. The competition consists of 4 stages: preliminary rounds, elimination rounds, semifinals, and the grand finale. There are 3 distinct tracks available, allowing each contestant to select a path that aligns with their strengths. Chen An listened in silence, though inwardly he found the competition structure overly complex for what he perceived as a minor event. He reasoned that had it been a significant competition, Luo Shiyu would have been well aware of it, yet he would still need to research further. Consequently, he mentally categorized it as a trivial contest, a conclusion drawn from years of skillfully interpreting nuances in others' tones. The likelihood of error was minimal. Noticing Chen An's waning attention, Luo Shiyu tapped the table gently. Apologies. Chen An chuckled sheepishly. You need to pay attention now, Luo Shiyu continued, embodying the role of teacher. Each track has a mentor, and these 3 mentors hold significant influence in determining who advances. She elaborated. The tracks are as follows. The Supreme Melody track, which focuses on stage presence and raw performance. The Singular Excellence track, which evaluates originality and vocal prowess. This is the track I recommend for you. And finally, the Stunning Beauty track, which centers on singing and dancing. The preliminary rounds for all 3 tracks will occur simultaneously, with each mentor selecting 15 contestants to form their teams, followed by a series of elimination rounds. Impressive, Chen An exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up after absorbing the information. He felt fortunate to have encountered Luo Shiyu. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to so many rules had he attempted to register on his own. Her extensive understanding, acquired in just one evening, clearly demonstrated her dedication. To be honest, Chen An felt a flicker of gratitude. Luo Shiyu straightened her posture, seemingly pleased by the compliment. Yet she continued, I believe your originality is quite strong, so you might want to consider the singular excellence track. All right, Chen An nodded, indifferent to the choice. As long as he completed the task of signing in at the preliminary event, he would concoct a reason to withdraw. Thus, it suffices to acquire a general understanding at this point. It is merely a small performance. Even if it gains popularity, it would remain unseen by him, rendering it rather uninteresting. He currently yearns to trigger a task that could restore his vision. Luo Shiyu nodded, observing Chen An, and remarked that he must hasten to compose songs, as the preliminary round of the competition is merely days away. After saying this, she cast a worried glance at Chen An. After all, songwriting is an arduous endeavor, and given Chen An's blindness, she feared that time was too constrained, and he lacked a repertoire to draw from for new compositions. Fear not, I happen to have a song ready. Chen An recalled a piece gifted by the system not long ago. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu sighed in relief, but then she seemed to remember something. Does this song require any instruments? Would you like to familiarize yourself with them first? Not necessary, Chen An shook his head. The song titled Someone Like Me was straightforward, and the last task had rewarded him with master-level guitar proficiency. A single guitar would suffice for his solo performance. That won't do. Luo Shiyu frowned upon hearing this. She was unaware of these details. She only knew that one must approach the competition with caution. Alongside a handful of folk musicians, there would be trainees from various companies participating. Their backing would be formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for others lacking exceptional talents to secure a spot. Although she had faith in Chen An's creative abilities, with her support, she would serve as his eyes and backing. His creative prowess, combined with her arrangements, would ensure success. Can you play the guitar? Luo Shiyu inquired suddenly. I can, Chen An replied, taken aback, and nodded. That is splendid. Luo Shiyu snapped her fingers, confident that if he could play the piano so well, he would certainly manage the guitar as well. I shall gift you a guitar for your practice during your leisure time, she proposed. That is not acceptable. Chen An frowned seriously upon hearing this. Feeling somewhat guilty for having already accepted a meal, he found the notion of accepting a guitar even more burdensome. Though blind, he understood that a guitar would cost at least 1,000 yuan. It would take him a considerable amount of time without food or drink to save for such a sum. He was already quite content with his current situation and could not accept such generosity without reason. Moreover, 1,000 yuan constitutes a significant amount for any university student. Luo Shiyu felt somewhat aggrieved by Chen An's stern response. Her intentions were genuinely kind. Realizing that his tone had been too harsh, Chen An softened his demeanor and gently said, Perhaps I might be eliminated right away. There is no need for you to spend so much on a guitar, but you could utilize it for your regular compositions as well, Luo Shiyu urged. Moreover, consider this an investment, should you rise to fame. Perhaps I might even ask for your assistance. Really? You believe I could achieve fame? Chen An chuckled incredulously. Of course. With me backing you in the entertainment industry, it will be challenging not to gain recognition. Upon uttering this, Luo Shiyu quickly realized her misstep and hurried to amend her words. I am indeed the goddess of fortune, and with my protection, you shall thrive wherever you go. Then I shall become a little firebrand, won't I? Chen An chuckled and shook his head, clearly not taking her words to heart. Very well, it is settled. Let us dine. At that moment, the waiter approached, carrying 2 plates of noodles. Upon catching the delightful aroma, Chen An's vision momentarily dimmed. This is the signature dish of this establishment. Do try it. Luo Shiyu fixed her gaze upon Chen An, who then picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Delicious. It surpasses the beef noodles I had in Sha County. Chapter 8. The competition piece. Luo Shiyu's agility was remarkable. Merely a day later, she returned to the dormitory building, a brand new guitar slung across her back. Her appearance once again captured the attention of all the boys in the male dormitory. However, upon witnessing Chen An departing alongside the campus belle, guided by a white cane. A wave of envy surged through the crowd. Damn it, that blind fool. How I wish I could land a couple of punches on him. Why do I feel a chill creeping down my spine? Chen An, oblivious to the gazes upon him, curiously remarked as Luo Shiyu linked her arm with his. She chuckled lightly and replied, "It's because I'm the campus belle. Naturally, others will envy you for being with me." Really? I don't believe it. Chen An shook his head. Perhaps it's just that I'm dressed too lightly. It seems the weather is about to turn. Luo Shiyu looked up at the sky. The August sun was indeed formidable. She had applied sunscreen all over her body before stepping out. This oaf. Luo Shiyu puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance, intending to tease Chen An, but upon realizing he couldn't see her expression, she pouted in disappointment. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked behind, stealthily trailing their steps. Su Ling cast a dangerous glance at Chen An. She had never anticipated that her dear Luo could indeed be deceived by a blind man. Initially, she had dismissed the posts on the forum, but witnessing this scene today left her no choice but to believe. I shall see what makes you a blind man, worthy of winning my little Luo's heart. Su Ling cautiously followed them until they reached a damp area of the school. Leaning against a willow tree, Chen An and Luo Shiyu settled down cross-legged, while Su Ling concealed herself nearby, quietly observing the two. "Here, this is the guitar I got for you," Luo Shiyu said as she sat down, pulling the guitar from behind her and offering it to Chen An. "So soon?" Chen An was taken aback, completely unaware that Luo Shiyu had invited him out to give him a guitar. He hesitated, his hand lingering in the air without reaching out. Sensing his reluctance, Luo Shiyu firmly pressed the instrument into his hands, stating, "Didn't I say yesterday? Consider my investment. Besides, how can a musician be without a guitar? This. All right?" Chen An sighed inwardly, silently committing to repay her in the future. A meal, a guitar. He would ensure to return the favor when he had the means. He placed the guitar on his lap, and though he could not see, his masterful technique allowed him to merge seamlessly with the instrument the moment he touched it. He deftly tuned the strings, strumming them lightly. Observing his actions, Luo Shiyu felt even more convinced that she had not misjudged him. Although fate had deprived Chen An of sight, it had bestowed upon him the gift of musical genius. Moreover, as this thought crossed her mind, Luo Shiyu found herself entranced by the profile of his face. He had the quintessential features of a handsome man. Despite his blindness, the clarity in his eyes was captivating, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. Her cheeks flushed, and she dared not look again, secretly chiding herself for her boldness. Fortunately, Chen An remained unaware. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes, merely a few meters away, observed the entire scene with clarity. The pain was excruciating. At that moment, Su Ling found herself seated on the ground, feeling as though her heart had been shattered. To her dismay, her dear Luo had developed affections for another, and, astonishingly, that individual was blind. She lamented not having taken her to the piano studio that day. Regret washed over her like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, after plucking the strings of the piano, Chen An couldn't help but marvel at the instrument's quality. It must have cost a fortune. "Are you prepared with this song for the competition?" Luo Shiyu inquired suddenly. Chen An nodded. "Then play a segment for me. I'd like to hear how it sounds for the contest," she said, her large eyes fixed upon him. "All right." Chen An acquiesced, and with that, his fingers began to dance across the strings. As the sound resonated, a deep and melancholic aura enveloped the surroundings. The song, "A Person Like Me," encapsulated the journey of an individual who, with the passage of time, transitions from a sense of uniqueness to the realization of their ordinariness. The poignant essence of the lyrics struck Luo Shiyu, causing her heart to ache. This song surely reflected his own experiences. She refrained from asking about the circumstances of his blindness, knowing it was a wound buried deep within his soul, one that would surely sting if unearthed. Yet, at that moment, what she wished to convey was this: "Chen An, a person like you could never blend into the crowd." Nearby, Su Ling quietly absorbed the entirety of the performance, tears cascading down her cheeks as she was enveloped by the song's emotional depth. How vexing. It had been the same last time, and now again, Each encounter left her in tears. In that instant, she seemed to grasp Luo Shiyu's choice. Not only did she feel her heart race upon hearing the song and seeing Chen An's face, but she also fervently wished to uncover the mysteries of his past. The sensation of infatuation arrives unexpectedly. Touching her flushed cheeks, Su Ling dared not linger any longer and hastily retreated. In the midst of it all, Chen An's fingers descended to conclude the final note. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and asked, "How was that?" "Oh, this song is simply magnificent." Luo Shiyu, still in a daze, was abruptly interrupted but quickly expressed her excitement. "If you take this song, passing the competition will be a breeze. The contest starts the day after tomorrow. I'll accompany you," she declared. Chen An opened his mouth, intending to decline, but the thought of navigating the unknown darkness alone filled him with trepidation. He could easily become lost. Thus, he nodded in agreement. After all, the competition was conveniently located in the capital, not far from the school. At that moment, as Chen An consented, Luo Shiyu felt a rush of inspiration and snapped a photograph of him with her phone. Dressed in a white shirt and black shorts, with impeccably styled short hair, Chen An exuded an aura of a musical prince, especially while cradling the guitar. She anticipated that he would photograph so well. What's wrong? As the surroundings fell into a tranquil silence, Chen An, filled with curiosity, inquired about the unusual stillness. "It's nothing, really," Luo Shiyu replied with a smile, carefully saving the photograph before rising to her feet and taking Chen An's hand. "Where are we going?" Chen An asked, taken aback. "I am famished. It is time for a meal." Before he could utter another word, Luo Shiyu eagerly tugged him along. Helpless, Chen An could only silently add, "One more for the meal." Meanwhile, within the Tomorrow Stars production team, Director Chun Su was meticulously reviewing the list of contestants on his computer. Beside him, a man remarked with a grin, "This time, Jiaxing Entertainment, Beihai Entertainment, and Hyaming Entertainment have all submitted their candidates." Chapter 9. My choice, the path of extraordinary beauty, creating a talent show, is a formidable challenge, particularly when 3 major talent agencies are vying to place their contestants in the mix. Chun Su furrowed his brow in frustration. His initial intention for this program was to discover genuine musicians from the grassroots level. However, as soon as the show was established, the 3 major agencies began to intervene, swiftly appropriating half of the contestant slots for their trainees. Although he opposed this encroachment, he was left with no choice but to endure it. After all, they were the sponsors of the show, and without their backing, the program would struggle to survive. Nevertheless, while they might have inserted their contestants, it remained uncertain how far they could advance, as that would ultimately depend on their abilities. If they continued to be the type to wail over the slightest injury, one might think they had suffered a grievous loss. Chun Su could only manage a wry smile. "Old Chun, take a look at this contestant. He seems intriguing." A man beside him pointed to a contestant's information on the computer screen. Chen An, a sophomore from the University of the Capital. Chun Su glanced up, only to see the word blind in the next column. "Isn't that fascinating?" The man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chun Su, puzzled, asked Olden, "Why are you so thrilled about a blind contestant?" And Zizai, the deputy director of the Tomorrow Star program, who primarily oversees all contestant information, chuckled knowingly. "Hey, weren't you just listening to his song on repeat a few days ago?" "A song?" Chun Su's eyes widened in realization. Recently, he had stumbled upon an original song titled "You're My Eyes" online and had been enamored with it since the first listen. However, there was no audio source available, so he had extracted the music from a video and often listened to it in his spare time. It seemed that the singer was also blind, and Zizai nodded. "Do you think this guy might be our dark horse?" "Dark horse," Chun Su repeated thoughtfully, a smile gradually forming in his eyes as he regarded Chun An's information. The following day, Luo Shiyu accompanied Chun into the Tomorrow Star program's venue. On the way, Luo Shiyu incessantly advised Chen An, "Once you're inside, don't be nervous. Stay relaxed and composed. I'll be waiting outside for your good news." As Luo Shiyu's voice echoed in his ears, Chen An could only nod passively. "Wait, how did your clothes get dirty?" At that moment, Luo Shiyu noticed a grimy mark on Chen An's back. It resembled a shoe print. "Really? I just washed this shirt," Chen An replied in surprise. "But it's been strange lately. There has been an odd smell in the dorm, and sometimes my shoes inexplicably end up outside the door. Hearing this, Chen An was puzzled. How could Luo Shiyu not know? Someone was clearly playing tricks on him. This is outrageous. Just wait until I find out who it is, Luo Shiyu thought indignantly. To covertly bully someone who cannot see. Who could be so heartless? Chen An, are you interested in living off campus? Luo Shiyu inquired tentatively, observing him. After all, university students are permitted to apply for off-campus housing, and if memory serves, she seems to have a property near the school. However, she has always cherished the ambience of the dormitory and has never opted to reside elsewhere. With someone meddling with Chen An's shoes and clothes at school, who knows what might happen next? Why live off campus? Chen An questioned, perplexed. Look, you've participated in a show. If you become popular, wouldn't you be besieged by a throng of admirers at school? That would be quite disruptive to others, Luo Shiyu reasoned. Yet, to her surprise, Chen An shook his head. It's unlikely I will gain fame. Perhaps I will be eliminated in the first round. Besides, I cannot afford to rent a place off campus. He spoke the truth, as he had already resolved to complete the task and withdraw after the first round. I'll think about it, he said, deflecting for the moment. However, Luo Shiyu had other plans. She intended to tidy up that property while Chen An was occupied with the show. At the Daijing Sports Stadium, the internal staff of the Star of Tomorrow program had already received the news and were waiting outside. In the crowd, Chen An was easily recognizable, holding a white cane. After Luo Shiyu handed him over to the staff, she departed. The staff member receiving Chen An sighed inwardly, thinking how fortunate this blind man was to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Although he was quite handsome himself, being blind meant he could neither see her nor himself. How tragic! With a silent murmur, he led Chen An into the program's interior. The fellow contestants, upon seeing Chen An's appearance, expressed curiosity. A blind contestant in the show? Some were intrigued while others were dismissive, especially a few glamorous contestants who had just stepped out of luxury cars, who scoffed upon seeing Chen An. A blind person dares to participate in a talent show? What audacity! Does he think he deserves to share the same stage as us, the trainees? Absurd. After escorting Chen An to the resting room, the staff member exited, adding, "The program starts tomorrow. Someone will come to escort you for the night shift. So please do not wander off." Chen An smiled and nodded at this concern. Once he confirmed the room was empty, he lay down on the bed, inwardly cursing the system. Damn tasks. If it weren't for my eyes, I wouldn't be here. He had almost deciphered the system's temperament. Merely arriving at a location was insufficient. One must also accomplish something to receive a reward. Goodness, if this system demands I check in on my wedding night, will I have to perform for it? He shook his head just as he heard a knock at the door, followed by a voice. Hello, Chen An. I'm the staff member responsible for recording contestant information. Hearing this, Chen An sat up, and the door opened to reveal a capable woman in professional attire and black stockings entering the room. Hello, Chen An. My name is Li Jing, and I have come to discuss the important details regarding the competition. Chen An nodded, having grasped the basic situation. He was too indifferent to delve deeper, as he merely intended to go through the motions. Li Jing cast a lingering glance at Chen An, a silent sigh escaping her lips. What a splendidly natural, handsome man he was, yet tragically blind. Based on her years of experience, his face was untouched, and this authenticity was far superior to those who had undergone cosmetic alterations. Regaining her composure, she continued, "You are aware that our competition features 3 tracks, correct?" Chen An nodded in acknowledgement. These 3 tracks will be open simultaneously, yet during the official broadcast, they will be presented one at a time. Which track do you intend to choose? Upon hearing this, Chen An hesitated briefly. Luo Shiyu had advised him to select a track that would allow him to stand out, as it was the most favorable for original contestants. However, if he wished to face elimination in the first round, he would need to place himself at a disadvantage. He lifted his head and declared, "I choose the track of unparalleled beauty." Chapter 10. The buyout indeed. As long as he chose unparalleled beauty, he need not fear elimination. Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that Chen An would opt for the singularly distinguished path. He had perused the fellow's information. After all, the original song "You Are My Eyes" was still trending. Yet, many were familiar with the song, not the artist, a classic case of a hit song overshadowing its creator. Perhaps the darkness of that night rendered the phone video too blurry for recognition. Nevertheless, it was Chen An's choice, and Li Jing could only nod in acquiescence. "What song are you bringing this time?" "Someone like me," Chen An replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Jing momentarily searched her memory, struggling to recall anything about the song. Hesitantly, she inquired, "Is this an original composition of yours?" "Indeed," Chen An confirmed. Sensing her curiosity, he added, "Is it not permissible to sing originals in the beauty competition?" "Of course it is," Li Jing replied, somewhat perplexed. "But you intend to perform an original in the beauty competition? This arena emphasizes performance and dance. Are you planning to leap about with your own song?" Gazing into Chen An's eyes, she thought, well, as long as this fellow doesn't trip over himself while dancing. After dutifully recording the information, Li Jing finally took her leave. Chen An could easily surmise her astonishment, yet he remained indifferent, viewing it merely as a trivial affair, a mere formality. He was but a relentless machine tasked with completing objectives. After dinner, many contestants hurried to the practice rooms for intense rehearsals, while Chen An reclined in solitude on his bed. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Fumbling to answer, he was greeted by a bright female voice, Luo Shiyu. The two exchanged a few inconsequential pleasantries before Luo Shiyu, in an exuberant tone, exclaimed, "Chen An, do you want to hear a surprise?" "What surprise?" he asked, puzzled. What could possibly delight Luo Shiyu so? On the other end, Luo Shiyu's lips curled into a grin, revealing her adorable little canine teeth as she announced, "Your song has caught the attention of Penguin Music. They wish to purchase your copyright." Stunned by this revelation, Chen An paused. Penguin Music? He was well aware that it was the largest music platform in the country, a veritable titan. The notion that they sought to buy his copyright felt surreal. "They were offering $5 million for the rights to You Are My Eyes." Luo Shiyu continued, her voice brimming with joy. "Is it too much or too little?" Chen An's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stumbled over his words in shock. $5 million. He had never encountered such a sum, not in this life nor the last. Yet, after the initial astonishment, doubt began to creep in. A buyout of $5 million implied that he would relinquish all rights to the song. His concern was not about the amount being insufficient, but rather that it was excessively generous. Consider this. An unknown amateur sings a hit song. Even if the song garners widespread acclaim, one must acknowledge the disparity in value. The Penguin Company is not a charitable organization. Why would they spend a considerable sum to purchase a song from a mere passerby? I wonder if the Navi Luo Shiyu has been deceived. Shiyu, when you're out in the world, you mustn't trust others too easily, especially those who tempt you with money, he admonished. On the other end of the line, Luo Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Chen An's words. With a wry smile, she replied, "Rest assured, it is indeed Penguin Music. I am not deceiving you." She was not lying to Chen An, yet he had accurately guessed one detail. While Penguin Music was indeed interested in acquiring the song, their offer was merely $800,000, and it was a buyout. As for why she had mentioned $5 million, that was due to her status as the daughter of the esteemed CEO of Platinum Entertainment, the leading entertainment company in the country. Penguin Music had collaborations with them, and with Luo Shiyu's endorsement. They made an exception to acquire the song at a price typically reserved for second-tier artists. This was already the greatest concession. However, Chen An remained skeptical. If $5 million were truly offered for a buyout, he would gladly have his head kicked like a ball. Seeing Chen An's disbelief, Luo Shiyu finally relented, saying, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Penguin Music has indeed approached you. They're offering $800,000 for your song." "Really?" Hearing this figure, Chen An began to believe. "Indeed, I am not lying to you," Luo Shiyu replied, slightly exasperated. She had to convey this for now. Otherwise, what if he refused to record the song? As for the remaining funds, she thought it best to keep them with her for safekeeping. At this thought, her cheeks flushed, feeling as though she were managing the family's finances. That's wonderful. With Luo Shiyu's repeated assurances, Chen An finally believed it. He was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his bed. After hanging up, he lay back on his bed, beaming. With $800,000, he could finally treat Luo Shiyu to a meal. With such delightful dreams, Chen An soon drifted into slumber. The following day, The contestants, led by the production team, arrived at the waiting room. Chen An casually took a seat in a corner, observing the blind man who seemed so out of place. The others wisely refrained from disturbing him. To be precise, the trainees looked down upon him, while the other contestants believed he would not pass the preliminary round. What was there to discuss with someone destined for elimination? Chen An, recognizing the atmosphere, did not seek conversation either. He recalled what Li Jing had told him upon entering. The absolute beauty pathway was to the far left, as the waiting room had 3 entrance passages. The middle was for the outstanding solo pathway, the left for absolute beauty, and the right for supreme melody. Therefore, he merely needed to remember to head left when they called for him. The absolute beauty pathway required an original performance, and he hoped that upon stepping up, he would qualify immediately. This was precisely the outcome he desired. In comparison to participating in the program, he longed to return to recording the song and walk away with the money. Within the confines of the broadcasting studio, Director Chun Su was anxiously orchestrating every detail. By the way, which number has Chun been assigned? He had quite an impression of that young lad. He was genuinely taken aback upon hearing yesterday that the boy had chosen the path of unparalleled beauty. Li Jing glanced at the number in his hand. Noting his unfortunate luck, he was assigned the very last position. Upon hearing this, Chun Su chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Very well, let us prepare to commence. Chapter 11. Sing, dance, rap, basketball, quickly, the cameras are ready. Where's the microphone? Where has it gone? Goodness, where's the band leader? Off to relieve himself? Give him an instrument so he can play for me in the restroom. Meanwhile, the preparations for the live event are proceeding in an orderly fashion. With a commanding shout from the director, the cameras start rolling and the competition officially commences. The 3 tracks are simultaneously opened. On the unparalleled beauty track, the mentor is young Dammy, affectionately known as Dammy. With a playful heart gesture towards the camera, she gracefully takes her seat. The mentor for the unique performance track is Shui Qianqian, a delightful blend of humor and wit, who waves at the camera before settling down. As for the mentor of the supreme melody track, Hua Qingyu, he does not wait for the camera to focus on him before taking a seat, maintaining a stern expression as if someone owes him money. As the 3 tracks open, contestants called by their numbers enter sequentially. Meanwhile, the waiting room features 3 large screens broadcasting the live event. Contestant number 1, Dule, steps onto the unique performance track. The room is filled with the charming mechanical sounds of the audio system. However, unbeknownst to everyone, a small red that resembling an eye on the speaker observes all present in the room. This is a clever tactic by the production team, a hidden camera that will capture the contestants' true selves for live broadcast. Lo and behold, Dule has advanced, and so has Ma Gu, securing a pass for the supreme melody track. As time progresses, the room fills with envious murmurs from those who have succeeded, while those who have failed fall silent after a few brief comments. In a corner, Chen An sits idly, bored, mentally tallying the number of successful contestants on each track. Hours pass, and most contestants have completed their performances. On the supreme melody track, 10 individuals have received their pass cards, while unparalleled beauty boasts 11 successful contestants. The unique performance track, however, is struggling, with only 8 passing. Perhaps the mentors are too stringent, or perhaps originality is indeed a daunting challenge. Chen An waits impatiently, wondering when it will be his turn. He is eager to finish his performance and return to recording his song. The thought of selling a song for 800,000 brings a foolish grin to his face. Little does he know, as he revels in his joy, another contestant has just failed on the unique performance track. His name is Kai Su, a trainee from Beihai Entertainment with 2.5 years of practice under his belt. Accompanying him is his brother, Kai Kuan, who remains in the waiting room. Upon witnessing his brother's elimination, Kai Kuan's expression darkens immediately. In a foul mood, he notices a person in the corner still smiling. Turning his head, he discovers that the smiling individual is none other than the blind contestant. Initially reluctant to engage, Kai Kuan can no longer contain himself. What's so funny? He snaps. Is it amusing that your brother has been eliminated? Kai Kuan strode a few steps toward Chen An, his voice deep and evidently suppressing his fury. The other contestants, witnessing this scene, brightened with intrigue eager to observe the unfolding drama. While Chen An was lost in fantasies of an 80,000 prize, he sensed someone standing before him, speaking. Confused, he queried, "Are you addressing me? Just because you're blind doesn't mean you're deaf, right?" Kai Kuen's tone dripped with slow mockery. A blind man, unable to see, yet still appearing on a show. Are you preparing to elicit sympathy and then exploit it for profit once the broadcast airs? Kai Kuen sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Chen An. With a few cutting remarks, he rendered Chen An utterly worthless in his eyes, as if that were the entirety of his character. Chen An's brow furrowed. Who was this person? He hadn't uttered a single word to provoke him. Was it merely because he perceived him as an easy target? A blind man to bully? Very well, he wouldn't hold back. So, you're a trainee? Indeed, I am a trainee from Beihai Entertainment. My name is Kai Kuen. Remember this, for I am destined to become a star. If you irritate me, not only will you struggle in the entertainment industry, but even on the internet. I shall make your life miserable. Kai Kuen, looking down from his lofty position, let out a cold laugh. 2.5 years of training, skilled in basketball and cooking, for reasons unknown. Chen An instinctively uttered this phrase. What nonsense is this? You rap, and it flows quite smoothly, murmured the other contestants. At that moment, Kai Kuen's eyes flared with anger, as if he had been mockingly teased. How did this guy know he'd been a trainee for 2.5 years? Basketball was indeed his passion, but cooking? That was something others did for him. A future star like him would never enter the kitchen. You've certainly managed to provoke my ire. Kai Kuen was about to retort when the speakers called his name. Just you wait. I will deal with you later. Leaving behind a menacing remark, he turned to adjust his appearance. A self-satisfied smirk curling his lips as he walked toward the spotlight stage. Wow, impressive. As Kai Kuen entered the stage, one contestant shifted closer to Chen and gave him a thumbs up. You dared to provoke Kai Kuen, the one from that path? The contestant looked at him curiously. However, Chen did not respond. Instead, he asked, is Kai Kuen really that formidable? Absolutely, the contestant whispered conspiratorially in his ear. A trainee from Beihai Entertainment who has trained for 2.5 years. Such individuals possess genuine talent. Upon hearing this, Chen An nodded thoughtfully. He mused that this little show had some merit, managing to recruit trainees from entertainment companies. While they had some skill, it wasn't overwhelming. If someone like Kai Kuen could participate, Beihai Entertainment seemed rather unimpressive. At that moment, he had already relegated Beihai Entertainment to the status of a third-tier entertainment company. Meanwhile, on the overhead screen, Kai Kuen appeared on the prestigious stage of One Flower Standalone. His voice resonated, immediately captivating everyone's attention. Even Chen An perked up his ears. After an initial self-introduction, Kai Kuen remarked, "Hello, teacher Xue Qianqian. I see you enjoy playing basketball. Perhaps we could engage in a friendly match sometime." Upon hearing this, Xue Qianqian's interest was piqued, and she responded, "You must go easy on me. I am quite inexperienced." Haha, teacher Xue is being modest. Basketball is merely a hobby of mine. I surely cannot compare to your skills, Kai Kuen replied, feigning humility. Xue Qianqian continued, "Do you have other hobbies?" "Indeed, I do." Kai Kuen replied confidently with a smile. "I have many interests, but if I had to choose my favorites, there are only 4. "Oh, and what might those 4 be?" Xue Qianqian inquired with a laugh. "Singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball." Chapter 12. G&I is stunning. Your interests seem quite diverse. Xue Qianqian remarked with a smile at the boy in front of him, who sported a center-parted hairstyle. He had long since recognized the identity of this contestant. The inclusion of trainees from the company was inherently unfair to the ordinary contestants. These trainees had undergone professional training and had the support of a team, while the ordinary participants had nothing but their own efforts. Thus, despite his lack of fondness for these trainees, he adhered to principles of fairness and listened attentively to their performances. After all, once they chose him, he would be responsible for them until the end. Whether they could meet his standards, however, depended on their abilities. "Now, player Xiao Kai, please commence your performance," Xue Qianqian said with a smile. "Certainly, teacher," Kai Kuen replied, exhaling deeply as he snapped his fingers at the band instructor. A burst of energetic music filled the air, and Kai Kuen's body began to sway rhythmically to the beat. In the next moment, he sang, only because you are too beautiful, baby. The sudden outburst startled both Chen and the musician beside him. What on earth is he singing? The musician Yi whispered into Chen-Chan's ear. It seems to be, Ji is too beautiful? Chen furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. Why does he have such lyrics? Yi it, somehat astonishit. Let us continue listening, Chen said, massaging his throbbing temples as he focused back on the performance of Kai Kun. In the waiting room, upon hearing the initial line of lyrics, more than half of the remaining contestants could not help but burst into laughter. Goodness, Ji is too beautiful? Are you sure it's Ji and not? The catchy lyrics and the somewhat bewildering dance moves elicited laughter from everyone. The only one who remained silent was Chen An, who could not see but could hear the surrounding laughter and singing. While he too found the opening line perplexing, he acknowledged that the subsequent rap was indeed quite good. Truly, the singing skills of these trainees surpassed the majority of the ordinary contestants, he mused. However, he sighed inwardly. This song was certainly lacking in refinement. It was evident that this was a minor show, and the trainees had only this level of talent. In the director's team, Director Chun Su rubbed his temples as he observed the unfolding scene on the screen, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. What is up with this trainee? Why is he singing such lyrics? How will we broadcast this later? The entire director team stifled their laughter as they watched Kai Kun's shoulders shake with amusement. It was not until a basketball was thrown from the side and Kai Kun performed a series of moves that they could no longer contain themselves. It is simply too eye-watering. In the waiting room, laughter was uncontrollable. Even Chen, holding the microphone in one hand and covering his mouth with the other, revealed through his contorted face just how difficult it was for him to suppress his amusement. At this moment, Yi was anxiously pinching her thigh, and within those fleeting seconds, a lifetime of sorrowful experiences rushed through her mind. However, Kai Kun remained blissfully unaware, continuing to dance and sing with unbridled joy. When the song finally concluded, he wiped the sweat from his brow and beamed with a smile, bowing to Chen. Teacher, my performance has come to an end. Ha! Well done, he replied, releasing his grip, nearly bursting into laughter. Quickly clearing his throat to mask his amusement, he added, your performance was commendable. It is evident that you truly enjoy singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Yes, teacher, Kai Kun responded. Well, I shall grant you this vote. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi gently tugged at his arm. Chen looked over in confusion, only to have Yi lean in and whisper something softly in his ear. Witnessing this scene, Kai Kun could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. After 2.5 years as a trainee, this competition was his chance to debut. If he were to be eliminated in the preliminary rounds, the company would likely abandon him. Ahem. All right, Kai Kun, your performance was quite impressive, therefore I will give you. Chen-Chan's serious demeanor sent Kai Kun's heart racing. You pass. The moment those words left his lips, Kai Kun was momentarily stunned, then erupted with excitement. No way. I actually passed. There must be some favoritism at play. This shouldn't be happening. Teacher Chen is known for his fairness. In the waiting room, as they observed the jubilant Kai Kun on the screen, everyone wore expressions of confusion, except for Chen An, who remained composed. He had attentively listened to the entire song. Aside from the slightly infectious opening, the rap segment was quite impressive. Kai Kun certainly possessed some talent, so his advancement came as no surprise to Chen An. After Kai Kun passed, the calling continued, with contestants leaving the waiting room one by one, akin to soldiers heading into battle. Gradually, the atmosphere grew quiet. Last contestant, Chen An, the beauty competition. It was finally his turn. Chen An exhaled, surprised to find himself the last one remaining. He mumbled to himself. The beauty competition is on the far left, as he stood up, guitar in hand, moving towards his left. As he felt his way with the white cane, he unexpectedly collided with a table positioned in the room. Ouch, my foot, Chen An grimaced, having made a rather intimate acquaintance with the table leg. Fortunately, his canvas shoes provided some protection, and after a brief rub, he continued on his way. However, he soon found himself lost. Which way was left? He was momentarily dumbfounded. Upon colliding with the table, He had lost his sense of direction. It must be this way. He hesitated, steeling himself as he ventured forward, soon discovering an entrance. This is it, he sighed in relief, mentally congratulating himself for his cleverness as he stepped inside. Meanwhile, at the beauty competition venue, young Dami turned to her companion and inquired, "Are we still missing one contestant?" Zhang Xiao nodded. Indeed, he had heard the director mention that he was blind. Blind? Young Dami was taken aback, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but upon glancing at the camera nearby, she chose to remain silent. "How many spots do we have left?" she inquired once more. Zhang Xiaoda glanced at the list of contestants in his hand and chuckled. "We are already at full capacity. This blind man has no chance." His expression was rife with disdain, and his laughter was laced with mockery. Next door, on the Yiji Dushio track, Shui Qianqian sighed, counting on his fingers. "Are we down to just 14 spots now?" Yi nodded in response after checking the list. Shui Qianqian felt a bit vexed. Even after lowering his standards, they still fell short by one. Just then, the sound of a cane striking the ground accompanied by footsteps suddenly echoed. An attentive voice inquired, "Have I arrived?" Chapter 13, Do We Take a Wrong Turn? Is it not already over? Shui Qianqian looked in confusion at Yi beside him. Yi, equally bewildered, glanced at the list of contestants in her hand and confirmed, "No, the last one was indeed the final." What could possibly be happening then? In the production team, upon witnessing Chen An's unexpected appearance on the stage of the unique talent competition, Chen Su paused, turning to Li Jing beside him, and remarked, "Did he not choose the beauty contest pathway?" Indeed, Li Jing frowned at the screen, displaying Chen An. Could it be that he took a wrong turn? Upon hearing this, the others quickly grasped the situation. It was certainly plausible. In an unseen scenario, mistakes could easily occur. What should we do next? Should we escort him to the correct venue? Li Ying inquired of the director. Well, Chen Su hesitated before directing his question to another individual. Does teacher Yang Dami still have any tickets left? None. The only remaining ticket is with teacher Shui Qianqian, came the reply. After processing this information, Chen Su turned his gaze back to the screen, displaying Chen An. No need. If he has made a mistake, then so be it. Bringing him to the beauty contest won't advance him anyway. I'll notify the two teachers. Li Jing nodded, picking up her communicator to send a message. At the unique talent venue, Shui Qianqian and Yi remained perplexed, observing Chen An. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Qianqian asked, "Are you a contestant as well?" Internally, Chen An scoffed at the unprofessionalism of the show. Did they truly not recognize him as a contestant? It seemed he needed to expedite his elimination and return to recording music. He nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher." Shui Qianqian mused to himself. Could it be that the production team realized I was short a contestant and specifically found one for me? Yet, why is this contestant blind? Seeing Chen An standing there with a white cane in hand, Shui Qianqian felt a pang of concern. Logically, his pathway should have been the most prestigious. Why were only exceptional talents appearing? May I inquire your name? Shui Qianqian asked. Unfortunately, he had no information about this contestant, rendering him completely in the dark regarding Chen An. Hello, teacher. My name is Chen An, hailing from the Imperial Capital University. Chen An introduced himself. A student? Shui Qianqian nodded, signaling a staff member nearby to fetch a chair for him. Once Chen An was seated, Shui Qianqian began to scrutinize him earnestly. He noticed the guitar strapped to Chen An's back. Could he truly see? Filled with curiosity, he inquired, "So, Chen An, what is the title of the original song you've brought today?" "It's called Someone Like Me." The title left Shui Qianqian momentarily speechless, and he tucked away his last shred of prejudice. While being blind, could a blind person not engage in music? "Very well, Someone Like Me. Please commence your performance," Shui Qianqian said earnestly. Chen An nodded, skillfully retrieving the guitar from his back. To the astonishment of Shui Qianqian and Yi, he proceeded to close his eyes. It made sense after all. Whether his eyes were open or closed seemed inconsequential. With the left hand pressing the chords and the right hand strumming, the distinct division of labor can yield the most poignant melodies. As the prelude unfolded, Shui Qianqian straightened his posture, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Merely this proficiency with the guitar reveals the tremendous effort Chen An has expended to attain such mastery in the unseen realm. Such perseverance warrants earnest consideration. The atmosphere in the room fell into an immediate silence, with the director's team equally hushed. Li Jing, who had just sent a message, lifted her gaze towards the screen displaying Chen An's performance. After a brief guitar prelude, Chen An approached the microphone, his voice gravelly as he began to sing. People like me, so exceptional, should have shone brightly throughout life, yet here I am, over 20 years later, still adrift in the sea of humanity. These 4 lines encapsulated a profound yearning for significance. Shui Qianqian's heart trembled, and he listened with heightened seriousness. People like me, so clever, should have long bid farewell to innocence, yet still I exchanged love for scars. Indeed, those who deem themselves astute often believe they have left naivety behind. However, who truly knows that in the throes of emotional investment, they are frequently the most naive? As the lyrics suggest, one might shed their perceived innocence only to discover, after a chapter of love, that they are already battered and bruised. People like me, so lost. People like me, in search. People like me, so unremarkable. How many such souls have you encountered? As the first verse concluded, Chen An showcased his vocal prowess and masterful guitar skills, successfully moving everyone to tears. A whistling sound resonated, seemingly reminiscing about a lifetime of experiences. Shui Qianqian stood transfixed, gazing at Chen An, while his mind conjured images of his own arduous journey, decades of striving, only to flourish in recent years and rise to prominence in the entertainment industry as a top-tier singer. The lyrics mirrored his own story. Youthful self-assuredness met with harsh reality, eventually leading to an unexpected rise after years of introspection. The words were beautifully crafted. People like me, so mundane, never fond of feigned profundity, yet occasionally, upon hearing old songs, would find myself lost in thought. People like me, so timid, always holding back, yet once I too would have recklessly pursued someone. In his voice, there seemed to be tales woven into the fabric of the song, quietly narrating the untold pasts that dwell within the human heart. How many individuals in this world resist mediocrity, yearning for poetry and distant horizons, yet remain perpetually ordinary? What does it matter to defy fate? Ultimately, one must submit to destiny. You are such a person, unnoticed and uncared for, merely the protagonist in your own world, devoid of an audience or applause. Forever directing and performing your own narrative. As the guitar's notes ebbed and flowed, Chen An's voice articulated a lifetime of discontent, concluding with a self-reflective query. People like me, so solitary. People like me, so foolish. People like me, so unwilling to be ordinary. How many in this world, like me, so inexplicably adrift? Will there be anyone who cares? As the song concluded, Shui Qianqian furrowed his brow, ensnared by its depths. He harbored but a singular thought regarding this melody. It was beyond the reach of those unacquainted with life's tempests. Perhaps the reason behind his blindness was rooted in some past affliction. Unconsciously, he felt a pang of sympathy for the seemingly innocent youth before him. To his astonishment, the production team had orchestrated a delightful surprise in the end. Qianqian, he murmured. Although Yi was equally moved, she hesitated to disrupt the visibly elated Shui Qianqian after glancing at her communicator, her expression complex. What is the matter? Shui Qianqian inquired, a smile gracing his face. After a moment's hesitation, Yi leaned closer to his ear and whispered. Meanwhile, Chen An was fortunate enough to hear the enchanting mechanical voice he had longed for. Chapter 14, Advancement Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Rewards are now being randomly distributed. The rewards have been dispensed. The songs eliminate worries. The dawn has arrived, actor. And a blue pill. Ding. The next check-in location has refreshed. The venue for the semi-finals of tomorrow's star. At this moment, Chen An's ears automatically disregarded all sounds, and he only heard the second item, a blue pill. System, will consuming this allow me to see? Ding. Unknown. The sensation of the blue pill yielded no information. This meant that the specific effects of the blue pill remained a mystery. He cautiously accepted it, deciding to wait for a more opportune moment to try it out. Now is not the right time. After calming his emotions, he recalled the last statement made by the system. Where is the next check-in location? Ding. The venue for the semi-finals of tomorrow's star, the system kindly reminded him. Nanny? Chen An felt utterly disheartened. He had worked hard to reach the beauty competition track only to face elimination, and now he was being directed to check in at the semi-final venue. What the predicament? If he were to be eliminated, he would certainly be unable to fulfill this check-in requirement. He sighed softly. What did you say? Shui Qianqian widened her eyes. Looking at Yi, this fellow is from the beauty competition track, but he simply took a wrong turn. Yi nodded, confirming that this was indeed the message she had received from the director's team. Shui Qianqian fell silent for a moment, glancing at Chen An. However, Teacher Yang Dami has no tickets left. After communicating with the director over there, they had no objections. Yi nodded. Brother, could you please finish your thoughts in one go? Shui Qianqian sighed in relief. To be honest, he was prepared to communicate with Yang Dami himself, as he truly admired her. But since the director's team had already discussed it, he had no issues on his end. Chen An, did you write and compose this song? Returning to the main topic, Shui Qianqian smiled at him. Yes, Chen An nodded, feeling anxious about whether he would receive the ticket. Well, my last ticket. Shui Qianqian stood up and approached Chen An. Congratulations, Chen An, on becoming a member of my distinguished group. Shui Qianqian raised his hand, his face brimming with excitement. Come on, let's celebrate. Distinguished group? Chen An was utterly bewildered. He had not intended to join the distinguished group. How had he ended up here? Haha. You took a wrong turn. Shui Qianqian laughed heartily at the confusion in Chen An. Once you're on my ship, there's no escaping. All right, Fine. Chen An scratched his nose, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, it was satisfactory. Passing the round was all that mattered. Afterward, Chen An was once again escorted into a room. His advancement had surprised all the contestants except for the staff. Particularly, when Kai Kuan also advanced and was on the same track as him, his expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could wring water from it. In a hotel room, Chen An sat cross-legged on the bed after taking a hot shower. With his recent advancement, he could temporarily return home and wait for the production team to notify him for the next session. At this moment, all he needed to do was swallow the small blue pill given by the system. Without hesitation, he took it out and placed it directly in his mouth. It had a slightly bitter taste, but it quickly dissolved, merging with his saliva and flowing down his esophagus into his stomach, subsequently spreading throughout his limbs. Chen An felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. Particularly, his second brother began to swell with blood under this wave of relaxation. Down! Chen An furrowed his brow and commanded, but to no avail. As time ticked away, once the sensation of comfort began to wane, he exhaled nervously and slowly opened his eyes. Why is it so bright outside, yet the lights are off? He remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. It was still no use. He could see nothing. Disappointment lingered in his heart, yet he accepted it with composure. Although his vision had not returned, his body seemed to have become more agile and powerful under the influence of the blue pill. Though Chen could not see, he could feel that his muscles were now well-defined, and his previously flat abdomen had transformed into a set of 8-pack abs. His nose and ears had also become more sensitive. He felt that he could navigate a small area without a cane merely by relying on his hearing. This felt like an unexpected gain. He lay back on the bed, took out his blind phone, sent a voice message to Luo Shiyu, then fell asleep. The next morning, his phone began to vibrate incessantly beside his pillow. Chen An squinted and fumbled to answer. Before he could speak, a woman's voice screamed through the line. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, Chen An. Luo Shiyu's voice was filled with excitement. After listening to the voice message he had sent her the previous day, she had hardly slept that night and called him first thing in the morning. It's just a promotion, a trivial matter. Chen An yawned and sat up. I'm heading back today. Back? Luo Shiyu paused. Aren't you still competing? Why are you coming back? Are you crazy? Chen An chuckled as he regained his alertness. The first episode needs post-production. It will probably take about a week before it officially airs. Only after the broadcast will we begin recording the next episode. Now I understand. Luo Shiyu nodded. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. An hour later, Luo Shiyu picked up Chen An, and, as they sat in the car, he initiated the conversation. Is it true that Penguin is willing to spend $800,000 on that song? although he knew Luo Shiyu would not deceive him. He needed to confirm once more, as this was no trivial sum. Indeed, and after you agreed that day, I signed a contract with Penguin Music. Now we're just waiting for you to record it, Luo Shiyu replied. In truth, she had one more detail to share. Penguin had already transferred the $5 million for the buyout. However, if I were to hand over this $5 million to Chen An right now, he might well presume that I had resorted to robbing a bank. Thus, I shall safeguard it for him and return it when the opportunity arises. 800,000. Chen An remained in a state of elation. For him, if spent according to his usual expenses, this sum would suffice to sustain him for a lifetime. It turns out that stepping into retirement ahead of schedule feels like this. When can we go record a song? He eagerly inquired. You must have the time. We can go right now, Luo Shiyu replied. Then, let us depart. I am free at this moment. Observing Chen An's fervent demeanor, Luo Shiyu smiled gently. All right, let us go. Chapter 15. Moving as they sped along the road. Chen An clutched the seatbelt tightly. Although his eyes were closed, the howling wind rushing past him made it abundantly clear just how fast the young lady was driving. What's the matter? Can't keep up? Luo Shiyu teased, her tone laced with skepticism. Can't keep up? Are you doubting my stamina? Chen An retorted defiantly, puffing out his chest. After taking the blue pill, he could feel the firmness of his abs under his touch, a testament to his newfound strength. Oh, I see. You mean you're a little lapdog? Luo Shiyu pretended to understand, feigning surprise. Unable to contain himself, Chen An reached out, gauged the direction, and playfully tapped her head. What was that for? Luo Shiyu's cheeks flushed, though it didn't hurt. The sudden gesture made her heart race. The term lapdog isn't quite right. Let us choose another, Chen An pondered. How about a sycophant? Luo Shiyu pouted. Chen An's expression faltered. He resolved not to speak another word to her until they reached their destination. All right, we've arrived. Just as he made that decision, he heard Luo Shiyu's voice. Moments later, he felt the car come to a halt. That was quick, he remarked in surprise, but still opened the door and stepped out. Come, I'll guide you, Luo Shiyu said, taking hold of Chen An's arm and leading him toward the Penguin Building. The Penguin Building towered high, housing numerous departments within its walls. The recording studio was located on the 16th floor. Once we arrive, someone will escort you to the recording studio. I want to be joining you, Luo Shiyu informed him. Why not? Chen An asked, puzzled. I'll watch you from outside while you record, she replied. Chen An nodded. He was familiar with the process. They took the elevator, and soon enough, they arrived at the 16th floor, where someone was already waiting for them. Mr. Chen, please follow me, the receptionist greeted warmly. Taking Chen An from Luo Shiyu's grasp. I'll call you when I'm done, Chen An assured her. Okay, I'll be waiting. Luo Shiyu smiled brightly as she watched him being led away. The receptionist glanced at Luo Shiyu, then back at Chen An, shaking his head in admiration. Such a fortunate blind man to have such a beautiful girlfriend. But then again, if he weren't blind, with that face, he would surely be irresistible. What a pity. The recording session proceeded swiftly. Chen An's lack of sight alleviated any nerves, and combined with his remarkable vocal talent, he effortlessly met the standards in a single take. Mr. Chen, your singing is exceptional. It's rare to find a talent like yours among the professional singers who come here, the head of Penguin Music remarked, all the while sizing him up. A person who could garner such attention from that young lady was indeed extraordinary. What a shame he was blind. Surely, her family would never approve of their union. Thank you, Chen An replied with a smile and a nod. Ha. This time our collaboration was delightful. The person in charge expressed sincere intentions, suggesting that should the teacher have more songs in the future, they would still be able to offer a satisfactory price. Indeed, Chen An was also quite pleased. The price offered to a newcomer was a clear indication of Penguin's goodwill. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Chen An departed from the venue and took out his blind phone to call Luo Shiyu. However, just as the call connected, he heard the sound of a phone vibrating behind him. A smile crept across his lips. It seemed that his hearing had significantly improved after taking the medication. Hello. I've finished recording, he said. Great. Can you guess where I am? Luo Shiyu's playful voice chimed through the phone. I guess you were right behind me. Chen An deliberately paused before turning around. How did you know? Upon hearing Chen An's accurate deduction, Luo Shiyu pouted and approached him. I may be blind, but I can hear. Your phone's ringtone was practically in my ear, Chen An replied proudly, though he failed to notice Luo Shiyu's look of surprise. Just moments ago, she had been several dozen meters away, and the ringtone had been rather quiet. How could he possibly hear it? Unable to comprehend, she merely shook her head and led Chen An away. A house? Chen An displayed a look of astonishment. Exactly. It's inconvenient for you to stay at school right now, and I happen to have an empty house outside. You can move in, Luo Shiyu explained while driving. Chen An fell silent for a moment, feeling for the first time that Luo Shiyu seemed quite affluent. She appeared to sense this realization and hurriedly clarified. My father has a small business, and he bought this house earlier. No one is living there now, and I certainly can't let a future superstar live in discomfort. Her light-hearted explanation brightened the atmosphere within the car. Hearing her words, Chen An began to understand a bit more. He nodded, seemingly grasping why Luo Shiyu didn't want him to stay at school. All right, then I'll consider this house as my rental, he agreed, feeling he shouldn't take advantage of her kindness. After all, with 800,000 now in hand, he figured renting a house would be more than sufficient. No need, Luo Shiyu softly replied, a hint of shyness evident in her eyes. We will both live in this house. What? You want to cohabit with me? Chen An exclaimed in surprise. I'll take care of you, Luo Shiyu responded with a nod, reassuring herself that this arrangement didn't qualify as cohabitation, but merely as caring for a blind person. Moreover, her house was quite spacious, with several bedrooms. Chen An had no objections, though he felt it was somewhat peculiar. How had they ended up cohabiting? Soon, the two arrived at a prestigious neighborhood. Wanlu Academy, one of the most luxurious residential areas in the capital, was known for its affluent residents. However, Chen An was unaware of this. He merely thought that Luo Shiyu's neighborhood might be a bit better. Little did he realize it was indeed Wanlu Academy. Taking the elevator from the basement to the 5th floor, a chime resonated in the air as Luo Shiyu pulled Chen An into the room. This will be your residence from now on. I've already arranged a leave of absence for you from school, she said, revealing her small canines with a smile. When she informed Chen An's instructor, the man had responded with jovial laughter, readily granting approval. Chen An nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to inquire about the specifics of her excuse. Where's my room? He then asked. Come, I shall show you, Luo Shiyu replied, leading him to a bedroom. This will be your dwelling place. I reside just across the hall, so feel free to call for me if you need anything. Chen An nodded again. Could you step outside for a moment? For what? Luo Shiyu was taken aback. To take a shower. Do you wish to watch? Chapter 16. The Dark Web. As Chen An's words faded, Luo Shiyu blushed and promptly shut the door. Standing outside, her cheeks burned, and she inwardly chided herself. Why should I concern myself with him? Now I've made things awkward. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly jolted back by the sound of water cascading into her ears. Luo Shiyu straightened up, initially intent on leaving, but the image of a Risku painting behind the door weakened her resolve, nearly causing her to collapse onto the floor. Would Chen An stumble? Did he have a change of clothes? How would he dry himself? A flurry of questions erupted in her mind, with each thought becoming increasingly absurd. Leaving her face flushed, she struggled to suppress the urge to knock and inquire, steadying herself against the wall as she returned to her room. Meanwhile, having finished his shower, Chen An fumbled as he dried himself and then reclined on the bed, completely unembellished. Clearly, Luo Shiyu's concerns were unwarranted. After all, who would don clothing after a bath? Shouldn't a decent person allow themselves to breathe in such moments? Chen An had settled in, and as expected from a major company, Penguin Music swiftly transferred the funds. The song You Are My Eyes was released punctually on the 3rd day. Having invested a substantial sum to acquire this track, it was only natural to generate some buzz and attract traffic. As one of the giants in the domestic music industry, Penguin Music had put considerable effort into this song. Thus, on the day of its release, it drew numerous listeners eager to sample it. After all, when the song first went viral online, many had wished to hear it but were thwarted by the lack of an audio source, resorting instead to replaying the video. Unfortunately, the video's sound quality was abysmal, causing considerable discomfort to viewers. Now, with the audio finally available on Penguin, listeners eagerly clicked in the moment it was released. Chen An experienced a brief resurgence of popularity. Although many loved the song, few paid attention to its creator. However, the name Chen An began to circulate throughout the campus. Labels such as the blind guy, the campus Belle's boyfriend, and a pretty boy swept through like a tempest. Moreover, some astute individuals noted that the upcoming talent show, Tomorrow's Star, had begun its promotional activities. And astonishingly, they spotted Chen An's visage on the homepage. This news left the students dumbfounded, particularly those who harbored animosity towards him, who took to the school forum to express their disdain. A blind person participating in a talent competition. Does he even understand his own limitations? Indeed, does he truly believe that penning a single song could catapult him to fame? Surely, it is only thanks to Luo Shiyu that he could even partake in such a contest. Otherwise, by his own merit, would he qualify? The happenings on the campus forum rapidly spread online, prompting many netizens to adopt a spectator-esque stance, flocking to the promotional images of Tomorrow's Star, where they indeed found Chen An's likeness. Human nature is inherently envious. When individuals perceive others as inferior, particularly those with disabilities, they often succumb to an overwhelming sense of sympathy. However, should they later discover that this disabled individual possesses certain strengths surpassing their own, their latent jealousy would inevitably surge forth. At present, this is precisely the case with Chen An. Upon witnessing a blind musician composing songs that rapidly gain popularity across the internet, and even participating in a talent show, some individuals cannot restrain their envy and flock to the official media of Tomorrow's Star, venting their disdain. Is it not absurd to allow a blind person to compete? If a competition is to be held, it should be conducted properly. What significance does the participation of a visually impaired person hold? Initially, there was a glimmer of anticipation, but now all one can utter is a dismissive scoff. The state of talent shows in the country has indeed deteriorated. It seems anyone, no matter how peculiar, can participate. Amidst the uproar of public opinion, countless individuals online are mocking and attacking Chen An. Fortunately, as Chen An cannot see, he remains oblivious to these matters. However, his lack of sight does not mean that Luo Shiyu is similarly uninformed. This young lady, presently isolated in her room, incessantly switches between her phone, tablet, and computer, engaging in verbal sparring with the online detractors. What do these people understand? What of a blind person? Chen An is an exceptionally talented individual despite his blindness. Such behavior is truly excessive. When the competition commences, Chen An will undoubtedly silence them with his prowess. In a five-star hotel, a young man with a center-parted hairstyle smirks while perusing online information about Chen An. You have wronged me, and I have vowed to make you pay. Indeed, that wave of online trolls was purchased with his money. After the conclusion of the show, he harbored resentment towards Chen An, and with recent revelations regarding this individual's campus life, he seized the opportunity to escalate the situation. You have gained notoriety even before the show has begun. You might as well thank me for it. Kai Kuan chuckles to himself, already envisioning the day the show airs, picturing Chen An being mercilessly criticized. Under pressure, the production team might even eliminate him outright. I wonder how you will manage thereafter. As he indulges in these fantasies within the Tomorrow's Star production team, Chen Su observes the comments beneath the official media's posts with a slight furrow of his brow. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, he could discern that a significant portion of the online vitriol is orchestrated by paid trolls, with only a handful of uninformed netizens being swept into the fray. It is unclear whom Chen An has offended to warrant such a financial investment in defaming him. Shaking his head, Chen Su interlaces his fingers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though the pre-show hype may be negative, it is still hype, is it not? Moreover, Chen An is indeed talented. Once his song is released, this negative buzz may very well transform into genuine admiration. With only 2 days remaining until the first round of the competition airs, it seems prudent to release some edited clips. This preview will likely alter some netizens' perceptions of Chen An, planting a seed that will blossom when the show is broadcasted. Despite the harsh criticism faced by Tomorrow's Star in recent days, they have remained silent without any official response. Finally, on the eve of the premiere, a teaser was released and prominently pinned in the most conspicuous position. When netizens discovered that what they had been anticipating was not a statement, but rather a trailer, they all let out derisive laughter. They scorned the notion of watching, resorting instead to keyboard warfare. Yet, some chose to click on the teaser. For even if they were not interested in Chen An, it featured their beloved star. The maneuvering of tomorrow's stars was quite cunning. They exclusively edited the most captivating moments of the contestants' performances, tantalizing fans and netizens alike, thereby elevating the show's hype to new heights. "Wow, you must go and watch Chen An's segment," exclaimed a surprise comment beneath the official media post. P.S. Hey, I'm back. Chapter 17. I must protect him. Chen An, that blind man. Why pay him any heed? Is he merely performing for sympathy on stage? Apologies. I shall skip over his segment entirely. Some netizens beneath that comment expressed their disdain. Although a few resolutely refused to watch, others, unable to resist their curiosity, clicked on the segment featuring Chen An in the video. On screen, Chen An sat on a chair, cradling a guitar, and his gentle humming instantly captivated the viewers. With just 2 or 3 lines of lyrics, many found themselves utterly absorbed. In an instant, a wave of excitement surged among the audience. It seems we have misjudged Chen An. The competition has yet to officially commence, and already, I find myself eagerly anticipating the entirety of the song. Could there be anyone who feels compassion for someone like me? The writing is truly exquisite. We hastily attacked a blind man based on mere rumors. Surely he must be aware, for how else could he craft such poignant lyrics? Just a brief glimpse of the segment brought tears to the eyes of numerous netizens, even leading some to regret their earlier declarations to never watch. After viewing, many joined the ranks of the remorseful. I truly ought to be ashamed. The director team of Tomorrow's star, Chun Soo, wore a grin that nearly reached the ceiling. Observing the shift in public sentiment online, he chuckled. The editing of the video was orchestrated by him, successfully garnering attention and acclaim while simultaneously redeeming Chun An to a degree. As for why it was merely a degree, it is because a couple of lines alone cannot sway too many hearts. The individual who had disparaged him would undoubtedly rally another wave of trolls. Genuine redemption would have to await the official airing of the competition. In a hotel where Kai Kuan resided, he sat in front of his computer, clad in overalls. His expression dark as he surveyed the changing opinions online. He had not anticipated that just 2 lines of lyrics could alter the perspective of a segment of netizens. At the competition venue, the advancing contestants were unable to witness the performances of those behind them, which meant that, as the final performer, only the mentors and the director team were privy to Chen An's song. Kai Kuan certainly did not believe that a single song could facilitate his resurgence. "Hey, purchase another 5,000 trolls for me. I want that little brat to perish before the competition airs," Kai Kuan growled into the phone. He intended to make this fellow aware of the repercussions of crossing him. A future star is not someone to be trifled with. The thought of Chen An's impending fate made Kai Kuan smirk wickedly. On the eve of the competition's broadcast, Chen An remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding online. Being blind, his primary task each day was to familiarize himself with the arrangement of his room. However, it was somewhat embarrassing that several times he accidentally stumbled into Luo Shiyu's room, mistaking it for the restroom and nearly disrobing on the spot. This understandably startled Luo Shiyu, who began to suspect that Chen An harbored peculiar inclinations. Fortunately, it was merely a misunderstanding. However, in the aftermath, she pondered over what she would do if Chen An indeed possessed such peculiar tastes. Contemplating endlessly, she lay awake in bed throughout the night, ultimately arriving at a conclusion in her heart. What else could she do but accept him? After all, such an acceptance was undeniably thrilling. Despite the uproar online, Luo Shiyu chose not to inform Chen An, wishing to shield him from the cacophony surrounding him. He was to focus on his competition, while she would confront everything on his behalf. "Miss, we have traced the individuals responsible for disparaging Chen An." Upon answering the call, a voice filled with deference resonated on the other end. "Who is it?" Luo Shiyu's tone bore a hint of anger. After enduring prolonged online harassment, she had surmised that someone must have paid for hired voices to create discord. "It is a trainee named Kai Kuan from Beihai Entertainment, who is also participating in the Tomorrow Star selection," the voice on the line explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu comprehended the situation. The trainees in the domestic entertainment industry were notoriously arrogant, and it was evident that something had transpired during the program that led this individual to harbor resentment towards Chen An. Thus, after the conclusion of the first episode's recording, he resorted to hiring online trolls to tarnish Chen An's reputation. Yet, Chen An had remained silent before her, undoubtedly to spare her worry. Feeling a mix of gratitude and growing coldness in her tone, Luo Shiyu resolved, if he can hire trolls, then so can we. My Platinum Entertainment has never feared anyone in this regard. As a leading figure in the domestic entertainment sector, it was merely a matter of lifting a finger to completely obliterate someone's reputation. Understood, Mississippi. The caller promptly acknowledged, but after a moment's hesitation added, Miss, it seems that Mr. Luo is aware of your situation and has recently begun to pay attention to Chen An. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu's expression became somewhat unnatural, akin to a child caught hiding their most cherished possession from their parents. Although she recognized that with her father's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he discovered the truth. Rest assured, Mr. Luo has not mentioned anything. The caller quickly reassured, sensing her silence. Yes, I understand. Luo Shiyu sighed in relief. The caller, witnessing her evident exhalation of tension, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. What kind of extraordinary fortune did this Chen An possess to capture the favor of their esteemed miss? The most infuriating aspect was that this fellow was, in fact, blind to his luck. Should the suitors vying for her attention become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be left questioning their own existence. Shaking his head in disbelief and momentarily envying Chen An, he ended the call. This is a directive from the miss herself. It must be arranged swiftly. It was regrettable for the one named Kai Kuan, who chose to offend the wrong person. Now, his prospects in the entertainment industry would be dire. With a sigh, Luo Shiyu hung up the phone and gazed absent-mindedly in the direction of Chen An's room. Her delicate lips unconsciously pursed. She reminisced about how her initial intention had merely been to compensate him, only to find herself irresistibly drawn to Chen An's remarkable talent. Her father was merely aware of his existence. He likely remained oblivious to the fact that Chen An was living with her. Otherwise, given her father's temperament, he would have stormed over long ago. Suddenly, Luo Shiyu felt a weight settle in her palms, and her exquisite face gradually took on a resolute expression. It seemed that her mission was twofold: to protect Chen An from online harassment while also shielding him from her father's discovery. The burden of her responsibilities felt heavy indeed. The following day, amid the anticipation of netizens, Rising Star aired punctually. Many had already positioned themselves eagerly in front of their phones, eagerly awaiting the program. Among the viewers, only a fraction were there to support their trainee brother, while a significant majority were captivated by the earlier videos, eager to witness Chen An's singing. Chapter 18. As the program commences, the online ridicule begins. At last, it is time to start, and I believe my brother shall be the first to make his entrance. Compared to the others, I find myself more eager to witness the performance of that blind contestant. Chen An, you see, has indeed captivated a significant number of non-fans this time, albeit they're primarily detractors. The purpose of watching this competition seems to be solely to criticize Chen An. Yet, let us not be so harsh, for I perceive him to be quite commendable, and the song he performs is genuinely delightful. As the show kicks off, a multitude of netizens emerges, with Chen An being the focal point of discourse. The pre-competition discussions have already propelled him into trending topics numerous times, garnering attention and rendering him the first contestant to gain fame prior to the official airing, unbeknownst to him. With the broadcast underway, the real-time viewer count in the upper right corner has surpassed 100,000. At least half of them have tuned in for Chen An. Many critics are sharpening their keyboards, poised to unleash their disparagement at any moment. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan gazes at the barrage of comments on his screen, his lips stretching into a grin that seems to reach the ceiling. The fervor of the viewers has been entirely orchestrated by the online army he has summoned, eagerly awaiting the moment when Chen An is mercilessly torn apart. In the rented apartment, Chen An and Luo Shiyu sit upon the sofa. Chen An, blind, relies on sound, while Luo Shiyu pouts in indignation as she reads the comments flashing across the screen. Sensing her discontent, Chen An inquires, "What is wrong? Are there any negative voices circulating online?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu hastily feigns nonchalance, saying, "No, everyone is praising you." Chen An shakes his head in disbelief. Yet he refrains from pressing further, merely asking, "How many viewers are currently watching the show?" Luo Shiyu glances at the viewer count exceeding 100,000, bites her lip, and replies, "Not many, just a few thousand." She withholds the truth, aware that the more popular the program becomes, the more attention the contestants receive. She fears that if Chen An's fame escalates, it might overshadow his current ease, or worse, evoke feelings of inferiority due to his physical limitations. However, Chen An harbors a different perspective. Upon hearing her words, he scoffs dismissively. Indeed, it is but a minor program, with countless viewers in Longhua, yet only a few thousand tuning in. Clearly, he has mentally categorized Tomorrow's Star as a third-rate show. Nevertheless, it matters little to him. As long as he completes the system check-in, he considers it a success. He remains resolute on the path toward regaining his sight. As the show officially begins, despite Tomorrow's Star featuring 3 simultaneous tracks, the segments are aired one at a time. The first to be showcased is the contestants' daily lives upon arriving at the program's base. While numerous trainees and some ordinary individuals strive to present their best selves before the cameras, let us observe what Chen An is engaged in. Chen An is led to his room. While others practice, he slumbers. While others sing, he indulges in idleness. While others begin to familiarize themselves with one another, he meditates. As I observed Chen An's performance in the opening segment, viewers were unable to contain their reactions. Indeed, he proved to be the arrogant individual I had suspected. His arrogance was palpable, as he was blind to the opinions of others. "Look at my brother. He is so handsome. Though my brother is still a trainee, I am certain he will become a star in the future." In contrast, Chen An elicits nothing but disdain from me. Instead of seizing the opportunity to practice, he chose to sleep, oblivious to his own hubris. He is utterly unworthy of sharing the same stage as my brother. Behind the scenes, the director was thrilled to witness the soaring popularity, yet he shook his head at the incessant barrage of comments on the screen. What viewers saw was merely a facade. Behind the scenes, each contestant was filled with pride, dismissing the amateur contestants due to their trainee status. In stark contrast, Chen An seemed unfazed, having received prior notice during filming. Yet the others continued to present their genuine selves. Ironically, those who crafted their appearances were lauded, while the authentic ones faced harsh criticism. Chen Su rubbed his fingers together, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. When the hidden cameras revealed the true moments in the contestants' waiting room, I wondered what expressions would grace the viewers' faces. Although this approach might offend many, Chen Su was undeterred. Bolstered by the support of a powerful figure within the domestic entertainment industry, the show continued unabated, and there was no need for online armies to intervene. The viewers, already tainted by bias, held a preconceived notion against Chen An. If one were to identify the most vilified contestant in the Rising Star competition, it would undoubtedly be Chen An. However, if asked who garnered the most adoration, it would be Kai Kun, with his distinctive attire and striking appearance. He captivated countless fans the moment he appeared on screen. Even before he took the stage, shouts of wanting to bear his children echoed. As Kai Kun witnessed his soaring popularity, it seemed he could already envision a smooth path ahead. The program progressed, and the first segment featured the magical soundtrack. As a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, the singer Hua Qingyu boasted an immense fan base. In his segment, the majority of advancing contestants were trainees funneled in from entertainment companies. For Hua Qingyu, talent mattered little. What counted was the strength of one's connections. Conversely, only 1 or 2 amateur contestants managed to advance under his watch. This reality left many viewers dissatisfied, yet they remained silent, acknowledging that the trainees indeed possessed superior skills. It was, after all, an inherently unfair competition. In the beauty segment, Yang Dami's appearance drew countless admirers, who rushed to the screen, salivating at her fair, delicate features. "Teacher Dami, you remain so radiant." Yang Dami skillfully leveraged her advantages. Her outfit, while revealing, exuded an effortless charm that did not come across as forced. This is also the reason why fans are enamored with Yang Dami. She possesses an extraordinary understanding of men. In her realm, Yang Dami tends to favor contestants who excel in both appearance and performance. Thus, many trainees have advanced under her guidance, alongside a few ordinary candidates. However, following the conclusion of this competition, the final dialogue between Yang Dami and her partner Zhang Xiaoda left the audience utterly perplexed. What do they mean by stating that the blind could not advance? Wasn't there only one blind contestant, Chen An? Furthermore, wasn't it previously hinted that he would be moving to the original competition track? What, then, should be made of their conversation? Chapter 19. Brother Kuan, as Director Chun Su sipped his water, he observed the perplexities displayed on the screen with a contented demeanor. Why not cut this segment? It is precisely this effect we desire. In the realm of entertainment, particularly in talent shows, controversy and conflict serve to elevate the program's appeal. Yet, one cannot help but feel a twinge of guilt towards the young Chen An, perhaps recalling Ming's words from Luo Yang. Even Chen Su found himself momentarily puzzled. However, now was not the time for such musings. The most contentious moment of the inaugural episode was about to unfold. With the conclusion of the beauty competition, the final original performance segment awaited. Following the build-up from the previous rounds, the anticipation for the original segment surged. Suddenly, the screen shifted to the candidates' room. Unlike prior footage, this clandestine filming revealed the contestants' true selves to the online audience. The once amiable trainees now appeared as haughty as swans, dismissing their fellow contestants with disdainful glances, hardly deigning to acknowledge them. This scene sent shockwaves through the watching trainees, filling them with a mix of indignation and anger. How dare the Tomorrow Star production team engage in such covert filming and make it public? Were they unaware of the powerful allies behind these contestants? Regardless of their thoughts, the viewers were left astonished. How could such a perspective be captured? My brother could not possibly be like this. The Tomorrow Star team is tarnishing his image. He could never be such a person. Surely, this is scripted. Amidst the fervor, some fans clung to their beliefs, while onlookers found amusement in the absurdity. Such blind devotion has truly opened my eyes. Nonetheless, this show is rather intriguing. They dare to air such explosive content. Rumor has it that these trainees are backed by major entertainment companies. Does the production team not fear the repercussions? Regardless, we shall simply enjoy the spectacle. As the screen showcased the imperious trainees, anticipation hung in the air. In a corner, the inconspicuous Chun An began to attract attention, especially when he noticed the disdainful glances directed at him, not just from the trainees, but also from the lay contestants. Some viewers felt sympathy for him, albeit only a fraction. Others, however, were indifferent. They relished the opportunity to criticize. Thus, the vitriol directed at Chun An intensified, for many cannot bear to see others thrive, even if he is disabled. Before long, the screen displayed the elimination of a trainee named Kai Su, and Chen An inadvertently smiled. This moment incited the wrath of his brother, Kai Kuan. Do you believe I can make your life in the entertainment industry unbearable? You, a blind man, seeking to assert yourself, do you truly think you matter? In the future, I, Kai Kuan, shall undoubtedly become a colossal star. Should anyone offend me, I will ensure their career is obliterated once the show concludes. The venomous words cascading from Kai Kuan's lips left countless netizens in shock. How audacious of him to issue such threats towards a blind individual. At the outset, Kai Kuan appeared as gentle and amiable as a neighborly older brother in front of the camera, yet behind the scenes, he revealed a vastly different persona. This revelation not only unsettled bystanders, but also caused some of his fans to wear expressions of disbelief. Nonetheless, there remained a contingent of fervent supporters. Kai Kuan is right. What is a blind person doing in the entertainment industry? Shouldn't they remain comfortably in the dark? Some even proclaimed that individuals like Chen An, who flaunt their disabilities in public, deserve to be blacklisted. The reasoning of these ardent fans never fails to astound. At that moment, Kai Kuan wiped the sweat from his brow, startled by the turn of events. He had not anticipated that the producers of the Rising Star program would air such a segment. However, he felt a sense of relief knowing that he still had fans supporting him online. A smirk reemerged on his face. He was confident that his performance would elevate his popularity once more. Luo Shiyu stared at the screen, her hands clenched so tightly that her nails turned pale. her expression darkening with anger at Kai Kuen's threatening remarks. How dare he threaten her? She would ensure that he would face consequences. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen An, who was resting with his eyes closed, her eyes narrowed slightly. Whoever dares to bully you shall find themselves utterly disgraced. She picked up her phone and sent a message. Let the action commence. On screen, Kai Kuen disdainfully glanced at Chen An before striding toward the original performance stage. He soon appeared before the audience. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am Kai Kuen, a trainee for 2.5 years. Please begin your performance. Certainly, teacher. As Kai Kuen's words echoed, a cacophony of music erupted. To the astonishment of netizens, he began to sing. G&I is so beautiful. Oh, G&I is truly exquisite. Accompanied by his captivating voice and rhythmically swaying shoulders, viewers were left dumbfounded. Ha ha, is this fellow here to entertain us? I genuinely don't wish to comment. Yet this song and dance are undeniably the work of a seasoned performer after 2.5 years of practice. 2.5 years of training, adept at basketball and cooking. So that's what Chen An meant earlier. I find myself unexpectedly fond of him. I can't take it anymore. This infernal music has Genie's beauty echoing in my mind. At that moment, the screen, infused with the infectious melody and Kai Kuen's mesmerizing dance, caused an eruption of laughter among netizens. Some content creators immediately tapped into their creative instincts, unleashing a flurry of dynamic memes. As anticipated, Kai Kuen had indeed become a sensation, albeit not in the manner he had envisioned. As he gazed at the screen, filled with laughter and his own expressions, Kai Kuen's countenance darkened significantly. Did this group truly comprehend the essence of his craft? This was, after all, an art form. However, this was not what instilled genuine trepidation in him. It was the realization that a formidable legion of online critics had covertly set their sights on him that would truly send him into a panic. On the screen, as Kai Kuen's performance drew to a close, Shui Qianqian reluctantly granted him a passing mark. The netizens, however, were indifferent to his approval. Their primary focus lay on that almost divine lyric. G&I was simply breathtaking. As events unfolded, Kai Kuen found himself endearingly dubbed Brother Chicken and Kuen D by the online community. But that was a tale for another time. Now, with Kai Kuen's advancement, it was soon the turn of the final contestant, Chen An, to take the stage. Chapter 20 in the starkly empty waiting room. Only Chen An remained. The final contestant to take the stage, naturally drawing the gaze of all present. At this moment, not only were the online viewers captivated, but so were the other contestants, who were keenly curious about what Chen An had sung to garner such a devoted following from merely a few lines of lyrics. Upon hearing his name, Chen An gingerly rose, grasping his white cane and, relying on his memory, made his way toward the beauty contest stage. Observing this scene, the audience online expressed their bewilderment. What was happening? Hadn't he advanced on the original track? Why was he now heading toward the beauty contest? As the spectators pondered this, the screen displayed Chen An, oblivious to the table obstructing his path, as he inadvertently collided with it. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, his features contorting in pain. This spectacle sent the online audience into fits of laughter. Oh my, I can feel the pain from here, one exclaimed. How ridiculous. A blind person participating in a show and can't even navigate properly. Ha ha, he should just go back where he came from and spare us the embarrassment. The laughter, laced with mockery, tugged at Luo Shiyu's heart, who felt a pang of sympathy. So much had transpired, yet Chen An had said nothing, likely to spare her worry. This thought only deepened her feelings for him. In stark contrast, Chen An seemed unfazed, preoccupied with scratching his foot and then sniffing his hand. Ugh, I need to wash up, he muttered disdainfully before heading towards the restroom. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa, a pair of delicate legs rested atop the sofa. Swaying back and forth, young Dammy lay languidly, her ample bosom jostling with the movement. Tears welled in her eyes as she furrowed her brow, fixated on a painful hangnail on her right middle finger. With determination, she extended her left hand and swiftly yanked it off, adhering to the philosophy that enduring short-term pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. After a quick remedy, her attention shifted back to the television, where Chen An appeared. So, This was how he had gone astray on the stage. Yang Dami watched with intrigue, her mind drifting back to Xue Qianqian's enigmatic smile after the show concluded. What had he sung to elicit such admiration for Xue Qianqian? Had she truly overlooked a prodigy? On screen, after colliding with the table, Chen An, now lost, clumsily made his way towards Xue Qianqian's stage. Upon his arrival, Xue Qianqian's astonishment at the sight of a blind contestant elicited a wave of laughter from the viewers. Ha ha ha! Xue Qianqian's expression is simply adorable. Chen An is indeed fortunate. I have calculated that even if he were to enter the beauty competition, the slots for participants have long been filled, while Xue Qianqian still has a vote in hand. Thus, even if he were to compete, advancing would be impossible. It seems too coincidental. Perhaps this individual is not as blind as he appears. As the scene unfolds, Xue Qianqian, having grasped the situation, refrains from saying much. Instead, he gazes at Chen An, who clutches a guitar, with a more serious expression. The attitude with which his counterpart approaches music warrants his respect. Upon inquiring the title of the song, he declares, "Come now, for someone like you, please commence your performance." As these words resonate, everyone before the screen attentively tunes in. In the frame, Chen An settles down, skillfully positioning the guitar across his body. Observing this, some still sneer, dismissing it as mere pretense. Yet, as Chen An closes his eyes and strums the opening notes, many witnesses undergo a sudden transformation. Though many may not comprehend the song, its essence speaks to the innermost voices of the heart. A good song resonates simply by being heard. The mere prelude of Someone Like Me captivates numerous souls instantaneously. Even the illustrious actress, Demi Mi, becomes solemn, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Chen An. As the prelude concludes, Chen An's voice emerges, deep and husky. His kingly vocal prowess enables him to flawlessly navigate various musical styles. With each lyrical phrase, countless viewers find themselves moved to tears. The song Someone Like Me seems to echo the sentiments of the singer, yet the lyrics convey the collective experiences of those watching from their screens. The songwriting is nothing short of divine. A person as exceptional as this has never settled for a mundane existence, yet ultimately succumbs to the trials of daily life. Tears stream down, and I find myself questioning how someone capable of penning such lyrics could possibly be the subject of online disdain. It is a grave sin to mock a blind person. They may not see, but that does not equate to ignorance. I now offer my sincerest apologies to Chen for my previous remarks. To ridicule a blind individual is truly unforgivable. I repent, and I am filled with remorse. We all owe Chen an apology. I refuse to believe he is the trivial figure described online. The genius behind you are my eyes, and someone like me possesses talent that stands unrivaled even in the entertainment industry. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. This song compels me to kneel in its presence, as its simple lyrics strike directly at the heart. Chen An is indeed a prodigy. I apologize, Chen An. As Chen An immerses himself in the performance, those who moments ago awaited the chance to mock and spectate swiftly turn their allegiance, inundating the chat with apologies. How could he possibly have written such a song? Within the confines of the hotel, Kai Kuen's expression darkens, as if he could weep. He grits his teeth, observing the dramatically altered barrage of comments. The screen, filled with apologies, now feels exceedingly glaring. The situation has taken a turn for the better, as I had expended a considerable amount of money to malign Chen An across the internet. I initially believed that after the broadcast of the program, he would be shunned by all, ultimately succumbing to pressure and withdrawing from the competition. However, to my astonishment, a single song has transformed all his detractors into ardent supporters. This blunder has undoubtedly backfired, resulting in significant losses for me. Just wait and see. Do not think for a moment that I will let this slide. Kai Kuen slammed his fist onto the table, his mind racing with plans for the next move, when another controversy erupted online, overshadowing Chen An's popularity and catapulting to the trending topics. Kai Kuen, a kept man by an octogenarian heiress. So, trainee Kai Kuen is being supported by multiple patrons. The revelation of Kuen's benefactors. So this is how GNIS beauty is crafted. Chapter 21. The next song shall be dissolving sorrows. The incessant ringing of the phone on the table interrupted Kai Kuen's contemplation of his next move. Upon recognizing the caller's name, a smile crept onto his face. He reached out and answered the call. "Hello, Sister Xiong. How dare you?" A furious female voice erupted from the other end. Kai Kuen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the outburst from his usually amiable manager. Typically, trainees are not entitled to have their own managers. Yet Kai Kuen, with his remarkable talent, had attracted considerable investment for the company, leading them to support him, even assigning him a well-known manager. However, this time, Sister Xiong, who was typically approachable, had called him to berate him, leaving Kai Kuen utterly bewildered. "Sister Xiong, why are you so angry?" he asked cautiously. "Why do you think?" "Go check the trending topics," Sister Xiong replied coldly. At her words, Kai Kuen instinctively opened the trending list, and in the next moment, his pupils constricted in horror. The private matters he thought were safely hidden were now trending, drawing the attention of countless netizens. In an instant, the reputation he had painstakingly built crumbled to dust. In a state of panic, Kai Kuen exclaimed, "How could this be? How could these things possibly be exposed?" He had been exceedingly cautious, convinced that the paparazzi could never capture him. Yet now, there are not only written accounts, but also photographs and even videos. The exposure of such material would irreparably tarnish his name. Indeed, as he clicked on one of the posts, the comments made his complexion grow increasingly pale. Wow, he was chosen by 8 wealthy women. So this is who Kuen really is. Impossible. My Kuen cannot be like this. Wake up upstairs. Those photos might be edited, but the video is undeniable. TSK. I must admit, Kai Kuen is impressive. He can handle 300-pounders. Not just that. The most astonishing thing is handling 3 of them. That's equivalent to 3 tanks. His physique is truly formidable. Finally found the source of GNI is too beautiful. So this is what it means. From a fan to a detractor, Kai Kuen has disappointed me too much. Count me out. I'm leaving the Kuen fan club. Faced with the flood of comments, Kai Kuen was now thoroughly alarmed. "Sister Xiong, you must take down these trending topics." "Take them down?" Sister Xiong scoffed at his words. "Can't you see that someone is clearly targeting you?" I tried to intervene the moment they surfaced, but to no avail. "Cannot take them down?" Kai Kuen slumped in his chair, his eyes devoid of hope. If even their means could not suppress it, then it was evident that someone was scheming against him. But he had never wronged anyone. Could it be? At that moment, his gaze landed on Chen An, who had just finished performing on screen. The only person he had potentially offended was him. But how could a blind man possess such power? To uncover one's own misdeeds while simultaneously ensuring they remain trending online is certainly no feat achievable by an ordinary fool. Yet if it is not he, then who could it possibly be? As Kai Kuen racked his brain in contemplation, within the confines of the room, Luo Shiyu wore a smug smile, her expression brimming with satisfaction as she observed the scandalous news surrounding Kai Kuen trending online. Who else could it be but her? For having bullied Chen An, she intended to demonstrate her own prowess. With her arms crossed confidently before her, she reveled in the thought that this was merely a fraction of her arsenal. The information she had gathered on Kai Kuen extended far beyond the current revelations, and should she choose to disclose it, this individual would likely face immediate obliteration from the public eye. However, such a swift action would lack intrigue. She preferred to savor the moment, ensuring he experienced the bitter taste of despair step by step. While the online discourse surrounding Kai Kuen reached a fever pitch, Chen An, on the other hand, had secured the MVP title at the talent show. His rendition of A Person Like Me not only cleansed his reputation, but also transformed many of his detractors into ardent supporters, resulting in a surge of genuine fans. Among this newfound following was a particularly enchanting beauty. Young Mi, with tears glistening in her eyes, found herself utterly captivated by the song, lamenting the loss of a talent that should have been hers. The thought of allowing such a person to slip away from her grasp filled her with sorrow, prompting her to weep even more profusely. Little Chen An, you cannot escape," she murmured, her mind beginning to devise a plan for redemption. Such a talent would not be overlooked. At present, Chen An remained blissfully unaware that, due to a single song, he had captured the attention of many. Seated on the sofa, he turned to Luo Shiyu and inquired, "How did the competition go?" Having heard his own singing, he presumed the event was nearing its conclusion. Upon hearing Chen An's question, Luo Shiyu glanced at the barrage of comments before responding with a smile. "The response to the competition has been quite favorable. You must continue to strive in the next round." Chen nodded, oblivious to the fact that her remark about being quite good actually meant he had gone viral across the internet. He mistakenly believed that such a modest program had garnered merely a modicum of attention. With the premiere now aired, the second elimination round loomed ahead. "Tomorrow, you will be recording for tomorrow's Star again. How is your song prepared for this round?" Luo Shiyu inquired with some concern. The originality of the competition carried immense weight, yet it also rigorously tested the contestants' creative abilities. Chen An had already wowed the audience with a remarkable song. If his next composition fell short, public opinion could swiftly turn against him. "Rest assured, there's no problem," Chen An replied with a light-hearted smile. "This song will be no less impressive than the last." Hearing this, Luo Shiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her curiosity soon got the better of her. "What's the title of this song?" With a playful grin, Chen An replied, "This song is called Dispelling Worries." Repeating the title softly, Luo Shiyu's curiosity was piqued. Although she longed for Chen An to sing it for her, she feared that doing so might diminish her anticipation for the show. It would be wiser to await the official broadcast of the program before indulging in the experience. The following day, Chen An was once again escorted to the production team by Luo Shiyu. This time, his arrival captured the attention of all the contestants. Among the most renowned figures in the selection process, Chen An undoubtedly stood out. They had witnessed his remarkable transformation from being a pariah of the internet to a figure celebrated by many. Some netizens even expressed their apologies. His resurgence is truly remarkable. However, apart from him, Kai Kuen's unexpected turnaround took everyone by surprise. Initially, he was deemed the most promising candidate destined for instant fame upon debut. Now, it appears that merely participating until the end of the program has become a daunting challenge for him. Chapter 22. The astute Lord Chen and cannot be deceived. The entrance of Chen and captivated the attention of all the advancing contestants. Initially, many had gathered to witness the spectacle from afar, but their expressions turned to astonishment when they saw the entire internet extending apologies to him, prompting them to retract their previous disdain. Despite being visually impaired, the brilliance of his talent was undeniably radiant. "Chen An, come with me," beckoned Li Jing, elegantly striding out in her high heels. Images of Li Jing cannot be shared here. I will provide them at the end for those who wish to see. With a smile, she gracefully took hold of Chen An's arm. "Let us go. The director asked me to fetch you." Unlike her previous demeanor, this time Li Jing's voice was soft and melodious, her arm brushing against Chen An's as it moved closer to her chest. Indeed, as she had surmised, although he was blind, he was also a genius. Moreover, his countenance was such that she would willingly take the initiative. In contrast to the arrogant trainees, Li Jing found greater pleasure in attending to Chen An unfazed. Chen An subtly withdrew his arm, fully aware of her intentions despite his blindness. The valiant Lord Chen An would never yield to such advances. As they departed, the other contestants looked on with envious disbelief. Such treatment was likely reserved solely for him, and they found themselves wishing to be blind as well. For the privilege was extraordinary, particularly with Li Jing being a striking beauty with long black hair. She was the quintessential dream goddess for men, inciting jealousy among the contestants. In the designated private room, Chen An was assisted into a seat, and Li Jing, with a smile, inquired, "Mr. Chen An, how prepared are you for the competition song?" "I am ready," Chen An replied, sitting cross-legged on the bed. "Would you like to practice? I could request a private rehearsal room from the director," Li Jing continued. However, Chen An shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Sensing his lack of enthusiasm for conversation, Li Jing tactfully refrained from pressing the matter and reluctantly exited, pouting in discontent. With the sound of the door closing, Chen An exhaled a sigh of relief, a smug smile gracing his face. How utterly unscrupulous of the production team to employ such tactics to amplify their notoriety. He perceived that if he acquiesced to Li Jing's advances by the next day, Rumors would circulate about the rising star behaving arrogantly, tarnishing his reputation while simultaneously elevating the production's popularity. Such machinations were commonplace in the entertainment industry, which he saw through with clarity. Yet the clever Lord Chen An would not fall into such a crude trap, for he had already discerned the true nature of the game. Meanwhile, within the production team, following Chen An's departure, Kai Kuan, who had not smiled in ages, finally made his way over. The recent events trending online had left him overwhelmed with work, but thankfully, the turmoil had begun to settle. However, even so, it has led to his considerable loss. Not only have the affluent women who previously showered him with affection turned indifferent, but even the company has shown a marked coldness towards him. All of this stems from the trending topic. To this day, he still has not uncovered who is orchestrating these machinations behind the scenes. Do not let me catch you. Kai Kuan muttered fiercely to himself before slipping his hands into his pockets and striding into a room. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to provoke Kai Kuan at this moment. Yet, despite the unfolding events, the Tomorrow Star program continued to progress methodically. The second episode constituted an elimination round, wherein 36 contestants would compete in pairs, culminating in the elimination of half the participants. Following the broadcast, the production team would conduct a vote to select 6 contestants with the highest popularity among those eliminated, granting them a chance to return. Thus, a total of 24 contestants would advance to the semifinals after this grueling competition. Such ruthless rules compelled every contestant to yearn to reside in the training room. Moreover, this time, everyone had become more astute. Whether on stage or off, they appeared exceedingly cordial, exhibiting deference to one another. Although they did not wish to behave this way, who could predict whether Tomorrow Star would resort to underhanded tactics once again during the official airing? They could endure the first instance, but not a second. Even Kai Kuan wore a smile when interacting with others. He was eager to avoid reigniting turmoil so soon after the prior incident. He needed the prestige that came with winning Tomorrow Star. Securing the championship would pave his way to debuting, and with that debut, he would reach heights unattainable by any trainee before him. Thus, he felt exceedingly confident this time around. This song was crafted during countless sleepless nights, and he possessed absolute assurance that he would outshine all competitors in this elimination round. As for that blind contestant, he was now his target. Since the hired critics failed to ruin you, I shall take matters into my own hands to eliminate you and destroy you. Kai Kuan clenched his teeth, needing to vent the pent-up anger that had been brewing within him over the past few days. Chen An would serve as his outlet. Just wait, you so-called genius. I will show you how my work will triumph over you. While Kai Kuan was silently cursing Chen An in the upper echelons of the nation's largest entertainment company, Platinum Entertainment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was savoring his tea in the presidential office. At that moment, the office door cracked open and a playful head poked in. A soft voice chiming, "Daddy, did you call for me?" Upon hearing this voice, Luo Yangming felt his heart melt. Yet he knew that this time he must not be deceived by the girl's gentle exterior. Otherwise, this little treasure of his would become someone else's. Luo Yangming feigned seriousness, setting down his cup and saying in a deep voice, "Come here." Upon hearing these words, Luo Shiyu stuck out her tongue and swiftly darted through the door, scampering to his side, where she began to knead his shoulders with her small hands. Feeling the pressure on his shoulders, Liang Ming let out a sigh and coughed lightly before inquiring, "I have heard that you have been spending a great deal of time with a blind man." "What blind man?" "He has a name." "Chen An," Luo Shiyu muttered softly. Upon hearing her murmurs, Liang Ming felt a weight in his heart, but he raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I've also heard that you assisted him in participating in a program and even used my name to negotiate the price for a song on his behalf." At this remark, Luo Shiyu ceased her ministrations and merely pursed her lips. Liang Ming sighed again. "My little princess, it is not that I oppose you having a romantic relationship, but I implore you to choose someone of sound mind. I have conducted my inquiries into Chen An. Both of his parents are deceased. He is an orphan and, furthermore, he is a blind man with nearly no hope of regaining his sight. What is it that you see in him?" Chapter 23. A fair duel. What do you see in him? Listening to her father's dissatisfied tone, Luo Shiyu murmured to herself. She admired his talent, his melodious voice, and the way each song resonated with her heart. Yet, she dared not voice these thoughts, knowing her father well enough to understand that he was merely venting his frustrations. Any rebuttal would only exacerbate his ire. As expected, after a brief tirade, Luo Yongming sighed heavily and remarked, "However, his talent is quite remarkable, reminiscent of the brilliance of Zhonghua in his prime." The mention of Zhonghua stirred admiration in Luo Yongming's voice, yet Luo Shiyu's expression soured. "He is nothing but an ingrate. We nurtured him into an international sensation, and he promptly abandoned us for an overseas company." The mere thought of this infuriated her, causing her to pout in indignation. In contrast, Luo Yongming reached out, gently patting her head with a bittersweet smile. Everyone has their aspirations. If Zhonghua seeks greater musical achievements, then only abroad can he find such opportunities. Sensing that Luo Shiyu was about to protest further, Luo Yongming swiftly changed the subject. "I have already spoken to the director of tomorrow's star, and they will take good care of Chen An." Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu's anxiety surged. Observing her distress, Luo Yongming felt a pang of heartache, but maintained his composure. "Do not fret. That Kai Kuan is not always targeting him. I'm granting him a fair opportunity. There will be no online trolls this time. If I am correct, Kai Kuan will undoubtedly challenge Chen An in this competition. If this lad possesses true skill, I wish to see it." With that, Luo Yongming displayed a cunning smile. Luo Shiyu, having heard him, chose not to argue further. She had faith in Chen An. Given his abilities, defeating Kai Kuan head-on would be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, within the tomorrow's star production team, preparations for the second round of competition were underway. All the contestants sat quietly beside their mentors in the arena, while the audience comprised hand-picked, ordinary viewers. The essence of tomorrow's star was authenticity, a vision that director Chen Zhe was keen to capture. With 36 contestants ready, they sat below, sharpening their resolve. Beside Shui Qianqian, Chen An and Kai Kuan sat side by side, both wearing smiles that suggested camaraderie. However, Kai Kuan leaned closer to Chen An, his lips curling into a sinister smirk, whispering, "This time, I will ensure you are expelled from this stage." "What did you say?" Chen An, unable to hear due to the cacophony around him, asked, perplexed. "I said you're doomed," Kai Kuan retorted, leaving that biting remark before turning away. Yet, Chen An remained oblivious, as the auditory enhancements from the system were too powerful, combined with the overwhelming sounds of the venue, rendering him unable to discern the conversations around him. Such was Chen An. Meanwhile, Yang Dami observed the well-behaved Chen An with a gaze filled with curiosity. She was capable of composing a tear-jerking ballad, and even after all these years, he remained the first. The initial moment was snatched away. How could curiosity not arise? As the competition commenced, the host's narration concluded, revealing the names of 36 contestants on the grand screen behind them. Following this, there was a reshuffling, redistribution, and, subsequently, the selection of opponents. The scrolling began, and everyone fixated intently on the screen, holding their breath until the moment it halted. Unable to see, Chen An could only inquire of the person beside him, "May I ask, who is my opponent?" At that moment, Kai Kuan trembled with excitement, turning to Chen An with a beaming smile, declaring, "Your opponent is me, Kai Kuan." Upon hearing this name, Chen An's brow furrowed slightly, and he remarked, 2.5 years of practice?" This comment elicited bursts of laughter from those around them. The phrase 2.5 years of practice had become an internet sensation, spawning countless memes such as Kai Kuan selling himself by the roadside and GNI is too beautiful, to the point where even Kai Kuan himself had become a subject of humorous video edits. "You brat," Kai Kuan gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury directed at Chen An. He was certain this fellow was doing it on purpose. Indeed, a portion of the internet's absurd jokes had been popularized by him. "Just you wait. This time, I will ensure your elimination." After cursing inwardly, he chose not to look at Chen An again. Observing the two formidable competitors before him, Shui Qianqian couldn't help but shake his head. He was somewhat aware of the animosity between them. Regrettably, if given a choice, he would unhesitatingly select Chen An. Kai Kuan still failed to comprehend the disparity between himself and his opponent. Chen, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Why not let me have one of them? Young Dami approached, placing a hand on Chen An's shoulder, smiling as she added, I only want Chen An. Absolutely not, Chen An retorted, rolling his eyes dismissively. This woman had initially rejected Chen and now sought to reclaim him. That was out of the question. So stingy. Young Dami was about to respond, but upon noticing the camera directed at her, she refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Watching You from the Magic soundtrack cast a disdainful glance at the two, harboring a deep-seated contempt. In his view, the contestants from the Magic soundtrack were the most exceptional, while those two were nothing but a heap of muck. He held a modicum of interest in Kai Kuan, who served under Chen, but Chen An, he didn't even bother to glance his way. Having listened to the songs penned by Chen An, he could only think, what on earth is this? There was not an ounce of artistry in them. Both the lyrics and composition would never pass his standards. Chen was no better, allowing subpar talents into his team. As the competition commenced, the first pair of contestants emerged, pitted against each other from the Magic soundtrack and the Beauty track. Both performances were commendable. The contestant from the Magic soundtrack exhibited a strong sense of rhythm, while the one from the Beauty track showcased impressive vocal and dance skills. Both individuals performed admirably. However, their advancement now hinges upon the choices of the three mentors. Watching You refrained from further comment and promptly cast his vote for his subordinate. Similarly, Young Dami followed suit. The final decision lies with Chen, whose vote will directly determine which of the two will progress. After a moment of silence, Chen lowered her gaze before addressing one of the contestants, declaring, My choice is the Beauty track. Upon hearing this, Young Dami beamed with delight, while Watching You's expression darkened immediately. Ah, Chen, are you targeting me? Rest assured, you shall not have it easy either. Chapter 24, What are you doing? Watching You. His countenance darkened, cast a cold glance at Chen. This fellow was undoubtedly targeting him. In his eyes, the contestants under his command excelled in every aspect compared to those in the beauty competition. Yet this man had the audacity to cast his vote for the opposing side. Was this not a blatant act of hostility? Just wait, he thought fiercely, before turning his attention to the next round of competitors. The upcoming duel was between beauty and originality. After their performance, the audience could easily discern that originality had the upper hand. However, without a moment's hesitation, Watching You cast his vote for the beauty category. This decision left Chen perplexed and somewhat irate. Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning or doubting Watching You. This man's unique and eccentric musical style had always been unpredictable, so such a choice was not entirely surprising. As the competition progressed, all three categories showcased commendable performances. Chen, maintaining an objective perspective, did not consistently vote for beauty. After all, Watching You had several formidable contestants under his wing. Soon, amidst the audience's anticipation, the host finally announced the names of Kai Kuan and Chen An. The feud between these two was well known among all competitors. Immediately after the selection round concluded, a swarm of internet trolls emerged to disparage Chen An, and it was obvious who was behind it. Now that the two were facing each other openly, it was presumed that neither would show any mercy. This was the prevailing thought among most, yet it was not Chen An's. To be frank, he had nearly forgotten about Kai Kuan. The online slander and even the threats from before had almost slipped his mind. It was only upon hearing his name called that he began to grumble. Such a trivial affair seemed unnecessarily complicated. One might mistake it for a grand event. Despite his murmurs, the competition had to proceed. After all, everything was for the sake of the spectacle. Kai Kuan was the first to take the stage. He rose confidently as a spotlight illuminated him, his gray middle part adding to his self-assured demeanor. It must be said that, apart from Chen An, he possessed the most impressive presence among the contestants on stage. Standing there, he truly resembled a major star. Good evening, esteemed judges, Kai Kuan said, holding the microphone and bowing slightly. Chen watched him with amusement and, addressing the microphone, inquired, Kai Kuan, is your upcoming song an original composition? It is indeed my original piece, titled What Are You Doing? Kai Kuan straightened his back, casting a glance at Chen An as he spoke loudly. The moment the title was announced, Some audience members could hardly contain their excitement. Indeed, it was unmistakably his style. The title bore a striking resemblance to his previous work. Even Shui Qianqian was taken aback upon hearing the name, followed by a hand to his forehead. "What are you doing? Please commence your performance." As his words faded, the background music erupted with the resonant sounds of the bass and drums vibrating through the air. However, there seemed to be something amiss with the rhythm. Could it be that we had misjudged? Was this song truly something remarkable? Do not guess anymore. Instead, listen. The essence of a song resides in its lyrics. As the audience's voices faded, Kai Kuan raised the microphone, striking an odd pose. In the next moment, "Oh, what are you doing? You're so mischievous." The first line of the song echoed, and the expressions of the audience and Shui Qianqian transitioned from shock, winky face, to bewilderment, winky face, and finally to tears. Even the illustrious Demi Mi was seen holding her forehead, striving to suppress her laughter. In contrast, Hua Qingyu swayed gently to the music, his countenance radiating enjoyment. This song was undeniably to his taste. Chen An, seated in the preparation area, kept digging at his ears. This wretched system had sharpened his hearing to an unbearable level. The current song was almost deafening. The previous song had failed to etch Kai Kuan's image in his memory, but this one left an indelible impression. Could the production team refrain from such absurdity? Even in the absence of funds, they shouldn't hastily recruit someone to fill the gap. This was, quite frankly, worse than a subpar show. Inferior, lackluster, and of poor quality. These were Chen An's current sentiments towards the program. If it weren't for the system compelling him to sign in, he would never have set foot here. Even a man endowed with a system has his limits. Regrettably, the system lacked the discernment. After enduring Kai Kuan's performance, Chen An felt dizzy from the cacophony. As for the others, many were laughing uncontrollably. Yet, Kai Kuan appeared oblivious. He believed this song, crafted with his heart and soul, showcased his lyrical and compositional talent. Ahem, the performance was commendable. Shui Qianqian hesitated before speaking. Indeed, it was quite good. The rhythm and lyrics were on point. A few refinements at certain junctures would render it even more perfect. No sooner had Shui Qianqian finished than Hua Qingyu's voice chimed in. He smiled at Kai Kuan, saying, "I look forward to your subsequent performances." Hearing this, Kai Kuan was evidently elated. Receiving praise from another mentor bolstered his confidence in surpassing Chen An. "All right. Let us welcome our next contestant." Chen An announced the host, microphone in hand, as Kai Kuan stepped off the stage. Upon hearing Chen An's name, all eyes turned in unison. The host hurried over to escort him onto the stage. "Mr. Chen An, do your best," he whispered encouragingly before retreating. On stage, Chen An sat at the center, illuminated by 3 beams of light from above. He exuded an air of melancholy, and his exquisitely picturesque features captivated everyone present. Undeniably, he was the most striking presence in the venue, making even Kai Kuan appear rather ordinary in comparison. With such an image, he could undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier idol if he were to debut. Shui Qianqian stroked his chin, his eyes brimming with admiration. He picked up the nearby lyrics book, glanced at the song title, and inquired, "Dear Chen An, may I ask which song you'll be performing today?" "Xiao Qiu," Chen An replied. "Very well, Xiao Qiu. Please commence your performance." Shui Qianqian extended his hand and casually tossed the lyrics book aside. He had no intention of reading. He desired to truly listen to Chen An's voice. Young Dami, with her arms crossed and legs crossed elegantly, gazed at Chen An with an enchanting glint in her eyes. The song People Like Me had brought her to tears, so she wondered if Xiao Qiu would similarly move her. She was certainly looking forward to it. Unlike the two, Hua Qingyu had never harbored any expectations for Chen An. To him, the young man's songs had never met his standards. He deemed them to be the most rudimentary of compositions, utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 25. I held no expectations for you. The title of the song, Dissolving Sorrow, strikes one as rather commonplace. Regardless, he harbored no expectations. His vote was undoubtedly destined for Kai Kuan. On stage, Chen An embraced his guitar, exhaling deeply before surrendering to the darkness behind his closed eyelids. After all, if sight were to be absent, why not simply succumb to the void? The rhythm of Dissolving Sorrow was equally uncomplicated, a single guitar sufficing for a flawless rendition. Yet, to imbue the melody with greater depth. The arrangement incorporated familiar instruments, such as the harmonica and drums. As the sound emerged, the melancholic notes of the harmonica narrated the tale of the prelude, its voice cascading like ocean waves, enveloping every corner of the venue. The audience, akin to fish, listened intently to the symphony of the sea. As you step into this realm of joy, burdened with dreams and desires, faces adorned in myriad hues, none recall your visage. Chen An's voice melded with the waves, his hands skillfully strumming the guitar, harmonizing with the harmonica, rendering the listeners utterly immersed in the experience. Upon hearing the first line, Shui Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. After years of studying lyrics, these words struck a chord deep within him. Young Dami, too, was entranced, her gaze fixated on the melancholic figure on stage. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the chill of my window. Thus, I can soar against the wind without looking back, unafraid of the rain in my heart or the frost in my eyes. Astoundingly poignant, these lines elicited wide-eyed astonishment from the audience below, all eyes riveted on Chen An, ears perked up to capture every syllable. At that moment, even the backstage crew were transfixed, their gazes locked onto the mesmerizing voice emanating from the screen. Chen An continued, a toast to my homeland, a toast to the distant horizon, guarding my kindness, urging my growth. Thus, the roads of the north and south are no longer long, and my soul finds its rightful place. His mellifluous voice, infused with the narrative of the lyrics, drifted gracefully, the four toasts inducing a gentle intoxication among all present. In a haze, one might envision the silhouette of a wandering youth. Kai Kuan endeavored to stave off the allure of these lyrics, pinching his thigh to remain alert. On stage, Chen An's fingers danced swiftly, each chord a testament to his prowess, guiding him into the next verse. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the chill of my window. Thus, I can soar against the wind without looking back, unafraid of the rain in my heart or the frost in my eyes. As if reaching a crescendo, the narrative of the lyrics approached its conclusion. Chen An released his grip on the guitar, fully immersed in the essence of the words, while the band poured every ounce of their talent into the performance, aware that this moment could immortalize their legacy, and thus they could not falter. Chen, a microphone in hand, infused his raspy voice with the courage to convey to the world, singing the final verse with fervor. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. Forgive my ordinariness that disperses the bewilderment. Well, after dawn, one always departs hastily. The sober are the most absurd. The final note of the lyrics fell, and the audience within the hall widened their eyes in astonishment. A cup of freedom, a cup of death. These two drinks were so potent that they eclipsed the strength of the previous six combined. What had Chen An experienced to craft such shocking lyrics? Suddenly, applause erupted, booming like thunder. Even Shui Qianqian clapped excitedly. Backstage, the staff of Tomorrow's Stars exchanged wide-eyed glances, ultimately looking towards director Chen Su. Taking a deep breath, Chen Su solemnly declared, after this broadcast, we shall ensure Chen An receives maximum exposure. Upon hearing this decision, no one was surprised. Chen An's talent warranted it. In the hall, the applause continued for a full 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. The audience gazed at Chen An as if they were fervent fans admiring their idol. Shui Qianqian, somewhat more composed, carefully picked up the lyric book, attentively reading each line. The lyrics were so compelling that they made him want to kneel. Young Dami, however, was even more dramatic. Unable to contain herself, she wept openly, tears streaming down her face. If her tears flowed freely during people like me, then this song, dissipation of sorrow, unleashed a flood, rendering her weak all over. This was the power of lyrics, amplified by the aftereffects of those 8 cups of wine. In contrast, watching you merely scoffed, unimpressed. Was it truly that remarkable? The song lacked high notes and noise, and could be described as utterly mundane from start to finish. How could such a piece have brought them to tears? It paled in comparison to his own songs. And as for that so-called 8 cups of wine, what nonsense was that? Wouldn't he accept the song, even if it were given to him for free? Kai Kuan strode onto the stage with a grim expression. standing beside Chen An. He suddenly felt that this fellow possessed a modicum of talent. This song was indeed better than his own. Hey, what are you doing? The host approached, standing next to Chen An, revealing a starry-eyed expression. Thankfully, he did not forget his duties. After a light cough, he spoke. Now, esteemed mentors, please cast your votes for these two contestants. With that, he discreetly shot Chen An a reassuring glance, only to remember the other couldn't see it, leading to a bitter smile within. Young Dami was the first to vote. Looking into Chen An's unfocused eyes, her heart brimmed with sympathy. A single song, People Like Me, and another, Dissipation of Sorrow, were enough to reveal the depth of his suffering. The unbearable pain he must have endured was evident. She longed for an opportunity to have a private conversation with him. Without a moment's hesitation, she cast her vote for Chen An. When it was Shwe Qianqian's turn, his gaze was heavy, fixed firmly on Chen An, while he entirely disregarded Kai Kuan. This scene filled Kai Kuan with a mixture of anger and helplessness. Chen An, you are the most talented young person I have ever encountered. Your song Xiao Cho made me willingly offer you my vote. With that, Shwe Qianqian smiled. Even though both individuals on stage belonged to his team, one Chen An could outshine 10 Kai Kuans. Upon hearing this, Chen An slightly bowed, while Kai Kuan, in disbelief, lowered his head, unable to accept that he had been defeated, especially by a brat he had never regarded highly. Just then, a light chuckle resonated. Qianqian, I must respectfully disagree with your statement. At this remark, all eyes turned to Hua Qingyu, whose gaze shifted between the two before finally settling on Kai Kuan. I choose Kai Kuan. As for Chen An, his songs have never met my standards, and I have never held any expectations for him, particularly after listening to Xiao Cho. Chapter 26. You were trash. Upon uttering those words, the entire room gasped in disbelief, with Shwe Qianqian and young Dami staring at him in utter incredulity. Behind the scenes, the director and staff exchanged bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of utter confusion. Was watching you truly this outrageous? Even if his musical style did not align with popular taste. Openly criticizing Chen An was a bit much. It was evident to anyone that the song Xiao Cho held significant value. On stage, however, watching you remained oblivious, continuing to speak for himself. With a hint of disdain curling his lips, he looked at Chen An and declared, among all the contestants, you are the one I have the least expectation for. Both your previous song, Like Me, and this one, Xiao Cho, strike me as mere drivel. This statement left everyone even more bewildered. What nonsense was this? No technical merit? Drivel? Was there something wrong with watching you's mind? If this constituted drivel, then he should attempt to write a song of that caliber himself. Beside him, Shwe Qianqian's expression darkened significantly. Just after he had shared his thoughts on the song, watching you had leapt to criticize it, effectively rubbing his face in the dirt. On stage, Kai Kuan discreetly stepped aside, trying to distance himself and enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Chen An's expression remained impassive, his hollow eyes fixated on Hua Qingyu's position. At that moment, he felt as if he were enveloped in the calm before a torrential storm. Drivel? If Xiao Cho was drivel, then there would be no songs of high quality in existence. What kind of ridiculous show had hired such a subpar judge, perhaps a mere passerby? He gently raised the microphone, letting out a cold laugh as he said, "You don't know a thing." What? The booming voice echoed throughout the venue, and suddenly all eyes were on him. Watching you looked at him in disbelief. Had he truly heard correctly? A newcomer who had yet to step into the entertainment industry dared to retort against him. How audacious. Shwe Qianqian blinked in surprise, marveling at the young man's courage, which resonated well with him. Young Dami, on the other hand, watched him with glimmering intrigue in her eyes. Backstage, a staff member pondered, should we intervene? They were witnessing a palpable tension that was unprecedented. Not necessary, Chen Su replied, narrowing his eyes. Previously, he might have hesitated due to the influence of the companies behind them, but now, with Platinum Entertainment backing them, he felt emboldened. Platinum Entertainment was the leading force among all domestic entertainment companies. With such a powerful ally, what was there to fear? Let them stir up trouble. The bigger the commotion, the more attention it would attract. What did you say? Watching Yu's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. As a mentor and a veteran in the music industry, He was taken aback that this young man showed him no respect. To publicly confront him like this, if he truly entered the entertainment industry, he would surely soar to great heights. However, he was not one to suffer in silence. Daring to confront him publicly, he would naturally retaliate without mercy. What? Do you think I am mistaken? Watching you gazed at him, a cold sneer playing on his lips. It was utterly nonsensical. Did he truly grasp the essence of creation and music? Chen An, having shed his reservations, unleashed his full force. If it came to it, he would simply walk away. After all, the money from selling his songs was more than enough for him to live comfortably. You claim I lack understanding? Watching Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. As a veteran in the music industry, his mastery had surpassed that of countless others. To assert that he did not comprehend music was intolerable. A great song's essence lies in its melody, and a fine melody demands explosive rhythm and soaring high notes. Your two songs, in any regard, lack the essence of a song. They merely recite words. Singing is not mere recitation. If you cannot grasp it, I can teach you, watching you retorted disdainfully, his tone dripping with contempt. Who says a song must be high-pitched? Must one perform on stage like you to be deemed adequate? Chen An scoffed, shaking his head as if dismissing a trivial matter. He had only listened to one of the man's songs, and he could not bear to finish it. The entire piece was a lament devoid of substance. To those unaware, it sounded as if he were conjuring spirits rather than singing. What did you say? That statement detonated like a thunderclap, causing Hua Chengyu to squirm in his seat. He was well aware of the online comments, but had always feigned ignorance. Now, to have it spoken directly to him felt like a personal affront. Only the exceptional can comprehend my music, he spat, a surge of fury propelling his final words. He hurled the microphone aside and stormed off the stage. What a joke, Chen An remarked with a cold laugh as he addressed the microphone. Utterly devoid of artistic merit. Merely an expression of violent aesthetics. The simplest expressions yield the most exquisite enjoyment. Watching you nearly turned back to confront him again. But such an action would undoubtedly be foolish. He had myriad ways to compel this ungrateful individual to kneel and apologize. His departure left the audience in stunned silence, gazing at Chen An as if they were mere straw men. His audacity had been remarkable, yet it felt exhilarating. He had long harbored disdain for Hua Qingyu, and witnessing such a humiliating retort was simply delightful. Sensing the stillness around him, Chen An surmised Hua Qingyu had indeed left. Having already resigned himself to the situation, he knew he could not remain on the show after this incident. With that thought, he placed the microphone down and, supported by teammates with a cane, exited the stage. He had no desire to linger in this wretched program, surrounded by such triviality. At least his mentor was decent. With both individuals gone, the remaining audience members were left in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. Kai Kuan stood smugly in a corner of the stage, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. To dare to confront Hua Qingyu so boldly is indeed a reckless endeavor. Setting aside the fact that his opponent is backed by the prestigious Longfei Entertainment, a leading entertainment company in the country, the sheer magnitude of his fanbase is formidable. Should this incident become public, it would not be long before Chen An find himself subjected to relentless criticism. Yet, he remained resolute, convinced that the uproar caused by Chen An would deter the production team from allowing him to advance. Ultimately, it was Chen An who emerged victorious in this round. At that moment, the host, having received word from the director, announced the outcome with great fervor. Kai Kuan's dreams were instantly shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend why, despite the chaos, the production team still permitted Chen An to progress. When has a variety show ever displayed such audacity, daring to offend a top-tier singer and the powerful forces behind him? Chapter 27. Meeting the parents despite the dramatic interlude. It did not hinder the subsequent competition among the contestants. With Hua Qingyu absent, the voting responsibility was bestowed upon the audience. Kai Kuan sat in the audience, his expression darkened by confusion. He could not comprehend why he had been eliminated at this stage. Given his prowess, he was more than capable of reaching the finals. Yet, no matter how reluctant he felt, he had no choice but to accept reality. It seemed he had come to a realization. why a blind man could participate in the show, why he was unafraid of watching you, and why the production team was willing to allow him to advance despite the chaos. The only conclusion to draw was that Chen An had substantial backing, a force of capital supporting him, the magnitude of which was almost unfathomable. Reflecting on how he had targeted this individual, only for Chen An's scandals to be unearthed, Kai Kuan now recognized that Chen An was no mere underdog, but rather a cunning player in disguise. A shiver ran down his spine as he unraveled the truth. How foolish he had been to underestimate him. This was no ordinary blind man, but rather a formidable blind monk. With his cane in hand, Chen An navigated away from the Tomorrow Star production team, standing alone by the roadside. He scratched his head in mild frustration. Being unable to see made hailing a taxi quite the challenge. Sighing, he lamented Hua Qinyu's foolishness, realizing that his mission from the system had been thwarted. Nevertheless, he did not regret it. If others challenged him, it was only fitting that he retaliated in kind. He decided it was best to call Luo Shiyu for a ride home. As he took out his blind phone and was about to make the call, a woman's voice interrupted. "Young man, need a ride?" It seemed to be the voice of a taxi driver. Chen An did not decline. He reached out to the car door and, once opened, settled himself inside. After informing the driver of his destination, the vehicle slowly began to move. As they departed, pedestrians along the roadside gasped in amazement. "Wow, Panamera! That car must be worth over $2 million. Not just that, it's the top model, easily over $3 million. Another young man being kept by someone. When will I ever have such luck? I'd even settle for a steel wool ball. Dream on. You think you can compare to that guy? He is genuinely handsome." While the onlookers marveled, the quiet atmosphere inside the car was abruptly shattered. The attractive female driver glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked, "Young man, you must be a star. You're quite good-looking." Hearing this, Chen An touched his face, affirming to himself, "Yes, I am handsome. I have a daughter about your age. Would you like to meet her?" The charming driver continued. "No, thank you." Chen An replied with a nod. However, what he could not see was the slight smile that curled at the corners of the driver's lips as she added, "She's really beautiful, and doesn't he have a boyfriend?" At this, Chen An chuckled. "Sister driver, please don't tease me. From your voice, you must be in your 20s. How could you possibly have a daughter?" For reasons unknown, Chen An sensed an abrupt change in the atmosphere of the car. Chen Miling was in remarkably high spirits. How delightful it was to be in one's 20s. Were it not for Chen An's blindness, she might have thought that he was merely flattering her, but the fact that he spoke so affectionately despite his inability to see her filled her with joy. This visit had brought her immense satisfaction. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the community. The security guard initially intended to stop them, but upon recognizing the high-end Panamera, he hastily waved them through. Upon calling Luo Shiyu, she was momentarily stunned to learn that Chen An had returned, and she hurriedly made her way downstairs. "Driver, I have arrived," Chen An announced as he sensed the car coming to a halt, preparing to exit. "Patience. Wait for your companion to come down before you disembark. Be cautious, as you might trip," Chen Miling gently advised with a smile. She found Chen An increasingly endearing. Had it not been for his disability, he would truly be an exemplary son-in-law. Before long, Luo Shiyu dashed down the stairs and reached the spot Chen An had mentioned. However, before she could approach, she caught sight of a familiar white car from a distance. The more she gazed, the more it resonated in her mind as her mother's vehicle. Could it be mere coincidence? She bit her lip and cautiously approached the car. Upon getting a clear view, her heart sank. It was indeed her mother's car. Had her mother come to visit her? Why had she not received any notification? If she were to discover that Luo Shiyu was living with Chen An, how could she possibly explain that? As she furrowed her brow, pondering solutions, the next scene unfolded before her, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Both car doors swung open simultaneously, and Chen An stepped out alongside her mother. Engaged in light-hearted conversation, something fell off. This sight was exceedingly peculiar. Before Luo Shiyu could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Miling glanced at her and remarked, "Ah, no wonder you've disregarded my silly daughter. It turns out you have such a beautiful girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu's mind became a tangle of confusion as she turned her gaze toward Chen An. He approached her, guiding himself with his white cane, and smiled. "Sister, you're joking again. How could you possibly have a daughter at just over 20? Luo Shiyu was utterly taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. What had Chen An just called her mother? Sister? When had he become so articulate? It was well known that her mother despised being referred to as Auntie, as it made her feel aged. Consequently, anyone familiar with her would call her Ling Jia. Yet, her mother certainly maintained her appearance well, despite being in her 40s. She could easily pass for someone in their mid-30s. However, Chen An had boldly declared that she was in her 20s, which was bound to irk her mother. "Young man, the road ahead is widening," her mother remarked with a glint in her eye. Luo Shiyu, feeling the weight of her mother's gaze, lowered her head and grasped Chen An's arm, leading him back. Chen Miling sighed, lamenting the fleeting nature of youth. When had she ever seen her daughter display such shyness? Yet, Chen An remained oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere. Upon returning home, Luo Shiyu concocted yet another excuse to descend the stairs. "Mom," she said softly, akin to a delicate kitten, as she approached Chen Miling and entwined her arms around her mother's. Observing her daughter's playful demeanor brought a smile to Chen Miling's face. "What is this? Have I uncovered your secret romance, prompting you to act all coy?" "Not at all." Luo Shiyu's cheeks flushed crimson. "All right, I am not here to cast blame. I merely wish to assess the character of my future son-in-law." Chapter 28. The storm reignites at this juncture. She paused for effect, observing Luo Shiyu's eager gaze before continuing. The young man possesses commendable qualities. Were it not for his visual impairment, he would indeed be quite remarkable. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu exhaled in relief, yet her cheeks flushed increasingly red. What was she so anxious about? Their relationship had not even been established, and she was already contemplating familial introductions. At that moment, Chen Miling gazed at Luo Shiyu and affectionately ruffled her hair. "You're no longer a child. There is no need for secrecy when it comes to dating. In my view, this Chen An is a fine young man, talented and good-looking, aside from his blindness. He is truly admirable." The fact that he had received Chen Miling's endorsement was significant. If she deemed him unworthy, he would likely be swiftly dismissed from her daughter's life. Thus, her current words indicated her acceptance of Chen An. "I'll handle your father's work. As for Chen An's aspirations in the entertainment industry, after the talent show concludes, I will do my utmost to facilitate his entry into platinum entertainment. We mustn't let our advantages benefit outsiders." With that, Chen Miling donned her sunglasses and slipped into the car. Just before departing, she added, "Chen An will receive some assistance from the company for this program, but not an excessive amount. Ultimately, whether he can reach the finale and secure the championship depends solely on his own abilities." With a swift press of the accelerator, the car sped away. Luo Shiyu bit her lip, discerning the implication behind Sister Ling's words. Chen An could make a spectacle of himself on tomorrow's stars, but the championship would ultimately hinge on his own merit. Securing the title would pave the way for his inclusion in platinum entertainment and even win her mother's approval. However, what seemed a daunting task to others appeared manageable to Luo Shiyu when it came to Chen An. Despite the substantial investment in this program and the presence of numerous entertainment companies among its stakeholders, many of whom were seasoned trainees, they paled in comparison to Chen An. This realization had struck Luo Shiyu the moment she heard Chen An's first song. His talent was unparalleled. Upon returning home, she found Chen An seated cross-legged on the sofa. Luo Shiyu plopped down beside him, tilting her head in curiosity. "Why did you return so quietly this time?" Hearing this, Chen An rested his chin on one hand, furrowing his brow as he sighed, and recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Luo Shiyu puffed out her cheeks in indignation. "That watching you is utterly outrageous. What does he know?" "Indeed," Chen An nodded. "By the way, is this guy highly regarded in the entertainment industry?" His blindness had left him with little knowledge of the world of entertainment since his arrival. "Watching you," Luo Shiyu murmured, contemplating for a moment before deciding against divulging the truth to Chen An. She did not wish to burden him with excessive pressure. After all, he was merely a budding singer, and his songs had yet to find an audience. Indeed, Chen An nodded. His conjecture was nearly spot on. How could a small show afford a big star? It was evident they had merely enlisted an ignorant bystander, utterly oblivious to the nuances of the industry. This farce was hardly worth participating in. Yet, it was somewhat lamentable as the semi-finals were approaching. Meanwhile, Hua Qingyu, in his hotel room, was so incensed that he nearly shattered everything within reach. A prominent star like him had never endured such indignity. How could someone who barely qualified as a newcomer dare to openly contradict him and spew nonsensical retorts? He found it utterly intolerable. And as for the rising stars, how they had once groveled to enlist him as a mentor, now they displayed such insolence, even allowing Chen An to advance. It was as if they mistook him for a mere cartoon character. As he picked up his phone, poised to call his agency for assistance, a call from the company came through at that very moment. Surely, they were aware of his grievances and had come to offer solace. Watching you answered, adopting the gentlest tone, "Hello." Yet, before he could continue, a grave voice on the other end interrupted him, stating firmly, "You are to remain a mentor on the rising stars, and you shall not target Chen An again." Hua Qingyu stood frozen, expecting words of comfort, but instead receiving a stern warning. Wasn't he the company's golden goose? Just as he was about to inquire further, the voice uttered a few chilling words that rendered him speechless. Platinum Entertainment. How could he possibly be associated with them? Upon hearing this revelation, Hua Qingyu could no longer maintain his composure. Platinum Entertainment, a titan of the domestic entertainment industry, could obliterate any star's career in an instant, even that of a top-tier celebrity. Yet how could it be? How could this insufferable fool be linked to Platinum Entertainment? Hua Qingyu sank to the floor, knowing that words from his own agency were seldom mistaken. Still, he was unwilling to accept this fate, even if he were indeed connected to Platinum Entertainment. He was merely a newcomer. He refused to believe that the company would jeopardize its standing for the sake of an amateur. The larger the company, the fiercer the competition. Platinum Entertainment was no exception. They would not squander their resources on a mere novice. Most likely, he was just a trainee within the ranks. Realizing this, Hua Qingyu exhaled in relief. However, even so, he resolved not to confront Chen An directly. He would orchestrate events behind the scenes. For Platinum Entertainment would hardly exhaust themselves to undermine him for a newcomer. Who did he think he was? A prince consort? It was utterly laughable. With his plans firmly laid out, a smirk crept across his lips as he commenced his machinations. Before the program officially aired, he would ensure Chen An's reputation lay in ruins. The headline contestant's arrogance leads to open defiance against mentor would surely captivate many. It was not long before a sensational trending topic emerged online, skyrocketing to the forefront, bolstered by its popularity. Countless netizens, upon encountering it, eagerly clicked to delve deeper. Shocking. Contestant disrespects mentor, publicly insults him. A headline, accompanied by a fabricated narrative and deliberately misleading screenshots, has once again thrust Chen An into the spotlight. How astonishing. I previously felt a twinge of sympathy for him, yet it appears he is but an arrogant individual. He cannot even endure a few words of critique from his mentor. Perhaps he should return home to reflect on his mental fortitude. Indeed, my dear Hua is a deity in the realm of music, and pointing out his errors should be regarded as a sign of respect. Yet, this fellow seems displeased. Ahem, I must interject. What you say is flawed. The sorcerer is a deity of magic, not of the music industry. Chapter 29. Advancing to the semi-finals, the emergence of trending topics has reignited the fervor of the online community, which had only just settled into a semblance of calm. Within the span of a single day, discussions surrounding Chen An dominated the trending list, capturing the attention of countless onlookers who were more interested in the spectacle than the underlying causes. A few screenshots and snippets of dialogue were sufficient to sway the opinions of the masses, who chose to believe only what was immediately visible to them. I take back my previous words. Such a person is hardly worthy of consideration. A vacuous apology. He ought to be apologizing to Hua instead. How dare a newcomer openly challenge a top-tier star? Does he truly believe himself to be on par with the elite? Ridiculous. Chen An, in my view, is unfit for the entertainment industry. The vitriol directed at Chen An has once again reached its zenith, with topics of openly defying mentors and refusal to accept discipline skyrocketing to the forefront of discussions. Yet, for every critic there are supporters. Following the last competition, Chen An has garnered a devoted fan base, who refer to themselves as the Sword Brigade, vowing to clear the path for him and pierce through the darkness that surrounds. Thus, when detractors emerged, the Sword Brigade swiftly retaliated against the trolls and hired critics. Among them, the most formidable force is a netizen known as Brother Tadeo. In response to a single insult, he is capable of dispatching nearly 10 counter-messages in mere seconds, leaving his opponents thoroughly dismantled. Consequently, Brother Tadeo holds a prominent position within the Sword Brigade. He is always at the forefront of any large-scale confrontation, brandishing his metaphorical sword and roaring, "My sword is insatiably eager once again." This phrase has become his signature motto, instilling fear in countless detractors. Take, for instance, the current trending topic. Despite the abundance of critics, Brother Tadeo's speed in responding is unparalleled. Whenever a disparaging comment about Chen An appears beneath the title, one can be assured of Brother Tadeo's presence. By heavens, Brother Tadeo is valiant. Fellow comrades, rally behind him. They exclaim, "If you dare criticize my Chen An, you must first seek Brother Tadeo's approval." In the realm where Brother Tadeo dwells, no dissent can flourish. The trolls face their demise. I stand firmly with my dear An. Someone capable of composing songs as exquisite as those I pen cannot possibly be as they are portrayed. My sword is insatiably eager once again. No one anticipated that Chen An could cultivate such a united and powerful following with merely 2 songs. The Sword Brigade, living up to its name, lays waste to all in its path under Brother Tadeo's leadership, effectively silencing the fair-weather commentators. Only a few paid trolls and fans of Watching You continue to orchestrate discord. At home, Luo Shiyu scrolled through her tablet, her brow furrowed, and her lips gently bit. One could easily deduce that this was the handiwork of Watching You. Even before the elimination rounds officially aired, images from the inner circle had leaked. It seemed only he could achieve such a feat were it not for Sisterling's restrictions preventing her from utilizing the company's resources. She would have retaliated long ago. Swallowing this indignation was simply intolerable. Nonetheless, the Sword Brigade is indeed impressive, she murmured softly, observing their charge in the comment section. There exists a group of ardent fans who have become Chen An's protective shield online. She tilted her small head in contemplation, and after a brief moment, logged into her alternate account on Weibo, adopting the username The Bloody Girl, protecting and then to join the Sword Alliance. How could the guardianship of Chen An be complete without her? Let the trolls step forward. I shall take on 10. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of a high-end hotel, Watching You savored his glass of red wine, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the unfolding narrative surrounding Chen An online. The prolonged inaction of Platinum Entertainment confirmed his suspicions. This individual was merely an expendable trainee. With this realization, Watching You prepared to stoke the flames further. As for the true circumstances at the scene, would Tomorrow's star dare to expose them? To offend a top-tier celebrity and the financial power behind him over a mere trainee? He was confident that Tomorrow's star knew the right choices to make. Chen An, you may as well resign yourself to being a fallen shooting star, he mused, pride swelling within him. At that very moment, however, a surprising post appeared on Weibo from Shui Qianqian. It was a single sentence. Who is right or wrong will be revealed when the show airs. Shui Qianqian. Upon reading those words, Watching You was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his teeth and forced out 3 words from his throat. He had never anticipated that Shui Qianqian would post such a statement at this juncture. Although not explicitly stated, the implication was abundantly clear. Did he truly believe the production team would dare to reveal the actual events? Impossible. The production team was not foolish enough to risk their own reputation for the sake of truth. While Watching You felt unperturbed, Shui Qianqian's words left the online community in stunned silence. As Chen An's mentor, what was the intent behind this post? Did it suggest some hidden truth? Could it be that Chen An was wronged? Surely not. The trending topics clearly indicated that Chen An had openly confronted Hua and left the scene in defiance. What hidden details could there be? Yet, if this were indeed the case, why would Qianqian post such a message? The entertainment industry was indeed fraught with complexities. Perhaps it was best to await the airing of the show for further discussion. Qianqian had stated that clarity would come with the broadcast. It was wiser to refrain from criticism until then. I refused to believe it. Chen An must be in the wrong. My hua could never err. As the enemy was detected, my fervor surged once more. Goodness, Brother Tadeo. While the online discourse raged on fervently, Chen An remained blissfully unaware, as tranquil as ever. He had presumed the production team would not summon him again, yet was taken aback when they called him that very morning, instructing him to participate in the upcoming semi-finals as scheduled. Upon receiving this news, he was momentarily stunned, then responded with a grin, "Why would I not go? Once I complete the semi-finals and fulfill the system sign-in task, I shall claim my rewards and retire." He hopes to secure the reward for treating his eyes this time. Moreover, since it is the semi-finals, he must prepare accordingly. No longer will he play the guitar. He will focus solely on singing, and for this occasion, he has chosen the song actor. This piece is more than sufficient for the semi-finals. As for whether Hua Qingyu will attend, it is of no consequence to him anymore. Should the other party provoke him again, he will not hold back this time. Furthermore, actor possesses both soaring high notes and intricate techniques. Its essence, lyrics, melody, and skill are all exquisitely crafted. Once this song is performed, Hua Qingyu will have no choice but to listen in reverence, for it is a composition he could never hope to create in his lifetime. Chapter 30 The show begins. The production team at tomorrow's Star anxiously gazed at director Chen Su, voicing their concerns. Director Chen, are we truly going to reveal the actual circumstances of the scene? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Chen Su. The situation had already escalated online, with all blame directed at Chen An. Though the means by which the scene's footage had leaked remained a mystery, they could easily surmise that it was the handiwork of Hua Qingyu. This individual was notorious for his petty nature within the industry. Given that Chen An had confronted him publicly, it was hard to believe he would simply swallow his pride. Most netizens had already accepted the trending news as fact. If they were to disclose the true events that transpired during the incident, they would not only offend the influential Hua Qingyu, but also the powerful capital backing him. Chen Su tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the computer screen. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke decisively. "Go ahead. I will take responsibility for any fallout." With this declaration, the staff exchanged glances, each letting out an inward sigh. They had been on the brink of transforming tomorrow's Star into a sensational phenomenon, yet it now seemed that this episode might send them spiraling back to square one. The might of Hua Qingyu's backing was not to be underestimated. Their actions undoubtedly risked provoking him to the utmost. With their current resources, it would be all too easy for him to stifle tomorrow's Star. Unless, of course, they had another source of power to support them. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere around him, Chen Su understood their unspoken thoughts. While Hua Qingyu's capital was formidable, what if he revealed that Platinum Entertainment was on their side? How could they possibly retaliate against that? Furthermore, the support from Platinum Entertainment was a secret known only to Chen Su. What perplexed him was that their willingness to assist stemmed solely from Chen An. He recalled the words of Luo Yangming. Chen An must be treated with absolute fairness. It was clear to anyone with discernment that this meant Chen An should not be wrong during the program. Just who was Chen An to warrant such personal intervention from Luo Yangming? Chen Su shook his head. The machinations of the powerful were far too intricate for someone of his humble stature to comprehend. For now, he resolved to follow their directives and let them handle any fallout. With a decision reached, the pace of the production team quickened, and they finally approached the premiere of the second episode amidst the anticipation of netizens. The moment had arrived, and he was eager to witness the actual events that had transpired. Don't be naive upstairs. Even if something did happen, it would be classified as a broadcasting error, and the production team would be foolish to release it, someone remarked. Indeed, if tomorrow's Star were to do that, wouldn't it tarnish their own reputation? Are you truly convinced that a broadcasting error occurred? I, for one, have faith in my Hua. That Chen An is nothing but trash. Upstairs, my blade is once again itching for action. Prepare to face the consequences. Goodness, Blade Brother. As the program commenced, countless comments surged across the screen, while Chen An's fanbase, the Sword Brigade, simultaneously focused on targeting those disparaging him in the comments. Whenever a challenge arises, Brother Dada wields his knife without hesitation. At this moment, Watching You is keenly attentive to the premiere of the show. Su Qianqian's words instilled a sense of unease within him, prompting him to personally oversee the proceedings. He remained skeptical that the production team of Tomorrow's Star would dare to air it. Concurrently, Su Qianqian is also watching the premiere, harboring genuine admiration for Chen An. A young man of talent, beauty, and charisma, he is a rare gem in these years. Aside from his slight disability, he is exemplary in every other regard. This admiration is precisely why Su Qianqian is willing to take risks to advocate for him. He cannot bear to witness a talented youth being crushed by the forces of capital. As the program commenced, the host delivered a short advertisement before elucidating the competition's rules. Upon witnessing each contestant's opponent, the audience's curiosity was instantly piqued, particularly regarding the match between Chen An and Kai Cohen. It remains uncertain whether the production team intentionally paired them together. However, what truly matters is that this episode boasts two compelling storylines, one involving Chen An and Watching You, and the other featuring him and Kai Cohen. Following the previous episode, where Kai Cohen's performance was humorously edited into various comedic videos, endearingly dubbed Brother Chicken by netizens after his 2.5 years of training, his popularity has surged. Nevertheless, when compared to Chen An, it pales in significance. The contestants possess commendable abilities, and I find myself fond of both in the opening round, although regrettably, only one can progress. The rules of the competition are quite ruthless. Advancement hinges solely on one's merit. Have you noticed that when Su Qianqian selected contestants from the beauty track, Hua Qingyu's expression soured? It stands to reason that the individuals facing elimination may belong to his category, and his displeasure is rather understandable. The discussions surrounding the first pair of contestants were fervent, further affirming the explosive popularity of Tomorrow's Star. As the viewership and engagement continue to swell, it has undeniably become a sensational phenomenon in contemporary talent shows. One can surmise that whoever emerges victorious will experience a meteoric rise to prominence. Thus, every contestant invests their utmost effort in each performance. Naturally, the three mentors of the program have garnered considerable admiration as well. The show progressed swiftly, leading to the much-anticipated competition between Kai Cohen and Chen An. Their rivalry has been brewing since the previous episode, and viewers are eager to witness their true strengths. Kai Cohen's last performance brought joy to many, and curiosity abounds regarding what he will sing this time. Finally, Brother Cohen takes the stage. The wait has been worthwhile. Kai Cohen has become my source of joy these past few days, and I am keen to discover his next song. I merely request that you refrain from performing that previous song, for it is truly hypnotic. The melody of GNI, Tai, Mei lingers in my mind. Under the gaze of netizens, the screen illuminated as Mentorship Qianqian inquired, "May I ask which song you brought this time?" Kai Cohen responded, "It is a song I have devoted countless days and nights to crafting, titled Io, What Are You Doing?" Upon hearing this, the online audience erupted into laughter. "Io, what are you doing? Goodness, that title could make me laugh for an entire year." Covering faces in amusement, Brother Cohen's style is always so unexpectedly delightful. Do not laugh, for who knows, it might just be a rap song. Indeed, it is not unusual for a rap song to bear such a name. Look, he is about to begin singing. Amidst the fervent discussions, Kai Cohen finally commenced his performance. He leaned closer to the microphone, singing with a confident and enchanting voice. "Io, what are you doing? You are so naughty, what are you doing?" Chapter 31. Shocking the entire internet, netizens exclaimed, "I apologize, I take back what I just said." The opening line left me astounded for an entire year. This revelation is even more astonishing than Genie's beauty. Is this truly the legendary song crafted over countless days and nights? Oh dear, what are you doing? Cohen, I implore you, please refrain from creating any more music. I concede defeat. Kai Cohen sang fervently, perspiration dripping from his brow, while the audience erupted in laughter. This gentleman absolutely must not be eliminated. What shall we watch if he departs? Indeed, if he leaves, I will have no material left for my video creations. Cohen is the eternal deity. He may be the most renowned figure after Chen An. At this moment, Kai Cohen gazed at the comments from netizens, silently lifting his head to prevent the tears from falling. It was simply heart-wrenching. He had devoted 2.5 years to practice, a year and a half of which was spent learning to compose, all to return with a resounding impact. Who could have anticipated that the song he painstakingly crafted would be perceived in such a manner by netizens? Alas, it seems fate plays cruel tricks. On the screen, Kai Kuan finally completed his entire song, and the audience, including Shui Qianqian and Yang Mi, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Only the master, Luo Shiyu, exhibited appreciation, gently swaying to the music. After his performance concluded, it was finally Chen An's turn. Meanwhile, the bullet comments began to scroll frantically. Where is the sword of justice? Protect the comments. Let us see who dares to act recklessly. My blade is once again insatiably eager. The fierce girl safeguarding and brandished her 80-meter sword. As soon as Chen An took the stage, the members of the Sword of Justice appeared with remarkable speed. Such unity and swiftness left many netizens dumbfounded, causing some would-be critics to shrink back in hesitation. The brother with the sword is not one to be trifled with. He has been known to face 10 critics single-handedly. His rapid-fire retorts and unique insults leaving many adversaries in utter disarray. Therefore, anyone contemplating criticism of Chen An must first weigh the might of the brother with the sword. Nevertheless, there remained a few onlookers in the comments section discussing the performance. After listening to Kai Kuan's song, they could finally cleanse their ears with Chen An's music. Without a doubt, Chen An's songs are truly exceptional. It has been quite some time since I heard a tune so captivating. I wonder what song Chen An will present this time. It should align with his previous style. I'm already filled with anticipation. Alas, such a talented and handsome young man, yet tragically, he is blind. With Chen An's entrance, discussions among netizens reached a fever pitch. On screen, Shui Qianqian glanced at the lyrics in his hands and smiled. Chen An, may I ask what you have named your song this time? Chen An replied calmly. The original song is called Xiao Cho. Very well, please commence your performance. With that, Shui Qianqian tossed the lyrics aside, his smile radiating admiration as he observed him. Yang Dami's gaze was filled with curiosity as she looked over, while Hua Qingyu wore an expression of disdain. Observers online began to express their bewilderment. What could be the meaning behind Hua Qingyu's demeanor? When Kai Kuan took the stage, he appeared appreciative. However, upon Chen An's entrance, he was overtly dismissive. Who does he look down upon? Does this magician truly believe in his own prowess? I've begun to question the authenticity of the news. Let us continue to watch. On stage, as Chen An's voice resonated, he cradled his guitar, and the gentle sound of the harmonica emerged. Once the prelude concluded, he commenced singing. Merely the first 2 lines left all the viewers momentarily speechless. Even some hired commenters found themselves bewildered, momentarily neglecting their duties. This song was extraordinary, sorrow dispelled, encapsulating the myriad experiences of life. With dispelling sorrow, Chen An achieved unprecedented acclaim. 8 cups of wine reflect the vicissitudes of existence. Every word is steeped in liquor. Every experience woven into tales. What a magnificent piece Dispelling Sorrow is. I wonder how Hua Qingyu could possibly critique this masterpiece. Indeed, if such a brilliant song could be faulted, I would consume my phone. He could spend a lifetime attempting to pen something comparable to Dispelling Sorrow, and I would view him as a mere jester. The truth is evident. The trending topic must be fabricated. As listeners absorbed the song, none could remain still. Each was brimming with tears. If I, with my straightforward words, articulate the most poignant tales, then Dispelling Sorrow employs the most sophisticated language to paint the experiences of all. This song once again affirms Chen An's exceptional talent. Do not think that merely participating in tomorrow's stars is necessary. Even without such involvement, the release of this song would propel Chen into instant fame. Thus, although the public remains unaware of the unfolding events, Dispelling Sorrow has deepened their faith in Chen An, for this song is utterly devoid of flaws. Witnessing the sudden surge of criticism online, Hua Qingyu furrowed his brow and sent a message via his phone. He believed a comeback was impossible. As long as he was present, Chen An should remain subdued. Just 1 minute after sending the message, a flurry of skeptical comments flooded the screen. I cannot fathom what you find so moving. This song is mediocre. Without Hua's intervention, I could easily point out numerous flaws. A newcomer is still a newcomer. Does he truly think that a stroke of luck allows him to defy his mentor? Hua is a top-tier artist, a venerable figure in the music industry. Chen An's lack of gratitude towards his guidance, along with his open defiance, reflects poorly on his character. I can only scoff at such arrogance and suggest his banishment. The entertainment industry has no need for the conceited, especially one as blind as he. How perplexing that a blind person would take the stage, apparently seeking sympathy to launch a career. Upon witnessing an influx of detractors targeting Chen An, the members of the Legion group were instantly incensed. My sword is once again yearning for action. Brothers, rally to my side. Let us protect Chen An and vanquish these naysayers. Behold my bloodthirsty blade, ready to strike you down. The sword team indeed proved their mettle, immediately engaging in a confrontation with a group of critics. Meanwhile, on stage, Chen An's voice completely captivated the audience, even bringing tears to Yang Dami's eyes. Xue Qianqian furrowed his brow, meticulously studying the lyrics of the entire song. Only Hua Qingyu remained disdainful, shaking his head dismissively. On stage, Kai Kuan and Chen An stood together, awaiting the final verdict. Unsurprisingly, Chen An received 2 votes. It was Hua Qingyu's turn to comment. He coldly remarked to Chen An, I choose Kai Kuan. In my view, your song did not meet my standards. While everyone else holds expectations for you, I do not. I have never had any expectations for you. Upon hearing these words, an eerie silence enveloped the internet, and within the hotel, Hua Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. How could the production team have dared to air such a statement? Chapter 32, Poetry as Eyes. Chen An as master Hua Qingyu could hardly fathom that the entertainment industry, which had always prioritized power and fame, would dare to reveal such a scene. Although he did not perceive any wrongdoing in his previous actions, the out-of-context snippets that had circulated on social media were utterly dismantled following the broadcast of this segment. Consequently, his ambition to render Chen An a fleeting meteor was completely dashed. Hua Qingyu could not believe that a rising star would be foolish enough to risk enmity with him by releasing this segment. Unless Chen An was backed by a formidable force that instilled fear in them all. Could it be Platinum Entertainment? Suddenly, the thought struck Hua Qingyu. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that only with the backing of Platinum Entertainment could the rising star exhibit such audacity. Realizing this, he slumped despondently onto the sofa. Platinum Entertainment, the vanguard of domestic capital, had a vast reach across various domains. Its influence extended beyond the entertainment sector, touching realms such as animation, literature, television, film, gaming, and amusement parks, achieving a breadth that left other entertainment companies envious. Thus, the strength of Platinum Entertainment was unparalleled. They possessed an abundance of top-tier talent and even more traffic, ensuring that other companies' leading artists were perpetually subordinate in comparison. This was why many stars sought to join Platinum, or were apprehensive of its might. Despite Hua Qingyu's arrogance, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of Platinum Entertainment. If Chen An were merely a lowly trainee, it would be inconsequential, as there were throngs of trainees at Platinum, mere ants in a grand scheme. However, if he had the backing of a powerful figure within Platinum, the situation would be entirely different. Feeling a twinge of panic, Hua Qingyu took a moment to compose himself. His previous attempts to tarnish Chen An's reputation had occurred before the emergence of Platinum Entertainment, and his recent conjectures were merely speculative. What if he was mistaken? It would only serve to disrupt his own plans. Hence, he decided to observe the situation quietly. Having come to this realization, Hua Qingyu redirected his gaze towards the screen. Simultaneously, netizens were incensed by a statement made by Hua Qingyu during the live broadcast. The quality of Jiuqiu was evident to all. Even seasoned lyricists and composers would not dare to speak in such a manner. He had never held any expectations for him. Did he truly think anyone anticipated his performance? Upon hearing this, Chen An could hardly contain his indignation and confronted him publicly. In the end, Hua Qingyu, infuriated, smashed his microphone and stormed off. This scene sent netizens' blood pressure soaring. So this was the crux of the matter. Hua Qingyu had some nerve to point fingers. deserving a couple of hefty slaps in return. A sorcerer even emerged to add insult to injury, proclaiming that their beloved An did not require his expectations. He should remain in his own domain. My blade once again thirsts for action. Watching you, beware. Brave blade brother. I must add, Hua, your arena is the realm of sorcery. Not that of song. You should know where to go. In the barrage of comments, the netizens were aflame with indignation, mercilessly criticizing Hua Qingyu, regardless of whether they were fans of Chen An or not. Even those who attempted to defend him quickly became targets of scorn. Hua Qingyu had indeed incurred the wrath of the masses. His popularity had already been precarious. Had the trending topics been genuine, there might have been some sympathy for him. But with the truth now unveiled, any defense was futile. It would be generous to merely refrain from a more severe backlash against him. While Chen An's actions may have been somewhat extreme, one cannot deny their effectiveness. Had I been in his position, I fear Hua Qingyu would have already been hospitalized. When given respect, he is addressed as a mentor. When disrespected, he amounts to nothing. Indeed, he dares to offer guidance to Chen An and dispel sorrow. Yet to me, he appears merely as a jester prancing about. Fear not, An, for we shall stand by you. Let anyone who dares to bully you first reckon with us. The Sword of Justice team has expanded, and I too shall be a guardian of An. In the comments, numerous netizens once again voiced their support for Chen An, while Hua Qingyu found himself facing severe backlash. Conversely, fellow mentor Shui Qian gained considerable followers due to a single remark. After all, it is common to add embellishment, yet rare to offer genuine assistance, especially in the fame-driven entertainment industry. Had it not been for his words, the number of people criticizing Chen An might have swelled even further. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Platinum Entertainment, Luo Yongming sipped his tea while observing the broadcast of the Tomorrow Star program. Beside him, a graceful woman practiced yoga, her gaze also fixed on the screen. This was none other than his wife, Chen Miling, the matriarch of Platinum Entertainment. This young man's talent is indeed remarkable, and his personality resonates with me, Luo Yongming remarked. Chen Miling turned to him with a smile, teasing, "Are you beginning to accept this son-in-law?" Upon hearing the term son-in-law, Luo Yongming abruptly swallowed the words he was about to utter. The mere thought of his beloved daughter being enamored with this blind man made him feel as though he had swallowed a dead fly. If Chen An were merely blind, it would be simple enough to dismiss him. Yet, his undeniable talent made it impossible to overlook. Each of his 3 songs reached an exceptional standard, a feat unheard of in recent years among any singer or producer. Should this young man maintain his trajectory, he could very well become a second Zhonghua, or even surpass him. Logically, one would think that a father would not be overly troubled by his daughter's affection for such a person. Yet, the fact that he is blind complicates matters. Luo Yongming had inquired about his condition and learned that recovery was exceedingly difficult, with no current means of restoration available domestically. If his daughter were to marry this young man, would his cherished princess not become his servant? Sighing, Luo Yongming rubbed his temples in frustration, struggling to devise a solution. Observing his distress, Chen Miling rose from her yoga mat and sat beside him. I perceive that Chen An is quite a commendable young man, possessing admirable qualities in various respects. Being an orphan, should Shiyu marry him in the future, it would indeed be feasible for Chen An to join our family. Luo Yongming shook his head, offering a wry smile. Joining the family through marriage? This lad resembles my younger self, possessing a certain integrity. I doubt he would consent to such an arrangement. Upon hearing this, Chen Miling shot him a look of disapproval, stating, "Who says he must join through marriage? We have only Shiyu as our daughter, and the vast estate of Baijin will undoubtedly be entrusted to her in the future. You can nurture Chen An. With Shiyu as the focus and Chen An at the helm, his intelligence will surely enable him to manage Baijin effectively." Chapter 33, Beyond Reason. Foreseen intentions to entrust the family business to Chen An? Upon hearing this audacious decision, even Luo Yongming was taken aback, his deep-set eyes casting a scrutinizing glance at Chen Miling. Subsequently, he reached out to touch her forehead, perplexed. "No fibe? Why is she talking nonsense?" Chen Miling shot him a glare, swatting his hand away. "I understand your concerns. We have no son, and Shiryu is merely a girl. The world of capital is far too perilous for her. Do you truly wish for her to be devoured by those wolves after your retirement, leaving no bones behind? Upon hearing this, Luo Yongming chuckled, pulling Chen Miling into his embrace. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? His tone shifted to one of gravity. Baijin Entertainment represents the pinnacle of domestic capital. It is not something just anyone can take over. Choosing Chen An is a possibility, yet it is not without its challenges. Indeed, Chen Miling nodded. I can nurture other aspects, but one thing is paramount. This boy must treat Shiryu well. Should I discover any ulterior motives? Luo Yongming's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Enough with the intimidation, Chen Miling said, pushing his head away as she prepared to rise. However, Luo Yongming tightened his grip around her. What are you up to? Chen Miling looked at him, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Madam, have you ever heard the saying? What? Li Yinpa may be old, yet he can still fight. Meanwhile, with the airing of the program, Chen An found himself once again in the limelight, alongside his song Xiao Chou. The lyrics, laden with references to 8 cups of wine, brought tears to countless listeners, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle intoxication that deepened with each listen. A truly remarkable song demands a slow savoring to fully appreciate its essence. Xiao Chou is not merely an exceptional song. It is also a compelling narrative. Chen An closed his eyes, massaging his temples, inhaling and exhaling as he yearned for enlightenment. What are you doing, Xiao An? The voice of Luo Shiyu suddenly chimed from behind. Chen An paused, lifting his gaze slightly, adopting a pose that was perfectly pretentious at a 45-degree angle, and replied softly, I am contemplating Archimedes' theory. Archimedes? Who is that? Luo Shiyu tilted her head, her puzzled yet playful expression utterly adorable. Chen An was well aware that the remarkable historical figures of Earth did not exist in this parallel world. His feigned profundity had but one purpose: to impress. What does it mean to impress? It is to expound upon a plethora of concepts one does not fully understand, then to elaborate on them with stories equally obscure, thus creating an illusion of knowledge. Archimedes' theory posits whether the gravitational force from an apple's descent could trigger a volcanic eruption, thereby obliterating the land of cherry blossoms. Chen An proclaimed with feigned profundity, regardless of Earth or this parallel world, the animosity towards the land of cherry blossoms was deeply ingrained. As anticipated, Luo Shiyu's eyes sparkled at his words. Is it really that impressive? Feeling the gaze directed towards him, Chen An couldn't help but chuckle internally. This girl was indeed easily deceived. However, one must exercise moderation in the art of pretense, lest one be unmasked. He cleared his throat softly and inquired, has the program aired? What has been the public's reaction online? Given the significant broadcasting mishap that had occurred on-site, it was inconceivable that no news had escaped. Moreover, the production team had expressed a willingness to reinstate him for the semifinals. In Chen An's view, it was evident that substantial edits had been made to the official broadcast. Luo Shiyu pondered for a moment and replied, there hasn't been much of a response online. In fact, there seems to be considerable support for you. Her words were a blend of truth and fabrication, stemming from her concern that knowledge of the situation might adversely affect Chen An's subsequent performances. Chen An shook his head slightly, skeptical of Luo Shiyu's claims. Surely, she was merely comforting him. If there had been no reaction, who could possibly support him? He had initially thought the show was small, but it turned out to be even more insignificant than anticipated. His songs, while not of the highest caliber, were certainly of commendable quality, yet they had failed to elevate the program. How disappointing. What kind of obscure corner did this program emerge from? He lamented internally. System, in the future, could you refrain from assigning me to such a subpar show? After all, I'm a time traveler. His dissatisfaction echoed in his mind. The system responded. By the way, Chen An, the next round is the semifinals, and I've heard that this broadcast will be live. How prepared are you for your song? Luo Shiyu asked, looking at him. Live? Chen An murmured, looking down. Rest assured, the song is ready. It's called The Actor. Upon hearing the title, Luo Shiyu pressed her lips together, her gaze toward Chen and tinged with compassion. Each of Chen An's songs, from You Are My Eyes onward, resonated with deep sorrow. Perhaps it was his eyes, or perhaps it was his experiences, but each melody struck a profound chord within the hearts of listeners. His latest song, Drowning in Grief, had brought countless individuals to tears. As for the new song, the actor, Luo Shiyu, feared it would rival Drowning in Grief in emotional depth. For the concept of an actor encompasses so much. Each person plays a role in life, donning various masks. What role, Chen An, do you embody? Luo Shiyu was uncertain, yet she recognized that he had become the leading man in her heart. In preparation for the semifinals, Tomorrow's star had invested considerable effort. With the momentum gained from the previous 2 episodes, the promotional campaign for the semifinals had garnered significant attention. Particularly for Chen An, his popularity had surged to alarming heights. Every mention of him in the prior episodes had sparked interest, and coupled with the power of his music, his name had firmly etched itself in the minds of netizens. Many eagerly anticipated what song he would present this time. Simultaneously, Tomorrow's star had introduced a voting mechanism for resurrecting eliminated contestants, allowing viewers to vote for previously eliminated participants. The top 6 candidates with the most votes would be reinstated, advancing to the semifinals. Soon, the voting period will come to a close, and the list of 6 contestants will be unveiled. Upon seeing the name of the frontrunner, all present wore expressions of anticipated understanding. Kai Cohen, the most popular among the eliminated contestants, affectionately dubbed Cohen Gu or Cohen Cohen by netizens for his 2 songs, is a figure whose absence would undoubtedly diminish the show's allure. Each of his songs consistently defies expectations, and without embracing his musical influence, how will one cleanse their ears come the time of Chen An? Thus, Kai Cohen's advancement is both a matter of reason and expectation. Chapter 34. Targeted once more present. The trending topics are overwhelmingly dominated by discussions surrounding the semi-finals of Tomorrow's Star and Chen An. Since the program's inception, it has captivated the attention of nearly the entire internet. Chen An has emerged as an extraordinarily popular contestant, with each of his songs garnering immense affection from countless netizens. Particularly remarkable is his identity, a determined blind man, proficient in playing the guitar, piano, and other instruments, possessing an astonishing talent for composition. His debut tracks, You're My Eyes, People Like Me, and Sorrow Relief are all masterpieces that have moved many to tears. Despite his blindness, Chen An's other attributes are exceptional. Standing at 6 feet tall, he possesses a naturally handsome appearance and outstanding vocal skills. When all these qualities converge in one individual, he becomes exceedingly radiant. Yet, even brilliance draws envy. Take Hua Qingyu. For example, after the competition concluded, he initially worried but soon realized that Platinum Entertainment was not aiding Chen An, which eased his concerns, leading him to believe that Chen An might not be as supported as he had imagined. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Hua Qingyu shook his head. Of course, why would Platinum Entertainment assist a blind man? Who did he think he was, the Prince of Platinum Entertainment? Although he had heard rumors of the owner having a daughter of unparalleled beauty, such a person would never be interested in a blind man. Hua Qingyu scoffed, dismissing his own thoughts that celestial beauty should be his pursuit. With his talent and appearance, perhaps he could seize an opportunity to meet her, and who knows what might transpire. In the entertainment world, he would soon be strutting with confidence. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Shifting his focus back to Chen An. First, he needed to deal with this young man. He should not think he could provoke him in public without consequences. Even if Tomorrow's Star aided him once, he doubted they could do so a second time. This time, he would ensure Chen An's utter disgrace. With this thought, an air of conspiracy gleamed in Hua Qingyu's triumphant eyes as he let out a sinister chuckle. Meanwhile, amidst the anticipation of netizens, the semi-finals of Tomorrow's Star were finally upon them. Chen An received another invitation from the production team to attend the live broadcast. As the advancing contestants arrived at the venue, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Kai Cohen, having been resurrected as the first eliminated contestant, exhibited a peculiar demeanor upon seeing Chen An, his previous arrogance dissipating. Instead, he took a step back, yielding space to his rival. Only Hua Qingyu stood at a distance, observing with a face full of schadenfreude. The show was about to begin. Shui Qianqian noticed Hua Qingyu's gaze and expression, feeling a twinge of unease. Was this guy plotting something against Chen An? However, Chen An remained largely unfazed, perhaps indicating that he had never experienced significant emotional fluctuations throughout this ordeal. After all, in his mind, this rising star was merely a third-rate program paired with third-rate judges. How much influence could it possibly wield? Thus, he resolved to approach the situation with a calm demeanor, knowing that as long as he completed this task, he could easily concoct an excuse to withdraw from the competition. However, during the preliminary phase of the semi-finals of the Rising Star competition, a piece of news surfaced online that stirred considerable controversy. It reported that, in commemoration of those who perished in the catastrophic rainstorm of September 26th, some older netizens were suddenly reminded of a fading memory. This was a chapter in history that everyone wished to forget. On September 26th, 20 years ago, an extraordinary deluge struck a town. In just 3 days, the torrential rains caused buildings to collapse and rivers to overflow, resulting in countless casualties. When this news first broke, it shocked the entire nation. Whether in the past 20 years or the 20 to come, that storm was undoubtedly the most significant natural disaster. The death toll within the town reached staggering numbers. Thus, every year at this time, the nation observes a moment of silence in remembrance of those who lost their lives. Today was no exception, as countless netizens lit their phones in tribute to their fallen compatriots. Yet, amidst this solemn observance, an ill-timed, trending topic emerged. Rising stars, Chen An insults the victims of 926. Beneath the headline were seemingly vague chat messages that indeed expressed disdain for those who perished on September 26th. The speaker's identity was obscured, leaving no clear indication of who it was. Yet the individual was nonetheless linked to Chen An. As soon as this trending topic surfaced, it quickly occupied the most prominent position on social media. The majority of entertainment enthusiasts were young people, while those who commemorated September 26th were predominantly middle-aged individuals. They were indifferent to the entertainment industry, and thus were unaware of Chen An's accomplishments, let alone his music. When the disaster occurred, they were still youthful, vividly recalling the events of that time. The loss of lives during that calamity remained a deep-seated sorrow within their hearts, and the thought that someone would openly insult the deceased was unbearable. Some irate, middle-aged individuals immediately took to their phones to search for the name Chen An. Upon discovering that he was a young, rising star in the entertainment world, their outrage reached an apex. September 26th represents a collective wound for the nation. For someone to emerge and provoke discord on this day was akin to pouring salt into an open sore. Such fury was intolerable, especially coming from a figure they had never cared for. Once again, Chen An became the focal point of criticism, and this time, he found himself the target of national ire. What a disgrace. He may present a handsome facade, yet his words are utterly offensive. How were your parents able to raise you? If you cannot articulate your thoughts respectfully, it would be better to remain silent. To insult the deceased should warrant a complete ban. What purpose does such a person serve? Isn't the ban a bit too lenient for him? He should be apprehended and paraded before the public. I would never allow him to escape unscathed. Interestingly, I just discovered that this individual appears to be blind, a fitting consequence for his malevolence. How audacious of a blind man to speak so brazenly. Has he no one to keep him in check? It seems he has genuinely incited public outrage this time, particularly among the older generation who are criticizing Chen An remarkably. Even the Sword Brigade and Brother Dada have refrained from retaliating this time, instead choosing to clarify matters online. Clearly, this situation indicates that someone is orchestrating the narrative. Those disparaging Chen An are merely misled. It suffices to help them see the truth. Chapter 35. The protagonist, however, among this group of individuals, there were certainly numerous detractors. With the Dao Xiong's keen perception, he could easily identify them within moments, followed swiftly by the Li Jian Tuan swarming in. Yet, despite this, their efforts remained futile. Once again, Chen An found himself thrust into the eye of the storm. This time, however, it was different from before. He had now incited the ire of the entire nation. Regardless of whether he was unjustly accused, Chen An was undeniably under immense scrutiny. Without substantial evidence to prove his innocence, the ultimate outcome would see this brilliant star reduced to a fleeting meteor. The pressure on this rising star was considerable. This wave of public opinion was unlike any he had faced previously, an affront to history that ignited national outrage, escalating to a societal level of impact. Consequently, the production team was momentarily taken aback. Chen Su, massaging his temples, pondered whether Chen An had a penchant for creating chaos. His ability to generate controversy was astonishing. Almost every episode's commencement was preceded by news about him. The first two episodes had been manageable, but this semi-final was about to deliver a bombshell. If mishandled, it was uncertain whether he would even take the stage, especially given the attention from higher-ups that had evidently been drawn to the situation. Meanwhile, on the evening 3 days before the competition commenced, a neurosurgeon emerged wearily from the entrance of a hospital in a city, navigating familiar streets. He arrived at a roadside stall he frequented, ordered his meal, and settled down beside it, indulging in a moment of respite while scrolling through his phone. As he did so, a news article regarding the tragic events of September 26th caught his eye. 926. He murmured softly, then opened his calendar. Indeed, it was the anniversary of that fateful day. Reflecting on this, Li Wensheng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The calamity that struck 2 decades ago had claimed countless lives, many of whom had fallen before his very eyes. He vividly recalled the harrowing scenes he encountered while accompanying the rescue team to the site. The brutality of that day remained etched in his memory. Sighing inwardly, he continued to read, but when he came across the recent discussions in which a young celebrity had insulted the victims of the 926 disaster, he was both infuriated and amused. In this age, it seemed that those monsters of the entertainment industry would say anything for the sake of popularity. In honor of the victims of the 926 disaster, Li Wensheng felt compelled to deliver a lesson to them. The rescue team had first-hand knowledge of the events that transpired during that tragic time, particularly the 10 most touching incidents that had shocked the nation. Anyone who witnessed them would surely shed tears. He clicked on the trending topic and was preparing to type a message to this so-called young celebrity when one name unexpectedly caught his attention. Chen An? Li Wensheng murmured, frowning slightly. Why did that name sound so familiar? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to search for Chen An instantly. Images and information about Chen An's participation in the program appeared on his screen. A blind spot? Upon witnessing that this young man was in fact blind, a flicker of disbelief ignited in Li Wensheng's eyes. Seemingly struck by a revelation, he hastily clicked on Chen An's photograph, magnifying it. His gaze fixated on that visage as if searching for some telltale sign. At just 20 years of age and blind, if this were indeed the case, he surely bore a scar on the back of his head. Li Wensheng abruptly rose, clutching his phone, and dashed toward the hospital, neglecting even the meal placed before him. Ignoring the proprietor's calls, upon arriving at the hospital, a few duty nurses were momentarily taken aback by Li Wensheng's return, and observing his flustered demeanor, they inquired with concern. Dr. Li, what is the matter? Where are the medical records of the rescue victims from the 926 disaster 20 years ago? Li Wensheng urgently questioned. The nurses, being most familiar with the old cases, were quick to respond. It seems we have them on the computer. Dr. Li. Whom are you searching for? The head nurse remarked as she opened the computer system. Without further ado, Li Wensheng typed Chen An into the case file system to validate his suspicions. 20 years prior, they had rescued 5 children named Chen An, yet only one was blind. It was him. Li Wensheng's gaze remained fixed on the photograph on the screen. It depicted an infant barely a month old, named Chen An, who was the central figure in the most poignant of the 10 remarkable events during the 926 disaster. When this child was discovered, the river had just breached its banks, the raging waters sweeping away a nearby village. By the time they arrived, it was too late. However, one haunting image left all who witnessed it in a state of shock, tears welling in their eyes. For amidst the tumultuous waters, a pair of hands were raised high, desperately clutching a crying infant. In the face of torrential rain and rising waters, a mother had offered her child a glimmer of hope through her own sacrifice. This heart-wrenching scene, captured in a photograph and disseminated widely, moved the entire nation to tears. Once the medical team, of which Li Wensheng was a part, rescued the child, they discovered that the infant had suffered severe trauma to the brain. Although they had saved a life, the impact had inflicted irreparable damage to his visual nerves. rendering him blind. This meant that the child would likely never see again, whether 20 years ago or in the present. The medical techniques to repair nerve damage were exceedingly rare, primarily available abroad, and the chances of success were a mere 20%. Now, 2 decades later, Li Wensheng pondered the fate of that child. He gazed at the image of Chen and Radiant on stage, and then back at the photograph of the infant on his computer. The resemblance was indeed striking. Could it truly be him? In Li Wensheng's eyes lay incredulity. Who could fathom that a child, having survived such a calamity, an orphan, a blind soul, could ascend to such dazzling heights as to become a star? If this were the case, then the trending topic could not possibly be genuine. How could a child emerging from a 926 disaster disparage the memory of those who perished therein? Immediately, Li Wensheng discovered the 10 most poignant news articles regarding the 926 disaster online, and, after finding the piece about Chen An, he accompanied it with a lengthy commentary and promptly shared it on the internet. As soon as the news broke, it spread across the web at lightning speed. Upon encountering the accompanying images and the myriad pieces of evidence within the text, netizens were left in utter disbelief. What? Chen An was actually the infant who survived the 926 disaster? How could this be possible? I refuse to believe it. Such an absurd occurrence seems unimaginable. Could the fabricators not conjure a more credible tale? Such statements are so preposterous that even a ghost wouldn't believe them. Chapter 36. You will regret it, my friend. Could you weave a more credible tale? Such absurdities are hardly believable. Upon seeing the trending topic that purportedly confirmed Chen An's identity, the immediate reaction from netizens was one of skepticism. While one might deceive oneself, attempting to mislead the public is altogether unacceptable. This rumor, however, was unearthed just a day prior to the Rising Star competition. Surprisingly, the source was a neurosurgeon from the rescue team involved in the 926 disaster. The revelation of this identity left the online community in astonishment. If the claim had originated from an anonymous individual, its authenticity would have been questionable. Yet, if it came from Li Wensheng, a reevaluation was necessary. After all, he bore no apparent motive to exonerate a mere celebrity, and such claims were flimsy at best. Any rational individual could easily verify the truth. As doubts lingered among netizens, the account that disseminated the news issued a follow-up statement asserting that, after thorough verification, it had indeed confirmed that Chen An was the child who had moved the nation during the 926 disaster. Accompanying this statement were numerous pieces of evidence. In light of these revelations, netizens became increasingly agitated. Could it truly be that child? How outrageous! That boy could not possibly insult those who perished in the 926 tragedy. I sincerely apologize for my previous statements. I never imagined that Chen An was indeed that very Chen An. I extend my apologies to him as well. Dear uncle, please do not take offense to my hasty words. That vile slanderer, how could they accuse Chen An? With the confirmation of Chen An's identity, netizens, particularly those in their 40s and 50s, began to vociferously denounce the perpetrators of the rumor. Meanwhile, at home, Luo Shiyu, with reddened eyes, perused the various messages on her phone. She had never known Chen An's background, believing him merely to be an orphan. Little did she realize how arduous his past had been. As she delved into the information regarding the 926 tragedy, her heart ached for him. Was this the reason for Chen An's blindness? He had never shared this with me. It must be a profound scar etched in his heart. Gazing at the image of hands lifted high from the water, Luo Shiyu felt a bittersweet mix of sorrow and helplessness. With the entire internet abuzz about the situation, Chen An must have heard something. She hoped it would not affect his upcoming competition. In the office of the president of Platinum Entertainment, Luo Yongming sat with hands clasped, scrutinizing the online discourse surrounding Chen An. He had conducted a cursory investigation, though not a thorough one. Many of these revelations were new to him. He had not anticipated the extent of hardships this young man had endured since childhood. Given these circumstances, it was indeed commendable that he had come this far. Thus, helping him once more seemed a reasonable course of action. With this thought in mind, Luo Yongming picked up his phone and sent a message. Let Hua Qingyu step down. From the onset of the rampant online rumors, he had already traced the matter back to Hua Qingyu. He had heard of this individual, yet he had paid little attention to him. Initially, he thought that Chen An could resolve his own issues, viewing it as a test of his capabilities. However, his perspective had since shifted. To dare to bully the prospective heir of his prestigious entertainment company, Hua Qingyu had truly reached the end of his line. Regardless of his status as a top-tier star, even a king of the industry was merely a matter of his own decree. Yet, the thought of this individual having taken his daughter away caused him to exhale in frustration. The Rising Star program had transformed dramatically within just a few days, as all contestants experienced the tumultuous nature of the internet. From the initial trending accusations against Chen An, which led to widespread condemnation, to the eventual revelation of the truth and a complete reversal of public perception, culminating in an apology from the entire online community. All these events unfolded in a matter of days. Many had previously speculated that this incident might lead to Chen An's downfall. Little did they expect that with a shift in identity, the child who had touched the nation during the 926 disaster was indeed him. This newfound identity garnered an increasing number of supporters for Chen An, particularly among those in their 30s and 40s who had lived through the calamity. Upon learning that this child had become a star, they flocked to the official website to express their support. Thus, Chen An's fan base expanded to include an older generation, turning misfortune into fortune. Hua Qingyu sat alone in a practice room, gritting his teeth and clutching his phone in anger. This individual seemed to be an enigma, nearly impossible to eliminate. The previous incident could be overlooked, but this time he had deliberately chosen a critical moment, attempting to exploit the nation's fury against Chen An. Just as it seemed that Chen An was on the brink of being silenced, this unexpected identity emerged. "Just wait, don't think this is over," he muttered through clenched teeth. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared before him. Raising his head, he saw Shui Qianqian glaring at him in fury. "Hua Qingyu, I advise you to reconsider your actions against Chen An. You will come to regret it." Shui Qianqian had long suspected that the online turmoil was orchestrated by this very person. Unable to bear witness to a prodigy's downfall, he had chosen to confront Hua Qingyu. To his surprise, he overheard the latter's disdainful remark. Suppressing his rage, Shui Qianqian understood the torment of online harassment, having endured a similar experience in the past. Now, Chen An was suffering even more acutely, all thanks to Hua Qingyu. Were it not for this online slander, his true identity would never have been exposed. One could only imagine the turmoil in Chen An's heart upon receiving such news. Would his current state affect his performance in the upcoming competition? I have never regretted my actions," Hua Qingyu retorted, standing up with a cold smile as he regarded Shui Qianqian. "A blind fool, a piece of trash. Do you truly believe that 2 hit songs elevate you to the status of a deity in the music industry? There is only one true God, and that is I." His words dripped with arrogance and hubris. Taking a deep breath, Shui Qianqian shot him a glance before choosing to say nothing further and turned to leave. Engaging in conversation with such a person is utterly futile. He has already made his stance clear, and whether one chooses to heed it is of no consequence to him. Observing Shui Qianqian's silhouette, Hua Qingyu scoffed and shook his head in derision. Despite the fact that both were luminaries in the music industry, he arrogantly believed he outshone his rival by several leagues, and thus regarded him with disdain. With this thought, he turned and departed from the scene. However, in the very moment of his exit, a faint red light began to flicker incessantly from a corner where trainees gathered. Following the revelation of Chen An's true identity online, the number of supporters flocking to him swelled. The streaming and download figures of his previously sung songs surged once more. Upon listening, the middle-aged men were moved to tears, recognizing that such simple yet profoundly resonant lyrics must be the product of considerable hardship endured by the young artist over the years. In the span of a single evening, the followers of Chen An soared to an astounding 2 million, leaving the second-place contender far behind. At last, amid the anticipation of the entire internet, the semifinals of tomorrow commenced. Chapter 37. What distinction lies between ruining my reputation and taking my life? Within the realm of tomorrow's stars, there exists a leaderboard that tracks the popularity of contestants. Following the conclusion of each episode, the contestant's popularity resets to 0, only to be recalculated anew. Yet despite this system, Chen An remains firmly ensconced in the top position. With an astounding 2 million followers, it is noteworthy that the second-place contender has merely over 600,000, rendering Chen's lead several times greater than that of his closest rival. Go for it, kid. Your uncles believe in you. Those disparaging remarks online are mere slanders from others. Indeed, pay no heed to the rumors. With your talent, you shall captivate everyone. I absolutely adore your songs. I support you this time. Keep going, child. When the older generation becomes fervent, their enthusiasm can be truly astonishing. The younger netizens are momentarily transfixed. Observing the fervent support for Chen and from a user named Blossoming Wealth, Lifelong Peace, and All Wishes Fulfilled. Goodness, is Chen An truly this enchanting? Many young people are witnessing their fathers ardently championing a star for the very first time. What do you know? To emerge from such dire straits. This child is a miracle in itself. This sentiment resonates most strongly among today's youthful netizens. Chen, a miracle. The goose soup. It seems something peculiar has slipped in here. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the semi-finals of tomorrow's stars commence punctually. Chen Su breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there has been no cancellation, which indicates that Chen An possesses a stroke of good fortune. This evening, the spotlight of tomorrow's stars will be intensely focused, not only by netizens but also by industry magnates. Rumor has it that even higher-ups are paying attention, perhaps due to Chen An's involvement. In summary, this live broadcast must not falter. Everyone stands ready, and even the three mentors are under considerable pressure. Watching you no longer exudes the arrogance he once did. After all, he has received word that the semifinals are drawing the attention of industry giants. Even some high-ranking officials have taken notice of this program because of Chen An. Thus, he must seize this opportunity. If he performs well, he might capture the attention of those influential figures, paving the way for an abundance of resources in the entertainment industry. Amidst the audience, a pair of beautiful eyes gently rests upon Chen An, who is seated beside Xue Qianqian in the front row. For the semi-finals, Luo Shiyu refuses to watch from a screen. She wishes to be present in person to cheer for Chen An. She retrieves her phone, opens a group chat named in An's loyal fans, and captures a photograph of Chen An's back, promptly sharing it within the group. Instantly, the chat explodes with activity. My sword has softened upon seeing An once again. Wait, is this the venue for the semi-finals? A big shot has appeared in the group. How did they manage to secure tickets for the semi-finals? The bloody girl is formidable. We'll handle things online while you protect An on-site. Luo Shiyu smiles gently, replying, no problem. Remember to get plenty of autographs. All right. Her gaze returns to Chen and in the front row, her eyes as gentle as flowing water. As her eyes shifted, she cast a frigid glance towards Hua Qingyu. Following the conclusion of the program, it seemed that Hua Qingyu would no longer have a place in the entertainment industry. Chen An, everything is all right, isn't it? In the front row, Xue Qianqian, upon noticing the camera's focus shift, subtly leaned closer to Chen and whispered, "Rest assured, Teacher Xue." Chen replied with a slight smile. He was fully aware of all that had transpired in recent days, and he felt a sense of gratitude towards Hua Qingyu. After all, it was this individual's slander that had awakened the dormant memories of the original owner within him. Having traversed into this world and inherited all that belonged to the previous owner, his prior memories had remained somewhat nebulous. However, due to recent events, clarity had emerged, allowing him to harmonize perfectly with this new vessel. Initially oblivious to the happenings online, he was informed by Xue Qianqian the previous night about the unfolding events on the internet. Amidst his astonishment, a cold smirk formed on his lips. Such was the nature of the entertainment industry. A mere utterance could provoke a torrent of online vitriol. Were it not for his identity, he might have faced eternal disgrace. Being a celebrity held little weight for him. He was indifferent to the number of enemies he might attract. What mattered most to Chen An were two things: his vision and his reputation. To tarnish his reputation felt akin to severing a vital part of his being, something he could not tolerate. In his eyes, the destruction of his reputation was tantamount to a threat to his very life. Thus, he found himself genuinely enraged. After all, it was the semi-finals. He might as well stir up a commotion. A chilling smile crept upon his lips, one that sent shivers down the spine of Kai Cohen, who had been observing him closely. The sight of such a disquieting grin compelled Kai Cohen to shift away, seeking distance from this unsettling individual. This blind man was indeed peculiar. Director Chen An, from backstage, meticulously observed everything unfolding on stage. Today was of great significance to him. Has Huaqing you been informed? Chen Su inquired of a nearby staff member. Yes, director, came the reply. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Su redirected his gaze to the screen. The semifinals differed from previous competitions. This time, a pre-performance critique had been added, wherein the three mentors would provide feedback and encouragement to the contestants upon their ascent to the stage, an act intended to bolster their confidence. Thus, to preempt any further erratic statements from Huaqing Yu during Chen An's performance, a prior warning was deemed necessary. After all, there were keen eyes observing Chen An. Should he engage in any antics this time, no one would be able to shield him from the consequences. The child who had once moved the nation with his story, orphaned and blind, standing on this stage was nothing short of a miracle. Reflecting on this, Chen Su felt a twinge of nostalgia, realizing that few could have anticipated the depth of Chen An's past. Amidst the anticipation of the audience, the competition finally commenced. The host, adorned with a signature smile, approached the stage and, addressing the audience while facing the camera, delivered an extensive opening statement before welcoming the first contestant. In this round, the evaluation would be a combination of mentor scores and online votes, with the top 16 performers advancing to the next stage. Each of the three mentors possesses a score of 10, while the ratings from online viewers are collected in real time, culminating in your final score. Thus, the decision-making power is shared not solely by the mentors, but collaboratively with the audience. This approach is a precautionary measure devised by the Tomorrow's Stars competition to avert the unforeseen circumstances that arose in the previous contest. The first contestant to take the stage is from the beauty track. After receiving encouragement and evaluations from the three mentors, the program commences. Reaching the semifinals indicates that each participant's abilities have undergone rigorous selection, and even in the beauty track, which is deemed the least competitive, this contestant's performance remains captivating. Meanwhile, online viewers engage in fervent discussions. Your performance is commendable, but how would you fare against Kai Cohen from the original track? Kai Cohen retorts. Do I always have to be included in the conversation? Ha ha ha. It seems that Brother Cohen's influence is perhaps the strongest beneath Chen An. Indeed. And what about the individual upstairs? Has Little Black revealed the truth about Cohen's prowess? Chapter 38. Huaqing Yu is up to his mischief once again. The netizens are merrily jesting about Kai Cohen, as his talent is indeed unparalleled throughout the competition. It truly requires a unique mind to compose such songs. However, such humor tends to perplex the older generation. Nevertheless, it does not diminish their enjoyment of the competition, or rather, of Chen An. The lights of the night are often solitary, yet the villa district of the capital is an exception. Luo Yangming, after finishing his bath, settled on the sofa and began watching the program Tomorrow's Sons. Hearing some commotion, Chen Miling, with a facial mask on, rushed over. You didn't even tell me the show was starting. She playfully chided, nudging Luo Yangming before directing her attention to the screen. All right, that Huaqing Yu must be the mastermind behind the rumors about Chen An online, right? Luo Yangming nodded, confirming, indeed it's him. There was an incident previously, and I thought Chen An could handle it, but I didn't expect him to strike again, and this time it stirred quite a ruckus. Is it true that the higher-ups are all paying attention to this show? Chen Miling inquired. Luo Yangming nodded again. Fortunately, I have a decent rapport with them. After a few words, Chen An managed to avoid being eliminated. Otherwise, I fear he would have been swiftly silenced. As he spoke, Luo Yangming's expression turned somewhat uneasy. Having helped that lad so much, I suppose I must share a few drinks with him in the future. Why does that person resemble Shiyu so much? At that moment, Chen Miling pointed at a figure on the television that the camera had just focused on in the audience. Though somewhat blurred, the resemblance to Luo Shiyu was evident. Stop looking, it's definitely her. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Yangming felt a pang of discomfort. He had never seen Luo Shiyu so invested in a male acquaintance before. It appeared that she had genuinely developed feelings for Chen and Chen Miling, observing Luo Yangming's sour expression akin to one who had tasted bitter melon, chuckled. It's not too bad if that girl likes Chen An. I find him quite agreeable. Recalling Chen An's previous endearing address of her as sister, Chen Miling felt a sense of satisfaction toward him. Moreover, this young man, being parentless and talented, would likely spare Shiyu from any troublesome mother-in-law dynamics if they were to be together in the future. Hearing Chen Miling's words, Luo Yangming remained silent, merely curling his lips in discontent. Stop thinking about it. It seems Chen An is about to perform. Chen Miling playfully nudged the gloomy Luo Yangming. Upon hearing this, both turned their attention back to the television. Luo Yangming squinted, curious about what astonishing feat Chen An might accomplish in this semi-final round, given his unpredictable temperament. As the host announced Chen An's name, every gaze in the room turned toward him, and the live studio erupted into a cacophony of noise. At last, it's Chen An's turn. I was about to doze off. It truly felt mundane. Even Kai Kuan's performance today lacked the brilliance of previous shows. Indeed, one must turn their gaze towards Chen An. Go, and then soar high, for your aunt shall always be by your side. Indeed, dear child, your uncles and aunts shall forever support you. My anticipation grows insatiably. In the midst of it all, Xue Qianqian stood and approached Chen An, offering his support. Let us proceed. Maintain your composure, and remember this is a live broadcast. We shall address any occurrences afterward. With a hint of concern, Xue whispered in a tone meant only for Chen An, aware of the latter's unpredictable temperament. Chen An remained silent. Beneath his calm exterior simmered a volcano ready to erupt. On stage, the host regarded him with a discerning glance before retreating. Returning to the mentor's seat, Xue glanced at his script before discarding it aside. With a hint of excitement in his voice, he began his critique. Having Chen An as a member of my team is undoubtedly my fortune. Today marks the semifinals. A crucial battle indeed. Chen An, I am here to cheer you on. With that, Xue set down the microphone, rubbed his hands together, and turned his gaze towards Yang Dami. The camera swiftly followed, capturing a close-up that elicited exhilaration from male viewers. Yang Dami remained poised, accustomed to such attention, embodying a sultry persona. Taking up the microphone, her melodious voice filled the air. Chen An, you are exceptionally talented, though you may not realize it. Your performance moved me to tears. Your songs are rich with narrative. I once pondered how someone so young could pen such tales, but now I understand. I hope we can find time to sit down together and share a drink to savor the essence of your life. As her words resonated, applause erupted throughout the venue. And online, praises flooded in. Surely, Yang Dami's intent was not merely to share a drink with Chen An. What kind of drink? One might wonder. It took me a moment to comprehend the underlying implications. In this modern age, the online audience embodies a spirit of one righteousness and 99 intrigue. Following Yang Dami's remarks, it was now time for watching you. The gaze of the director, Xue Qianqian, Yang Dami, and Luo Shiyu all converged upon him. Hua Qingyu grasped the microphone, his eyes fixed on Chen An. I retract my previous statements. I apologize. Not only did I lack expectations for you, but I even doubted your sincerity in this endeavor. This declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Director Chun Su, gripping a pencil, snapped it in response to the words uttered. All eyes turned incredulously towards Hua Qingyu. A mix of astonishment and confusion etched on their faces. After a moment of bewilderment, Xue Qianqian's gaze remained fixed on Hua Qingyu, pondering what antics he might be up to. Did he not realize this was a live broadcast with numerous influential figures watching? Online, the reaction was instantaneous, igniting a fervor among viewers. What on earth is the mage up to now? Although I find it perplexing, he must possess some justification for making such a claim. Is Chen An truly feigning ignorance? I have not detected any signs of such deception throughout. Let us refrain from further noise and observe how Hua Qingyu intends to elucidate the situation. At the scene, a smug smile adorned Hua Qingyu's lips, for he was acutely aware that prominent figures were watching. This was precisely the opportunity he sought to exploit. He concocted a narrative designed to convince everyone that Chen An was indeed pretending to be oblivious. Fixing his gaze upon Chen An, He met his vacant stare and declared, "If I am not mistaken, you must be pretending to be blind. That child from a 926 disaster certainly cannot be you. Am I correct?" Chapter 39. Doubt, an impromptu song. I cannot fathom how a child who has emerged from calamity, having endured a myriad of darkness, could find themselves in this position. Chen An, you must be feigning ignorance. Am I not correct? Watching you proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing his tone, the netizens began to waver in their convictions. Indeed, a person who has been blind since childhood, and is an orphan at that, could not possibly have developed to such an extent. Does he truly believe he is the protagonist of a novel? Noticing Chen An's silence, watching you grew more animated, declaring, "By appropriating the identity of that unfortunate child, do you not feel a sense of guilt, Chen An?" The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as his heart brimmed with delight. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Chen An's current silence only served to validate his assertions, and the netizens would undoubtedly redirect their scorn towards him. On stage, Luo Shiyu seethed with anger at Hua Qingyu's slander, yet her heart ached for Chen An. She recognized the profound solitude of his predicament, facing external doubts and vitriol within his own darkness. Chen An bore far too much. "I'm sorry, after this. No one shall harm you again," Luo Shiyu vowed fiercely, her beautiful eyes icy as she glared at Hua Qingyu. After this incident, Hua Qingyu would be relegated to the past. In the live stream chat, comments flooded in. What is happening? Why is Chen An silent? Could it be that Hua Qingyu speaks the truth? Is he truly pretending to be blind, deceiving us all? A gasp rippled through the audience. If what Hua Qingyu claims is indeed true, then Chen An has gone too far. Not just far, he is worse than a beast. Let us not even mention the others. Simply for the sake of his own reputation, he owes a debt of atonement to the mother who bore him. Indeed, using that child's identity for the sake of popularity, Chen An has wronged his parents the most. My blade is once again eager for action. Are you all fools? To heed mere words without substance, while Chen An's identity has been substantiated, and yet you choose to believe Hua Qingyu. It is as if your minds have been caught in a door. One cannot dismiss this lightly. If Hua Qingyu dares to speak so boldly in public, he must possess some basis for his claims. Observing the nonsensical frenzy of the bewildered netizens, Brother Dada revealed his formidable blade. "Die, you black-hearted individuals." Amidst the chaos, Chen An stood quietly on stage, absorbing the entirety of Hua Qingyu's tirade, his heart already encased in ice. As he had stated, tarnishing his reputation felt akin to threatening his very existence. Hua Qingyu had truly ventured into his minefield this time. Rumors and doubts. He harbored no illusions that the netizens, with their vivid imaginations, would not sully his name. This was intolerable. Taking a deep breath, he requested a piano from the host. All present wore expressions of confusion. What was he preparing to do? Play the piano? Even after being subjected to such scrutiny, he still had the composure to play? And could he even perform well? It seems that the situation has truly reached a point of despair. Many are shaking their heads. Yet, amidst the crowd, there is one individual whose eyes and stance convey unwavering support. Chen An sits before the piano, his fingers gently resting upon the keys. His eyes closed as the melody of a particular song resonates in his mind. He has made a decision. He will change the song on a whim. The piece actor no longer seems fitting, but another song from the system's repository is exceedingly appropriate for the moment. That song is "The Dawn Has Arrived," performed by the esteemed Han Hong. The entirety of this song encapsulates the loneliness and fear a child experiences in a world rendered unfamiliar following the departure of their parents. Singing this song serves as a tribute to his original self, and once it is performed, all rumors and doubts will be utterly obliterated. Watching you sneers as he observes Chen An's pretense. I refuse to believe that a blind person can play the guitar so proficiently. And the piano is certainly a more challenging instrument. It is inconceivable for a blind individual to master it. It appears this fellow has truly reached a point of recklessness. The barrage of comments has begun to fervently discuss the situation. No way, I can understand a blind person playing the guitar, but the piano is genuinely absurd. Could it be that Hua Qingyu's claims are true, and Chen An is indeed faking it? It must be so. We have been deceived all along. Others counter, Not necessarily. Who says a blind person cannot learn the piano? I've heard that Chen An performed You Are My Eyes while playing the piano. I concur. I was the lead vocalist of the band at that time, and Chen An truly cannot see, yet his piano skills are exceptionally strong. The person upstairs must be a shill. I don't believe it. This guy is definitely an imposter. I suggest he be banned. Alas, I can't believe I trusted him. I must have been blind myself. Chen An gently caresses the piano keys, fully aware of the multitude of doubts surrounding him. The internet serves as a magnifying glass. Even a minor event can attract the attention of countless individuals. He closes his eyes, and simultaneously, his hands begin to dance upon the keys. Every movement of his is broadcast live under the watchful gaze of the cameras. Watching You scoffs inwardly, what a charade. The online viewers watch with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Playing the piano with closed eyes, is this a means of self-justification? Luo Shiyu, moved by the moment, feels tears welling in her eyes. As the music begins, Chen An's masterful technique allows his fingers to meld seamlessly with the piano, producing a rich, melodious sound that resonates like a gentle stream within the hearts of the audience. This song, director Chun Su, who had previously been contorted with anger, found his expression returning to normal upon hearing the music. This song seems to differ from what was previously discussed, with contrasting styles and rhythms. Chen An has indeed made an impromptu change. Realizing this, Chun Su scrutinizes the screen with renewed intensity. Perhaps this song is Chen An's retort to Watching You. Sometimes, silence can be deafening. In the midst of the crowd, Shui Qianqian's expression shifts peculiarly as he hears the prelude. He glances at the lyrics booklet in his hands, then listens to the prelude being played by Chen An. Clearly, these are two distinct songs. No wonder he suddenly took to the piano. This was indeed his intention. Shui Qianqian's gaze flickered toward the other side, where Watching You wore a perpetually irritating expression. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how long he could maintain such arrogance. Based on Shui Qianqian's understanding of Chen An, he is not one to endure indignities quietly. Perhaps this impromptu song will provide the answer. One can only hope that Chen An does not falter, for changing songs at the last minute is a perilous gamble for any performer. With this thought, Shui Qianqian could only pray that Chen An would not make a mistake. At that moment, the piano reached a pivotal point. Chapter 40, The Dawn Has Arrived. In the reign of Hua, Chang must also cool. The essence of the song The Dawn Has Arrived is undeniably melancholic, yet it resonates with profound poignancy. Chen An closed his eyes and began to sing softly. It was 2 decades ago. The breeze was so tender, evoking memories of their helpless gazes. In that place, adorned by beautiful scenery, I heard a thunderous sound reverberate through the sky. It was that autumn when I would no longer behold my father's face. As the song commenced, all the viewers before the screen were momentarily captivated. The disaster of September 26th indeed occurred in autumn, with thunder rumbling, echoing throughout the heavens. Was this song penned by Chen An for himself? Everyone was puzzled and continued to watch. He bore the weight of my rebirth upon his shoulders, tears saturating his eyes in the darkness, pleading not to depart, not to cause harm. The emotions within his voice gradually intensified from an initial lament into a fervent crescendo. With his hands, akin to dancers, articulating the breathtaking sound, Chen An's voice ascended, raspy yet imbued with heart-wrenching emotion. As he sang about the wounds he endured during the calamity, no words could convey the impact of the song. Chen An's silence sought to be vindicated through his melody. Hua Chunyu remarked that his singing lacked high notes, technique, and parental support, branding himself a mere fraud. Yet, let him witness the power of song that elucidates and shatters all. The piano resonated like the thunder of that autumn, stirring the hearts of countless souls. The gaze of the audience towards Chen An transformed. Alongside shock, there emerged a plethora of other emotions. Hua Chungyu's complexion darkened slightly, as an ominous premonition settled within him. It was then that a piercing high note reverberated throughout the venue. I saw my parents walk away, leaving me in this unfamiliar world, uncertain of the risks that lay ahead. The shock, the astonishment, a sudden high note, lifting the spirits of everyone present. In a fleeting moment, they seemed to witness a young Chen An being raised high amidst the darkness, crying out helplessly, utterly oblivious to the reality that he would eternally lose his parents. What seemed merely a song now played before their eyes like a replay of that haunting moment. Unbidden, the sounds of weeping began to rise. The pain was simply unbearable. Yang Dami and Luo Shiyu had already succumbed to tears, questioning if this song was indeed written by Chen An for himself. I yearned to grasp his hand tightly. My mother had told me that hope would still prevail. Seeing the sun emerge, my mother smiled, declaring that dawn had arrived. As the first chorus concluded, the piano continued its haunting melody, leaving the audience in a state of rapt attention towards that voice on stage. They felt sorrow, compassion, and concern. With the release of The Dawn Has Arrived, all rumors and doubts were utterly obliterated, dissolving into mere vapor. This song could only have been crafted by one who had truly endured the depths of despair. However, to sing to such an extent, it seems that only Chen An is capable of achieving this. The sorrow, longing, and despair conveyed in his voice can only be expressed by him. At this moment, Hua Qingyu stood dazed, utterly taken aback, murmuring to himself, "How could it be possible? How could he compose such a song?" Yet at that moment, no one paid him any heed. All attention was focused on Chen An. It was a night adorned with twinkling stars. I saw in my dreams my mother. As the second verse began, it instantly rendered those who were still holding back utterly speechless, especially the women, who burst into tears with a collective gasp. This version of Chen An was simply heart-wrenching, evoking profound sympathy. And here we were, questioning and disparaging him. I truly felt remorseful. I watched as my parents walked away, leaving me in this unfamiliar world. I longed to build a beautiful garden for him. In the second verse, Chen An disregarded everyone else and sang with fervor, employing various techniques that revealed his genuine emotions, resulting in a collective outpouring of tears from the audience. Shui Qianqian's eyes glistened with moisture, while director Chen Su sat in his chair, stunned with red-rimmed eyes. Chen Miling sobbed uncontrollably, resting on Luo Yangming, who sighed repeatedly, filled with admiration for Chen An. I wished to grasp his hand tightly. My mother assured me that hope still lingers. I see the sun rising, dawn has arrived, like a celestial melody. His flawless high notes demonstrated that his skill far surpassed Hua Qingyu's. He is the true embodiment of talent. I wish to hold his hand tightly. My mother told me hope remains. I see the sun rising, and they smiled. Dawn has come, from the highest to the lowest notes. Every sound and technique intertwined seamlessly, especially the emotions within the song that continually washed over everyone's souls. The piano, under Chen An's touch, resonated with the power of a full orchestra. He kept his eyes closed, never once opening them throughout the performance. He need not explain anything. A single song sufficed to convey everything. Doubt and ridicule were silenced by Chen An's music. The cameraman, momentarily stunned, forgot to switch scenes when he regained his composure. He quickly zoomed out, relying on his extensive experience. Viewers beheld Chen An on that grand stage, resembling a solitary, proud nobleman. At that moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and everyone beheld his expressionless gaze, unfocused and devoid of emotion. Even those lacking awareness understood what this signified. Only the eyes of the blind cannot focus. I'm overwhelmed with tears. My bed is soaked with my sorrow. My heart aches. It is only now that I truly see Chen An. I was eating when I heard him sing, and tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. My parents thought I was heartbroken. How foolish I was to believe Hua Qingyu's empty words. What is he, after all? The mage truly lives up to the title, for aside from casting spells, he possesses no other skills. Is this what you deem a charlatan? Is this what you refer to as singing devoid of technique? Hua Qingyu, I shall make you my lifelong adversary. Every encounter will be an opportunity for me to trample upon you. On stage, Chen An rose to his feet and bowed to the audience below. At that moment, Yang Dami could no longer contain herself, wiping away her tears. She swayed her hips and approached the stage, her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at the tall young man towering over her. Subsequently, before the entire assembly, she gently embraced him. Keep going, Chen An. Remain true to yourself. After the show concludes, come to my company, and I shall protect you henceforth. After whispering these words in his ear, Young Dammy released her hold, her face breaking into a sweet smile as she gazed at him. Chen An's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he still managed to utter his thanks. Chapter 41. A new task for the system. Observing the intimate interaction between the two, none found it inappropriate. After all, the song evoked profound sympathy and affection for Chen An. It was not just young Dammy. One could surmise that any female fan would rush forward, disregarding decorum, to embrace Chen and Luo Shiyu. Witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of jealousy, but predominantly, her heart ached for him. Having been raised in an environment of indulgence and parental affection, she could not fully empathize, yet everything about Chen An struck a tender chord deep within her. Though he often appeared carefree and untroubled, it was likely that his heart harbored true fragility. Without a doubt, Chen An's song detonated like a nuclear bomb, captivating the entire arena. The three mentors hesitated to claim that their subsequent works could surpass his. Chen An nodded slightly. Though he could not see the audience's reaction, he could certainly fathom the shock his song had instigated. Simultaneously, the long-forgotten mechanical voice finally resonated in his mind. Ding! Successful check-in at the semi-finals of tomorrow's star. Rewards. iRecovery Progress 110. Song Rice Aroma. Consumable Item Strength Pill X1. Divine Skill Title Culinary God. Ding! Check-in location refreshed. Imperial Capital, Wheat Town. Commencing long-term side quest. Fulfill Luo Shiyu's wish. Completion yields random rewards. The system's voice was like celestial music. At that moment, Chen An felt a refreshing surge deep within him, coursing into his eyes. In the next instant, a beam of white light unfolded before him. Instinctively, he squinted, his heart racing with excitement. At long last, he had awaited this moment for far too long. However, according to the system, only a mere tenth had been restored. Chen An glanced around. Although he could discern light, it was merely brightness. Everything remained a blur, making clarity an unrealistic aspiration. He felt akin to someone with an extreme visual impairment, akin to 3,000 degrees of nearsightedness, compounded by astigmatism. Yet, despite this, he was immensely satisfied. It was certainly preferable to being enveloped in darkness. Moreover, the new check-in location alleviated his worries. Finally, he was no longer at the Tomorrow Star venue, and other rewards awaited him. However, he was taken aback by the additional task, to fulfill Luo Shiyu's wish. How intriguing! She had done so much for him, and this quest from a system was indeed to his liking. Other matters could wait. He had something pressing to address. Turning towards Hua Qingyu, Chen An raised a microphone and declared, "Slander, rumors, Hua Qingyu, you truly are despicable." The moment the words left his lips, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The staff, who had just exhaled in relief backstage, sputtered water upon hearing his proclamation. Chen Su, in disbelief, snapped the pencil he had just picked up. These two troublemakers. Hua Qingyu, too, was wide-eyed, astonished that Chen An would openly insult him in public. Moreover, such a blunt and crude manner. I have long wished to express this. A third-rate piece of trash thinks himself worthy to critique me? He should reflect on his own insignificance. Truly, I have afforded him far too much respect. Chen An's words are strikingly simple and harsh, yet they evoke an exhilarating sensation. Some truths require no elaborate rhetoric. A direct utterance alone can deliver the utmost thrill. Presently, Chen An embodies this very sentiment, his eyes rekindled with brilliance. No longer needing to bear the burden of being a tomorrow star, liberated from the contempt of Hua Qingyu. This long-standing oppression finds its release at last. Since he is leaving, he shall revel in this madness one final time. Hua Qingyu, taken aback, had not anticipated that Chen An's remarks would grow increasingly caustic. This is a live broadcast. Who knows how many eyes are upon him? Yet he dares to voice such sentiments openly? The internet erupted in response to these few words. Is Chen An truly this audacious? Though I must admit, these remarks have indeed brought me great satisfaction. Undoubtedly, Hua Qingyu is like a troublemaker. Were it not for his two comments, I would not have questioned Chen An. He has spoken well. Such individuals deserve to be fiercely criticized. I'm willing to contribute $5 to have him berate them further. In the venue, the astonishment mirrored that of the online audience. Wide-eyed, They had yet to fully process the previous song when Chen An's words struck them with a jolt. At that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. Chen An is truly courageous. He dares to rebuke even the top streamers. Although this is not the first instance, is indeed occurring live. What did you say? Watching Yu's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his voice trembling with disbelief as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chen. And fortunately, he retained a modicum of composure, recognizing the live nature of the broadcast and refraining from a direct outburst as he had previously. Has the fool lost his hearing? Chen An's cold laughter resonated, fully liberating himself. With your status as a third-rate celebrity, one might generously call you a star. However, if we were to speak frankly, you resemble a charlatan, your own singing a cacophony, yet you presume to critique others? What audacity grants you such confidence? A superhero, perhaps? Each scathing remark cascaded from Chen An's lips, leaving the audience in a state of tremor. The terms third-rate celebrity and charlatan are likely phrases only Chen An would dare to utter. Meanwhile, watching you seethed, his teeth clenched, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Yet, he restrained himself, deriving a sense of schadenfreude from the situation. Let him speak. The more vehemently he criticizes now, the more severely he will be silenced once the program concludes. He could not fathom that Chen An would emerge unscathed from this live confrontation, especially with influential figures watching closely. This act was tantamount to courting disaster. On stage, once Chen An concluded his tirade, he exhaled deeply, finally releasing this pent-up frustration. Having accomplished this, he turned away without a glance back, departing amidst the gazes of all present. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, the venue erupted into a cacophony of sound. Upon witnessing the chaos, Luo Shiyu also rose from her seat and exited the audience area. The host hurriedly ascended the stage, overwhelmed by the disarray that had unfolded before him, feeling an immense weight of pressure. In that moment, he felt like weeping without tears. Chen An, this little troublemaker, had certainly stirred up quite a commotion. It was he who would bear the brunt of the consequences. This particular competition was undoubtedly the most precarious moment of his career. Shui Qianqian shook her head as she gazed at the exit, her heart heavy with regret. Given the extent of the turmoil, irrespective of who was at fault, Chen An would be unable to participate in the subsequent matches. Had this been a recorded event, there might have been a chance for editing and post-production. However, this was a live broadcast with numerous influential figures observing from above. To say nothing of competing in the later matches, merely escaping being blacklisted would be a stroke of fortune. Chapter 42. Are there any wishes to fulfill? Undoubtedly. After the competition concluded, the controversy surrounding Chen An and Hua Qingyu swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics. Those who had not witnessed the event were immediately intrigued and clicked to discover more. Upon learning the details, the collective sentiment was succinct, exhilarating. Many had long harbored discontent towards Hua Qingyu, and Chen An's fiery remarks were well received. Indeed, wasn't it just last time that Hua Qingyu criticized Chen An's lack of vocal technique? How would he respond to the song The Dawn Has Arrived? The sight of Hua Qingyu being criticized was more gratifying than finding money. Though the words were blunt, I found them refreshing. Chen An is remarkable. Typically, talented individuals exhibit a degree of modesty. Yet Chen An, with his prowess and audacity in expression, has captured my admiration increasingly. It seemed the online community had been holding back for too long. This time, not a single person chastised Chen An. Instead, applause resounded. This scene infuriated Hua Qingyu, leading him to shatter several glasses in anger. However, this was merely the prelude. The very next day, following the competition, a sensational piece of news erupted. Hua Qingyu caught leaving a hotel with 3 unknown female stars. The post featured 3 time-stamped photos from the same night, captured at 9, 11, and 2 o'clock. In the images, Hua Qingyu was seen holding hands with 3 different starlets, the clarity of the photos rivaling that of 1080p. Upon encountering this news, Hua Qingyu was immediately thrown into a state of panic. How could such a scandal possibly be leaked? Trembling, he clutched his phone, muttering in fear. Suddenly jolted into awareness, he hastily dialed his manager. "Hello, Sister Zhang. You must help." Before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him. "Due to your actions, The company's reputation has suffered. Mr. Hua Qingyu, henceforth, we are unilaterally terminating your contract. Any subsequent losses will be communicated to you formally. Take heed. Before Hua Qingyu could regain his composure, the call ended, leaving him with the incessant tone of a busy signal. After a prolonged moment of shock, Hua Qingyu, startled, attempted to call back, only to be met with the chilling message that he had been blocked. How could this happen? He stared blankly at the wall, overwhelmed by a barrage of distressing news. Such scandals were not unprecedented. His company had always intervened to resolve them in the past. Why then were they so eager to distance themselves now? In a moment of clarity, a name flashed in his mind. Chen An, Platinum Entertainment. Only this colossal entity could compel his company to sever ties so swiftly. The animosity from Platinum Entertainment surely stemmed from Chen An. But wasn't Chen An merely an inconsequential trainee beneath their wing? Upon contemplating this, Hua Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he had been mistaken from the very beginning? The true identity of the other party was not merely a trainee, but rather an artist promoted by Platinum Entertainment? Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. After grasping the entirety of the situation, Hua Qingyu succumbed to utter despair. Is this what Platinum Entertainment represents? It is, after all, astonishing how effortlessly they can dismantle a top-tier star with just a few words. And here he was, truly blinded by his own naivety. Regrettably, there was no remedy for his regret. The explosive news of Hua Qingyu spending a night with 3 women swept across the internet like a tornado. Everyone was taken aback by the revelation. Who would have imagined that beneath his frail exterior lay such formidable prowess? Impressive indeed. The title of mage was clearly well-deserved. In ancient times, there was the tale of 3 visits in a night, and now we have mage's 3 conquests. It leaves one curious as to what excuse Hua Qingyu used to depart and rendezvous with another woman. Is there really any need for curiosity? The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry are well understood by those in the know. How foolish of me to have admired him so dearly. I must have been blind. Transitioning from a fan to a critic, Hua Qingyu, you have profoundly disappointed me. In an instant, the outcry against Hua Qingyu reached its zenith. Soon after, netizens discovered that his entertainment company had issued a statement declaring their intent to terminate his contract. At this revelation, laughter erupted. How convenient it was for them to distance themselves as soon as trouble arose. Such is the reality of the entertainment world. Not long after the company severed ties with him, Hua Qingyu publicly released a statement. In it, he expressed his contrition to his fans and announced his intention to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Yet, this was not the most noteworthy aspect. At the very bottom of the statement, he took the time to apologize to Chen An. Upon reading this, everyone burst into laughter. The mage, renowned for his prior assertiveness, was now apologizing. What a sight to behold. In the days that followed, netizens indulged in every morsel of gossip available. It was a veritable feast, utterly exhilarating. However, some began to express concern for Chen An. Given the turmoil during the semi-final live broadcast, would tomorrow's star allow him to continue competing? The answer soon emerged. Following the semi-finals, tomorrow's star released a poster for the next competition, showcasing all the contestants who had advanced. Among them, there was conspicuously no sign of Chen An. At this point, many seemed to understand the implications. Many sighed, lamenting that Chen An was the sole contestant whose music was worth listening to. The rest were somewhat lackluster. With Chen An's exclusion, the show had lost its appeal. Netizens shook their heads in disappointment. Meanwhile, Chen An himself felt no sense of discontent. His withdrawal from tomorrow's star had been his own decision. There was no need for the production team to intervene. He had resolved to step away from the program entirely, citing the recent upheaval as his justification. Although Chen Su felt an immense sense of loss, he ultimately acquiesced. Indeed, Chen An's recent escapade has caused quite a stir. It is rumored that had it not been for his unique identity and the significance of that song, the higher-ups would have likely issued a ban against him. Therefore, Chen Su dared not to take such a risk. Just as he pondered how to broach this matter with Chen An, the latter unexpectedly requested to withdraw, to which he naturally acquiesced. After his withdrawal from the program, Chen An has been living a blissful life at home, akin to that of an immortal. Not only does he enjoy the luxury of having everything at his fingertips, but he also has the pleasure of being served delicious meals. Luo Shiyu's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Every dish warms Chen An's heart. One afternoon, while they were dining together, Chen An suddenly looked up and gazed at the indistinct figure before him. He inquired, "Shiyu, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Chapter 43, New Show, A Life of Longing at the Dining Table. A single remark from Chen An left Luo Shiyu momentarily stunned. "Fulfill my wish." To be candid, upon hearing this phrase, the first thought that crossed her mind was that Chen An had finally awakened to his feelings. Usually rather blunt in his expressions, this particular statement seemed to suggest that he was offering to grant her desires. Was this a confession of sorts? Women's imaginations are notoriously vivid, and to Luo Shiyu, Chen An's utterance felt akin to a declaration of affection. As this realization washed over her, warmth began to creep onto her cheeks. A confession at the dining table was indeed a rarity. However, Luo Shiyu found no reason to disdain it. Tilting her head, her silky, straight hair cascaded elegantly onto the table, and with her delicate features, she gazed softly at Chen An and spoke, "My wish is simply for you to be well." Upon hearing her words, an inexplicable tremor coursed through Chen An. He fell into an instant silence. In truth, while he might not have seen all that Luo Shiyu had done for him, he certainly felt it, and he had etched it into his heart. From the very beginning, he suspected that she might hail from a wealthy family, while he himself was an orphan, barely scraping by, and blind to boot, utterly unworthy of her. Thus, he had never dared to entertain any other thoughts, resolutely sealing his heart off from the start. Yet now, her words had caused a crack to appear in that emotional cement he had so carefully fortified. Perhaps he had underestimated the resilience of that barrier. Clearing his throat, he stammered, I'm full, and stood up, grasping his cane as he hurriedly made his exit. Remaining any longer might very well cause his defenses to melt away, and he needed to return to reinforce them. Watching Chen An's endearingly awkward retreat, Luo Shiyu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. This fellow, even when shy, was charmingly adorable. Platinum Entertainment, Liang Ming's office. At that moment, Liang Ming was savoring a cup of his treasured tea when a man in formal attire entered, holding a file. "Mr. Luo, everything has been arranged." Upon hearing this, Liang Ming set down his cup and reached out to accept the document being offered. A Life of Longing. As he glanced at the title on the file, a smile crept across his lips. Well done. Instead of having him sing in a professional setting, sending the lad to work on a farm is quite amusing. The man, pleased with the praise, couldn't help but smile, but soon his expression turned to one of concern. However, "Mr. Luo, given Chen An's visual impairment, will Miss Shiyu agree to let him go to the countryside?" "She will have no choice but to comply," Liang Ming retorted, a smirk on his face. "If he wishes to take over my platinum, it would be remiss not to put this lad through some trials. Besides, the show is only 2 episodes long. It shouldn't pose a significant issue." With this thought, he raised his gaze to the man and inquired, "By the way, where's the location for this variety show?" "In the suburbs of the capital, in Xiaomai town." In the confines of his home, Chen An lay languidly on his bed, his mind plagued by the daunting task of fulfilling the new check-in mission set by the system. True to its customary nature, it was evident that something more would be required of him in Xiaomai town for the check-in to be deemed successful. Furthermore, he was oblivious to the precise location of Xiaomai town, and if he were to venture there, it would necessitate the accompaniment of Luo Shiyu. What excuse could he possibly conjure? Just as he was mired in his thoughts, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Luo Shiyu entered, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation as she seemed uncertain about how to broach the subject with Chen and observing the vague silhouette before him. Chen inquired, "What's the matter?" With a gentle bite of her lip, Luo Shiyu produced a contract from behind her. "A variety show has invited you to participate." Titled Yearning for Life, Chen raised an eyebrow, his face devoid of any interest. Noticing his reaction, Luo Shiyu sighed inwardly, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction towards her father, Lao Luo. It was perplexing that despite Chen An's visual impairment, he was being encouraged to partake in such an outdoor program. She resolved never to offer him a shoulder massage again. Yet, it seemed that Lao Luo was intent on testing Chen An, personally delivering the contract and urging him to join. Luo Shiyu understood that once her father had made a decision, it was set in stone, and she would need to devise a way to persuade Chen An to participate. By the way, where is this program taking place? Strangely, Chen An suddenly asked. Luo Shiyu glanced at the contract and replied, in the suburbs of the capital. A place called Xiaomai Town. Xiaomai Town? Upon hearing this name, Chen An's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He rose with a smile and declared, "Sign me up. I'll participate. When does the program commence?" Luo Shiyu momentarily struggled to comprehend how he could transition from disinterest to immediate agreement so swiftly. However, it mattered little. With Chen An's willingness to join, she no longer needed to contemplate alternative methods of persuasion. When does the program start? Chen An inquired again. In a week. Yearning for Life, a newly launched outdoor lifestyle variety show under the Platinum Entertainment banner, prides itself on authenticity. The invited guests for this season include several well-known celebrities within the industry. However, when the program's preview was released, featuring Chen An among the cast, the internet erupted with amusement. Goodness, how did Chen An end up here? Transitioning from music competition to an outdoor variety show is quite the leap. I'm rather looking forward to it. With Chen An's bold temperament, this show promises to be entertaining. Exactly. Originally, I thought the absence of Chen An from Amaro's star would render it soulless, and I had little interest in watching. Now, I am eagerly anticipating it. Yearning for Life is a fresh offering, and alongside Chen An, it boasts several prominent figures from the industry. I now ponder whether Chen An might clash with them. Given his confrontational nature, the possibility is indeed plausible. The life I yearn for has left me yearning with insatiable hunger once again. As anticipated, following the release of the teaser by the production team, Chen An swiftly ascended to trending status. This individual appears to possess an innate ability to command attention. His mere presence makes it nearly impossible to divert focus away from him. Director Li Min of A Life to Yearn For finds himself in a state of both joy and concern. The show's immediate success is undoubtedly a source of delight for him, yet he harbors apprehensions. What if Chen An loses his composure during the program? He has already displayed a propensity for confrontation during the live broadcast of the semi-finals of the Rising Star competition, boldly clashing with Hua Qingyu. One can only imagine the potential for conflict in an outdoor setting, where initial tensions among guests may run high. The thought of someone provoking him, given Chen An's sharp tongue, is indeed daunting. Chapter 44. Wu Song Fights the Tiger. Chen An Fights the Pig. This episode of The Life We Yearn For features a total of 7 guests, including Chen An. Among them are the Rising Stars, by Lu, Reba, Jing Yi, and 3 young male idols, Qin Xian, Wang Bo, and Yang Yang. Accompanied by the newly emerged heartthrob, Chen An, the 7 contestants set out for the picturesque town of Xiaomai in the suburbs to participate in the inaugural episode. Given Chen An's unique circumstances, he is permitted to bring along a guest for support, who, of course, is Luo Shiyu. Upon receiving the invitation, Chen An and Luo Shiyu traveled to the designated meeting points set by the production team. Upon their arrival, the other contestants had already been waiting for some time. Luo Shiyu assisted Chen An as they alighted from the vehicle, and the remaining 6 contestants turned their attention toward the duo. All eyes were fixed on Chen An, whose debut, marked by 3 chart-topping songs that captivated the internet and a fierce rebuttal against Hua Qingyu, has made quite a sensational impact in the entertainment industry. The fact that Hua Qingyu faced a ban while Chen An emerged unscathed raised suspicions about the powerful backing he might possess. Luo Shiyu carefully guided Chen An to join the other contestants. The moment Qin Xian laid eyes on Luo Shiyu, he was instantly captivated. Her striking height and exquisite features made her stand out even in the entertainment world, and her unique aura left him utterly enchanted. He had thought participating in the show alongside Reba and the others was a stroke of luck, but now he found himself in the presence of a girl who seemed even more extraordinary than them. She appeared to be an outsider, as such beauty would surely not go unnoticed in the industry. As Qin Xian reveled in his delight, he pondered how best to initiate a conversation with her. Meanwhile, Chen An, though unable to completely disregard the attention, remained unfazed. Regardless of the exaggerated rumors, he would only maintain a polite demeanor. As a rising star himself, he carried a certain pride, especially with the backing of the prestigious Hey Man Entertainment and the invitation from the leading Platinum Entertainment to participate in the show. This led him to momentarily entertain the notion of becoming the next superstar. As he indulged in such daydreams, director Lee Min approached from side. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the group, and with a smile, he briefly met the gaze of Chen An and Luo Shiyu before addressing everyone. Now that we are all gathered, I shall not prolong the introduction. You should be familiar with the competition rules, he stated, to which the group nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Lee Min continued, in that case, let's take the day to rest well, for tomorrow we commence officially. The following morning, as the live broadcast of the life we yearn for began, an influx of viewers flooded into the stream. Amidst the laughter, the Li Jian Tuan graced this place, rallying support from my dear An. My sword longs with insatiable hunger once more. Indeed, wherever Chen An is present, Brother Dao is sure to follow. Having transitioned from the star of tomorrow, any program devoid of Chen An's eloquence seems utterly devoid of interest. At last, a show where we can witness Chen An, and we fervently hope it does not disappoint. Inside the live broadcast room, all contestants' movements are meticulously documented. The essence of a life we long for lies in its authenticity, devoid of scripts. Thus, only the tasks that each contestant must fulfill are assigned. For instance, on the very first day of the program, they must rely solely on their ingenuity to procure a meal, all without money or resources. Xiaomai Town, nestled in the remote outskirts of the capital, is inhabited by individuals who sustain themselves through farming and livestock rearing. Consequently, Qin Xian, Wang Bo, and Yang Yang believe that filling their bellies should be a relatively easy task. Conversely, the three young starlets, Bai Lu, Reba, and Jing Yi, feel that with their fame, satisfying their hunger should pose no challenge. Thus, the six of them cast their gaze toward Chen An, who had just emerged after washing his face. Their eyes filled with sympathy. Although his notoriety has risen recently, it is largely confined to the online realm. In a secluded place like Xiaomai Town, the number of individuals familiar with him is likely scarce. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room is exceedingly vibrant. Chen An appears to find the competition somewhat daunting. Indeed, I am aware of Xiaomai Town. The locals do not idolize celebrities. They prefer those who possess strength and are industrious. If that is the case, then Wang Bo and Reba's aspirations may also be dashed. I find myself eagerly anticipating their potential misfortunes. At the entrance of Xiaomai Town, Wang Bo, Qin Xian, and Yang Yang swiftly dispersed to take action, while the three popular starlets glanced back at Chen An before hastening away. They were eager to savor their first bite of breakfast. However, before they could take more than a couple of steps, a ferocious roar echoed through the air. All footsteps came to an abrupt halt as their attention shifted to the left, where a wild boar, adorned with black bristles and eyes filled with malice, charged towards them. Behind the boar, several figures wielding shovels and wooden sticks pursued closely. However, the boar's speed was astonishing. Before they could catch up, it had already approached the contestants recording the show. The expressions of Qin Xian and the others shifted dramatically, while Reba and her companions were rendered pale with fear. "Get out of the way, quickly!" shouted the middle-aged men trailing the boar. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Min was also startled into standing up, his face betraying anxiety and panic. Should anything happen to these individuals, his fate would be sealed. In a live broadcast room, astonishment reigned. What? A wild boar? Is the production team really that daring? This must be scripted. It cannot possibly be a script. I recognize that wild boar, known as the black maned boar. It thrives in suburban areas, possesses immense strength, and is virtually impossible to tame. Furthermore, it can engage in combat with 5 robust men simultaneously. Unless there's a tranquilizer. Given the boar's formidable fighting prowess, Chen An and his companions are indeed in grave danger. My goodness, does this mean that Chen An and the others are truly doomed? Enough talk, look. That boar is charging towards Chen An. In the frame, the wild boar, which was previously rushing towards Qin Xian and the others, suddenly changes direction and bolts towards Chen An and Luo Shiyu. Be careful. Qin Xian, noticing this, hastily reaches out to pull Luo Shiyu aside. Such a beauty must not be harmed here. However, upon witnessing the ferocity emanating from the boar, he instinctively recoils, hesitant to utter another word. Everyone's expressions are tense, with even the likes of Reba closing their eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. Just as they believed Chen An was about to be gored, he astonishingly pushes Luo Shiyu aside. Immediately after, he extends his hands, glaring fiercely at the wild boar. No way. Is he actually preparing to confront the boar? Chapter 45. Bewildered by fear upon witnessing this scene, Luo Shiyu's mouth fell agape, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. At that moment, many were too frightened to continue watching. The netizens in front of their screens felt an overwhelming anxiety on his behalf. Given the formidable strength of the black boar, it was inevitable that Chen An would be sent flying. However, Chen An remained remarkably composed. All he could see was a dark silhouette, and he had to rely on sound to ascertain its position. Fortunately, he had previously consumed a powerful potion provided by the system, and his strength had surged to over 500 pounds. Dealing with the boar was hardly a challenge for him. He extended his hand, aiming directly at the direction from which the wild boar charged. In the live stream room, there was a collective gasp. What is Chen An planning to do? Is he really going to fight the boar barehanded? He must be insane. A voice exclaimed, "Chen An, can I lend you my sword?" His audacity was astonishing, yet many felt he was utterly overestimating his capabilities. Confronting the black boar head-on, he was bound to sustain injuries. The audience, witnessing the spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment at Chen An's bold actions. With his eyes narrowed, he recalibrated his position, his muscles tensing as he extended both arms forward. A fierce roar erupted from the black boar, prompting everyone present to instinctively shut their eyes. The viewers in the live stream held their breaths in anticipation. Why was there no sound? After a prolonged silence, Wang Bo and others cautiously opened their eyes, only to be utterly flabbergasted by the unfolding scene. Chen An's hands were firmly gripping the boar's sharp tusks, his arms bulging with muscle. This scene left everyone in shock. Some even rubbed their eyes, as if they could not believe what they were witnessing. Had he truly subdued the black boar with his bare hands? Was such a feat even possible for a human? In a live stream room, disbelief reigned. Is Chen a monster? How is this even happening? This must be special effects. Is this truly the black boar I know? It's simply unbelievable. Upon further contemplation, it became clear that Chen An was indeed extraordinary. An adult black boar typically weighs between 300 to 400 pounds, yet Chen An had effortlessly subdued it, suggesting his strength was potentially around 500 pounds, an astonishing revelation. 500 pounds? Was he some sort of mechanical marvel? Everyone was left in awe by this astounding display. In the midst of it all, Chen An maintained his grip on the black boar, planting his feet firmly. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his iron arms high above his head. With a thunderous roar, the onlookers beheld a slender figure hoisting a boar twice his size overhead before slamming it down onto the ground. The boar's head struck the earth first, and the violent impact caused it to convulse twice before falling still. Chen An exhaled deeply, brushing his hands together. This beast certainly possesses considerable strength. Luo Shiyu rushed over. Concern etched across her face as she examined him closely. "Are you injured?" she asked anxiously. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Chen An replied with a smile. After thoroughly inspecting the situation and confirming that all was well, Luo Shiyu finally exhaled in relief. She then shot him an indignant glare, admonishing him not to act so recklessly in the future. All right, Chen An chuckled sheepishly. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this exchange, were instantly captivated. They hadn't paid much attention before. Who was this woman? How dare she lay hands on Chen An? Is simply outrageous. It should be me. But wait, it seems there is no one of her caliber in the entertainment industry. With such beauty, I would certainly have remembered her if she existed. I feel a flicker of recognition, yet the memory eludes me. Upon seeing Luo Shiyu's unwavering concern for Chen An, the audience's curiosity piqued. Her identity was swiftly uncovered. She was the campus belle of the Imperial Capital University, Luo Shiyu, who had been by Chen An's side since his debut. The revelation sent Chen An's fans into a frenzy of envy. The campus belle of the Imperial Capital University. No wonder she was so stunning. Proximity breeds affection. It seems we are destined to have a sister-in-law. No, I refuse to accept this. Luo Shiyu can only be mine. Whether you agree or not, I am thoroughly satisfied with a sister-in-law of such beauty. Wait, what did you just say? In the dormitory of Imperial Capital University, Su Ling watched the live stream. Her heart swelling with envy as she observed Luo Shiyu's deeply concerned expression towards Chen An. It was evident that she had once been close to Luo Shiyu, but since Chen An's arrival, little Shiyu had ceased attending classes. It had been months since she last saw her, and the scent of her presence in the dorm had nearly faded away. This simply wouldn't do. She could not remain idle. A resolute expression formed on Su Ling's delicate face. At the event site, the crowd gazed at the convulsing wild boar lying on the ground and the unscathed Chen An standing nearby, unable to suppress their astonishment. Particularly, Qin Xian's eyes reflected a hint of fear as he looked at Chen An. Are you all right, young man? The middle-aged men who had been pursuing the wild boar rushed over in a flurry, their expressions a mixture of shock and scrutiny as they sized up Chen An. One of them subdued the wild boar with ease, realizing that this seemingly young man was no ordinary individual. They had nearly sustained injuries when confronting the beast, after all. I'm fine, Chen An replied with a smile, then inquired with curiosity, what caused this boar to go berserk? One of the men, who appeared to be the leader, explained, this creature must have charged down from the mountains. It has wreaked havoc on several of our fields, and there were even injuries. If it weren't for you, young brother, the damage to our town would have been far worse. Chen An nodded in acknowledgement. The leader surveyed the surroundings before turning back to Chen An with a grin. I am Guofeng, the mayor of this wheat town. Since you have helped us resolve this dilemma, we ought to express our gratitude. Behind him, the others chimed in agreement. Oh, I really can't accept this, Chen An replied, feigning modesty, yet his body betrayed him, leaning on Luo Shiyu as they moved forward together. At this moment, Guofeng also noticed the gaze of Chen An, and while he was taken aback, his gratitude towards him deepened. Just look, a blind man disregarding his own safety to help them subdue a wild boar. Such kindness must be repaid. He was aware that some people had come here to film a program, yet it mattered little, for the residents of Xiaomai Town had never been starstruck, and celebrity status held no value here. However, Chen An was an exception to this rule. He deserved to be treated with utmost respect. Xiao Li, gather a few individuals to carry this black boar back and prepare it for tonight's feast, he instructed. Having given his orders, Guofeng promptly beamed as he led Chen into the town, leaving the remaining contestants standing in dumbfounded silence. Chapter 46. Does he have such skills? Should we follow? As Chen An walked further away, Reba, who remained rooted in place, could not help but speak up. I won't follow. It's just 3 meals. Qin Xian gritted his teeth, reluctantly casting a glance at the departing figure of Luo Shiyu before turning to Wang Bo and Yang Yang beside him. Shall we go together? Breakfast will be buns, lunch hot pot, and dinner barbecue. The moment these words escaped his lips, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Did Qin Xian truly not realize the reality? In Xiaomai Town, nothing mattered except for money and strength. Perhaps standing in the limelight for too long had made him forget he was merely an ordinary person. I'm curious to see how he manages hot pot for lunch and barbecue for dinner. However, on another note, Chen An's display of strength in effortlessly tossing a wild boar had genuinely startled me. Startled? Perhaps someone should check if your ancestral grave is on fire? At the program's venue, as Qin Xian's words echoed, Wang Bo and Yang Yang visibly showed signs of interest. Hot pot for lunch and barbecue for dinner undoubtedly made them the MVPs of the day. Without hesitation, the 3 nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the town. Meanwhile, only Bai Lu, Reba, and Jing Yi, the 3 popular flowers, remained in place. I want to follow Chen An. What about you? Reba inquired. I'll act independently. Jing Yi declared haughtily before striding towards the town. And you? Reba, shaking her head in exasperation, turned to Bai Lu. Me? I suppose I will follow Chen An as well. Bai Lu hesitated before responding. Her intuition suggested that following Chen An would be the right choice. Then let us hurry. They're almost out of sight. With that, the 2 girls began to jog, catching up with Chen An and the others. Soon, under the guidance of the town mayor, Chen An's group arrived at the town square. Hey, Chen An, my young brother, you all rest here for a moment. I will ensure they deal with that beast. And we shall feast on meat for lunch, Guofeng cheerfully announced after leading Chen An's group into an air-conditioned room. Oncle Mayor, this is breakfast for the older siblings from my dad. A little girl entered, carrying a large bag of buns and fried dough. Upon hearing this, Bailu and Reba exchanged glances, both recognizing the relief in each other's eyes. Luo Shiyu hurriedly took the bag, smiling as she affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. The viewers watching this scene were instantly filled with envy. Wow, starting off with buns and fried dough. Such treatment is exceptional. Haha, Reba and Bailu are truly clever. I just came from Chen's CNS group, and they haven't even had a sip of water. Curious viewers decided to check on them. Indeed, upon their arrival in the town, Chen Xian and his companions went straight to a breakfast shop, declaring themselves as celebrities and demanding buns and soy milk from the owner. As everyone knew, the owner was unimpressed by their claims. Without payment, it didn't matter who they were. First, they would receive a swift reprimand. 3 individuals, covered in dirt and dust, were ejected from the scene and now sat on the street, exchanging bewildered glances. Observing their expressions in contrast to Chen An's, netizens erupted in laughter. The show's popularity surged, and director Li Yimin, monitoring the live viewership, couldn't suppress his glee as his smile nearly reached his temples. Meanwhile, in the square of Xiaomai Town, Chen An and his companions enjoyed the comfort of air conditioning while savoring steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Outside, Guofeng directed a group of burly men as they hoisted the previously captured wild boar onto a wooden rack for display. A crowd gathered, intrigued by the spectacle. Although the black boar was notoriously difficult to tame and had a fierce temperament, its meat was incomparable to that of domestic pigs. Are they really going to slaughter the pig? Chen An suddenly inquired as the men secured the animal to the frame. Through the window, Luo Shiyu glanced outside and noticed a strong man approaching the unconscious black boar, a sharp knife in hand. Just as he drew near and lifted the blade to pierce the pig's neck, the once quiet animal abruptly opened its eyes. With a fierce snort, the boar began thrashing violently, causing the wooden rack to sway precariously. This unexpected display startled the strong man, and Guofeng's expression shifted in alarm. The boar's immense strength posed a dire threat. If it continued its struggle, the structure might collapse. With so many people present, the consequences of the boar breaking free were unimaginable. Simultaneously, the camera captured this chaotic scene. What are they doing? Hurry and strike it, one voice exclaimed. No, approaching it now could lead to injury, another cautioned. Damn it, why did it wake up now? What do we do if it breaks loose with all these people around? As viewers in the live stream grew increasingly anxious, Chen An, seated in the air-conditioned room, seemed to sense the commotion. He rose and made his way outside, prompting a worried Luo Shiyu to follow closely behind. Hotan and Bailu exchanged glances before hastily trailing after them. Chen An, be careful, Luo Shiyu urged, gripping his arm with concern. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen An replied with a reassuring smile, gently patting her hand. Hearing this, Luo Shiyu finally released her hold. Having grown familiar with some of Chen An's unique skills over time, including his acute ability to discern sounds. Though it may sound far-fetched, it was indeed true. During their time at home, he had often been able to identify his location simply by listening. Perhaps this was a gift acquired from his blindness, endowing him with an extraordinary sense of hearing. As Chen An stepped outside, both Hotan and Bailu were taken aback. At that moment, not only were they surprised, but even the village chief and the director backstage exchanged glances of astonishment upon seeing Chen An. In the live stream, viewers, momentarily stunned, erupted in exclamations. What is Chen An planning to do? Is he going to knock the black boar out again? If only that were the case. Look, he's actually taken a knife. As the camera pivoted, everyone beheld Chen An being handed a sharp knife by the burly man who slaughters pigs, slowly advancing towards the black-haired pig. The scene left everyone utterly astounded. Was he truly about to slaughter the pig? Surely not. How could this be? A celebrity, and a blind one at that, engaging in such an act seemed fantastical beyond belief. Goodness, It was surreal to witness a blind man preparing to kill a pig. Perhaps it was time to dream again. The townsfolk of Wheat Town were fixated on him, their eyes unblinking. They had heard tales of this black-haired pig being subdued by a delicate star. Could this little fellow indeed be the one? It appeared to have scarcely any flesh. Was there any truth to the rumors? Luo Shiyu slightly parted her lips, having assumed that Chen An intended to render the pig unconscious once more. How had the narrative shifted so drastically to one of slaughter? Did he possess such a remarkable skill? Chapter 47. The Slaughter of the Pig, Severing Flesh from Bone within the live stream. Countless viewers fixated their gaze on Chen An's figure on the screen. His steady stride, coupled with the gleaming blade in his hand, imbued him with an extraordinary aura. All eyes in the venue were upon him as he closed his eyes and advanced step by step towards the thrashing and bellowing black-haired pig. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat, the creature struggled with even greater fervor. Just as it seemed poised to escape, Chen An would not grant it such an opportunity. With a swift motion, the blade effortlessly sliced through the artery in the pig's neck, even without the need for sight. Empowered by the divine title bestowed upon him by the system, Chen An had truly mastered the culinary arts at a master level. He possessed an intimate understanding of various ingredients. Within the live stream, as the blood gushed forth from the severed neck, the audience fell silent for a moment before erupting in excitement. He truly knows how to slaughter a pig? This technique, this decisiveness. Had Chen An previously worked in a slaughterhouse? Forget the slaughterhouse. I would believe it if you told me he was a butcher. My knife has gone soft again. Ha, brother knife, you're killing me. How can one's blade go soft in the face of Chen An's? What else could one do but succumb to his swift strikes? As the viewers marveled at Chen An's slaughtering technique, the onlookers also gazed in awe at his frail silhouette. Do not underestimate this figure. There was no hesitation during the act of slaughter. He genuinely knows how to kill a pig. Guo Feng rushed over, casting a doubtful glance at Chen An before hastily directing others to fetch basins, not wishing to waste such precious blood. Brother Guo, may I take charge of the pig? Before the other could respond, Chen An spoke directly. Guo Feng couldn't shake the feeling that there was an undercurrent of excitement in Chen An's tone. Indeed, Chen An was thrilled. Possessing the skills of master chef without demonstrating them would be a travesty. Moreover, his hands were itching to create. Guo Feng was about to express his concern, but could only nod in agreement upon witnessing Chen An's exhilarated expression. Although they had only recently met, there was an undeniable quality about him that set him apart from others. He seemed to radiate an extraordinary aura. Despite agreeing, Guo Feng cautioned several men to stand by, should Chen An require assistance. Unfortunately, their intentions were in vain. After the blood had drained, Chen An reached behind to touch the pig's tail and began to explore its body as if performing a massage. This bizarre scene left everyone perplexed, their minds filled with questions. Shiyu, do you know what Chen An is doing? In the crowd, Reba turned to the stunningly beautiful Luo Shiyu for insight. Luo Shiyu shook her head, equally intrigued by the source of Chen An's extensive knowledge. In the live streaming room, the number of viewers watching Chen An's broadcast had exceeded 100,000. As the audience observed Chen An's hands exploring the pig's body, confusion spread among them. What was Chen An doing? Was he massaging a dead pig? It was incomprehensible. Could any expert provide an explanation? As a chef with a decade of experience in a five-star hotel, I too found his actions perplexing. Was Chen An truly fumbling about aimlessly? Perhaps, considering he was unable to see, he might be searching for a specific area to operate on. It seemed plausible. I decided to continue watching. On screen, after thoroughly examining one side of the pig, Chen An clapped his hands with a smile. At last, he had gathered enough understanding. He picked up a sharp knife, and under the gaze of many, he aimed it at the pig's spine. In the next moment, the muscles in his hand tensed as the knife tip made a precise incision along the spine. He then swiftly moved the blade, making small incisions the size of a finger on the limbs and head. This only deepened the crowd's bewilderment. However, one chef in the live stream appeared to have an epiphany, trembling in disbelief as he continued to watch intently. Once Chen An completed this procedure, he set down the knife and grasped the pig's hind legs with both hands, exerting force. A crackling sound resonated and the subsequent events left everyone in utter shock. Chen An pulled forcefully backward, and the flesh of the pig seemed to melt away, separating from the bones as he tugged. It was a true display of separation of bone and flesh. Observing the complete skeleton hanging on the rack while Chen An held all the skin and meat of the black-haired pig, the audience fell silent, speechless. What more could be said? Chen An was remarkable. Alas, lacking sophistication, I could only exclaim in awe. I was utterly astounded. This separation of bone and flesh was a long-lost secret from ancient imperial kitchens. Could it be that this technique had survived from ancient times? A text once recorded that in antiquity, the royal chefs devised a method to separate the pig's skin and flesh using minimal incisions. This technique preserved the exquisite flavor of the pork, allowing for various ingredients to be filled within half an hour post-separation before being grilled, a taste that would make even an emperor salivate. However, this method had been forgotten for ages and was notoriously difficult to master. How had Chen An accomplished this? Such a lengthy exposition. You have captivated my interest. To all present, if anyone is there, please bring me a portion. I would pay handsomely. Count me in. I desire it as well. On site, Guofeng and the others glanced between the complete skeleton of the pig and the skin and meat in Chen An's hands, unable to suppress their salivation. This scene was utterly beyond their comprehension, more shocking than witnessing Chen An single-handedly overturn a wild boar. Brother Gua, quickly prepare the spices, vegetables, and fish. Everything must be here within half an hour. After a lengthy list of ingredients from Chen An, Guofeng and the others hurried off to make the necessary preparations. Although they were unaware of the particular dish Chen An was preparing, the manner in which he conducted himself suggested an impressive level of expertise. Soon, a large basin of ingredients was brought forth, and without hesitation, Chen An commenced his preparations. Noticing his struggle to manage the workload alone, Guofeng quickly rallied others to lend a hand. At last, after 10 minutes, the once shriveled pork skin was rejuvenated, filled with an array of diverse ingredients. A larger grill was prepared, and it was placed over medium heat to roast for 8 hours. After uttering this instruction, Chen An wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply in relief. This task truly demanded physical exertion. Had he not taken a strength-enhancing supplement, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to manage such labor. Nevertheless, the outcome seemed promising, and now they awaited the tantalizing flavors of the roasted pork in 8 hours' time. Chapter 48. The grand roast pig for 8 hours. The crowd remained gathered from morning until dusk, their anticipation unwavering. Throughout the day, the name and remarkable feat of Chen An spread like wildfire across the town. Many came seeking the spectacle, their eyes drawn to the colossal roasting spit at the center of the square. The skin of the black boar had been transformed into a golden hue, and beneath its plump exterior lay a treasure trove of delectable ingredients. As the charcoal crackled, the mingling aromas of over 100 flavors wafted through the air, enticing many to draw near. Among the throng, Wang Bo, Qin Xian, and Yang Yang were also lured by the fragrant allure. Having gone without food all day, their stomachs grumbled incessantly. From afar, they had caught a whiff of the mouth-watering scents, leading them to follow their noses. However, upon arrival, they discovered that this tantalizing aroma emanated from none other than Chen An's handiwork. Qin Xian was the first to contemplate retreating, but the protests of his hungry belly caused him to hesitate. It smells exquisite, but perhaps the taste will disappoint. I'll wait and see how he falters, he stubbornly reasoned. Yet he remained, casting envious glances towards Chen An, who was surrounded by 3 women. His conflicted expression did not escape the keen eye of the cameraman, eliciting laughter from viewers online. Haha, look at Qin Xian's expression, caught between desire and reluctance. Poor guy, if memory serves me right. The 3 of them haven't eaten a morsel all day. If only he had accompanied Chen An. That fellow dined on sumptuous feasts with Reba during lunch, leaving them in a state of longing. It's true what they say about Xiaomai Town not judging by appearances. Among them, only Chen An has truly thrived. After all, he resolved a significant dilemma for the town and crafted such a delightful dish. I would worship him too. Yet, the question lingered. Just how delectable was this roast pig? It seemed promising, having been prepared for an entire day. and anticipation hung heavy in the air. Online commentators buzzed with curiosity, eager to uncover the flavor of this roasted marvel. The technique of separating the meat from the bone, while stuffing the pig with a myriad of ingredients, was unprecedented. As dusk descended, the oppressive heat gradually yielded to a gentle breeze. The mingling scents of ripening wheat and roasted meat wafted through the air, causing saliva to pool in the mouths of all present. Mayor Guofeng could not help but swallow hard, his gaze filled with eager expectation as he eyed the Wanbao pig, set to be ready in just an hour. Even the director of the show, Li Yimin, emerged from backstage, squeezing into the crowd, hoping to partake in the feast. Meanwhile, Chen An sat at ease in his chair, flanked by Luo Shiyu on his right and Reba and by Lu on his left. This scene exuded an air reminiscent of a man with multiple wives. Yet, Chen An remained blissfully unaware of the surrounding dynamics, his eyes closed in contemplation, his mind swirling with questions. The town of wheat has made an appearance, and wild boars have been introduced, accompanied by a sumptuous feast. Is this not considered a successful check-in? One cannot help but voice their disbelief. After all that has been accomplished, it is perplexing to think that it would not be deemed a success. Brother Chen, the time has come. Guofeng's voice echoed in his ears. Chen An opened his eyes, though they struggled to focus, eliciting a sigh from Guofeng. Such a fine young man. Yet he is blind, truly a lamentable circumstance. Brother Guo, thank you for your efforts, Chen An said with a smile as he stood up. Luo Shiyu and Reba hurriedly extended their hands to assist him, but Luo Shiyu was quicker, causing Reba to withdraw her hand in slight disappointment. This scene prompted many of Reba's fans to exclaim feelings of heartbreak, having clearly observed the unique expression on her face, one she had never displayed towards anyone else. The hint of jealousy that flickered in her gaze directed at Luo Shiyu only intensified the fans' fervor, with many clamoring to eliminate Chen and claim Reba for themselves. However, the imposing figure of Brother Dideo, wielding a long knife, commanded respect and silenced those preparing to speak out. While they could criticize Chen An, they first needed to assess their own ability to withstand a few rounds under Brother Dideo's formidable presence. Luo Shiyu supported Chen An, while Reba and Bai Lu trailed behind them. Approaching the roasted pig, Chen An picked up a sharp knife and delicately scored the crispy, golden skin. The delightful sound of crackling pig skin resonated under the blade. Indeed, it is nearly ready. Chen An nodded and inquired, Brother Guo, do you have any white liquor? The older, the better. Upon hearing this, Guofeng did not hesitate, promptly replying, yes, wait here. He hurriedly dashed back to his home, thinking that Chen An desired a drink, and thus brought forth his treasured Mao Tai, which he had been saving for several years. As Guofeng presented the Mao Tai, several middle-aged townsfolk exclaimed in surprise. They had hoped to indulge as well, but had been rebuffed by Guofeng's earlier refusals. Little rascal, letting you drink would be a waste, he had scolded them, before reluctantly handing the precious liquor to Chen An, acknowledging the troubles he had resolved and the exquisite feast he had prepared. To Guofeng's astonishment, however, Chen An did not drink, but instead poured half a cup into a glass, and, to the amazement of all present, sprinkled it over the roasted pig. A sizzling sound erupted in the air, and before Guofeng could speak, an extraordinary aroma began to waft throughout the gathering. The fragrance enveloped everyone, captivating their senses. As they gazed in rapture at the roasted pig, Guofeng stood stunned. This scent was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Not only he, but also Qin Xian and the others found themselves swallowing hard, their eyes wide as they fixated on the roast. Even Luo Shiyu beside Chen An wore an expression of astonishment. From childhood to adulthood, he had tasted countless delicacies. Yet the roasted wild boar prepared by Chen An ignited within him an unprecedented urge to indulge in a fervent feast. The initial aroma was pleasant enough, but after the addition of white wine, the fragrance seemed to transcend into a sublime experience. To his astonishment, it was the white wine that served as the pièce d'assistance. The camera captured the unreserved expressions of everyone present, leaving the viewers in the live stream frantically restless, wondering just how intoxicating the aroma must be to elicit such reactions. They longed to rush over. Even if they could not partake in the meal, simply inhaling the scent would suffice. Within the live stream, the renowned five-star chef appeared to recognize the dish as well, trembling with excitement while fervently recounting its origins. Chapter 49. Is it worth it for a bite to eat? At last, I recalled this technique, an exquisite imperial dish from ancient times, prepared solely upon the emperor's decree for special banquets. It was thought to be long lost, yet here it was, astonishingly revived. Upon reading this, netizens were consumed by curiosity. An imperial dish, such a name carries an extraordinary weight. Could someone elaborate further? The dish, Wanbao roast pig, presents its foremost challenge in the initial separation of meat from bone. To master this culinary art, this crucial step must be executed flawlessly. Once the skin and flesh are deftly separated from the bones, the next phase involves meticulously stuffing the skin with an array of ingredients, followed by seasoning, and then roasting it over charcoal for a full 8 hours. Finally, a rich wine is poured over it to achieve an exquisite aroma. Only then is the Wanbao roast pig truly complete. This detailed explanation left the online audience utterly astonished. However, as they processed this information, their excitement erupted into fervent cries. "My goodness, a dish fit for the emperor. To the kind soul present, please reserve a piece for me. I shall pay handsomely. Such a dish is a rare treasure. I jest not. Whoever can spare me a piece, I would gladly pay 10,000. I am here, yet I shall not part with it. The aroma is simply intoxicating, and we scarcely have enough to share. Where did Chen An acquire such knowledge? I now harbor grave suspicions that he might be a time traveler." The mere mention of this dish ignited fervor among the online community, each person gazing at the screen, salivating. This was a delicacy reserved for the ancient emperor, and, judging by the reactions of those present, the flavor of Wanbao roast pig was undoubtedly exceptional. As Chen An poured the wine, the alluring fragrance began to waft through the air, enchanting every individual in attendance. With a subtle smile, Chen An deftly sliced off a piece of meat and offered it to Luo Shiyu, who was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with emotion. She reached out, grasping Chen An's arm. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "My mouth is here." Upon hearing this, Chen An felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet his thick skin concealed any outward signs. Luo Shiyu opened her mouth and gently took a bite, only to have her eyes widen in astonishment. It was as if she were swimming in the sea or dancing on the wind. In that moment, she felt herself transcending reality. Just one bite unveiled a realm of unparalleled flavor. Forgetful of her demeanor, she eagerly took the piece of roasted meat from Chen An's hand and savored it voraciously. Delicious, utterly divine. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could no longer contain themselves and began to approach in droves, eager for a taste. However, Guo Feng's voice rang out. "What is the rush? Form a line, one at a time. Each person is entitled to one portion, no more." Despite the massive size of the black-maned pig, the throng was too great, and he could only strive to ensure that everyone received a piece. Indeed, upon hearing this command, some were quick-witted, rushing to the front to secure their place in line. As the others regained their senses, they hurriedly rushed to the back to stand in line. Soon, a long queue materialized in the square. Guo Feng swallowed hard, stifling the urge to sample a piece, and instead cut several portions to share with Chen An, Reba, and Bailu before distributing to the others. The trio of Qin Xian, mingling in the line, could not help but display expressions of envy at this sight. "If I had known, I would have followed Chen An," Wang Bo whispered behind Qin Xian. "Exactly. After being hungry all day, now we have to wait in line," Yang Yang echoed. Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, he had boasted in the morning about enjoying a feast with them. Who knew this wretched place would shun celebrities? In other locales, they were always trailed by throngs of admirers. Here, even for a morsel, one had to queue, and attempting to cut in would earn a slap from those in front. Was it really necessary to endure such indignity for a bite to eat? He barely managed to get a share. Qin Xian felt a sense of grievance. When had a grand star like himself ever faced such treatment? Yet he would not leave. Not a chance. Even if it meant facing humiliation, he longed to savor the taste of that roasted pig. Fortunately, the cameraman capturing their trio also joined the queue. or else the sight of his disgruntled expression would have certainly amused the netizens. Once Chen An, Luo Shiyu, and the others obtained their roasted meat, they no longer lingered there, each retreating to the air-conditioned room with their delectable fare. It was then that Reba and Bai Lu realized how astute their choice to follow Chen An had been. With buns and fried dough sticks for breakfast, lavish meals for lunch, and now the enticing aroma of roasted meat for dinner, their day had been nothing short of bountiful. Chen An, thank you, Reba said, biting her lip as she expressed her gratitude. No worries, we are all teammates. Please enjoy, Chen An replied with a gentle smile, feeling indifferent about Reba and Bai Lu's decision to accompany him. He merely caught sight of their frail figures and sighed inwardly. They must be emerging stars of the lowest tier. Such a pity, so thin. If Reba were to learn of his thoughts, she would likely feel disheartened for a long while. 18 tier, she was currently a rising star, boasting over 10 million fans on Weibo. However, it was not surprising that Chen An thought this way. In his mind, the true entertainment industry was one where everyone held noble values, exhibiting profound passion for their craft. Only lesser celebrities relied on fleeting popularity, strutting about like kings. Such as watching you, a mere mentor of a passerby, utterly clueless, yet he spouted nonsense that irked Chen An, making him want to retort fiercely. As for his identity, Chen An felt little had changed from before. He had never contemplated becoming a star. Perhaps after appearing on a couple of minor shows, he gained a modicum of fame. But it was certainly not significant. He likely wouldn't even qualify as an 18-tier celebrity. In the square, the roasted pig was gradually distributed, but with the overwhelming crowd. Many were left without a share in the end. However, there was little that could be done. Guofeng had not even taken a single bite. Amidst the crowd, Qin Xian and his companions had finally managed to gather in one place. At that moment, they held the roasted meat as if it were a sacred decree, squatting by the roadside and devouring it with gusto. All eyes were fixed upon the delectable feast, and no one noticed a figure stealthily slipping into a corner, gazing longingly at the roasted meat with glistening eyes. Jing Yi, unable to contain herself, swallowed hard. She truly did not wish to succumb, yet the aroma was irresistibly enticing, compelling her to abandon her dietary commitments. Just this once, she reasoned, she would certainly diet tomorrow. With a resolute nod of her little head, she reassured herself and began to indulge, disregarding her image as she savored each bite. Chapter 50. The second match, New Rules. The Wangbao roasted pig has become a sensation. Not only in Wheat Town, but this dish has also ascended to trending status online. Astonishing, the imperial cuisine has appeared in Wheat Town. Chen An, a top chef delayed by his singing career. One man versus a pig. Chen An has once again reshaped public perception. A series of posts, all related to Chen An, has brought amusement to some netizens who were unaware of the situation. Goodness, wherever Chen An goes, he seems to stir up quite a commotion. Last time he confronted Hua Qingyu, and now he faces the black maned pig while creating an imperial dish. Singing, songwriting, playing instruments, slaughtering pigs. Cooking, what is it that this man cannot do? Platinum Entertainment. Luo Yangming has been in high spirits lately, as he believes that Chen An's participation in this program means he will undoubtedly face hardships. It is imperative that this lad, who dares to pursue his daughter, endure some trials. Today marks the second day since the program aired. Let us see how much hardship he has truly faced. A blind man hoping to survive in such a show will surely encounter numerous challenges. Mr. Luo, I have news to share with you regarding inside the office. As Luo Yangming opened his computer, his assistant, Zhang Bing, rushed in with urgency. What's the rush? We can discuss it later, Luo interrupted, casting a stern glance at him. Zhang Bing, sensing the tension, shrank back, refraining from continuing his statement. Luo Yangming then let a smirk return to his face as he began to watch the replay of yesterday's live broadcast. However, when he saw Chen An bringing Luo Shiyu onto the show, his brows furrowed slightly, and his smile faded. As he continued watching, witnessing the wild boar charging towards Luo Shiyu and Chen An, he was taken aback when Chen An lifted the boar above his head and slammed it to the ground. He froze for a moment, utterly astonished, when he observed Chen An being ceremoniously welcomed into the town, indulging in buns, fried dough sticks, and lavish feasts. and ultimately preparing an imperial dish himself. He could no longer remain seated. Damn it, is this meant to be a trial? This is more like a vacation. How is it that this young man can do everything? Wrestle with wild boars, prepare imperial cuisine. Are we certain he is an orphan and not a peerless master sent down from the mountains by a dozen old men with white beards? Mr. Luo, I meant to tell you, yesterday Zhang Bing said timidly. Why are you only mentioning it now? Luo Yongming glared at him. I was afraid you would take it well, Zhang Bing replied. Do you think I can accept it better now? Luo Yongming scoffed in exasperation. This year, all your holidays are cancelled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing's face fell instantly. Sigh. They say being an assistant with $1 million salary is no easy task on the first day. Congratulations to Chen An for winning the best performance. Li Yimin smiled at the contestants before him, loudly congratulating Chen An. The other contestants, including Reba, Bailu, and Jingyi, wore smiles on their faces. Particularly Reba, whose gaze towards Chen An was tinged with a hint of aggression. However, upon noticing Luo Shiyu supporting him, that aggression transformed into provocation. Luo Shiyu seemed to sense something amiss. Her eyes shifted, locking with Reba's. Their glances intertwined, creating an electric current that captivated the attention of onlookers, whose expressions turned peculiar. How did these two become entangled, and why was the atmosphere so charged? Both women simultaneously scoffed inwardly, then turned their heads away, though Luo Shiyu tightened her grip on Chen An's arm. Gasp! Chen instinctively inhaled sharply. Observing this, Reba haughtily averted her gaze. Yet her eyes continued to dart back in this direction. Li Yimin shook his head with a wry smile. As a man, he envied Chen An, despite being blind. This fellow was in many respects nearly perfect. If he were a woman, he would surely be enamored. Qin Xian gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Chen An. The guy truly was irksome in every regard. Cough, cough. Now let me explain the rules for our upcoming activities, Li Yimin announced, drawing everyone's attention. We have 6 days for this episode, and your sole task during this time is to assist the townsfolk in harvesting wheat. I have already communicated with the town mayor, and each resident possesses a small red flower. If you perform well, they will reward you with these flowers. At the end, the individual who collects the most red flowers will receive a mysterious grand prize in the second episode. Upon hearing this, everyone except Chen An displayed hesitation. Harvesting wheat. Qin Xian glanced up at the blazing sun. Would he get sunburned under such a fierce light? Enough of the pleasantries. Let us get started, cameraman, Li Yimin declared decisively. The moment the camera pointed at them, their discontent faded away. Meanwhile, netizens received the news of the show's commencement, flocking to the live stream. Checking in to see Chen An. What is airing today? Will Chen An pull off another surprise? The rules were clear. Assist the townsfolk in harvesting wheat to earn red flowers, and the one with the most flowers would emerge victorious. This is intriguing. Such rules appear to place Chen An at a disadvantage. Indeed, how could he help others harvest wheat if he cannot see? Yet, do not underestimate him. I've noticed that he often accomplishes what others deem impossible. Absolutely, let us keep watching. On site, Qin Xian appeared to understand that, given Chen An's blindness, these rules were particularly unfavorable for him. A sense of pride began to swell within him. Should we collaborate once more this time? I refuse to believe I can lose to this guy again. He turned towards his two companions, speaking in a low voice. Wangbo en yang exjanget aglanje, and then nodded vigorously in agreement. After all, having lost the previous match and subsequently enduring the humiliation of eating the barbecue prepared by Chen An, they felt quite embarrassed. Therefore, it was imperative that they reclaim their honor in this upcoming contest. Having reached a consensus, the trio strode purposefully towards the town, their eyes set on their objective. The first step to victory was to inquire about the number of establishments cultivating wheat, as they were certain that all the information would be in the hands of Xiao Honghua. Observing the trio's resolute departure, Reba and the others could only shake their heads, turning their attention to Chen An. This time, Jingyi also hesitated and refrained from acting independently. Suddenly, Chen An's phone chimed. He retrieved it and, feeling along the braille buttons, opted to play the message aloud. As the sound filled the air, the expressions of Reba and the others shifted to one of bewilderment. and even the viewers in a live stream were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Chapter 51. The Flavor Master. Hey, brother Chen An, I am well aware of the rules of your competition, and I have already informed the town, so rest assured. Guofeng's voice resonated from the phone, plunging the scene into silence. Even director Li Yimin, who had not completely departed, widened his eyes in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Luo Shiyu, Reba, and the other ladies struggled to suppress their laughter. The mayor certainly arrived with impeccable timing. Naturally, this voice message was also heard clearly by netizens. Unbelievable. Is this even allowed? Haha, this is killing me. Thankfully, Qin Xian and the others left. Otherwise, their faces would surely darken upon hearing this. Oh, the unfortunate trio of brothers. I've always said not to go against Chen An. Cough, cough. Chen An himself was taken aback that Guofeng would send him such a voice message. Though he could not see the expressions of those around him, he could surmise that many were undoubtedly watching him now. Impossible. I, Chen An, shall win with dignity. Let us consider that no one heard this. Chen An asserted with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, the director finally sighed in relief, regarding Chen An with a considerably kinder gaze. This lad is impressive. However, while this might deceive others, it falls short with the netizens. True to his name, Chen An has mastered the intricacies of the Chinese language. Even I was nearly swayed by his words. Indeed, judging by the director's expression, he seemed to genuinely believe it. What are you discussing up there? Is there something amiss with what Chen An said? A newcomer on the third floor inquired. Did you not notice his statement about pretending no one heard? Everyone spoke, yet he did not mention himself, implying he is aware. Wow, em enlightened. Truly, Chen An is a mastermind with an abundance of cunning. As anticipated, once the director departed, Chen An and his companions ventured into the town. Guofeng had long been lurking in wait, and, upon spotting Chen An, grinned and approached him. Brother Chen An, you have finally arrived. Hearing this, Chen An recognized it was Guofeng and smiled faintly. You came right at the beginning of the program. By the way, Brother Guo, how many families in our town are cultivating wheat? Guofeng glanced at the others present and then at the cameraman on the opposite side. Smirking as he leaned in to whisper, there are a total of 26 families, and I've already secured 25 little red flowers for you. Only the last one may pose a bit of trouble. Oh, Chen An raised an eyebrow. Here's the plan, Brother Chen An. I will first present you with these 25 little red flowers, and as for the last family, I shall take you there shortly. Guofeng concluded, producing the vibrant red flowers from his pocket and placing them in Chen An's hands. The two were unabashed, allowing everyone to witness this exchange openly. At that moment, the barrage of comments began to surge wildly. See, I told you, this lad has 1,000 tricks up his sleeve. Two big brothers, is this truly acceptable? Do you really not regard us as outsiders? Indeed, it seems they truly regard us as family. Family members who can comprehend this. I'm almost in stitches. At the beginning, I nearly collected all the little red flowers. If those three brothers were to discover this, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Alas, poor wretches, those three children. Why is it that they do not grasp the principle of joining forces when they cannot win? Observing Chen and holding a handful of little red flowers, the expressions of the women beside him were nothing short of spectacular. Is this truly complete? The second phase has scarcely begun, and yet it is already so? My goodness. As Jing Yi joined for the first time, she was equally astonished by this scene, regarding Chen and as if he were a creature of legend. Is this fellow truly so well liked? Let's move on. There's another household to visit. Chen An remarked to the group, and soon, Guofeng led the way towards the field. At this moment, the weather had reached the season for harvesting wheat. With the scorching sun beating down upon everything on the earth, the town of Wheat Town derived its name from the fact that, in times past, its inhabitants survived by cultivating wheat. Although the number of wheat cultivators has dwindled over the years, the name remains unchanged. The final household belonged to an elderly man known as Zhang Lu, renowned for his stubborn temperament. Thus, I shall speak on your behalf. You need only remain silent. Guofeng advised, and Chen An merely listened without protest. Before long, the group arrived at a field in grand procession. In the wheat field, an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s was vigorously swinging a sickle, showing no sign of reaction even upon sensing their presence. Zhang Lao. I arrive without a greeting. Guofeng stepped forward and exclaimed loudly. Who do you think you are, Gua? If I grant you the courtesy of addressing you as town head, you ought to come over and call me Uncle Zhang if I do not. Zhang Lu's temperament was indeed as Guofeng had described, his words making it abundantly clear to all present what a fiery temper he possessed. This was no mere bad temper. This was akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Guofeng coughed awkwardly, but before he could speak again, Zhang Lu stood up, his aged face adorned with sharp eyes that fixed upon a person in the center of the crowd. It is you, young man, who created the Wanbao roasted pig. Upon utterance of this remark, all eyes turned to Chen An. The comment section was abuzz with confusion. I recall that Chen An had not publicly mentioned the name of this dish, had he? This old man seems somewhat extraordinary. I sense a hint of menace about him. Menace? Perhaps he has read too many martial arts novels. Nonetheless, for this old man to directly name the dish seems rather remarkable. In the midst of this, Chen An was equally astonished that an elderly man could so readily identify the dish. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, true masters dwell among the common folk. With humility, he responded, Indeed, the Wanbao roasted pig is my creation. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Zhang Lu's eyes visibly brightened. Exercise caution. My uncle is quite formidable. In his youth, he ventured into the world, the specifics of which remain a mystery, yet he appears to possess considerable renown. At this juncture, Guofeng subtly alerted Chen and nodded in acknowledgement, while Zhang Lu continued, If you desire the red flower, then let us engage in a contest. Regardless of the outcome, I shall bestow this upon you. Without hesitation, Chen An acquiesced. Aren't you going to inquire what the contest entails? Luo Shiyu exclaimed with indignation. What if this old man were to take advantage of Chen An's naivety? It's all right, Chen An reassured her, gently patting her hand. Seeing this, Luo Shiyu refrained from further protest, her fierce gaze fixed intently on Zhang Lu. Meanwhile, within the live stream, viewers mused a contest. This old man suddenly reminds me of the monk who sweeps the temple grounds. He appears unremarkable, yet he may very well be a master. That's not certain. What if he devises a challenge that deliberately complicates matters for Chen An? That would be quite unfortunate. But haven't you heard? He stated that regardless of winning or losing, he would still grant Chen An the item. As the viewers engaged in fervent debate, the chef Ba Xinghe, who had previously explained the Wanbao roast pig, now gazed contemplatively at Zhang Lu on the screen. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily opened his phone's photo album, revealing an aging photograph, his eyes fixated on an individual in the upper left corner. Goodness, it's the legendary Master Wei. Chapter 52, I Will Feed You. Ba Xinghe was utterly bewildered. As the head chef of the nation's second-ranked five-star hotel, his status was already quite elevated. However, the individual who managed to astonish him was none other than Zhang Lu, the culinary deity who once represented the national chef team in international competitions. In the realm of Chinese cuisine, there are two revered figures, the god of food and the god of flavor. The former has long since retired to a life of seclusion, while the latter, known as Lao Lu, mysteriously vanished after a competition, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. To his astonishment, he discovered that this legendary figure was now farming in Xiaomai town. Contemplating this revelation, Ba Xinghe couldn't help but click his tongue. The upcoming showdown promised to be riveting. Chen An may have mastered the art of roasting pigs, but now he was pitted against the god of flavor. Ba Xinghe was acutely aware of the latter's culinary prowess. It was precisely this understanding that made him apprehensive of the challenge ahead. In the past, foreign chefs had scoffed at them before the competition, only to end up begging for tutelage afterward. The title of God of Flavor was not merely a moniker. It was a testament to unparalleled skill. As Chen An readily accepted the challenge, a knowing smile crept across Zhang Lu's face. Young man, you ought to think carefully before accepting such tasks, he remarked. Chen An simply chuckled in response. There's no need for me to deliberate. My abilities speak for themselves. It was absurd to question his prowess, for he possessed the culinary heritage of Longwa, passed down through the ages, and was bestowed with the title of culinary deity by the system. He held unwavering confidence that, within the country, none could rival his skills. Zhang Lu clapped the dirt from his hands and made his way home. "Come with me. I am eager to witness your talents," he called. Hearing this, Guofeng sighed in resignation, glancing at Chen An, who merely patted Luo Shiyu's hand. Understanding his cue, she followed closely behind Zhang Lu. Thus, the group made their way to Zhang Lu's residence in grand procession. Along the way, they encountered the three brothers, Qin Xian and his companions. Upon seeing them, the trio proudly displayed the little red flowers on their hands, their expressions seemingly declaring, "Look, we've gotten a flower." Unbeknownst to them, Chen An and his companions had already amassed 25. Zhang Lu's home was a modest self-built dwelling, distinguished only by the abundance of cooking utensils scattered throughout the yard. "My granduncle became enamored with cooking upon returning from abroad," Guofeng explained. "However, no one has ever tasted his culinary creations. It seems no one is worthy of my meals." A cold snort echoed from within the house, and soon after, Zhang Lu emerged, carrying 2 bowls of white noodles. He cast a glance at Chen An and placed the noodles on the table, stating, "I'll want to make it difficult for you. The competition is quite simple. Prepare a bowl of noodles." At this pronouncement, everyone was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zhang Lu had proposed such a contest. "Ah, noodle. I can craft them myself without the need for Brother Chen An's intervention," Guofeng proclaimed confidently, only to be met with a piercing glance from Zhang Lu that silenced him. Meanwhile, the netizens found themselves perplexed. What on earth is this old man up to? All this effort merely to compare noodle making? There's no need for Chen and to intervene. I could simply present my Kong Shui Fu sauerkraut beef noodles. How shall you respond to that? You have your Kong Shui Fu, and I have my Bai Xiang. They may not be the finest noodles, but they are undoubtedly fragrant. The talent upstairs is simply remarkable. It would be a shame if they did not pursue a career in comedy. As the netizens engaged in discussion, Ba Xinghe smiled. The noodles of Wei Shun were once deemed unparalleled in the world. Chen An is bound to lose. On sight, Chen An nodded in acknowledgement, not refusing the challenge. Observing this, Zhang Lu laughed heartily and gestured towards the nearby cooking station. "Come, let me witness how one who can create the legendary Wanbao roast pig fares in noodle making." With that, he moved to his cooking station and began his work. Meanwhile, Chen An remained calm and collected. After finding his position, he grasped a handful of flour. Quite impressive. Indeed, this flour is made from high-quality wheat, and given its moisture, it should not be older than 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards him. In the live stream's comments, "Goodness, he could deduce the flour's age just by feeling it? Surely, he is merely guessing. It's hard to believe he could make such an assertion without even seeing it. I seriously suspect he is just taking a wild shot." Just then, Zhang Lu looked at him in surprise. Indeed, it was freshly milled just 2 days ago. The netizens erupted in astonishment. Chen An smiled subtly, and at that moment, Luo Shiyu, in perfect synchrony, fetched a bowl of water from the tank for him. Chen An lightly touched the water in the bowl and remarked, "This water is quite good. It must be spring water from the mountains." Zhang Lu glanced at him again, albeit with an expression tinged with curiosity, before nodding in agreement. Holy moly, he can discern the water's origin too? I suspect there's something supernatural about him. It's hard to believe a normal person could identify the source of water so accurately. After finishing his remarks, Chen An remained silent, proceeding to mix the water and flour seamlessly, pulling the noodles in one fluid motion. Every action was nothing short of artistry in the eyes of the netizens and others present. Ba Xinghe watched intently as Chen An executed each step. The water was added perfectly, and the dough was neither too soft nor too firm. The process of kneading, rolling, and shaping was executed with remarkable steadiness. To Ba Xinghe, it resembled a performance of action art. Never before had anyone transformed the process of making noodles into such an elegant display. It seemed even Zhang Lu could not surpass Chen An's finesse. Suddenly, Ba Xinghe jolted awake to the realization, a cold sweat forming on his brow. Chen An is indeed beyond conventional understanding. However, a beautiful process does not guarantee delicious noodles. The most crucial element of a bowl of noodles lies in its pairing. In this regard, Zhang Lu had already mastered the craft to perfection. On the scene, although Zhang Lu's technique was not as elegant as Chen An's, It was nonetheless quite pleasing to the eye. He had already set the water to boil while kneading the dough, so at the moment the noodles were perfectly kneaded, he promptly tossed them into the bubbling water. In contrast, Chen An delayed the boiling process until he had transformed the dough into long, delicate strands, only then beginning to heat the water while the noodles sat covered in a basin. Observing this, Ba Xinghe shook his head. Youthful inexperience. The moment the noodles are freshly kneaded is when they possess their greatest elasticity. It is at this time that immersing them in boiling water ensures optimal texture. On the other hand, Chen An's approach might lead to a loss of the noodle's firmness and overall quality by the time the water reaches a boil. Chapter 53. Do you want noodles? Zhang Lu also lifted his gaze at this moment, when he saw Chen uncover the noodles and place them in the basin. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, and he shook his head. From that point onward, he was certain that Chen An was destined to lose. Yet, Chen An remained unperturbed, seated comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, humming a tune. His hands rested on his legs, fingers rhythmically tapping on the lid of the pot. Finally, after tapping a total of 81 times, the water in the pot began to show signs of boiling. It was then that Chen An took out the noodles and plunged them all into the pot at once. This scene further diminished Zhang Lu and Ba Xinghe's interest. Adding noodles before the water had fully boiled was a grave error that solidified their belief that Chen An was bound to lose. Only water at a rolling boil can instantaneously enhance the texture and elasticity of the noodles, sealing in the fragrant essence of the wheat, thus ensuring a truly exquisite bowl of noodles. Chen An's approach was, if not unheard of, certainly unprecedented. Zhang Lu lost all desire to continue watching. As the noodles churned in the pot, he began preparing various seasonings. Outside the screen, Ba Xinghe was now intently observing his techniques and combinations. The reason why Wei Shan was regarded as a culinary deity was his unparalleled ability to infuse flavor. The essence of good cuisine lies in fully awakening its flavors, allowing for a truly memorable taste experience. Zhang Lu's ability to impress overseas chefs stemmed from his mastery of flavor. It is no exaggeration to say that even a simple steamed bun paired with his seasonings could evoke the sensation of indulging in luxurious seafood. Meanwhile, Chen An remained calm and collected in his preparations. He first set aside a basin of warm water, which he had practiced with for 2.5 years. He then named various seasonings, and Luo Shiyu handed them to him one by one. However, instead of combining them, Chen An mixed them with water, and, at that moment, the noodles in the pot began to boil vigorously. He reached out to feel the steam wafting up and nodded, before retrieving the noodles and placing them in the warm water. While he continued his meticulous preparations, Zhang Lu had nearly completed his own. A bowl of steaming noodles lay quietly within the bowl, surrounded by a light brown broth adorned with glistening droplets of oil. The aroma mingled with the steam, and in an instant, everyone inhaled the captivating fragrance. Delicious, so fragrant, Guofeng exclaimed, his eyes widening as saliva uncontrollably pooled in his mouth. He gazed at the bowl of noodles in Zhang Lu's hands, feeling an overwhelming urge to transform into a thief and seize them. The expressions of the others mirrored his own almost perfectly. Were these noodles truly a creation of this world? Chen An, too, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Turning his head, he twitched his nose, unable to suppress a silent admiration. Indeed, Zhang Lu was no ordinary chef. Even a seemingly mundane bowl of noodles could reach such heights of culinary excellence, worthy of being served in a royal palace. Unfortunately, he encountered Chen An, and not just any Chen An, but one who did not underestimate his opponent. Within the live stream, viewers observed the exaggerated expressions of the participants, prompting murmurs of confusion. Was it merely a bowl of noodles that warranted such reactions? To those in the know, it was merely a bowl of noodles. To others, it might as well have been ambrosia. Shoo, keep it down up there, or you might be silenced, came a warning. After all, it was just a bowl of noodles. How delectable could it truly be? Could it possibly rival half the flavor of my Kan Shui Fu? Huh. Such inferior instant noodles should not be paraded about for ridicule. Amidst the skepticism of the viewers, a barrage of comments began to roll in. What does the person above mean? Do you know who Zhang Lu is? Some questioned. Isn't he just some local figure? Is he really a demigod? Among the viewers, Some expressed their bewilderment. He may not be a demigod, but he is a culinary deity, the god of flavor. This particular viewer evidently recognized Zhang Lu and could not resist revealing his true identity. Upon seeing the term god of flavor, those unfamiliar with it were left puzzled, while those who were aware widened their eyes in astonishment. What on earth? This old man, the god of flavor? What a ridiculous joke. Indeed, the god of flavor. He is a deity in the culinary realm. How could he possibly be such an elderly figure? As more viewers gasped in disbelief, those still in the dark appeared utterly confounded. However, it was not long before someone stepped in to clarify. Once the explanation was provided, everyone experienced a moment of enlightenment, and soon they were all exclaiming in realization. No wonder he wished to compete with Chen An. It turned out he was the god of flavor. Chen An had prepared the exquisite Wanbao roast pork, making the competition entirely reasonable. Thus, it seemed Chen An was destined to lose. Theoretically, this was indeed true, for only culinary deities of equal stature could hope to surpass the god of flavor. Yet, let us not forget that Chen An should not be judged merely by theory. I concur with this sentiment. Chen An is a phenomenon, and there may very well be a twist in the tale. Meanwhile, as everyone became enthralled by Zhang Lu's bowl of noodles, Chen was nearing completion with his own dish. He retrieved the noodles, drizzled them with broth and seasonings, and presented his creation. Unlike Zhang Lu's aromatic masterpiece, his noodles emitted only a faint fragrance that required proximity to discern. Zhang Lu, on the other hand, hardly bothered to glance. Give it a try. He offered his noodles, and the eager crowd could hardly contain themselves, each quickly grasping their chopsticks to sample a portion. Slurp. The sound resonated simultaneously as Chen An also took a bite. Oh my! The taste of the noodles. Everyone's eyes widened. A single mouthful felt ethereal, as if they transcended the earthly realm. They transformed into wind, into rain, into the very essence of spring flowing toward you. Ahem. I digress. With a single bite, everything they had consumed prior felt like mere scraps, and in that moment, they comprehended the true potency of a bowl of noodles. Chen An had indeed lost. This was the collective sentiment of everyone present, and even Luo Shiyu felt that Chen An's chances of victory were slim. It is not that she harbors distrust towards Chen An. Rather, in the realm of singing, even 10 Huaqing yes would pale in comparison to Chen An's prowess. However, when it comes to this bowl of noodles, Chen An may not necessarily surpass Zhang Lu. Observing the expressions of those around, a sly smile crept across Zhang Lu's lips, as if he relished the sight of others enraptured by the culinary delights he had crafted. At that moment, Chen An also nodded in acknowledgement. One cannot deny that this old man possesses a fair degree of skill, nearly rivaling 1/10 of his own. To give it a taste, he urged. He presented his noodles, from which a faint aroma wafted upwards amidst the rising steam. Unless one drew near, it might have gone unnoticed. Zhang Lu smirked disdainfully. Although he believed victory was assured, he still felt compelled to sample the fare of the vanquished. With that thought, he grasped a pair of chopsticks and deftly lifted a strand to his lips. Chapter 54. This show is truly entertaining with just a single bite. Zhang Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. The expression on his face was one of sheer incredulity. Though it was merely noodles, they melted in his mouth as if they were anything but. The aroma, embedded in every strand and every inch of the noodles, erupted explosively the moment they touched his tongue. If Zhang Lu's noodles exuded a fragrance that lingered in the air, Chen An's noodles contained all their essence locked within, releasing a symphony of flavors only upon tasting. How could this even be possible? At that moment, Zhang Lu's capacity for rational thought vanished. He was utterly captivated by the exquisite taste. Oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around him, he unceremoniously lifted the bowl and devoured the noodles with abandon. Could they truly be that delicious? As Zhang Lu indulged in his meal, onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of culinary magic had Chen An conjured to elicit such a response from the taste god? Don't worry, everyone will have a share, Chen An smiled, having prepared portions for all. Upon realizing this, Luo Shiyu and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a second thought, they eagerly followed suit. Just a single bite transformed their expressions into ones even more vivid than Zhang Lu's, particularly for Reba, Bailu, and Jingyi, who seemed as if they might swallow their tongues in delight. In that moment, any thoughts of diet or body management were cast aside. It was simply too delicious. Viewers online, witnessing the group's fervent enjoyment, were compelled to comment. Is it really possible for a bowl of noodles to taste that good? Seriously, they look like they haven't tea eaten in a month. They really know how to act. They're all actors, right? I refuse to believe a bowl of noodles could be this extraordinary. Not necessarily. They may be acting, but the taste god surely wouldn't tea. Could it truly be that delicious? As the online crowd pondered, Zhang Lu finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and looked up at Chen An with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, he sighed. Indeed, I am getting old. Your noodles surpass mine. The viewers gasped at the taste god's admission. To have elicited such recognition from Zhang Lu suggested that Chen An's creation was indeed remarkable. Chen An, unfazed by the praise, simply nodded with a smile. By reducing the chewiness of the noodles, the flavors can meld more seamlessly, and with a special technique to lock in the taste. Can you tell me the name of these noodles? Zhang Lu inquired, genuinely astonished. Throughout his culinary journey, he had always sought the pinnacle of fragrance. Thus, the dishes he crafted were designed to envelop diners in their aroma and flavor from the very first bite. Yet, Chen An's creation was different. Stripping away the superficial embellishments, he had managed to encapsulate all the essence within the noodles, resulting in a truly astonishing experience. Yangchen noodles, Chen An replied. Indeed, he had prepared a very common dish. Yet his method diverged significantly from the norm. From the exquisite noodles to the superior broth, combined with his unique techniques. It is only through such artistry that one can create the astonishing Yangchen noodles. Zhang Lu nodded in understanding. The same ingredients, yet different methods. The essence of this bowl of noodles lies in Chen An's craftsmanship. I concede, Zhang Lu finally admitted, though his tone bore no trace of emotion. A loss is a loss, even if it is to a junior. It merely signifies the abundance of talent within Longhua. This belongs to you, Zhang Lu said, handing a small red flower to Chen An, who then passed it to Luo Shiyu. At this moment, Guofeng had also finished his noodles, chuckling to himself. The disappointment of missing out on the Wonkong roasted pig had evaporated. This noodle dish was undoubtedly the finest he had ever tasted. Holding 26 red flowers in his hand, he marveled that it was only the first day, yet he had already completed the entire task. However, with 6 days remaining until the competition concluded, Chen was far from idle. Thus, for the next few days, he immersed himself in culinary exploration alongside Zhang Lu, delving into various cuisines. Leveraging his wealth of experience, Chen An thoroughly impressed both Zhang Lu and the online community. Some dishes were so novel that even Zhang Lu had never encountered them before. The viewers were equally astounded. Ba Xinghe, while observing, could not contain his astonishment and took to explaining Chen An's myriad techniques and culinary styles to the audience. Amidst the fervent cooking sessions of Chen An and Zhang Lu, the happiest ones were undoubtedly Luo Shiyu and the townsfolk. Under Guofeng's organization, the dishes prepared by the duo were prioritized for the families engaged in farming, while the remainder was distributed among the other townspeople. Thus, every time Chen An and Zhang Lu cooked, a crowd gathered, salivating in anticipation. With their expertise and techniques, even a failed dish could rival the flavors of a 5-star restaurant. Offering such delectable food for free instantly elevated Chen An's status in the hearts of the townsfolk. Many of the local women even shook their heads in lament, wishing that this talented young man were not blind, for otherwise, there would be numerous suitors lining up for him. Concurrently, during these days of culinary creation, Chen An's trending topics on social media remained perpetually high. Participating in an outdoor program, this individual had embarked on a frenzied cooking spree. One might mistake it for a gourmet festival, if unaware. Initially, director Li Yimin felt that this approach somewhat contradicted the program's principles, but after tasting one of Chen An's dishes, he promptly instructed 2 cameramen to capture every step meticulously. The Qinxian trio was bewildered. Originally, the 3 had secured 3 red flowers in merely 2 days. At this rate, even if they did not obtain all the flowers by the end of the competition, they would surely have the most among all contestants. However, it soon became apparent that things were not as they seemed. Chen An and his companions were not working. Instead, they had set up a cooking station in the town square, drawing an ever-growing crowd that left no room to spare, especially when they were working with a family. They overheard the mention of Chen An. After having already given the little red flowers to the other party, the expressions of the three were akin to oh, their hearts silently exclaiming that something was amiss. After extensive inquiries, they arrived at a conclusion that plunged them into despair. Out of 26 households, 26 flowers had been bestowed upon Chen An and his entourage. What is the point of this? After laboring diligently for 2 days, they had managed to obtain merely 3 flowers, while this fellow had effortlessly secured them all by merely cooking. Such blatant dishonesty is unheard of. As they gazed at Chen An, a sense of helplessness surged within them. This guy, aside from being blind, what other shortcomings does he possess? Heck, I'm done with this. Chen Xian, in a fit of anger, cast the 3 red flowers to the ground. However, at that moment, Yang Yang remarked softly, "Do you wish to quit the performance? First, you should inquire whether Platinum Entertainment agrees." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian, who was about to stomp on the flowers again, was visibly taken aback. He then silently withdrew his foot, bent down to retrieve the flowers, and with a tone of grievance said, "What I meant was, this program is truly entertaining." Chapter 55. Let the new song be called Rice Aroma. Time flies swiftly. In the span of 7 days, Zhang Lu felt his culinary skills had advanced significantly. He cast a gaze filled with complexity at Chen An. Who would have imagined that this young man possessed such extensive knowledge of various cuisines, many of which even Zhang Lu was unaware? Moreover, in terms of timing and ingredient pairing while cooking, he demonstrated a level of proficiency that surpassed Zhang Lu's own. One might say that Chen An's culinary prowess had eclipsed his, and in a contest against the old culinary master, he might indeed hold his own. Zhang Lu pondered in silence, then patted Chen An on the shoulder and said, "Are you interested in joining the Dragon Kingdom Chef Association? You could fight for our nation in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Chen An. At that moment, in the live streaming room, Ba Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to elaborate. The Dragon Kingdom Chef Association represents the pinnacle of culinary talent in the nation, with each member regarded as a treasure of the establishment. The 2 figures embodying the spirit of Dragon Kingdom chefs, the god of cuisine and the god of flavor, serve as the president and vice president of the association. This explanation astonished all the viewers. In any profession, reaching such heights grants one a status akin to a national treasure. Chen An receiving an invitation from the god of flavor signifies that his culinary skills are indeed commendable within the Dragon Kingdom. If he were to join this association, his status would undoubtedly soar. Yet, Chen An appeared to lack significant interest. He shook his head and declined, saying, "Joining is not necessary. After all, cooking is merely a hobby for me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu's cheeks twitched involuntarily. Look at that. How can one utter such words? Treating cooking as merely a hobby. Yet that hobby has overshadowed a lifetime of effort for many chefs. Zhang Lu finally grasped the essence of top-tier modesty. The viewers couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, well said. Cooking is just a hobby. Uft. Your hobby has crushed the dreams of countless chefs." The unintentional display of superiority wielded by Chen An was truly formidable. As the show Yearning for Life approached its conclusion, for Li Min, the first season, though consisting of only 2 episodes, had yielded unexpectedly fruitful results. In just 2 episodes, this new program had surged to the trending searches. While Chen An played a significant role in this success, it was still an achievement worth celebrating. Knowing that Chen An and the others might be departing the next day, Guofeng organized a farewell party for them that evening, gathering the townsfolk for a lively celebration. Barbecue, beer, singing, everyone gathered together, sharing laughter and joy. Chen An sat alongside Luo Shiyu, Reba, and other women. Though unable to see, he could feel the comforting atmosphere enveloping them. Relaxed and at ease, it seemed that, at this moment, all worries had dissipated. But wait. Suddenly, he recalled something. Damn the system. I've been in Xiaomai town for so long. Yet why has the sign-in task not been completed? Upon reflection, Chen An began to question himself. Generally speaking, upon arriving at the designated location, completing certain tasks would deem the mission accomplished. However, despite engaging in activities such as hunting wild boars and cooking during this visit, he still could not hear the familiar notification indicating task completion. Ding! The host has not fulfilled the triggering conditions. Triggering conditions? Chen An was taken aback, his brows furrowing in concern. This confounded system was constantly playing tricks on him. Ding! All explanations are at the discretion of a system. Damn it! Just as Chen An was deep in thought, the live broadcast of the program had yet to conclude. Viewers, captivated by the delightful scene, began to express their envy. After all, living in a bustling metropolis, the suffocating feeling brought on by towering skyscrapers and relentless work was truly overwhelming. Witnessing this scenario, breathing in the fragrance of rice, savoring barbecued meat, and a group of people reveling in song and dance was a lifestyle that many yearned for. Even the Chen brothers, in that moment, chose to relish the experience. After all, fighting was futile, so they might as well enjoy the present. At that moment, a girl, surrounded by the crowd in the square, gazed at Chen An with sparkling eyes. Finally, she seemed to gather her resolve and approached him, clutching a guitar. Teacher Chen An, hello. Her voice was soft yet clear, reaching Chen An's ears. He, along with Luo Shiyu, Reba, and others, turned to look. What are you staring at? Chen An impatiently shook his head, frustrated that he could not complete his task and longing for the restoration of his vision. Teacher Chen An, I am your fan. I really enjoyed the song you performed on Tomorrow's Star. So, could you please sing a piece? The girl's face was tense, her hands gripping the guitar tightly. Sing? Chen An was momentarily taken aback, a spark of realization flashing in his mind. It appeared he understood the triggering conditions. The online viewers were equally filled with anticipation. Singing seemed to be Chen An's forte. He almost forgot. This fellow was indeed a singer. It's all because the program was too captivating. I nearly overlooked that this guy's strongest talent is singing. I've nearly worn out the few songs of his I've been listening to. When will you release new music? Chen An? Add one for me up here, eagerly awaiting Chen An's new song. My blade is once again thirsting for more. Calm down, there are no enemies right now. What do you know? This is just the excitement of waiting for An's new song. At the scene, all eyes once again fell upon Chen An, while the girl watched him with a mix of anxiety and hope. All right. Finally, Chen An smiled and spoke, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Teacher, Chen An, are you going to sing one of your previous songs? The girl inquired eagerly. Chen An shook his head with a smile, asking, do you have any instruments? Yes. The girl hurriedly offered her guitar. As Chen An touched the instrument, he strummed the strings, ensuring the pitch was just right. He took a deep breath, savoring the aroma of wheat in the air, and said, let us sing a new song. After a brief tilt of his head, he continued, the title of the new song is Fragrance of Rice. Fragrance of Rice. Upon hearing this title, those around him began to murmur, and even the online audience erupted with excitement. At long last, the moment had arrived. I knew Chen An would not disappoint us. Fragrance of Rice seems to be a song about wheat, and I hope it does not let me down. Suddenly, I realized that tonight is seemingly the grand finale of the Star of Tomorrow competition. Upon reading this, many online users chuckled. Indeed, the grand finale of the Star of Tomorrow must be generating immense buzz, especially given the strong foundation established by the previous episodes. As expected, upon checking the trending list, the finale was indeed at the top, boasting an impressive heat of 53 million, while the Life of Aspiration was languishing in fifth place with just over 15 million. The gap between the two was considerable. Overtaking it would be nearly impossible. However, one can never be certain. With Chen An releasing a new song, a miracle might just occur. Chapter 56. A broadcasting blunder, the unexpected clash between the finale of Tomorrow's Star and the last episode of The Life We Yearn For took many by surprise. Historically, programs like Tomorrow's Star, which have been on air for an extended period and boast a substantial foundation, would never consider The Life We Yearn For as a rival. However, at this juncture, Chen An's intention to debut a new song altered the dynamics entirely. It is well acknowledged that Tomorrow's Star owes its current popularity to the songs sung and the events stirred by Chen An in previous episodes. Numerous viewers tuned in primarily for his performances. With his departure to an outdoor show, those who cherished his music could only shake their heads in regret. Their lack of support for Chen An was not due to disinterest, but rather a sincere affection for his music. Upon hearing that Chen An would sing a new song, they promptly returned in droves. With Chen An gone, Tomorrow's star was left with only Kai Kun, who retained some appeal, while the remaining contestants were largely lackluster. The announcement of the new song triggered a swift surge in the popularity of the life we yearn for. Initially positioned 5th, it rapidly ascended to 4th and then 3rd. Although still trailing behind the first place, Tomorrow's star began to sense an impending crisis, akin to a wolf lurking behind, ready to pounce. In the director's room of Tomorrow's star, Chun Su looked on in dismay at the ranking in his hands, as the life we yearn for experienced a noticeable increase in popularity. Ironically, his own show, which once held the top position, was now witnessing a decline. I knew it. Chen An is not one to remain idle. Allowing him to leave may have been my gravest mistake. Shaking his head, he glanced at the happenings on stage and chose to tune into the life we yearn for, eager to witness Chen An's new song. However, he was not alone in his curiosity. Many staff members of Tomorrow's star shared an eagerness to hear Chen An's latest work. During his tenure, every episode had been nothing short of legendary. Since his departure, each show had dulled considerably. When given the choice between the mundane and the captivating, the decision was clear. Thus, everyone pulled out their phones to watch the life we yearned for, including the technician operating the LED screen. At the live event of the life we yearned for, as Chen An's voice resonated, many turned their attention towards him. Zhang Lu, momentarily taken aback, realized that amidst his recent culinary endeavors, he had forgotten that this young man was indeed a star. Indifferent to celebrity culture and even harboring a slight disdain for it, he found himself genuinely fond of Chen An's silence enveloped the venue as conversation ceased. Unfazed by the audience's gaze, Chen An closed his eyes, immersing himself in the scent of wheat drifting from the countryside and the gentle breeze caressing the strings of his instrument. Meanwhile, at the finale of Tomorrow's Star, the opening act featured Kai Kun. He was basking in the glow of success, having emerged as the most promising and popular contestant since Chen An's exit. Determined to deliver an exceptional performance, he declared, "Music." With a snap of his fingers, the lights flickered, and the LED screen behind him came to life with animation and music. However, the music differed remarkably from what was anticipated. It began with the faint laughter of children, followed closely by the sounds of cicadas and crickets on a summer evening. What is happening? What is this? Kai Kun opened his eyes, filled with confusion. Yet, when he noticed that Su Qianqian, Yang Dami, and Donggu, who had replaced Hua Qingyu, along with the audience, were all gazing behind him, his expression deepened in perplexity. He turned to look and was confronted by the most terrifying face of his life. "Damn it, Chen An, why won't you just fade away?" Kai Kun was nearly driven to madness. On the LED screen, Chen An was surrounded by a throng, cradling a guitar in his arms, strumming gently. The sound was relaxed and soothing, akin to the gentle breeze over rice paddies, seemingly conjuring visions of vast fields in everyone's mind. Then, Chen An began to sing. "If you have too many complaints about this world, and if you fall and dare not move forward, why must one be so fragile and fallen?" His clear voice resonated in the ears of the audience. Initially, they believed it to be a song about wheat, but after a couple of lines, it became apparent that the song conveyed something deeper. The lyrics were infused with an uplifting spirit, as if urging those who lightly entertain thoughts of giving up. "Do you remember when you said home is the only castle? As the fragrance of rice flows, I smile, knowing the dreams of my childhood." When the chorus arrived, devoid of high notes or technical flair, the song exuded pure musicality, stirring many listeners to tears, their eyes glistening with emotion. Chen An's voice continued, "Don't cry. Let the fireflies take you away. The pastoral ballads are forever a refuge. Let us go home, back to the initial beauty." Indeed, people felt as though they had returned to their childhood, innocent, lovely, free from worries, back when home was their only sanctuary. Now, the beauty of those days was slowly fading from memory, leaving only burdens behind. In the live stream, viewers were moved to tears. At the Tomorrow's Star event, No one was left untouched by Chen An's performance on the LED screen. The lyrics, rich in meaning and poetry, unfolded like a painting before everyone's eyes. Su Qianqian smiled with satisfaction. She had indeed not misjudged Chen An. He was gold, destined to shine anywhere. Yang Dami's eyes glimmered with emotion once more, yet this time they held a fierce determination. I must have this man. An unforeseen broadcasting mishap had gone unnoticed, as everyone remained immersed in Chen An's song. Simultaneously, on the popularity charts, The Life We Yearn For surged to the second position, launching its final assault on tomorrow's star. On screen, Chen An continued to strum his guitar, the hip-hop rhythm lifting everyone's spirits once again. Don't give up so easily. As I said, if you can't attain your dreams, why not pursue another? Add vibrant colors to your life. First, paint it with the hues of love. A light-hearted rap once again drew everyone's attention back, with all eyes fixed on Chen, and Luo Shiyu rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a heart full of affection. Reba bit her lip, glancing between Luo Shiyu and Chen An, feeling a sense of envy mixed with helplessness that prompted a sigh. At that moment, Bailu gently tapped her shoulder, and as their eyes met, Reba seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, she must not give up. After all, they were not a couple. She still had a chance. Even if they were in a relationship, it did not equate to marriage. And even if they were married, it was not insurmountable. Divorce was an option. Observing Reba's rekindled determination, Bailu blinked, seemingly misinterpreting her intent. Chapter 57. A new task for the system. Come on, smile, Qin Shiyao, the songstress. Achieving success and fame is not the ultimate goal. Finding joy within oneself is what truly holds meaning. The paper airplane of my childhood has finally returned to my hands. As the rap segment unfolds, Chen An gradually becomes immersed in the melody, softly narrating everything. Everyone listening begins to forget their worries. This song possesses a certain magic that allows listeners to recall only the joyful moments. Leaning against the scarecrow, I feel the breeze, singing myself to sleep. In the afternoon, the guitar resonates more clearly amidst the chorus of insects. The sunlight streaming along the path leaves no room for heartbreak. Cherish everything, even if it remains unpossessed. As he sings to this point, his voice suddenly halts, only to be followed by the chorus once more. Do you remember you said home is the only castle? As we continue to run along the fragrant rice river, I smile faintly, for I know the dreams of my childhood. Shui Qianqian waves his hands with joy, and Yang Dami lowers her defenses, returning to the innocence of youth. The audience, eyes closed, envisions the scenes depicted in the lyrics. Don't cry. Let the fireflies lead you away. The countryside song is an eternal refuge. Let's return home to the original beauty. The refrain echoes, and as his voice fades, the guitar gradually falls silent, leaving only the sounds of cicadas and children's laughter. This heartwarming scene makes it hard for everyone to open their eyes, but as the images in their minds slowly dissipate, they reluctantly do so. Suddenly, at the backstage of Tomorrow's Star, teacher LED stares wide-eyed at the large screen displaying Chen An's figure. Oh no! His phone's connecting cable is still plugged into the control panel. He forgot to unplug it while watching the live stream. This is a significant broadcasting blunder. In a panic, he swiftly disconnects the cable, restoring the screen to normalcy. The music resumes, finally presenting the song chosen by Kai Cohen. But can he calm himself enough to perform? The answer is no. This song is so captivating that even he is lost in it. Asking him to sing his own song now is akin to serving a lavish feast only to present a dish of excrement afterward, though he is reluctant to admit it. Chen An's composition is truly exceptional. Meanwhile, on the charts, The Life We Yearn For has successfully backstabbed its way to the top with a staggering 63 million views, creating a significant gap. With just one song, Chen An has surged ahead, showcasing his formidable dominance. Online, Fragrant Rice has soared to the pinnacle of my heart. Chen An's creative talent remains exceptionally strong. Each of his songs brings a refreshing surprise. One song has single-handedly allowed The Life We Yearn For to defeat Tomorrow's Star. I can only say, Chen An is incredible. Voice cracking. Haha, this is hilarious. The broadcasting mishap at the finals of Tomorrow's Star directly aired Chen An's live stream on the big screen. Oh wow, what a thrill. Indeed, just moments ago, I was watching Tomorrow's Star. As Kai Kuan prepared to perform, the screen behind him suddenly displayed Chen An, leaving me momentarily stunned. My heart ached for Kai Kuan for 3 seconds. He truly bore the brunt of this misfortune. The unexpected appearance of Chen An cast a shadow over the entire competition, leaving all the contestants distracted. After all, the abrupt entrance of Chen An was nothing short of a bombshell. How could they possibly continue? The farcical finale finally concluded, with Kai Kuan emerging victorious, yet his smile appeared painfully forced. Simultaneously, at the sight of a life to yearn for, there was a brief silence before thunderous applause erupted. All eyes were on Chen An. His song resonated with audiences of all ages, effortlessly conveying its profound meaning. In a corner, the Chen brothers exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the bitter irony in the other's eyes. Only those who have experienced it firsthand can truly grasp the formidable nature of this individual. The song was undeniably captivating. Chen found himself devoid of the will to compete against him any longer. In the entertainment industry, while capital reigns supreme, innate talent is equally paramount. Presently, Chen An's artistry has surpassed that of 99% of his peers. With even a modicum of financial backing, who could possibly rival him? Chen An smiled as he returned the guitar, which the girl eagerly accepted. Having just played Chen An's new song, she resolved to cherish it upon her return. Ding. Successful check-in at Xiaomai Town. Reward. 1 custom song and a gift package for the drama Chinese Paladin. Ding. Check-in location successfully refreshed. Qin Shiyao's concert site. The long-awaited system notification finally chimed again, almost bringing Chen into tears. Had he known that singing was a prerequisite for successful check-in, he would have belted out a tune on the very first day of the broadcast, rather than waiting until now. However, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with this reward, an opportunity for a custom song and a gift pack for Chinese Paladin. What was the system up to now? Was it preparing to make him a director? Yet, he had no visibility over the details of casting and performances. What good was that? The only redeemable aspect was that he could extract and perform the songs related to Chinese Paladin, though doing so would strip them of much of their essence. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the new check-in location. Qin Shiyao, who might she be? Given that she was hosting a concert, her status must be considerable. Shiyu, do you know Qin Shiyao? Chen An suddenly inquired. Qin Shiyao? Luo Shiyu paused, but before she could respond, the ever-patient Reba interjected. Qin Shiyao is an artist under Platinum Entertainment. She released a song that took the internet by storm in the past 6 months. She's quite a decent singer. Before Reba could finish, Luo Shiyu interrupted, her beautiful eyes narrowing with a hint of danger directed at Reba. A woman's intuition. There was something off about this individual. Reba met her gaze without flinching. The others observed the scene, glancing between the two women and then at Chen An, unaware of the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. Chen An pondered, stroking his chin. Having achieved fame with just 1 song in half a year, such an artist typically occupies a position between the 2nd and 3rd tiers of the industry. Why are you asking about this, Chen An? Luo Shiyu turned her head. Speaking in a coy tone, Qin Shiyao is an artist under Platinum Entertainment. How could she not be aware? She is one of the few acclaimed female vocalists in the company. In the entertainment industry, the highest ranks are occupied by the kings and queens of music and film. And Qin Shiyao is a long-established and renowned diva. Chapter 58. The Platinum contract is nothing. I just seem to have heard that name somewhere, so I asked. Chen An casually remarked. Luo Shiyu nodded in acknowledgement, not giving it much thought. The conclusion of the idyllic life signified Chen An's return to idleness. However, despite his apparent leisure, the online world was in an uproar. A song titled Daoxiang had, in a single night, inspired countless music bloggers to imitate it, propelling it into the spotlight. This track quickly dominated the major music charts, establishing its reign. As it was a gift from the system, copyright issues were of no concern. The netizens once again bore witness to Chen An's extraordinary talent. When he chose to act, he produced rhythms that could astonish heaven and move the spirits. Coupled with the blunder that occurred during the Tomorrow's Star finals, the song's popularity soared, capturing the hearts of countless listeners. At the upper echelons of Platinum Entertainment, Luo Yongming rubbed his temples, his face etched with worry. Originally, he intended to send this young man to face some hardships, yet unexpectedly, this insolent brat had stolen the limelight instead. While he failed to experience the intended difficulties, he certainly reaped numerous rewards. It was astonishing that after years of navigating the business world, Luo Yongming had lost his edge to a mere youth, and a blind one at that. Enough! Luo Yongming sighed, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he fully embraced Chen An, unassuming and composed. He possessed a talent that even Luo Yongming admired, coupled with a strategic mind. Aside from being blind, there were scarcely any faults to find. Zhang Bing, he called out, and shortly, the office door swung open, revealing Zhang Bing in a sharp suit, smiling as he entered. What instructions do you have, President Luo? Prepare a platinum contract to send to Shiyu? Luo Yongming instructed nonchalantly. The mention of the platinum contract startled Zhang Bing. This was the highest level contract in their company, typically reserved for superstars. The name Chen An surfaced in his mind, and he felt a pang of envy. As an assistant, he could intuit the implications behind his boss's words. Without a doubt, this contract was destined for him. This fellow was truly fortunate. Not only had he garnered the young lady's affection, but he had also earned President Luo's recognition. Was this not the tale of a poor boy soaring to greatness? Yet, to be fair, this young man's talent was indeed something many lacked. Understood, President Luo. Zhang Bing replied, before preparing to exit. Wait, add a clause to the contract. The partnership shall be indefinite, Luo Yongming added thoughtfully. I intend to groom you as my successor. There is no chance you are getting away now. Zhang Bing was taken aback once more, but nodded in agreement before leaving the room. Meanwhile, at home, Luo Shiyu gazed at the platinum contract in her hands. Her eyes filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that her father would grant Chen An the highest level contract. Typically, contracts at Platinum Entertainment were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier being ordinary contracts, the second tier being diamond contracts, and the third tier being the coveted platinum contract. The type of contract offered to an artist purely depends on their value. However, such platinum contracts are typically reserved for the most illustrious stars. It seems that the esteemed patriarch has genuinely acknowledged Chen An. A flicker of joy danced in her heart as she bypassed any examination of the contract's contents, dashing straight into Chen An's room without so much as a knock. As the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, Luo Shiyu found herself at a loss for words, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, her face gradually flushing a deep crimson. It took her a moment to regain her composure, and after a sharp gasp, she bolted from the room. Chen An, why are you not dressed? Panic laced her voice, her cheeks burning fiercely as her mind replayed the image of his physique, his 8-pack abs, defined muscles, and remarkably fair skin. The most bewildering aspect was his impressive endowment. The mere thought of it made her face feel as if it might drip with heat, her body growing weak at the knees. How could she possibly cope with such a sight again? At that moment, Chen An also realized the implications of the situation. He hastily grabbed a blanket to cover himself, his expression one of innocent grievance. I was in my own room. How was I to know you would burst in? Luo Shiyu found herself momentarily speechless. Chen An was correct. She had indeed intruded without so much as a knock. Alas, the blame rested solely on her shoulders. Have you put on your clothes? She asked, her face still aflame. Almost, Chen An replied, followed by the sound of rustling fabric. Soon, he emerged, leaning against the wall for support. What is the matter? Is there something you need? He inquired as he approached the sofa. As she gazed at Chen An, the earlier image flooded her mind once more, and her eyes instinctively drifted downward before she shook herself back to reality. Cursing herself for her lack of modesty, she finally spoke. There is an entertainment company that wishes for you to join them. To become a star? Chen An was taken aback. Luo Shiyu nodded, affirming the notion. Chen An furrowed his brow, falling silent. Observing his reaction, Luo Shiyu cautiously asked, What is wrong? Are you unwilling? Not exactly, Chen An replied, reclining against the sofa with a smile. I never anticipated that I might one day become a star. After a brief pause, he continued, Could you provide me with more details about this entertainment company? Luo Shiyu nodded, glancing at the platinum contract in her hand. The company is called Platinum Entertainment, and it holds a respectable position in the industry. She refrained from divulging too much information, fearing it might overwhelm Chen An. I've reviewed the contract they prepared. It seems quite favorable and suitable for you at this stage. Platinum contract. Favorable? Chen An mused. If other artists were to learn of this, they would surely be envious to the point of tears. The reason the platinum contract is regarded as the pinnacle within platinum entertainment is not only due to its prestige, but also because of the remarkably enticing terms it offers to artists. Notably the allowance for romantic relationships and the freedom to manage their personal time. This revelation is indeed explosive within the entire entertainment industry. It is likely that only Platinum Entertainment would dare to unveil such information. Were it any other entertainment company, they would be more inclined to relentlessly extract every ounce of value from their artists rather than allowing them any leisure time. This is precisely why many aspire to join Platinum Entertainment with fervent enthusiasm. After hearing this, Chen An nodded in agreement. He held no significant resistance toward becoming a celebrity. For when one considers which profession is the most lucrative, it undeniably belongs to the realm of stardom. A single endorsement can yield millions, a staggering rate of income that pales in comparison to the gains from a bank heist. However, Chen An is resolute in ensuring that he does not earn money that is not rightfully his. He possesses his own principles. The one most elated by Chen An's acceptance is Luo Shiyu, for with the signing of this contract, he can now be considered part of her family. Perhaps, in a way, he is. Chapter 59. You've offended me. Return to Chapter 1. As Chen inscribed his name, Luo Shiyu's eyes sparkled momentarily. She began to envision a future life entwined with Chen An, as if he were not merely signing a contract, but rather an engagement letter. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could she truly endure the enormity of what lay ahead? Luo Shiyu lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing, her legs instinctively tightening. In the office, Zhang Bing remarked to Luo Yangming, who was casually lounging with his legs crossed, Lao Zong, Qian Kun Entertainment has enlisted the renowned editor Guojian, seemingly aiming to make a move on our television segment. Guojian? Luo Yangming queried, perplexed. Is he not the one who remarried a female university student just 3 days after his wife has passing? Indeed, Zhang Bing acknowledged, slightly choked. Luo Yangming scoffed dismissively. Zhang Bing frowned, cautioning, Guozong, this time appears different. It is said that Guo Jian's fantasy script has garnered considerable acclaim. Should we not take some countermeasures? Absolutely, Luo Yangming asserted, straightening his posture. If they seek to slice a piece of the pie from my film sector, they shall not do so without losing a few teeth in the process. Here an idea struck him, and he continued, have Long Wei bring his best to the table. I want Qian Kun Entertainment to understand that being the second best requires diligence. Upon hearing Long Wei's name, Zhang Bing nodded in reassurance. This individual was equally as reputable as Guo Jian. However, he inquired, what about the theme song? The storyline is undoubtedly significant, yet the opening, ending, and interlude songs hold equal importance. Recently, hasn't the company acquired new talent? Luo Yangming replied nonchalantly. Realizing the implication, Zhang Bing's expression turned peculiar. If it were not one of their trainees, it could only be Chen An receiving such a vital task so early on. Lao Zong is indeed showing great favor towards him. Without further hesitation, Zhang Bing promptly delegated the assignment. A television theme song? At home. Chen An bore an unusual expression, for Luo Shiyu had just informed him that the company requested 3 songs from him related to the fantasy drama. A theme song, an ending song, and an interlude. Was he truly being burdened with 3 songs right off the bat? Nevertheless, he resolved to comply. For as long as the rights to the songs remained with him, he would retain control. Yet, 3 theme songs? Chen An recalled the grand gift package the system had recently bestowed upon him. Aside from the script, it contained 3 songs. The theme song, Love Across Lifetimes. The ending song, Forget the Time. And the interlude, Fondness. Each of these songs could potentially achieve remarkable success on their own, let alone when released together. At this moment, Chen An spoke up. Has the script been selected by the company yet? Not yet. I hear they've tasked Long Wei with writing it, Luo Shiyu replied. That won't be necessary. Chen An rose from the sofa, steadying himself, while Luo Shiyu hurried to assist him. I have penned the script and composed the songs. Now we shall proceed to the company. Indeed, the melodies must possess their original essence, and since the other party desires an exceptional script, they are fortunate to have one at hand. They have no intention of pairing these 3 songs with another script. The renowned Xianjian Qixiajuan, commonly regarded as the epitome of fantasy dramas, is not merely a title. Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu hesitated slightly. She was aware of Long Wei's reputation, an exceptionally skilled editor in the industry, known for his considerable pride, and many within the company had often faced his ire. Privately, he was even referred to as Long Outyin. Her concern was not for herself, but for the possibility of Chen An causing a scene at the company. Given Long Wei's temperament, an outburst was inevitable. Just as she was about to offer some words of caution, Chen An reached out to gently ruffle her hair. "Do not worry. I am here," he reassured her in a soft, soothing tone, instantly calming Luo Shiyu. Chen An smiled slightly. This girl was still quite young, and the pressures of aspiring to stardom must weigh heavily upon her. However, there was no need for concern. In this entertainment industry, he would protect her. Soon, Luo Shiyu brought Chen into the entrance of the company. To avoid being recognized, she donned sunglasses and a mask, fearing the consequences of being identified upon entry. "Let us proceed." Chen An thought her anxiety was palpable, and he gently patted her hand in a comforting gesture. With that, they stepped inside. However, as soon as they entered, a fragrant breeze enveloped them. With his keen sense of smell, Chen An instinctively pulled Luo Shiyu aside. Yet a sharp voice pierced the air. "Who are you? Are you blind?" A woman glared at Chen An and Luo Shiyu, berating them. "Do you have any idea who I am? If you hinder my work with Qin Geho, you will regret it." Hearing the woman's voice, Chen An's brows furrowed. He lifted his gaze, although his eyes struggled to focus. His reputation for a sharp tongue was well established among netizens. In a calm tone, almost as if narrating a tale, he queried Luo Shiyu, "Shiyu, does a dog announce itself as a dog?" Luo Shiyu was taken aback, then shook her head vigorously. How could a dog declare itself as such? The woman turned her attention to Chen An, perplexed by his words. "What do you mean? Is he out of his mind? A dog may not proclaim itself, but should it bark, everyone would recognize it as a dog." Upon uttering this, the woman and those around them fell silent in astonishment. It did not take long for the crowd to react, many suppressing their amusement as they regarded the woman. Enraged, she pointed an accusatory finger at Chen An. Who was she? She was the manager of the illustrious singer Qin Shiyao. Who dared to speak to her in such a manner? "You will regret this. Not only will you be blacklisted from Platinum Entertainment, but the entire industry will be closed off to you," the woman declared with indignation. She found Chen An unfamiliar, clearly a new trainee within the company. The onlookers regarded Chen An with pity. Provoking this woman would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Moreover, being Qin Shiyao's manager, she could easily orchestrate the downfall of a mere trainee with the greatest of ease. At this moment, none were aware that beneath the sunglasses of Luo Shiyu, who stood beside Chen An, her eyes had taken on a frosty hue. To utter threats of blacklisting a man in her own territory was indeed a display of audacity. Meanwhile, among the onlookers, someone seemed to recognize Chen An, leading to a gasp of astonishment. "Is he not the blind Chen An? The blind man? Chen An?" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to scrutinize his face intently. Recently, the topic that has captivated the industry most is none other than Chen An. He has wrestled with wild boars barehanded, showcased his culinary skills against the renowned chef Wei Shun, and composed an array of exceptionally high-quality songs. They were all aware of these tales, and the woman opposite him visibly shifted at the mention of his name. Yet this change was fleeting, quickly replaced by a mocking smile. What of Chen An? He has incurred the ire of Qin Shiyao's manager, a singer of platinum status in the entertainment industry. P.S. The missing person returns. I shall release a chapter first. 2 more chapters will follow today. Whispering to myself, please don't cut me, please don't cut me, please don't cut me. Chapter 60, A Clash of Titans. Chen An, do you know who I am? The woman, with a condescending smirk and her arms crossed, gazed down at him. In her eyes, he was merely a minor celebrity, a figure of little consequence. A small-time star without substantial backing could be easily silenced. Although Chen An was unable to see her, An unmistakable impatience flickered in his eyes. This woman was truly insufferable, akin to a dog. Was this how Platinum Entertainment managed its subordinates? Beside him, Luo Shiyu had already labeled this woman as deadweight. What has happened to Sister Xiaohua? Just then, a voice resonated from the elevator, followed by the sound of high heels gracefully tapping on the floor. The crowd turned their attention, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. Qin Shiyao had descended as well. This promised to be quite the spectacle. Offending Qin Shiyao meant that silencing Chen An was merely a matter of her say-so. Chen An did not turn around. After all, he could not see. Yet, his heart was already harboring a negative impression of Qin Shiyao. The next check-in location provided by the system was her concert, and now it seemed. Shiyao, why are you here? Leave the small matters to me. Sister Xiaohua, the manager, approached her with a flattering smile. However, Qin Shiyao ignored her entirely, instead directing her gaze towards Chen An and the girl beside him, donning sunglasses and a mask. For some reason, the girl evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. What transpired? Her cool voice resonated as she addressed the front desk staff, not allowing her manager the chance to speak. For Qin Shiyao was all too familiar with her manager's temperament. At this point, Sister Xiaohua's expression began to shift into one of discomfort. The staff member, visibly intimidated, cast a wary glance at Sister Xiaohua before slowly recounting the recent events to Qin Shiyao. Upon hearing the account, Qin Shiyao's expression grew increasingly frigid. She then turned, her beautiful eyes glinting with icy resolve as she fixed her gaze upon her manager. You are terminated. Those words rendered everyone present utterly speechless, including Sister Xiaohua, who stared at her in disbelief. Chen An, taken aback, raised his head. This Qin Shiyao appeared to deviate from his initial assumptions. Shiyao, let me explain. Sister Xiaohua hastily interjected, eager to clarify, but Qin Shiyao offered her no opportunity. She turned, her cold demeanor swiftly transforming into a warm smile as she looked at Chen An privately. She had already heard from Secretary Zhang that President Luo held high hopes for Chen An. Although no contract had been disclosed to him, the prospects seemed promising. Moreover, with the recent happenings in the industry, Chen An's name had circulated widely, coupled with her long-standing discontent toward her manager. It was no surprise that she had decided to dismiss her in such a manner. Apologies, I am Qin Shiyao. Welcome to Platinum. Upon hearing Qin Shiyao's words, those around her stood frozen in place, as though struck by a nuclear bomb. Xiaohua's agent gazed incredulously at Chen An, unable to fathom how such a small celebrity could elicit such a reaction for Shiyao. She would never comprehend this. In the future, she hoped for an opportunity to collaborate. Qin Shiyao looked at Chen An and smiled again, her tone gracious and devoid of any haughty demeanor befitting a diva. Chen An nodded, offering a smile as he replied, There will be opportunities. With that, he took hold of Luo Shiyu's hand, preparing to leave. As they walked towards the elevator, Qin Shiyao's gaze remained fixed on the girl beside him. At the moment the elevator doors closed, a faint smile tugged at her lips, and a flicker of understanding glimmered in her eyes. No wonder President Luo took such care of him. Having realized this, she prepared to depart, but Xiaohua's agent hurriedly followed her. Shiyao, what you just said was out of anger, right? Qin Shiyao cast her a disdainful glance. This woman, so accustomed to leveraging her fame, had long been a source of irritation for her, and this was an excellent opportunity to rid herself of her. You're dismissed, as per President Luo's instruction. Leaving her with those final, despair-inducing words, Qin Shiyao swiftly exited the premises. Xiaohua's agent, now utterly despondent, was left reeling. Being dismissed by Luo Yangming signified a permanent ban from the entertainment industry. After all, who would dare defy this man? In the office of Platinum Entertainment, on the 33rd floor, Luo Yangming sat at his desk. President Luo, Chen An has arrived, Zhang Bing announced, ushering in Chen An and Luo Shiyu. He found it odd to see Luo Yangming seated so formally, as he remembered him often lounging with his legs crossed. Luo Yangming appraised Chen An for the first time, then shifted his gaze to Luo Shiyu, who was supporting him, a surge of anger welling within him. After 2 decades of nurturing a talent, Seeing it now draped over someone else was infuriating. I know why you are here. If you could present a script superior to Long Wei's, I may consider your suggestions. Luo Yangming provocatively stated. Luo Shiyu shot him a disapproving look beneath her sunglasses. Chen An, oblivious to the tension, nodded in agreement. The request was reasonable. Without a better script, why should they heed his counsel? President Luo, you sought me out? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a shirt entered the office. A prominent scar adorned his face, and his stern expression exuded an air of intimidation. Some believe your Xinxia script is lacking and wish to consult you, Luo Yangming remarked, casually crossing his legs as he observed Chen unlike a spectator at a play. Secretary Zhang Bing discreetly retreated to the side, a bittersweet smile crossing her face. Luo's temperament remains unchanged, and Long Wei is well aware of his character. Others may cast doubt upon him, but if they cannot substantiate their skepticism with evidence of his capabilities, this man is bound to unleash his fury. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Long Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, and with the added intensity of the scar on his face, an oppressive aura enveloped him even more. Luo Shiyu cast an indignant glance at Luo Yangming, only to find him gazing back at her. In a huff, she turned away, tightening her grip around Chen An's arm, which caused Luo Yangming's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Do you doubt me? Long Wei directed his gaze towards Chen An, his tone laced with skepticism. I believe that only my script can do justice to the song I have penned, Chen An replied, dismissing the palpable tension radiating from Long Wei. Do you realize that if your script cannot match the quality of mine, your fate may not be a favorable one? Long Wei, a seasoned editor of fantasy scripts, spoke with a distinct air of bravado reminiscent of the martial world. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably tense, yet Chen An stood his ground with unwavering confidence. After all, he was the one presenting the illustrious Xianjian 3. Chapter 61. The selection of the theme song. I have heard that you are merely a songwriter and singer. The film industry is notoriously complex, and it would be wise for you to refrain from wading into its depths. Long Wei's tone was brusque, and he showed no courtesy towards Chen An. Even if he was invited by Luo Yangming, he would not yield an inch. The fellow's current behavior resembled that of an amateur questioning a top-tier professional. Apologies, but I am not interested in shallow waters, Chen An replied with a smile. Though his tone was gentle, his words bore an unyielding strength, a clear defiance. Luo Yangming cast a glance at him, internally nodding in approval. This young man possessed character, and a softer disposition would not suffice for managing platinum in the future. Then let me see your script, if it does not meet my standards. Do not blame me for being unsparing. Long Wei plopped down onto the sofa, crossing his legs nonchalantly. This script is titled The Legend of the Swordsman, Part 3. Chen An stated, refraining from presenting the script itself. Upon hearing the title, Long Wei scoffed disdainfully. The Legend of the Swordsman, Part 3? There are no parts 1 or 2. Clearly, an amateur is indeed an amateur. At this point, he had lost all desire to continue the discussion. If your script is as haphazard as it sounds, I'm afraid you can leave. Long Wei rose, coolly uttering those words while fixing his gaze on Chen An. Even a clay figure has its limits. Faced with such rudeness, Chen An would not hold back either. He adjusted his position on the sofa, crossed his arms, and replied, You deem it hasty without even glancing at it? Is this what constitutes a top editor in this country? He shook his head, his tone tinged with disappointment. Long Wei narrowed his eyes at him. What do you mean? Nothing much, just that you seem rather foolish, Chen An retorted, delivering a blunt statement that left the room in stunned silence. Long Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, his temper flaring. He sat down, fixing a fierce stare on Chen An. My script is titled The Sword of Life and Death on the Dragon's Edge, and it narrates. Before he could finish, Chen An interrupted him. Is it a tale of romance? Does the story begin with the male and female leads unexpectedly meeting and falling in love, ultimately overcoming various obstacles to be together? Chen An regarded him with a bemused smile. He could predict the plot merely from the title. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangming cast an odd glance at Chen An, while Luo Shiyu also focused intently on Long Wei. At that moment, an unusual expression appeared on Long Wei's face. For Chen An's description was indeed spot on. Sensing the atmosphere, Chen An shook his head in disappointment. In this day and age, can a fantasy drama not revolve around romance? Is your script any different? Long Wei stubbornly retorted, you can judge for yourself. It was then that Chen An finally retrieved the script from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The cover boldly displayed the title The Legend of the Swordsman, Part 3. After a moment's hesitation, Long Wei picked it up and began to peruse its contents. An hour had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Luo Yangming, nearly numb from sitting, glanced at the engrossed Long Wei. His curiosity piqued as he turned his gaze toward Chen An. What could this young man have penned that would hold Long Wei's attention so completely for an hour? Just as he contemplated rising to see for himself, Long Wei finally exhaled a deep sigh and set aside the script. He then cast a look filled with complexity at Chen An. I'm not as good as you. This simple statement drew the attention of everyone present to Chen, whose expression remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Yet, to elicit such a remark from a top-tier editor like Long Wei, what story had he crafted? Luo Yangming's curiosity deepened. Zhang Bing, ever considerate, promptly retrieved the script. As Luo Yangming perused it, he too quickly found himself captivated. On the sofa, Long Wei spoke with a complex tone, I apologize, but I'm not as good as you. This time, the drama will use your script. Chen An nodded, unfazed. Now, it was time to discuss the theme song. However, Luo Yangming was already lost in the script, making it difficult for anyone to interrupt him. Chen An, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to the nearby Luo Shiyu and inquired, is it possible to contact Qin Shiyao? Luo Shiyu regarded him and replied, yes. Are you looking to have her sing the theme song? Chen An nodded, believing that Qin Shiyao's vocal timbre would be exceptionally suited for a love through time. Her voice could almost flawlessly embody the essence of the song. Moreover, hadn't they just mentioned a potential collaboration? Serendipitously, the opportunity had presented itself. Luo Shiyu, with a compliant nod, promptly took out her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and sent a message to Qin Shiyao. In less than a minute, Qin Shiyao responded, sure, send me the song shortly. Upon reading the message, Luo Shiyu smiled, appreciating the thoughtfulness of her good friend. I'll also sing the ending theme, forget the time, Chen An interjected. With Qin Shiyao handling the theme song and him taking on the ending song, only the interlude remained, the classic favor. Yet, Chen An felt a slight headache at the prospect of this song, as it demanded a particular vocal quality. After all, not everyone possessed a neutral vocal range. Sensing his distress, Long Wei contemplated for a moment and remarked, I actually have a candidate in mind, though I am uncertain of their suitability. Chen An raised his gaze, his unfocused eyes turning toward Long Wei. I have a friend, a singer of modest renown, an 18-line performer who has never sung a hit song and currently performs at a bar. Long Wei explained, modest renown? Chen An's interest was immediately piqued. You'll understand once you hear her, Long Wei sighed, retrieving his phone to play a song. As the music began to play, the voice that followed resonated. Is this a male singer? Luo Shiyu furrowed her brow, then added, no, it sounds more like a female voice. Upon hearing these words, Long Wei nodded. You have discerned it as well. Her name is Shaolin, a young woman. It is solely for this reason that she has never gained recognition within the industry, with her voice consistently dismissed as subpar. However, that may not be the case. Chen An lifted his head, his voice laced with astonishment. It seems that when one is weary, a pillow is readily provided. Her voice could effortlessly express a preference. It is practically tailored for such a purpose. Where is she? He inquired. Long Wei was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Chen An's enthusiasm. At this hour, she should be at the bar, he replied after glancing at the time. Let's go and search for this Shaolin. Chen An rose to his feet, and Luo Shiyu hastily assisted him. What about President Luo? Long Wei cast a glance at Luo Yangming, who was still engrossed in his script. Would it be proper to leave, just like this? President Luo, please continue. We shall take our leave, Chen An stated, disregarding any reaction from Luo Yangming, and hurriedly departed, eliciting a resigned smile from Secretary Zhang Bing. Chapter 63, this is the culmination of my efforts alongside my ex-wife. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you recall the shadows that once walked alongside me, now lost to the winds? Chen An's voice gradually transformed from a tranquil tone to one imbued with fervent emotion. This song encapsulates not only Shaolin, but also the countless souls who seek their guiding star amidst the darkness of the night. His distinctive voice, coupled with his adept piano skills, quietly enveloped the entire bar in a hushed reverence. At this moment, the lyrics had ascended to the chorus. His fingers danced across the strings, producing a resonant strumming that pierced the hearts of all present. Shaolin found herself entranced, seeing in the lyrics the footsteps of her lifelong pursuit of dreams. Is not a dream merely that brightest star in the night sky that has perpetually drawn her in? The melody gently soothed the restlessness within her. I pray for a heart that is transparent and eyes that are willing to weep, granting me the courage to believe once more, oh, to embrace you beyond the lies. Chen An closed his eyes, for the power of song is enchanting, and a beautiful melody can directly touch the depths of one's soul. This piece, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, was a custom creation for Shaolin. If a song represents a world, then within this realm exists not only Shaolin, but all those gathered here. Initially burdened by impatience and agitation, their expressions transformed to that of devoted followers gazing upon the stage. This song had become their entire universe. I would rather keep all my pain within than forget the memory of your gaze, granting me the courage to believe once more, oh, to embrace you beyond the lies. As the chorus resounded again, a wave of goosebumps surged through the crowd, who saluted the figure on stage. Whenever I find myself questioning the meaning of existence or wandering lost in the night, oh, the brightest star in the night sky, please illuminate my path. In moments of existential doubt, only that brightest star can guide my way. Yet, should I lose that star, I would lose all meaning in my existence. At last, the guitar's notes lingered, and Chen An's voice gently faded alongside the strings. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you discern the solitude and sighs of those who gaze up in yearning? In the tavern, even after the song ceased, silence reigned. All eyes were fixed on the figure cradling the guitar, and those who had once mocked him now bowed their heads in shame. How foolish I have been to ridicule a dreamer, a blind man with such remarkable talent on the guitar and in song. What right did they have to deride him? We truly ought to be ashamed. You are Chen An, Shaolin murmured, biting her lip, her voice tentative. Chen An smiled and nodded. This song is for you. If you still wish to sing, I believe we could collaborate. Collaborate? Upon hearing those words, Shaolin's breath caught in her throat, and her heart raced with an unexpected surge. She gazed at Chen An, her expression one of sheer astonishment. She was well aware of Chen An, the recently emerged prodigy within the music industry, whose songs have become instant hits, each of exceptional quality. If he sought collaboration, how could it possibly involve someone as obscure as herself, a mere 18-line celebrity? Consider it, and once you have made your decision, contact Long Wei to reach me. Chen An stated, rising from his seat, with Luo Shiyu hastily coming forward to assist him. No need to ponder. I accept, Shaolin interjected eagerly. Chen An was not taken aback by her response. Brother Long Wei will pass my contact information to you, and I shall follow up, he concluded, departing with Luo Shiyu's support. Meanwhile, the onlookers below watched Chen An's exit with eager anticipation. Some among them recognized him and contemplated approaching for a photo. But upon noticing his need for assistance while walking, they decided against intruding. Our generation of fans truly possesses great decorum, Shaolin mused, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of excitement as she watched Chen An leave. She understood that she was finally on the verge of finding the star she had long pursued. Outside, Chen An sighed. What's wrong? Luo Shiyu inquired hastily, fearing he had been hurt by the earlier crowd's antics, and immediately began to check him over. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you touching my backside? Chen An exclaimed, instinctively shielding himself. I thought you were injured, she replied, relieved to see he was unscathed, and playfully huffed in response. Hearing this, Chen An chuckled softly. No, I was merely contemplating how I have sung so many songs, yet still lack a single fan. Reflecting on the earlier silence that had enveloped the venue upon his departure, he sighed again. Indeed, the shows he had participated in were trivial, hardly garnering an audience. Upon realizing the reason behind his discontent, Luo Shiyu couldn't help but laugh. No one recognizes you? You're nearly a household name. If it weren't for your poor eyesight, you'd have been swallowed by the crowd long ago. Yet, Chen An remained puzzled, feeling a pressing need to appear on more prominent platforms. As a signed artist, he was determined to become a top-tier star. By the way, Chen Shiyu wishes to meet you to discuss some song matters. Luo Shiyu suddenly interjected. Chen An nodded, holding a favorable impression of Chen Shiyu, at least acknowledging her as someone of substance. Let us arrange it for tomorrow. I'll visit the company and record 3 songs. Sounds good, Luo Shiyu replied. At Chen An Entertainment's film and television department, as the second largest entertainment company in the country, Chen An wielded formidable influence. Its top-tier artists were capable of competing with those from Platinum Entertainment. However, in certain aspects, the leading entity, Platinum Entertainment, still outmatched Chen An, particularly in film and television. Time and again, Chen An found itself overshadowed by Platinum. Yet this time, after enduring prolonged suppression, Chen An sought to rise again. In the late hours of the night, the film department of Chen An remained brightly lit, with each member holding a script in hand. Brother Guijian, your script is simply ahead of its time. Once aired, it will undoubtedly surpass domestic fantasy dramas by at least 5 years, exclaimed Zhang Mingtao, the head of the film department, as he excitedly waved a script. Seated calmly at the table, Guijian, savoring grapes, nodded with an air of confidence and remarked, "This script is inspired by a dream from my late ex-wife. It embodies the essence of both our contributions. I wouldn't be surprised if it outpaces the industry by 10 years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingtao nodded in agreement, wearing a smile that masked his true feelings, while inwardly he cursed silently, thinking, just 3 days after your wife's passing. And you've already taken university student as your new partner. If she were to truly visit you in a dream, it would likely be to exact vengeance." Chapter 62. Do you wish to sing? This is the place. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the 3 arrived at the entrance of the tavern. The atmosphere inside was already lively, and one could faintly see a figure on stage singing. "Let us go," Chen An said, unable to see but eager to hear Xiao Lin's live performance. Luo Shiyu nodded, supporting Chen An and Long Wei as they entered together. After casually selecting a booth to sit down, Luo Shiyu turned her gaze towards the stage, while Chen An bowed his head and closed his eyes, attentively listening to the music. On stage, a girl with a very androgynous short hairstyle cradled a guitar, gazing at the patrons drinking below. As her eyes scanned the crowd, they landed on a familiar figure in a corner, Long Wei. What is he doing here? Xiao Lin wondered, though it was her time to perform, and she decided to seek him out after her set. Beside Long Wei, there was another young man whose face also sparked a sense of familiarity. With gentle fingers plucking the guitar strings, a familiar melody resonated throughout the tavern. Dao Xiang, Chen An's new song. Upon hearing the tune, the patrons lifted their heads to look at the stage. After all, this song was currently all the rage. Down below, Luo Shiyu glanced at Chen An, who remained with his eyes closed, savoring the music. As the song progressed, when Xiao Lin began to sing, Chen An's heart was already resolute. It was her. This androgynous vocal tone was precisely what he sought. However, such a voice was somewhat unconventional. If not executed correctly, it could sound peculiar. At that moment, Xiao Lin's rendition of Dao Xiang struck many as odd, eliciting discontent among the audience. The patrons began to shake their heads, with some even whistling and loudly suggesting she change songs. What is she singing? Is this what a resident singer sounds like? Step down. Dao Xiang is a beautiful song. Yet sounds so strange in your rendition. Voices echoed, and Xiao Lin's face revealed a hint of a wry smile. Yet she continued to sing. Though familiar with many voices, hers had always struck him as jarring. Was it possible that she truly was not suited for singing? Doubt began to creep into her mind. On one side of the stage, another girl, exuding a very mechanical vibe, watched Xiao Lin's awkward performance with a mocking expression. She was another resident singer. Previously, Xiao Lin had been the sole performer in this tavern, but after her arrival, she had looked down upon her. Several times, she had considered getting rid of her, but had never found the right opportunity. Now, it seemed the moment had finally arrived. The 18 tavern required only one resident singer, and that singer was to be her. The song swiftly concluded, and as Xiao Lin's voice faded, several figures in the audience rose. They jeered at the stage, shouting, "Step down. You sing worse than I do. I came here to drink, not to listen to noise. What kind of nonsense is this? How dare you call yourself a resident singer?" The cacophony of curses and derision echoed through the venue, seemingly fueled by the intoxication of alcohol, as numerous patrons began to hurl objects onto the stage. Among them, Long Wei stood up in furious protest, only to be restrained by a hand. Chen An slowly rose to his feet, supported by Luo Shiyu, who anxiously assisted him. "Take me to the stage," Chen An stated with calm determination. Luo Shiyu's heart raced as she perceived his intent. She nodded obediently and guided him upwards. On the opposite side of the stage, a girl reveled in the misfortune of Xiao Lin, who was being pelted with debris. At that moment, two figures approached. "Hello, you can't go up there." The girl instinctively frowned as she blocked their path, but a beam of light suddenly illuminated Chen An's face. "Chen An, you are Chen An," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with recognition, though her words went unheard amidst the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Shiyu had already led Chen An onto the stage. The unexpected arrival of the two drew everyone's attention, especially as some in the audience noticed Chen and required assistance, prompting a chorus of mockery. "What is happening? Where are the security guards? Allowing a blind man on stage? Did he come to the wrong place? Hey, you blind fool, get down." The crowd's laughter intensified, with some commenting on Luo Shiyu's striking beauty. "Look at that girl beside the blind man. She is stunning. My goodness, truly beautiful. Gorgeous lady. Let me take you for a ride in my luxury car." As the audience's gazes fixated on Luo Shiyu, her beauty eclipsed all other women present. How could such a captivating figure be tending to a blind man? It was a waste of beauty indeed. "Is singing your dream?" Chen inquired, gently patting Luo Shiyu's hand to signal her to step aside before turning his attention to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was puzzled by the sudden question, but nodded, responding, "Yes, how could I not dream? Despite this voice that goes misunderstood, I have persevered for so long." Chen An nodded thoughtfully and extended his hand. "The guitar, please." Xiao Lin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed it over. As Chen An settled onto a stool, he began to fumble with the instrument, while Xiao Lin, sensing his intent, kindly retrieved the microphone. She trusted Long Wei, who had come with Chen An as a friend. However, the audience was far from pleased. "Not only are we subjected to horrible songs, but now we must endure a blind man singing? Is this a tavern or a circus? Where asked the owner? Anyone could just get up and sing?" They complained. "This blind man truly lacks self-awareness. How can he play guitar when he can't even see? If this continues, I might just leave." Yet one voice piped up, "Wait, doesn't this blind man look a bit familiar?" The clamor grew louder, and many patrons prepared to leave. Hearing the commotion, the owner rushed in, his anger flaring as he prepared to intervene. Just then, the sound of the guitar resonated throughout the venue. Unexpectedly, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. Instead, the guitar in his hands felt as if it were an extension of his very being, exhibiting unparalleled finesse. As the captivating prelude commenced, it instantly quelled the raucous crowd below, even compelling those who were about to depart to turn back. In that moment, Chen An's voice resonated through the air. "The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear it clearly? The one who gazes up, harboring solitude and sighs within." The exquisite lyrics harmoniously intertwined with the fitting prelude ignited a nuclear explosion of emotions. Everyone stood frozen in place, gazing blankly at the figure on stage who sang in tranquil silence. Xiao Lin's breath caught in her throat, her pupils dilating as she beheld this silhouette. This voice, she suddenly recalled. This person was, astonishingly, Chen An. Chapter 64. The courage of today's youth. It has come to my attention that Bai Jin has invited Long Wei to pen a fantasy drama. Despite my internal skepticism, Zhang Mingtao maintained his composure. "Long Wei," he muttered with a hint of disdain. In the past, he might have regarded this individual with a modicum of caution, but now even Tu Long Weiss would pose no challenge to him. His screenplay is poised to revolutionize the entire fantasy film and television industry. "How is the theme song selection progressing?" Guo Jian inquired nonchalantly. "Rest assured about the theme song," Zhang Mingtao replied with confidence. The company places great emphasis on this television series, which is why we have invited the esteemed singer Cheng Ming to perform the theme song. Upon hearing this, Guo Jian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "It seems that not only will we dominate the fantasy market, but we shall also stir the tempest within the music industry." Zhang Mingtao chuckled heartily, envisioning the moment they would triumph over Baijin Entertainment. The gears of history appeared to be slowly beginning to turn at that instant. The following morning, Chen An and Luo Shiyu returned to Baijin Entertainment. Meanwhile, the renowned singer Chen Shuriyao had been waiting for them at the company. Initially, she failed to recognize Chen An, but soon realized that the girl accompanying him was none other than Baijin's little princess, Luo Shiyu, her close friend. This prompted her swift agreement to meet, as she was eager to discover what made this visually impaired individual so special that the princess clung to him daily. Lost in thought, she noticed at the entrance of the company that Luo Shiyu was assisting Chen An as they entered. Upon stepping inside, her gaze immediately fell upon Chen Shuriyao in the distance. Luo Shiyu, still donning her mask and sunglasses, exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Shuriyao, both maintaining an air of casual familiarity. "Let us proceed to the recording studio," Chen Shuriyao said, leading the way as the two followed closely behind her. Quickly arriving at the 10th floor S music department, as they greeted acquaintances along the way, Chen An found himself the subject of curious stares. For news had spread throughout the company that he had joined Baijin and was set to release 3 songs consecutively. It was rumored that these 3 songs would serve as the theme song, ending song, and interlude for the upcoming drama, with the theme song being performed by none other than Chen Shuriyao herself. Such exceptional resources at the onset of his career sparked widespread curiosity regarding the nature of Chen An's contract. Some even speculated if he might be the illegitimate child of President Luo. Upon arriving at the recording studio, Chen Shuriyao presented the printed song to Chen An, stating, "I glanced at this piece last night. It's quite good. However, I haven't yet sung it earnestly, so I hope you can point out any shortcomings when I perform." Chen An nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this interaction, the recording engineer was taken aback. A legendary diva seeking advice from a young newcomer? The most astonishing part was that this youth dared to nod in agreement. Are today's young people truly this audacious? With a smile in her eyes, Chen Shuriyao said nothing further and stepped into the recording booth. "Let us begin," she instructed, signaling an OK gesture through the glass. Moments later, her voice resonated through the studio. The moment the sound emerged, a brilliant light illuminated Chen An's vision. The melody was simply exquisite, exuding a rich essence of the fantasy realm, enveloping the atmosphere with an unmistakable aura of the martial world. Throughout the entire song, Chen Shuriyao sang with effortless grace, occasionally glancing at Chen An, eager to witness a look of astonishment or surprise on his face. Unfortunately, none came. Once the performance concluded, Chen Shuriyao stepped forward, curious to see what this fellow might articulate. "Your vocal technique is undeniably professional. You excel in that regard," Chen An remarked candidly, internally surprised. Such timbre and skill could hardly emanate from a mere small-time star. It seemed that Chen Shuriyao's status was potentially higher than he had initially presumed. She might even be a second or first-tier singer. Contemplating this, Chen An continued, "However, aside from technical prowess, certain aspects require a deeper emotional foundation, which he did not quite capture." Upon hearing this, the recording engineer nearly stumbled in disbelief. Did this young man truly dare to critique? Was he aware of who Chen Shuriyao was, a renowned diva in the country? To be titled a diva meant she had once dominated an era. Now, a newcomer in the music industry audaciously offered feedback to a seasoned artist. It was perplexing whether he was bold or simply foolish. Chen Shuriyao's expression turned into a smirk that was neither here nor there. She did not perceive any flaw in her singing. Rather, she felt that Chen An was nitpicking, seeking to shine in front of Luo Shiyu. Were it not for her regard for Luo Shiyu, she would have already taken her leave. "Sing it again." Adhering to what I just mentioned, Chen An stated, oblivious to the shift in mood. Chen Shuriyao cast a glance at Luo Shiyu before turning back into the recording studio. She was intrigued to discover whether this young man was merely posturing or if he truly possessed some merit. The recording engineer regarded Chen An with a profound gaze. This fellow was indeed courageous. The second recording commenced. Initially, Qin Shiyao maintained her previous approach, but as she progressed through several lines, she infused her performance with genuine emotion. Instantly, the entire essence of the song transformed. Even she was taken aback. Merely by channeling a fraction of emotion, the song ascended to new heights. Visions of soaring mountains appeared before her, and she felt as though she were flying on a sword amidst the clouds. Outside the recording studio, the engineer's eyes widened in astonishment. In a daze, he fancied himself flying over Chang'an on a sword. The second rendition concluded swiftly, and when Qin Shiyao emerged, her expression was a complex tapestry as she gazed at Chen An. This fellow indeed had some depth. Chen An nodded in satisfaction. This was the sensation he had been seeking. Now, it was his turn to shine. The closing song awaited, Forget the Time. The song Eternal Love encapsulates the fervent beginnings of the Xianjian saga, while Forget the Time conveys the poignant conclusion of its remnants. As Chen An stepped into the recording studio and donned his headphones, the familiar prelude resonated, evoking memories of Mao Mao's sacrifice, Long Kuei forging her sword with her own essence, and the scene where Jing Tian resurrected the world with his own life. Though he lost track of time, the memory of her remained indelible. As Chen An began to sing, the individuals outside the recording booth instinctively lifted their heads. His raspy voice, imbued with a rich narrative quality, momentarily transported them to a vision of a weathered youth who had seen and relinquished all. Qin Shiyao remained silent, while Luo Shiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In that moment, Chen An appeared to be the youth who, despite forgetting time, was in search of memories from a bygone era. Chapter 65. The Little Princess of Platinum Entertainment. As the final notes of the song faded, the moment Chen An stepped out of the recording studio, Qin Shiyao's gaze upon him transformed entirely. The recent melody, both in its emotional depth and technical prowess, compelled even her to concede that she could not surpass Chen An's performance. This young man, seemingly delicate and handsome, was far from being merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Coupled with his visual impairment, achieving such a feat required efforts far beyond those of an ordinary individual. With this realization, Qin Shiyao's previous perception of him as someone reliant on others dissipated. Is there truly no hope for his vision? Qin Shiyao inquired softly, leaning close to Luo Shiyu's ear. Luo Shiyu gazed at Chen An with a tender expression, a flicker of sorrow evident in her eyes as she replied, I have consulted the best doctors in the country. Given his condition, the chances of recovery are minimal. Whether he can see remains uncertain. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet Qin Shiyao could discern the melancholy lacing her dear friend's tone. With a gentle touch to her head, she acknowledged that while she might assist in many matters, in this instance, her role could only be that of a source of comfort. Chen An furrowed his brow slightly. Following one recovery attempt, he could discern vague, indistinct shapes. If his assumptions were correct, the two white forms before him must be Luo Shiyu and Qin Shiyao. When had their bond grown so strong? Shaking his head, he mused that this might simply be the innate allure between women. Chen An. Suddenly, Qin Shiyao called out to him. With a slight smile, she asked, Would you be interested in being my guest at my concert? Upon hearing this, the recording teacher nearly lost his footing, his eyes widening in astonishment. The prospect of such an event had nearly sent his heart into a frenzy. Had this been in the past, such news might have left him utterly speechless. Chen An's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been contemplating how to broach the subject, and here she was, extending the invitation first. When is it? He inquired eagerly. Next week, at the stadium of Imperial Capital University, Qin Shiyao replied slowly. Imperial Capital University? Both Chen An and Luo Shiyu exclaimed in unison. It dawned on them that they had nearly forgotten. They were still second-year students at that very institution. Life had become so tumultuous that they had not set foot on campus for quite some time. I wonder how the instructor is faring, Qin Shiyao mused, casting a reproachful glance at Luo Shiyu. This girl had clearly become so enamored with Chen and that she had forgotten about the concert altogether. That works perfectly. Once we finish recording the theme song, we should return to school. Chen An nodded in agreement, feeling a pang of guilt towards their instructor. Having been absent for so long, He feared he had left the instructor to manage the fallout of his absence alone. Then it settled. Chen An smiled, bidding them farewell before departing. As a renowned singer, her schedule was undoubtedly demanding. However, today she felt fortunate. She adored this song, and once released, it was bound to become a sensational hit. Has Shaolin arrived yet? After Chen An departed, Chen An suddenly inquired. The agreed-upon time is today. Surely this girl will not be late. She has arrived, replied Luo Shiyu, glancing at her phone, though a slight frown creased her brow. It seems she is having trouble finding her way. I shall go fetch her. With that, Luo Shiyu removed her mask and hat and stepped outside. The recording teacher beside them was increasingly alarmed at that moment. His eyes widened in terror. Did he see that correctly? The person just now was none other than the daughter of President Luo, their little princess at Platinum Entertainment. No wonder Chen An was so close to her earlier. They're indeed best friends. Upon realizing this, he cast a glance at the bewildered Chen An. You, my boy, have latched on to quite an impressive figure. The recording teacher hurriedly donned his headphones, fearing that knowing too much might lead to trouble. Therefore, with the headphones on, I heard nothing. Downstairs at Platinum Entertainment, a crowd had gathered, and at the center, Shaolin glared angrily at the woman before her. Xiao, with whom she once had an unresolved conflict during a program they both participated in, stood there. Xiao had leveraged her advantages to join Platinum Entertainment as a trainee, while Shaolin had not signed with any company, striving solely for her dreams. Though the two had not seen each other in quite some time, their relationship remained as tense as ever. Now, by chance, Xiao encountered Shaolin outside the company. When adversaries meet, hostility ensues, seeing Shaolin in her current state. Xiao seized the opportunity to humiliate her. Oh, isn't this the lofty Miss Shaolin? What brings you to Platinum Entertainment today? Xiao's voice dripped with disdain as she regarded Shaolin with a mocking smile. Step aside. Shaolin, uninterested in engaging in further banter, coldly replied. I recall you're not an artist under Platinum, are you? Who are you to demand I move? Xiao scoffed, filled with contempt. Scurry away with your tail between your legs. Platinum Entertainment is not a place for someone of your caliber. As these humiliating words fell from her lips, Shaolin's expression darkened even further. If it weren't for Chen An, she would have slapped this woman long ago. In truth, dealing with Xiao was simple. A word to Long Wei, and the next day she would be packing her bags. However, she generally preferred not to trouble her friends. Just as she was about to take out her phone to call Chen An, a frigid voice rang out from the crowd. I believe the one who should leave is you. Who dares to tell me to go? Do you think Platinum Entertainment belongs to you? Xiao retorted. Her head still turned away, but when she finally turned to see the newcomer, her legs nearly buckled beneath her. There stood Luo Shiyu, resembling a proud swan. Her delicate features adorned with a frost-like demeanor as she approached. Her presence elicited gasps from the crowd. The little princess of Platinum Entertainment. Who does not recognize her? Moreover, it is indeed true that Platinum Entertainment is her family's domain. Everyone knows that President Luo's most cherished is his daughter. Poetic rain, I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. Xiao, with an expression of embarrassment adorning her face, hurriedly approached, hoping to take Luo Shiyu's hand with a tone of playful affection. To her astonishment, Luo Shiyu swiftly raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed as it struck Xiao's face, and within mere seconds, a prominent handprint emerged, a testament to the force of Luo Shiyu's strike. It is evident how powerful that blow was. Xiao was left in a state of shock, while the onlookers around them dared not even breathe. Shaolin gazed at Luo Shiyu with sparkling eyes, for it was I who had invited her. The one I wished to dismiss was you indeed. Chapter 66. The downfall of Platinum Entertainment upon hearing those words. Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Shaolin. She could never have imagined that Shaolin was summoned by Luo Shiyu. From this moment forth, there would be no place for her at Platinum Entertainment. Luo Shiyu's declaration plunged Xiao into an abyss of despair. Being expelled from Platinum Entertainment would render her undesirable to other entertainment companies, effectively sealing her fate as if she were blacklisted. Confronted with this grim reality, Tears welled in Qi Xiaoxiao's eyes as she approached Xiaolin. Lin, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Her swift change of demeanor elicited quiet gasps from the onlookers. Xiaolin cast her a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore her, and walked over to Luo Shiyu to express her gratitude. Thank you. It's nothing. Come, let us leave. Luo Shiyu replied, not even glancing back at Qi Xiaoxiao as she turned to depart with Xiaolin. Behind them, Qi Xiaoxiao stumbled and fell to the ground, fully aware that her career was over. The others shook their heads in pity, murmuring to themselves about her misfortune. This woman, why provoke the little princess of platinum? Offending her is truly a path to ruin. In the elevator, Xiaolin observed Luo Shiyu, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with her figure. Suddenly, she recalled the girl from the bar who had been supporting Chen An. It was indeed her. The little princess of platinum was serving as a crutch for a blind man. Xiaolin was taken aback, her understanding of Chen An's background deepening. The man who had been relentlessly criticized online for lacking connections was now inadvertently tied to the grand ship of Platinum Entertainment. Lost in thought, they arrived at the recording studio. Chen An, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and smiled. How's the song coming along? After exchanging contact information the previous night, he had asked Luo Shiyu to send the song Favor to Xiaolin. Xiaolin gazed at him intently before nodding. I'm ready, but are you truly certain you want to sing it? She had devoted nearly the entire night to studying the song. From every conceivable angle, Favor suited her perfectly. Even her oddly criticized voice took on an enchanting quality in the context of the song. If released, it was destined to achieve great success. Thus, she posed her question. Perhaps another singer could do it even better. Yet, Chen An shook his head, asserting, only you can sing this song. A tremor of emotion coursed through Xiaolin, and she refrained from saying more, gratitude brimming in her eyes, though Chen An remained oblivious. I will sing it well, she promised before stepping into the recording booth. The sound engineer, wearing headphones, feigned ignorance and nodded toward the interior as the ethereal prelude began to play. Instantly, Xiaolin entered the zone. She sang the song with remarkable perfection, showcasing her technique and emotion in every aspect. The astonishment on the faces of the three in the recording studio was palpable, and even Chen An found himself internally praising her performance. Upon exiting the recording studio, Xiaolin noticed the three individuals gazing at her and, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired, how did I perform? Very well, Chen An affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. With the recording of 3 songs now complete, the next step involved preparing for the television drama and its promotional efforts. The responsibilities concerning filming and casting were entrusted to Long Wei. As a premiere editor, his discerning eye was both meticulous and astute, striving for a near-perfect representation of every plot point in the screenplay. Thus, Chen An harbored no concerns regarding the emergence of any superficial talent. As for the promotion, the marketing department of Platinum Entertainment was no amateur. As he had anticipated, after sending the 3 songs to Luo Yangming, a radiant smile spread across his face. He promptly allocated 10 million yuan to support original content and another 500 million yuan for television production. It was evident that he was fully committed to this endeavor. Concurrently, as the promotional campaign for Xian Jiansan commenced, a video surfaced on the Douyin platform, swiftly captivating the entire online community. In a dimly lit bar, a young man held a guitar, lost in the melody of a song that was not only exceptionally catchy, but also entirely novel to the audience. What song is this? I can't find it online. It seemed to be an original piece. Please, who has the source? I'll pay for it. Why does this voice seem somewhat familiar? I agree, it does sound reminiscent. It's definitely familiar because that voice belongs to that rascal, Chen An. The mere mention of Chen An's name ignited a wave of excitement among netizens. That rascal hasn't been seen since his performance of Daoxiang. To everyone else's surprise, he re-emerged singing a new song in a bar. I don't care, since there is a new song, release the full version. Exactly, Chen and you rascal. Don't be selfish and keep your new song hidden. My goodness, hurry and check Platinum Entertainment's official Weibo. It's astonishing. What does that mean? You'll find out if you take a look. Upon hearing this, netizens could not contain their curiosity and flocked to Platinum's official Weibo to view the latest announcement. To their astonishment, it soared to the top of Weibo's trending list. Chen An joins Platinum, penning the script for Xian Jianqi Xiaozhuan San. The television series is currently in preparation. Chen An has composed 3 songs for Xian Jianqi Xiaozhuan San, with the theme song performed by the renowned diva, Qin Shiyu. The barrage of revelations left the online community utterly astounded. This fellow has accomplished so much during his period of absence, while they could accept his songwriting talents. The notion of him writing a screenplay was a considerable shock to his fans. The realms of songwriting and screenwriting were vastly different, yet Chen An had seamlessly excelled in both. Furthermore, regarding Platinum Entertainment, one had to wonder if they had indeed signed an artist or a veritable prodigy. Had no one attempted to intervene in his decisions? Despite their astonishment and disbelief, the netizens found themselves increasingly intrigued. While you may excel in songwriting, particularly in the realm of Chen An, your foray into crafting scripts for the xinxia genre may reveal you as nothing more than an amateur. When the series airs, it is likely to face considerable backlash. However, astute netizens have observed that, concurrently, Newfound Entertainment has announced via their official microblog a celebration for teacher Guo Jian's new xinxia drama, which is currently in the preparatory stages. The simultaneous release of these official statements is unmistakably charged with tension. Yet this time, the odds do not favor Platinum Entertainment. One side boasts an elite editor renowned for expertise in xinxia, while the other is embarking on their inaugural venture into this genre, a scenario that appears decidedly unfavorable. It seems that Platinum Entertainment may be on the brink of self-sabotage. Chapter 67. Rise Again, My Beloved. It appears that Chen An is rather naive, as he has not directly released the 3rd installment of the series after the first 2. In any case, I find myself devoid of any desire to watch. My anticipation is now directed towards the new drama by teacher Guijian. Chen An, perhaps it would be wiser for you to return to your roots of singing and songwriting, allowing the professionals to handle the intricacies of scriptwriting. I concede that Chen An's music is impressive, but does he truly believe that a mere few lines from someone lacking insight can suffice for a screenplay? Upon learning of this situation, netizens have surprisingly banded together to express their disdain for Chen An particularly. Those who cherish the fantasy genre have taken to the official Weibo account of Platinum Entertainment, threatening a collective boycott of the entire company should they persist with Chen An's script. Nonetheless, these represent only the more radical segment of the audience. Many others have chosen to adopt a more measured stance, opting for a wait-and-see approach. At Newfound Entertainment, Guo Jian reclined on the sofa, perusing messages on his phone, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. It seems that Platinum Entertainment has truly lost its senses. I cannot fathom what Luo Yangming was thinking when he permitted a fool to pen a fantasy script. This is not akin to those urban romance dramas where audiences might overlook a lack of depth. As evidenced now, enraged netizens have taken to the platform to voice their displeasure. Platinum Entertainment has charted a course for its own demise. This time, Guo Jian is determined to achieve fame through a singular act, stepping upon the shoulders of Platinum. With this thought, anticipation began to swell within him. That day is not far off. Muzi, you must watch over me from above. Guo Jian retrieved a photograph from his pocket, revealing an image of his deceased wife. You shall appear in my new drama, Rise Again, My Beloved. A flicker of sorrow and resolve shone in Guo Jian's eyes as he tucked the photograph away, pulled out his phone, and dialed the contact labeled university student. The call connected swiftly, and a gentle voice emerged from the other end. I'm returning to school today, Chen An announced as he calculated the time in the rented apartment. There remained 3 days until Qin Shiyu's concert, and he needed to prepare. Luo Shiyu nodded, revealing her small canine teeth as she said, I'm all set. The instructor has been informed, although it seems they harbor quite a bit of resentment towards us. At this, Luo Shiyu sheepishly stuck out her tongue. After all, it had been quite a while since they had attended school, and the instructor had been cleaning up their messes. Otherwise, their conduct would have surely warranted a reprimand from the school. Chen An scratched his head awkwardly, envisioning the instructor's temper upon their return. However, acknowledging one's mistakes promptly is crucial, and Chen An was quite aware of this. Let us return today, he declared. All right, Luo Shiyu agreed, and she then assisted Chen An as they hailed a taxi to the prestigious university of the capital. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the university of the capital, the students were in a frenzy, for the renowned singer Chen Shiyu was set to hold a concert at the stadium. Support and stickers had already permeated the entire campus. A taxi came to a halt amidst the throng, and moments later, the door swung open as Luo Shiyu assisted Chen An out of the vehicle. Chen An's popularity had soared online, particularly following the announcement of his new fantasy drama, propelling him to the forefront of public attention. As soon as they alighted, the surrounding students quickly recognized them. "Chen An, it's actually Chen An," one exclaimed. "Oh my, it's the campus belle, Luo Shiyu. It feels like ages since I last saw her. Woe is me, Sister Shiyu, forgive me, but allow me to adore Chen An for just 3 minutes. Everyone, please remain calm. Let us not disturb them. What if something happens to Chen An since he can't see?" A voice interjected as the students prepared to rush forward. Indeed, the moment they witnessed Luo Shiyu carefully supporting Chen An as they walked, the excited footsteps abruptly halted. Right, it's better not to disturb them. It would be good if someone got hurt. With this thought, the students began to disperse, still clutching their signs for Chen Shiyu. Yet their eyes remained fixated on Chen An. With a sigh, Chen An expressed his thoughts aloud. Luo Shiyu glanced at him quizzically, and he continued, "It seems I still need to strive harder. No one has recognized me, even after coming to school." At this, Luo Shiyu nearly burst into laughter, having witnessed the frenzy of the students just moments prior. Had it not been for Chen An's eyesight, those younger students would have likely swarmed him by now. However, she chose not to clarify. Sometimes, teasing Chen An brought her joy. Let him indulge in his daydreams. The news of Luo Shiyu returning with Chen An swiftly swept across the entire Imperial University. Once the campus belle and the seemingly inconspicuous blind man, they had now transformed into a striking pair, both renowned in their own right. Previously, it seemed they were mismatched, yet now, they appeared utterly harmonious. Chen An possessed commendable looks, easily fitting the mold of the campus heartthrob, though his visual impairment had caused many to overlook him. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to his current accomplishments and talents. So what if he was blind? A blind person can also possess remarkable talent. Talent transcends all, a timeless adage that holds true in any context. Before long, they arrived at the door of the instructor's office. A knock, the door opened, revealing a disheveled, middle-aged man engrossed in a mountain of paperwork on his desk. The impending concert for Chen Shiyu and the absence of Chen An and Luo Shiyu from class were the two pressing issues weighing heavily on his mind. "Instructor, we're back," came a familiar voice that momentarily transported Bai Zheng into a dreamlike reverie. Shaking his head, he took a sip of coffee, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. "I've been so busy lately that I'm starting to hallucinate. How could these two troublemakers possibly return?" As he savored the coffee, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the two familiar figures beside him. Luo Shiyu gazed at him with a smile, while Chen An, supported by her, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Suddenly, Bai Zheng couldn't contain himself and spat out his coffee. "Good heavens, in broad daylight. It feels like a ghostly encounter. These two have truly returned." He rose, his face flushed with anger, striding towards them. Just as he was about to speak, Chen An interjected, "Brother Bai, I have returned this time to be a guest at Chen Shiyu's concert, where I plan to perform an original song." "Singing?" Bai Zheng, still fuming, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes scrutinizing Chen An from head to toe. This lad, how had he never noticed his cunning nature before? He was a student, participating in Chen Shiyu's concert and performing an original piece. Surely, when the school leaders witnessed this, it would reflect glory upon himself as well. Chapter 68. You helped Shiyu write a song, really? Bai Zheng's fury dissipated in an instant, and he feigned calmness as he coughed lightly and gazed at Chen An. If Chen An could perform an original piece at Chen Shiyu's concert, his stature among all the teachers would undoubtedly soar. After all, he was a student, and during Chen An's absence from school, it was Bai Zheng who had been cleaning up his mess. Moreover, this young man had been anything but discreet online, and now the school's administration and faculty were nearly all aware of him. If he could steal the limelight at this concert, Bai Zheng could bask in the reflected glory. propelling his own teaching career to new heights. Contemplating this, Bai Zheng patted Chen An on the shoulder and said with a hint of affection, "I've nearly missed you to death during your time away." Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu nearly burst out laughing, while Chen An's lips twitched. He had sensed an air of hostility the moment he entered. Thus, he had quickly thrown out a bait. After all, the system's task required him to sing a song to successfully check in, so why not do a favor in the process? Prepare well for it. I've arranged a single room for you in the dormitory, so rest assured you won't be disturbed, Bai Zheng said, his gaze warming toward Chen and as he appreciated the young man's growing charm. Chen nodded and departed with Luo Shiyu. As soon as they stepped out, Bai Zheng pulled out his phone and opened the group chat for mentors, tagging all members. Ahem, everyone must attend the concert the day after tomorrow. Chen An will perform an original piece to express his gratitude to his teachers. After sending the message, Bai Zheng turned off the screen, a smirk gracing his lips as he disregarded the barrage of notifications flooding his phone. Let those who mock me before now envy me, he thought. On campus, Luo Shiyu supported Chen An back to the designated single dormitory. News of their return had spread throughout the school moments earlier, and they were followed by a throng of students. Is that Senior Chen An? I didn't expect him to be so handsome. What a pity he's blind. Otherwise, I would have made my move already. How ridiculous. Just look at yourself. Even if Chen An were blind, he would still be a blind monk. His talent overshadows any flaws he may have. You should just leave him alone. We shouldn't disturb him. What if we accidentally hurt him? Murmurs arose from the crowd, and Luo Shiyu felt a sense of relief at their decorum. College students indeed possessed a certain level of civility. If they had charged forward, she feared she might not have been able to protect Chen An. However, amidst the crowd, one girl stood apart from the rest. With eyes filled with jealousy and a tinge of resentment, she watched Chen An intently. Indeed, it was Su Ling, Luo Shiyu's former dormitory confidant. Ever since they had moved out of the school, Su Ling had been cast aside completely. For such an extended period, she could only lie on the bed in Luo Shiyu's dormitory each day, inhaling her scent to suppress her longing. However, over time, that fragrance had begun to fade. All of this was due to this blind man. Upon her return, she was determined to reclaim Luo Shiyu. Thus commenced Su Ling's plan to capture hearts. Rest well. I shall bring you dinner tonight. After escorting Chen into the dormitory, Luo Shiyu softly uttered these words before reluctantly departing. The moment she stepped outside, a petite figure rushed toward her. Recognizing the familiar fragrance, Luo Shiyu immediately knew who it was. Shiyu, I missed you so much during your absence. I could hardly eat or sleep. You must feel my chest. It has shrunk. Su Ling's delicate voice echoed, leaving Luo Shiyu speechless. This woman had not changed her audacious manner of speaking. All right, I shall treat you to a meal. Luo Shiyu pulled Su Ling down beside her. Great. Su Ling's eyes lit up, and she began counting on her fingers, dinner, movies, a hotel room. Oh, Shiyu, what position do you prefer? I'd like to learn. Luo Shiyu. At a restaurant outside the school, the two women sat together, one sweet and the other regal, drawing the attention of every lecherous gaze in the vicinity. Shiyu, are you truly prepared to care for this blind man for the rest of your life? With her mouth full of food, Su Ling looked at her incredulously. She simply could not understand why Luo Shiyu was drawn to a blind man. Is it merely because he is somewhat handsome, talented, and has a bit of character? What else does he possess? Linger, you do not understand him, Luo Shiyu replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Ling suddenly felt as if she were a mother whose daughter had brought home a boyfriend she disapproved of. Yet the girl insisted that she simply did not understand him. However, a hint of anger surfaced on Su Ling's delicate face. What about your dreams? You have always aspired to be a diva. Are you willing to forsake that dream just to care for a blind man? A diva? Luo Shiyu momentarily lost herself in thought, but shook her head. What does being a diva matter for him? Observing the resolute expression on Luo Shiyu's face, Su Ling felt disheartened. You refused to heed any advice. While the two were dining, a striking figure clad in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, wearing sunglasses, approached a single dormitory. Without knocking, she entered. Who? Chen An, seated and engaging with the system, abruptly opened his eyes. Qin Shiyao wondered if it was just her imagination, but it seemed as though a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. No need to be nervous. She smiled softly and took a seat. No one saw me come in. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen An responded oddly, "What brings you here? Is it a problem to check on my partner for the day after tomorrow?" Qin Shiyao removed her sunglasses and smiled at him. "I have heard that you will be performing original songs at my concert." Chen An nodded. "But I never agreed to let you perform freely, did I?" "I will give you a song afterwards," Chen An continued. Who would have thought that Qin Shiyao shook her head and said, "You must fulfill one request of mine. At the concert the day after tomorrow, you can sing however you wish." Chen An lifted his head and asked, "What request?" "Help Shiyu write a song," Qin Shiyao said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen An was somewhat taken aback, while Qin Shiyao continued, "You must have noticed her temperament after she has taken care of you for such a long time. In fact, she has always been quite strong-willed. It would not be an exaggeration to say she is a favored daughter of heaven. P.S. I have seen some people saying I have entered the palace." "Enter the palace?" "Sanchi could never enter the palace in this lifetime. Updates will continue as usual, allowing you to witness the rise of Sanchi." Chapter 69. The mysterious guest. Upon hearing Qin Shiyao's words, Chen An fell into an unusual silence. Luo Shiyu was exceptional, with aspirations to become the nation's top diva. Even before encountering him, her innate talent had already surpassed that of countless others. Yet, in her devotion to him, she willingly concealed her own brilliance, propelling Chen An into the limelight. With this understanding, Chen An felt a pang of guilt. He had not realized the extent of Luo Shiyu's sacrifices on his behalf. Even his normally obtuse heart began to grasp the significance of her actions. Observing Chen An's silence, Qin Shiyao sighed, silently apologizing to Luo Shiyu. It was imperative that Chen An remained oblivious to this matter, but she could no longer bear to watch. No one could rightfully accept the gifts bestowed upon him by Luo Shiyu, not even the extraordinarily talented Chen An. While he possessed remarkable songwriting skills, crafting a song for just anyone posed a challenge. Yet, for Luo Shiyu, even 10 songs would scarcely suffice. After delivering her thoughts, Qin Shiyao departed, leaving Chen An seated, a flicker of clarity igniting within his murky gaze. The news of the diva Qin Shiyao's concert at the Imperial Capital University had already spread like wildfire across the internet. It was said that the university's stadium could accommodate 50,000 people, with students comprising a significant portion of the audience. As the concert required no tickets, the students were indeed fortunate. Journalists had also arrived early, setting up cameras in eager anticipation of the live broadcast. Within the streaming room, the viewer count swiftly surpassed 200,000, and a torrent of comments flooded in. Finally here, the semi-annual concert of the diva Qin Shiyao. It's a pity I can't attend in person, but watching online is a treat. I am quite curious about the mysterious guest she mentioned. When the concert was officially announced, Qin Shiyao had cryptically hinted at a special guest, igniting excitement among netizens. Inside the stadium, a sea of people gathered, with the faculty and administration of the school assigned to the front rows. Bai Zheng wore a broad smile, proudly conversing with fellow teachers while snacking on seeds. All around him, expressions of envy and jealousy were evident on the faces of his colleagues, some even casting him disapproving glances. What's the big deal? It's just a new song by Chen An, not something he composed himself. Backstage, Chen An sat before the makeup mirror as the makeup artist flitted about his face, occasionally gasping in awe. Luo Shiyu pouted in astonishment. Chen An looked handsome even without makeup, and now, with a light touch of cosmetics, his features appeared even more defined and his skin flawless. The makeup artist couldn't resist pinching his cheeks multiple times. "Wait for my signal. How many songs have you prepared for today?" Qin Shiyao turned to Chen An and inquired. "2," he replied softly. Hearing this, Qin Shiyao regarded him with a teasing smile. "Aren't you going to sing a few more?" "That's sufficient," he asserted. Chen An pondered for a moment. Initially, he had set out solely to fulfill the system's task. Yet now, a new notion had taken root in his mind. Qin Shiyao nodded, glanced at Luo Shiyu, and gently approached her side. "You go to the audience. There's a seat in the front row. Leave this to me." Luo Shiyu stood up, her expression tinged with anxiety as she cast a worried look at Chen An. It was her own nervousness that troubled her, but rather the fear that he might falter on such a grand stage for the first time. Sensing her unease, Chen An lifted his gaze, his murky eyes meeting Luo Shiyu's, and a soft smile graced his face. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she reluctantly stepped out from backstage and made her way to a seat in the front row. Sure. Over here." Before she could reach her destination, a voice called out to her. Following the sound, she discovered Su Ling waving at her. "I thought you wouldn't come." Luo Shiyu smiled and walked over. Just as she sat down, Su Ling immediately embraced her and playfully remarked, "I want to see just how exceptional the man who has you so enchanted truly is." "Well, keep watching," Luo Shiyu replied. The mere mention of Chen An brought a sweet smile to her face, one that nearly captivated Su Ling with its charm. Yet, upon realizing that this smile was reserved for Chen An, a pang of jealousy gripped her heart. She was determined to uncover just how remarkable this man really was. Should he falter, she would show no mercy. In the backstage area, Qin Shiyao was ready, her silver gown rendering her ethereal, as though she hailed from another realm. She glanced at Chen An and remarked, "You're quite mysterious, keeping your song a secret from me." "You'll find out soon enough," Chen An replied, his eyes closed. Since losing his sight, he had come to prefer the clarity of darkness over the obscured light. "Suit yourself," Qin Shiyao retorted, turning away with a smirk before stepping onto the stage amidst the crescendo of music. The deafening roar of cheers erupted at that moment. In the live stream chat, viewers exclaimed in awe, "Wow, Shiyao is breathtaking. Please, let this outfit be permanently attached to her." One user lamented, "I kneel and kiss my phone screen. Is there any way to make Shiyao marry me?" Another chimed in, "Of course, that's just a dream, a daydream at that." Meanwhile, in the office of Baijin Entertainment, Luo Yongming sat with his legs crossed, gazing at the screen mounted on the wall. As the boss, he was well aware that Chen An would perform at this concert, debuting new songs. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years and managed countless artists, he had encountered many talented individuals. Yet, none had ever left him as perplexed as Chen An, whose true limits remained an enigma. This curiosity surrounding Chen An's every live performance brought a subtle smile to Luo Yongming's lips. Fortunately, this young man is now one of our own. Yet the price he paid was his cherished little coat and the empire he built. Upon reflecting on this, the smile that once adorned his lips swiftly faded. At the concert, as Qin Shiyao made her entrance, she commenced with her signature song, followed by 4 or 5 of her most renowned tracks. As time progressed and the melodies flowed, the atmosphere in the venue and online reached its zenith. In the crowd, Su Ling cheered exuberantly. With the ambience elevated to such heights, she was curious to see how Chen An would manage to contain this fervor. Should he fail to do so, he would face severe repercussions. As anticipated, in the next moment, Qin Shiyao, sensing the heightened excitement, revealed a smile and announced, "Next, let's welcome our mysterious guest to the stage." Chapter 70. System Task, I Restoration +1. The moment Qin Shiyao's voice fell, a beam of spotlight illuminated a corner of the stage. All eyes turned in unison, and the atmosphere fell silent. Suddenly, a melancholic piano melody resonated, the mere prelude sending a shiver through the hearts of all present. In the live stream, curiosity about the guest was palpable. Who could this be? I had never encountered this song's prelude before. As an aficionado of traditional Chinese melodies, it was astonishing that I was unfamiliar with this piece. Surely it must be a new release. Which eminent artist had the audacity to make their debut on the stage of a celebrated diva? Amidst the anticipation, a pair of long, straight legs emerged from behind the curtain. Following closely was Chen An, clad in a pristine white suit, embodying the very essence of a protagonist from a romantic novel. His eyes closed as a dancer guided him to the center of the stage. His entrance had undoubtedly left countless jaws agape. The guest was none other than Chen An. Among the fans of Qin Shiyao, many were also enthusiasts of fantasy genres, some of whom had recently been online, questioning and deriding Chen An's arrogance. What business did a mere songwriter have in the realm of fantasy? Yet now, they beheld the principal figure standing before them. Luo Shiyu gazed at Chen An with sparkling eyes, while Su Ling, pouting in disbelief, cast a discontented glance in his direction. At that moment, Chen An's voice resonated, drawing every gaze toward him, and Qin Shiyu stepped back, momentarily ceding the spotlight. To put it simply, he began, I was originally set to perform this song on tomorrow's star, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to change my selection. He continued, eschewing any dramatic embellishments. You are not an actor. Do not fabricate those scenarios. His voice, low and sorrowful, echoed as if a despondent jester were enacting a self-scripted narrative. Despite not being an actor, he performed with an air of self-importance. On stage, Chen An opened his eyes, their unfocused gaze yearning for the heavens. Here he stood, performing a narrative he deemed significant. His heart-rending voice pierced through the hearts of the audience like a hammer striking their chests, evoking a wave of emotion. In that poignant moment, both those in the live stream and the audience felt a tremor within, tears welling in their eyes, their faces etched with sorrowful reminiscence. At just the right juncture, Chen An's voice surged forth like a mighty army, breaching their defenses instantaneously. I will feign ignorance of the role I am meant to play. He lamented the pressures of love, compelling one who cherishes you to improvise. When did we begin to abandon our principles, conforming to the whims of changing times? Observing those inept performances? He sang with hoarse intensity, a non-actor delivering a raw, unrestrained portrayal of his own crafted tale. Fully aware of his own shortcomings, yet unabashedly expressing them. In the audience, Luo Shiyu once again dissolved into tears. She was bewildered by Chen An's sudden choice to sing this particular song. Yet she felt that, with his sight obscured, he was performing solely for himself. Trapped in his own world, no one could penetrate the depths of his heart to witness his lackluster performance. Beside her, Su Ling opened her mouth, each lyric piercing her most sensitive spots, causing her to tremble uncontrollably while tears streamed down her face. She suddenly felt as though she appeared before Luo Shiyu as a woefully inadequate actor, akin to a mere clown. It seemed that her affection had waned. Instead, as she gazed at the radiant Chen and on stage, an inexplicable flutter stirred within her heart. Do as you please. I have no objections. Your acting is limited, and there is no need for a farewell speech. Let our separation be devoid of drama. As the second verse commenced, Chen An's voice bore an additional layer of emotion, resentment, loss, acceptance, and ultimately, release. Just like an actor endlessly performing before you, he too would grow weary. The lyrics of the second verse unfolded progressively, culminating in the chorus that struck every listener with profound impact. Tears flowed freely, as if unrestrained by any cost. I strive to perform my role alongside you, much like a guest in an emotional program, subject to selection. If you can still discern my love for you, please omit those scenes that might compromise my dignity. Yet, why indulge in the minutiae of our past affection? The nonchalance I exhibit is my final act. It is out of love for you that I chose to perform this. Online, netizens wept more tumultuously than ever. Each individual, reduced to tears, reminisced about the initial fears they felt when Chen An first debuted, having been moved to tears by his songs countless times. Now, this familiar sensation washed over them anew. Though they wished not to cry, each line of the song, like a dagger, mercilessly inflicted wounds upon their hearts. This was especially true for those who had recently experienced a breakup, many of whom were now sobbing to the point of breathlessness. He is exacting revenge. He must know we have questioned him online, and thus he penned his song to make us weep. The emotional toll was immense, as Chen An wielded his artistry like a guillotine. Below the stage, all the audience wore expressions of desolation as they gazed upon Chen An mere moments ago. They had been fervently swaying, yet now they were each on the verge of tears. For emotions are the most relatable of experiences. Luo Shiyu too had succumbed to tears. Her eyes reddened and her exquisite face etched with sorrow. She was terrified, fearing that Chen An was writing about them, expressing his exhaustion from performing, yearning for an exit. If that were the case, Luo Shiyu truly would not know how to cope. In this moment, Chen An seemed to embody her entire world. Su Ling quietly released her grip on Luo Shiyu's arm, her long bent heart straightening somewhat due to the power of the song. Bai Zheng, while pinching his thigh to stave off tears, unabashedly boasted to others, "Look, this is my student." As Chen An surveyed the profoundly silent audience below, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seems he has made no errors. Although he cannot see, he comprehends the significance of the concert. This is distinct from recording a program. A concert entails thousands of spectators observing him perform alone. Any mistake will be magnified and clearly visible. However, it appears he has managed to maintain his composure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task. Rewards: 3 selected hit songs, mastery of a master-level instrument, and an increase of 1 in eye restoration progress. Ding! System mall activated. The host can publish works to gain popularity points to purchase any items. Ding! Check-in location refreshed. Confession site. Upon hearing the long-lost system notification in his ear, Chen An was suddenly jolted. In the next moment, a refreshing sensation flowed from his mind, merging with his eyes. The blurred double images gradually converged, finally stabilizing after reaching a certain point. Chen An blinked and continuously scanned his surroundings. He could see P.S. to the likes of Wu Yinzu. Here comes the motivational soup. After drinking it, one will be more handsome than Yinzu and taller than Yao Ming. 1 bowl awakens the mind, 2 bowls stave off fatigue, 3 bowls ensure unwavering strength. Oh yeah. Chapter 71, I continued to write, weaving "I will love you forever" into the concluding lines of the poem, clarity enveloping my thoughts more than before. Chen An gazed curiously at his surroundings, the lights, the stage, the dense throng of shadows. Though he could not discern every detail, a general impression emerged. After a couple more attempts, he mused he would likely grasp it fully. He exhaled deeply, then cast a peculiar glance at the next sign-in location indicated by the system. A confession site? Was this truly a sign-in location? It seemed rather too simplistic. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that the system would surely not assign him such an uncomplicated task. This confession site must be extraordinary. Shaking his head, he exhaled once more and nodded towards his left. Witnessing this scene, the previously tearful onlookers regarded him with bemusement. Could there be another song? In a live broadcast room, viewers pleaded, "Please, no more singing. The child is on the verge of tears." I will never criticize Chen An again. Poets may kill with words. But he wielded song as his weapon, sob. Qin Xia hurried to cover his mouth, acknowledging that while the song was beautiful, it demanded a deluge of tears in exchange. It was not only within the broadcast room. Even the audience present felt a shiver run through them. The emotional weight was profound, with some students, recently heartbroken, collapsing into tears. If this fellow sang another piece, would he not slay them all? At that moment, Luo Shiyu's expression darkened, her hands gripping her clothing tightly on her knees. Was Chen An's song a farewell to her? Yet, without him, what was she to do? In his office, Luo Yangming gazed at the screen with a slightly troubled expression. Previously, he had disregarded Chen An's performances, but now that his daughter harbored feelings for him, the singer had chosen to perform such a song. "You better not do anything to upset my little Shiyu," he muttered under his breath, reaching for his phone. If this fellow failed to act soon, Chen An's name would vanish from the entertainment industry. On stage, following Chen An's nod, another melody filled the air. This time, however, the prelude was notably more upbeat than the preceding acts. Outside, the sparrows chattered on the telephone poles. You say this line has a distinctly summery feel. Chen An's voice carried the essence of summer. As he began to sing, all expressions stilled, vivid images blossoming in their minds. Luo Shiyu blinked, her swollen eyes fixated intently on Chen An, who smiled from the stage. This song felt different. The taste of mackerel, the cat, and you, both yearning to understand. The fragrance of first love is thus rediscovered. That warm sunlight, akin to freshly picked strawberries. You say you cannot bear to let go of this feeling. Chen An waved his hand. Though his vision was somewhat obscured, he could discern the general outline of the audience below. He even felt a presence from Luo Shiyu's direction. A gentle gaze fixed upon him. The rain falls all night, my love overflowing like the downpour. The fallen leaves in the courtyard form a thick layer mirroring my profound longing. A few whispers of doubt cannot extinguish my fervor. You grace every page of my poetry. as the lyrical verses gently unfold, enveloped by the sorrowful emotions of the actors, rendering the audience and netizens momentarily speechless. The viewers, even more stirred, marvel at the exquisite lyrics that truly resemble poetry. I confess I may have been too loud just now. Chen An, I earnestly beseech you to sing more songs like this. The rain falls all night, my love overflows like the rainwater. This line is simply magnificent. It shall become my personal signature. In stark contrast to the online fervor, the audience present is eerily silent, their eyes fixed intently on Chen and upon the stage. A few girls shyly lower their heads as his gaze sweeps across the crowd. Luo Shiyu is once again taken aback, mumbling incomprehensibly. Yet she knows that the person in Chen An's lyrics must be him. Luo Yongming smiles faintly, lifting his hand to retrieve his phone. The King of Singers competition is calling for Chen An. After sending this message, he turns off the screen and begins to softly hum the lyrics of Sevenly Fragrance. Unbeknownst to Chen An, a single song would rapidly elevate him to the throne of the singing king, nor could he foresee that due to Sevenly Fragrance, he would become the blind husband of girls across the internet. At this moment, the song transitions into the second chorus. Chen An waves his hands, and in this instant, Qin Shiyao's concert seems to transform entirely into his own stage. The rain falls all night, my love overflows like the rainwater. The butterflies on the windowsill are like beautiful chapters fluttering in poetry. I continue to write, inscribing forever love you into the poem's conclusion. You are the only one I yearn to understand. As the final notes linger in the air, the audience erupts into thunderous applause. The performers evoke tears from the spectators. Even those who have not experienced a breakup feel as though they have undergone one. Yet Sevenly Fragrance allows them to savor the beauty of love. Just as the lyrics state, I continue to write, inscribing forever love you into the poem's conclusion. You are the only one I yearn to understand. With a single song, Chen An imparts to everyone that lyrics can indeed be as beautiful as poetry. A tear escapes Luo Shiyu's eye, yet this time it is accompanied by a smile. Su Ling falls into a contemplative silence, gazing at the shimmering Chen An on stage, her heart racing with intensified emotion. No, it seems Chen An might be looking her way. She hastily lowers her head, her cheeks aflame. Yet in the next moment, she realizes, turning to Luo Shiyu, that he must be looking at her. Understanding dawns upon her, and she tightens her grip on her clothing. In a live stream, the netizens are ablaze with excitement. I absolutely adore Chen An. I plan to confess tomorrow. I will learn this song and surely win over the goddess. After hearing this song, I can only think of 4 words, poetic and picturesque. To craft lyrics to such an extent, I can only commend Chen An's brilliance. I would kneel to listen, for I may lack culture, but all I wish to express now is, Chen An is extraordinary. On the stage, Qin Shiyu gracefully strolled from the rear, her face subtly marked by traces of tears. Yet at that moment, she wore a smile. This young man had indeed composed a song to serenade Shiyu, proving that her care for him during this time was not in vain. However, this gesture was insufficient. While it might suffice to deceive the young girl, it would not suffice to fool me. This was inadequate. After whispering a few words into Chen An's ear, Qin Shiyu took to the microphone to enliven the atmosphere. This was her concert. It was rapidly transforming into this young man's stage. Such an occurrence was unacceptable. Upon hearing her words, Chen An chuckled and shook his head. He was well aware that this situation was untenable. With the system having activated a new function, he had meticulously crafted a repertoire of songs for Luo Shiyu, designed to propel her towards the pinnacle of stardom. While he appreciated her support, one must never forsake their own dreams. Chapter 72. The turmoil of the sword and fairy preview as the concert concluded. The most fervent discussions online did not revolve around Qin Shiyu, but rather centered on Chen An, who had performed 2 songs during her show. One piece evoked profound sorrow, while the other elicited laughter. One can only acknowledge that Chen An remains unparalleled. Nevertheless, there were still detractors eager to seize any opportunity to criticize. Even in the absence of flaws, they would fabricate some. How absurd! What good is songwriting if he dares to dabble in scriptwriting for a fantasy drama? Such arrogance is truly shocking. Just because one can pen a song does not imply they can craft a script. Perhaps he should retreat to his musical domain and refrain from intruding into the film industry. I stand firm in my assertion. For this fantasy drama, my allegiance lies solely with Master Guijian. Chen An should find solace elsewhere. As the detractors unleashed their vitriol, Chen An's supporters could not remain silent and swiftly took to their keyboards with fervor. You lot are pathetic. What are you barking about? Detractors are, after all, detractors, only capable of impotent rage. If you possess the capability, do not watch. We shall safeguard Chen An's fantasy tale. A fierce battle loomed as the online bickering intensified. Yet Platinum Entertainment quietly released an official statement. We celebrate the scheduled airing of the television series Sword and Fairy 3, directed by Long Wei and featuring an entirely new team of actors, set to premiere next month. The announcement reverberated throughout the internet. However, what truly captivated the audience was that Qian Kuan Entertainment swiftly followed suit with a strikingly similar statement. Their lineup was significantly more formidable than that of Platinum Entertainment, boasting renowned directors, esteemed editors, and an all-star cast. Even the theme song was to be performed by the illustrious singer Cheng Ming. In contrast, aside from the formidable Qin Shiyao, Chen An and a lesser-known artist paled in comparison to Cheng Ming's stature. Could such a lineup possibly triumph? Dream on. The detractors were elated, brandishing this information to launch a barrage against Chen and S fans. Look at that all-star lineup, the acclaimed director, the singer of kings, and a script penned by Master Guijian himself. How can you possibly lose? Indeed, Chen An seemed woefully overconfident, and it appeared that Platinum Entertainment might also be conceding defeat with their entirely unknown cast helmed by an editor-turned-director. How could such a lineup compete with Qian Kuan? It seems Qian Kuan Entertainment is poised for a resurgence, while Platinum Entertainment faces peril. I can't wait to witness that blind Chen An being trampled beneath our feet. It will surely be a sight to behold. Indeed, what kind of fantasy world could a blind man conceive? Are all the characters therein blind as well? Utterly laughable. Hold your tongues. Go watch the trailer released by Platinum Entertainment. Amidst the clamor, a singular comment caught their attention. What is so captivating about the trailer? It's something no one would even glance at. Just return from viewing it, and I sincerely hope you maintain that defiant demeanor. Goodness, is this truly a trailer? A shiver ran down my spine as I watched the trailer. Surely, this preview must be a FA-ade. If the actual film resembles this, I might just turn traitor. And that theme song, albeit merely 2 lines long, sent chills racing across my scalp. Goodness, Chen An is extraordinarily talented at crafting such melodies. The sudden eruption of gas from the audience revealed the bewildered expressions of those who had yet to witness it. What is the fuss about? Isn't it just a trailer? Why such fervor over it? Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, they clandestinely navigated to Platinum Entertainment's official social media account, where the latest post caught their eye. The trailer, an opening theme for The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. I must see for myself if it truly holds the strangeness they speak of. With this thought, the skeptics simultaneously clicked on the trailer. The moment they did, the screen abruptly darkened. Just as they suspected a glitch, the sound of an ancient flute filled the air, followed by a sword descending from the heavens, piercing the title of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Goodness! In that instant, countless skeptics gasped in astonishment, their skin prickling with goosebumps. But that was not all. The flute continued to play, interspersing various fragmented scenes throughout the trailer. Heavy Tower excavated its heart for love. Dragon Kuei forged a sword with her own body. And Long Yang roared defiantly amidst a sea of adversaries. Without that sword, I can still obliterate the enemy forces. One must commend the editor at Platinum. Every clip concluded at the most riveting moment, leaving viewers yearning for more. In just a few minutes, the trailer incited a frenzy among countless netizens, especially with the theme song Eternal Love, enhanced by the ethereal voice of Qin Shiyao, which catapulted it to unprecedented heights. In a mere night, the trailer dominated the trending search list. In stark contrast, the online buzz surrounding Qian Kuan Entertainment's fantasy dramas was rather muted. Within Qian Kuan Entertainment, Guijian sat on the sofa. His expression darkened as he watched the trailer for The Legend of Sword and Fairy on his computer. He replayed it over and over, ultimately scoffing and reaching a conclusion. This had to be a dreadful film. Each thrilling segment ended at a critical juncture, and when the full feature aired, it would undoubtedly be a dismal failure, merely extracting the captivating parts to entice viewers. The current favorable reviews might be misleading, but once it was officially released, it would surely be panned mercilessly. The humble legend of Sword and Fairy was hardly worthy of mention, unlike his own Three Sword Immortals Above the Clouds, which was destined for monumental success upon its airing. After all, this was a work 5 years ahead of its time in the realm of fantasy. It must succeed. How could he honor the memory of his late wife otherwise? Rise again, my beloved, and grant me your blessing. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of determination shone in Guo Jian's eyes. Online, while the trailer for The Legend of Sword and Fairy garnered endless praise, the skeptics remained omnipresent. Pfft, it's just a trailer. Once the full feature is released, it will undoubtedly be a catastrophe. Indeed, it's merely a blind endeavor. What good script could one expect from it? Just watch. This production is bound to flop. Let be noted, if it doesn't fail, I shall devour my own phone. Although the lively antics of the little black figure may be amusing, no one seems to pay attention to this group anymore. The impact of the Xianjian trailer has been overwhelmingly significant. Indeed, the theme song Eternal Love has ascended to the pinnacle of the music charts. Enthusiasts of the xinxia genre, upon viewing the trailer, find themselves exhilarated, their breaths quickening in anticipation. This sensation is precisely what they have sought for many years. However, amidst their excitement, doubts inevitably arise regarding the entirety of the series. What if the trailer's brilliance is merely a fade, while the actual show turns out to be a dismal disappointment? As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, I extend my heartfelt wishes for a joyous holiday to all, rising early to share an additional chapter before work. I humbly ask for your support in the form of encouragement for updates and perhaps a small gift. Such requests do not seem excessive. After work tonight, there will be another chapter. Despite the Mid-Autumn Festival, there are no holidays for National Day. The labor continues. Chapter 73. A complete shift in the winds. While the online community buzzed with fervor, Chen An remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil, shielded by the devoted Luo Shiyu. Observing the myriad of comments online, Luo Shiyu turned off her phone and glanced at Chen An, who was seated on the sofa, indulging in grapes. Strangely, upon returning from the concert, Chen An had stocked the refrigerator with grapes, consuming them incessantly. When inquired, he simply remarked that eating grapes would make one's eyes sparkle. Luo Shiyu found this puzzling, but chose to respect his peculiar inclination. She even purchased an abundance of pineapples to store in the fridge, having read online that consuming them could lead to delightful sweetness. At this thought, she inwardly chastised herself for her lack of modesty. Without hesitation, she lifted a piece of pineapple and offered it to Chen An, who, with his mouth full of both grapes and pineapple, mumbled indistinctly, "How is the filming of Xianjian progressing?" Luo Shiyu replied, "It will be released in 3 days. The promotional material has already been circulated, and the feedback from netizens has been quite favorable." Chen An nodded, fully aware of the explosive reception that Xianjian 3 was bound to receive. It was no exaggeration to say that with the advent of Xianjian, it had eclipsed all competitors in the realm of fantasy for decades. Within the offices of Platinum Entertainment, in the office of Luo Yangming, Assistant Zhang Bing stood nearby, his brow furrowed as he addressed Luo Yangming. It appears that netizens are not particularly optimistic about Xianjian. Luo Yangming, reclining in his chair with a script in hand, scoffed at this remark. Do we really need their approval? He then raised a finger, proclaiming, "Mark my words, when Xianjian premieres, it will ascend to the pinnacle of the fantasy genre." With the release of Xianjian 3, who could dare to rival it? 3 days passed swiftly, and amidst the anticipation of the online audience, both Xianjian 3 and Three Swordsmen debuted on the same day. On its opening day, Xianjian released 3 episodes as a gesture of goodwill, a move mirrored by Qian Kun Entertainment's Three Swordsmen. Within Qian Kun Entertainment, Guo Jian lounged comfortably in his office, savoring fruit with a contented expression. He awaited the evening when his Three Swordsmen would overshadow the arrogant Xianjian. In the realm of fantasy, Guo Jian alone sufficed. The door swung open, and Zhang Mingtao entered, brimming with excitement and holding a tablet. "Teacher Guo Jian, it appears that Chen An is indeed lacking. Our Three Swordsmen has garnered 10 million views within just 2 hours, while Platinum Xianjian has only reached 5 million. We are leading them by a factor of 2. Upon hearing this, Guo Jian scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Just as he had surmised, Xianjian was nothing but trash. How could they possibly bridge such a vast gap? Victory was all but assured. Platinum would inevitably be trampled beneath his feet, and no unforeseen circumstances would alter that outcome. With this thought in mind, he stretched languidly and rose to his feet, declaring, "Since the outcome seems secure, I shall take my leave." Having received the desired news, it was time for him to depart. The little wife at home is still waiting for his affection. To commemorate today's triumph, he has specifically requested her to prepare candles, a whip, leather attire, and the like. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Watching Guo Jian depart, Zhang Mingtao chuckled and shook his head. It mattered not. The data from the past 2 hours had nearly determined everything. With that in mind, he too could indulge in a moment of relaxation tonight. Casually placing the tablet on the table and changing his attire, he left the office. However, no one noticed that an hour after his departure, the tablet, quietly resting on the table, displayed a declining trend for the once prominent Three Swords and Immortals, which had surpassed the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Meanwhile, the data for the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, which had been under pressure, began to surge at an abnormal rate. It was akin to overtaking on a bend, staging a breathtaking surpass. Concurrently, online, viewers who had watched Three Swords and Immortals began to voice their opinions. Teacher Guo Jian is extraordinary. Just 3 episodes moved me to tears. The love story of the protagonists across lifetimes is truly unparalleled. No wonder he is a top editor in the realm of fantasy. I must ask Chen An, what can you possibly compare this to? I stand here today, asserting that Three Swords and Immortals is 5 years ahead of all domestic fantasy dramas, destined for divine status. That so-called The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, in my view, is merely a joke, unworthy of comparison. Viewers of Three Swords and Immortals began to emerge, praising the series while simultaneously disparaging The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Although they had not seen it, they believed that The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 could never surpass or even reach the level of Three Swords and Immortals. Yet, it was not long before some who had watched The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 began to speak up. I truly found it amusing. Those who claim The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 is unworthy of Three Swords and Immortals must have nonsense in their heads. Three Swords and Immortals is 5 years ahead, yet I dare say The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 is 20 years ahead. There are no big stars, and even the script was penned by Chen An, but still, I must declare that The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 is forever a classic, while Three Swords and Immortals is nothing but a pile of rubbish. An increasing number of viewers who had seen The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 began to voice their opinions, directly bewildering those who had only watched Three Swords and Immortals. What is happening? Are these people hired commenters? What good script can a blind person write? However, as the numbers grew, those who had only seen Three Swords and Immortals and bystanders began to grow curious. Could it truly be as good as they say? Unable to contain their curiosity, they clicked on the first episode of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Once they began watching, they were utterly captivated. The opening theme Love Through the Ages, the ending theme Partiality, and the interlude Forget the Time, combined with a storyline 2 decades ahead of its time, rendered The Legend of Sword and Fairy an intoxicating masterpiece that one could scarcely bear to fast forward even a second. It was simply too captivating. No way. Compared to The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, Three Swords and Immortals is nothing but a pile of rubbish. I admit I was a bit too loud earlier, but now I wish to proclaim even louder. The Legend of Sword and Fairy is magnificent, and Chen An is remarkable. In the future, should anyone dare to claim that Chen An lacks the ability to write fantasy tales, I shall confront them with fervor. Why is there only a mere 3 episodes? I yearn to witness the subsequent installments, even if it requires a monetary contribution. Alas, I indulged too soon. It is entirely your fault for your incessant praise that compelled me to click on it, and now, there is no way to access the remaining content. I am utterly perplexed. Why are there only 3 episodes? Could they not release a few more? As the audience for Xianjian 3 continues to grow, The naysayers online have gradually vanished. There even emerges a sentiment that one cannot truly experience fantasy without Xianjian. The data for Xianjian 3 and the Three Swords of Mortals has, overnight, undergone a remarkable transformation. P.S. I have finished work for the day and will provide everyone with another chapter. Additionally, wishing everyone a joyous mid-autumn festival, although I cannot return home due to work commitments. I hope that all of you can reunite with your families. For those who read this, I kindly ask for your encouragement and a few small tokens of appreciation. Thank you, dear friends. Chapter 74, Promotion, Wealth, and Death. When Guo Jian awoke this morning, he was greeted by the radiant sunshine. Glancing at the abundance of resources scattered across the floor, a faint smile graced his lips. Turning to look at his wife, still lost in slumber, he felt an overwhelming sense of having reached the pinnacle of his life. The three great fortunes of middle age, promotion, wealth, and a devoted wife. He had achieved them all. Reclining comfortably in bed, he picked up his phone and opened his social media to peruse the adulation from netizens who had elevated him to the status of a deity. Yet a sudden sense of unease washed over him as an unexpected call came through. It was Zhang Mingtao, the head of the entertainment division at Qingquan Entertainment. Without much thought, he assumed it was a congratulatory call. Answering the phone with a pleasant demeanor, he cheerfully greeted, "Good morning, Director Zhang. Shall we play golf today?" "To hell with that," came a furious response from the other end, nearly causing Zhang Mingtao to crush his phone in frustration. Abruptly pulled from his peaceful dreams by a phone call, he was met with a barrage of curses upon answering. The CEO of Qingquan Entertainment himself was demanding an explanation for the dismal ratings of the heavily invested production, Cloud on Three Swords, which had plummeted to rock bottom shortly after its premiere. In stark contrast, the rival series The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 had shattered records with a staggering rating of 6.38. It was crucial to note that prior to this, the highest rating for any web drama had been a mere 5.25. Yet, The Legend of Sword and Fairy not only broke that record, but reached an utterly despairing figure of 6.38, something Guo Jian would not have dared to dream of. Stunned, Guo Jian remained frozen in bed, oblivious as his phone slipped from his grasp to the floor, repeatedly murmuring, 6.38, 6.38. In the next moment, he sprang from the bed in a frenzy, rushing to his computer to open The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. He could hardly believe that a novice screenwriter, one who was blind, no less, could pen such a script. With trembling hands, he clicked on the very drama he had previously dismissed with scorn. He had to discover what made this series worthy of a 6.38 rating. As time ticked by, after watching 3 episodes, Guo Jian finally snapped back to reality when the computer screen went dark. His eyes reflected profound shock and disbelief. The realm of fantasy could indeed be crafted in such a manner. At that moment, it was not just Guo Jian who was astonished. Upon the announcement of the ratings for The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, the entire internet erupted as if triggered by a nuclear explosion. All netizens were left dumbfounded. They had claimed they would not watch The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, yet here they were, secretly tuning in to witness a staggering 6.38. This group of skeptics had achieved a figure that Guo Jian himself would not have dared to conceive. Since the inception of web dramas, the highest record had merely been 5.25, and now, in a single night, The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 had reached an astounding 6.38. Wait, have you all forgotten the viewership ratings of the Three Sword Immortals? Upon seeing this comment, netizens were reminded of the drama and promptly rushed to check its ratings. A solid 2.1. Not bad, rather conventional, yet in the face of Chinese Paladin 3, it was utterly obliterated. My heart aches for teacher Guo Jian for 3 seconds. Of all the dramas to provoke, why provoke Chinese Paladin 3? I once thought Chen An was merely scribbling for fun. Little did I anticipate that his work would soar to great heights while we remain grounded. I misjudged, and on another note, Chen An, you rascal. Please update Chinese Paladin 3. In the realm of the internet, the Three Sword Immortals has been relegated to a mere backdrop against Chinese Paladin 3. Guo Jian, overwhelmed with disbelief, never imagined that the drama he poured his heart and soul into could be so thoroughly overshadowed by a newcomer-esque production. It is utterly unjust. He sat despondently in his chair, even as his university student wife rose from bed and knelt at his feet during her exercise routine. He remained unresponsive. In the corner, a black and white photograph smiled back at him. At Platinum Entertainment, Luo Yang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, whistling cheerfully as he gazed down upon the cityscape. Those who knew him understood that he only took pleasure in observing the city when in high spirits. Having traversed the entertainment industry for years, he transformed Platinum Entertainment from a modest company into a national leader. His ambition and talent are unmatched. He has an uncanny ability to gauge talent, particularly evident the day he laid eyes on the script for Chinese Paladin 3, realizing that the domestic fantasy genre's direction would be spearheaded by them. However, the one individual he could not decipher was Chen An. This fellow, the more one learns about him, the more astonishing he becomes. Singing, songwriting, scriptwriting, playing instruments, aside from his apparent blindness to certain matters, he seems flawless in every regard. Truly an intriguing young man. Lost in thought, the office door swung open, and Secretary Zhang Bing entered. Lao Zong, those old-timers from the King of Singers competition are quite stubborn. It took considerable effort to persuade them to allow Chen and to participate. Hearing this, Luo Yang shook his head, dismissing the group of obstinate old bones who believed there were no worthy candidates among the younger generation. With a slight smile, he added, but perhaps this time, Chen will demonstrate just how misguided their previous beliefs have been. Zhang Bing expressed concern, stating, the final round of the King of Singers competition will determine one contestant to be crowned the King of Singers. Do you believe Chen An is currently qualified for such a title? Luo Yang replied, youth must be challenged after all. Don't you think Chen An has become a bit too comfortable? At this remark, Zhang Bing silently mourned for Chen An. You rascal. If you keep flirting with those ladies, your good days may soon be over. Meanwhile, as the internet buzzed with the explosive success of Chinese Paladin, another long-silent Weibo account posted a message, which instantly ignited the entire online community. The 10th edition of the King of Singers competition is about to commence, and we eagerly anticipate who will emerge as the new reigning champion. A post on the official WeChat account has sent ripples across the calm surface of the internet. Netizens are abuzz with excitement. The King of Singers competition, true to its name, serves as a platform for the selection of a new musical sovereign. In addition to delivering 10 hit songs, aspiring artists can also ascend to glory by participating in this prestigious contest. Those who endure to the end and claim victory will rightfully earn the titles of King or Queen of Singers. The eligibility criteria for this competition are exceedingly stringent, and the mere act of registration will filter out many hopefuls. Chapter 75. A new variety show to challenge the old master? Luo Yangming's confusion leads him to enroll me in the King of Singers competition. Within the confines of the room, Chen was taken aback upon hearing the news from Luo Shiyu. Nodding slightly, Luo Shiyu, with an air of embarrassment, explained that the company hoped he would participate in more programs to gain exposure. She couldn't reveal that her father had secretly signed Chen An up for the competition behind their backs. Chen nodded, honestly expressing his reluctance to participate in this so-called King of Singers competition. His sole focus was on helping Luo Shiyu debut successfully and elevate her to the status of a singing queen. Given the unwavering support she had provided him, he was more than willing to compose a few songs for her. Moreover, with the system having activated the marketplace, songs could be purchased using popularity points. Presently, his popularity had reached an impressive 100,000. Purchasing a few songs would be a mere trifle. Wait. A sudden exclamation escaped Chen An's lips as his eyes widened in disbelief. What? A golden song requires 50,000 popularity points? Even an ordinary song demands at least 20,000 points. This is outrageous. The system holds all the authority to explain this. With a sigh, Chen An looked up and declared, inform the company that I will participate. Luo Shiyu's eyes lit up with joy. Just moments ago, Chen An had hesitated. Yet he had suddenly agreed. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was his acceptance. Luo Shiyu yearned to see her man shining brightly on stage, just as he had during the concert. Shiyu, I want to create a variety show, Chen An suddenly announced. Luo Shiyu stared at him in astonishment. A variety show? Could this guy surprise people even more? Yet, Seeing Chen An's serious demeanor, she refrained from interrupting, silently awaiting his explanation. The variety show I envision is called Masked Singer. All contestants will perform wearing masks, their identities kept strictly confidential, competing in a knockout format. The losing contestant can choose to remove their mask, while the winner continues on with their mask intact. With determination, Chen An spent 80,000 popularity points to acquire the script for Masked Singer, meticulously detailing the rules to Luo Shiyu. His purpose for doing this was solely for her benefit. Furthermore, if Masked Singer were to be produced, its quality would undoubtedly rival that of the king of singers competition. His ultimate goal was to crown Luo Shiyu as the champion. As Luo Shiyu listened, her astonishment grew, culminating in her mouth agape in shock as she gazed at Chen An. Had he truly conceived this variety show? Every detail, from the beginning to the end, the competition, the progression, and the creativity was unprecedented. It was entirely innovative, and Luo Shiyu felt that this show was every bit as compelling as the king of singers competition. What on earth was Chen An's mind filled with every day? After a moment of silence, Luo Shiyu stood up and earnestly declared, "Rest assured, I will take care of this. I will persuade the company to produce this variety show." In truth, it wouldn't require much effort. She merely needed to relay this idea to Luo Yongming. Given her father's temperament, he would undoubtedly slam the table and set a date on the spot. Chen An nodded, and suddenly, he reached out, his blurred eyes precisely grasping Luo Shiyu's hand. This bold action caused her face to flush crimson. She obediently sat beside him. "If the Masked Singer is initiated, you should participate," Chen An's words echoed in her ears. Luo Shiyu looked up, astonished at him. This was already her umpteenth surprise of the day. She even began to suspect that Chen An's intention behind proposing the Masked Singer was to encourage her participation. Her mouth opened, but no words of refusal emerged. For deep inside, becoming a diva had been her childhood dream. If the Masked Singer were to be held, adorned in a mask, singing anonymously, the future Luo Shiyu would conquer everyone with her talent. "Chen An, thank you." She gazed at him with watery eyes, wishing to embrace the man before her tightly. Chen An smiled gently and reached out to tousle her hair. Even without seeing Luo Shiyu, his every touch seemed to find its intended mark effortlessly. "Masked Singer?" Luo Yongming exclaimed in surprise, while Zhang Bing stood nearby, observing Luo Shiyu. She nodded and proceeded to recount every detail that Chen An had mentioned, eventually producing a comprehensive document regarding the Masked Singer. As Luo Yongming perused the document, he was genuinely taken aback. Is this lad even human? Every song he sings goes viral, and his debut in television writing set an unprecedented record of 638. Now he is venturing into the variety show realm, devising a concept even more creative than the singing competition. Luo Yongming had never envied anyone before, but at this moment, he felt a twinge of envy toward Chen An. Had he possessed such innovative ideas, Platinum Entertainment would surely have expanded even further. "All right, let's proceed," Luo Yongming said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm after reviewing the document. From the information presented, it was evident that Chen An had meticulously refined this concept. There was no need for further alterations. They simply needed to invest and execute the plan as outlined. Zhang Bing, also examining the document, was equally astonished, his high educational background usually preventing him from using foul language. Yet now he felt compelled to exclaim, "Impressive." With Luo Yongming's approval, the subsequent arrangements unfolded swiftly. Additionally, all details regarding the Masked Singer had been thoroughly documented by Chen An. Their task was to replicate the blueprint and manifest the written word into reality. Soon, all preparations for the Masked Singer were complete, and the registration portal was launched mid-month on Platinum Entertainment's official WeChat account. Platinum Entertainment was set to establish a variety show titled Masked Singer. The announcement once again captivated the attention of both industry professionals and onlookers. While netizens merely indulged in the spectacle, experts within the field began to find amusement in the situation. The timing of the music variety show organized by Platinum Entertainment coincidentally falls just days before the long-established King of Singers competition, both bearing the title King of Singers. This raises questions about the intentions of Luo Yongming. Is he truly attempting to challenge a competition that has run for 10 seasons? It is noteworthy that the King of Singers has produced 6 champions and 3 queens, showcasing a profound legacy and formidable strength. To challenge such an institution would be akin to a fragile egg confronting a solid rock, a clear overestimation of one's capabilities. It appears that Luo Yongming has indeed lost his bearings to engage in such audacious endeavors. P.S. Here is the second chapter, the final one for September. This month's updates have been inconsistent, and I acknowledge that. I will strive to return to a regular update schedule next month, and I appreciate your understanding. Additionally, I humbly request the encouragement and small tokens of appreciation from the likes of Wu Yanzu and Liu Yifei, as they hold significant importance for me. Chapter 76. My second brother disagrees. Luo Yongming's actions instantly provoke confusion and quiet mockery among industry insiders. After all, one could not speak too loudly. It was merely a matter of a few words for someone to undermine you. Yet within the King of Singers competition, a group of seasoned veterans of the music scene were far from pleased. In a group chat, a flurry of messages erupted in response. What does Luo Yongming mean by this? We call it the King of Singers competition, and he has introduced a masked singer? Such audacity. Upon checking the premiere date of The Masked Singer, I discovered it was set for the day after our own launch. This is an unabashed challenge. Does he truly believe that any third-rate program can compare to ours? The King of Singers, having stood firm in the music industry for so many years, is not a platform for just anyone to meddle with. If that is the case, let Luo Yongming witness the formidable power of our competition. And as for that blind contestant he recommended, we shall scrutinize him closely and hastily eliminate him. No problem. Inside Platinum Entertainment, Zhongbing glanced at the online comments, casting a worried look towards Luo Yongming. Mr. Luo, must our premiere be the day after the King of Singers competition? Why? Is there an issue? Luo Yongming replied, leisurely sipping his tea. If we're to play, let's make it grand. I believe Chen An's creativity rivals that of the King of Singers. Zhongbing opened his mouth to speak, but paused, realizing the truth in Luo's words. As long as they ensured the quality of the singers, the allure of the masked singer would indeed surpass that of the King of Singers. Moreover, when has Luo Yongming ever cared about online opinions? If he did, he likely would not have built Platinum Entertainment into a leading force in the industry. With this thought, a peculiar sense of anticipation welled up within Zhongbing. Perhaps this time, a surprise would truly emerge. By the way, Mr. Luo, our young lady has also signed up for The Masked Singer. Should we? Zhongbing suggested discreetly. The Masked Singer's format meant that many, including the judges, were unaware of the contestants' identities, and advancement was solely based on vocal prowess. Thus, they might be able to offer Luo Shiyu some special consideration. No need. Luo Yongming replied with a slight smile. He understood his daughter's temperament, and her participation in The Masked Singer was undoubtedly influenced by Chen An. That young man had not misjudged her after all. At this moment, Chen An lay on his bed, completely relaxed, sprawled out in a starfish position. His face bore the expression of a sage, post-event. Do not misunderstand. How could a blind person execute a slow-motion maneuver with both hands? He had merely spotted 2 songs suitable for the opening performance in the system's marketplace. However, the combined popularity of these songs was rather steep. Thus, he devised this particular strategy. Come on, let the popularity surge. The popularity meter in the upper right corner surged wildly. Given his current standing, there were hardly any discussions online that did not revolve around him. As long as someone pays attention to him, he can amass a considerable amount of popularity. Chen An's gaze was fixed intently on the ever-increasing numbers. Ultimately, upon reaching 100,000, he sat up abruptly and, without hesitation, clicked to make a purchase. The system's voice chimed in his ear, "Purchase successful." With a beaming smile, Chen An called out loudly towards the door, "Shiyu, come here, I have something for you." Upon hearing his voice, Luo Shiyu entered hastily, without knocking. However, in the next moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Luo Shiyu's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and after standing frozen for 3 seconds, she hurriedly dashed back out. Her voice echoed, "Don't be a rogue. I don't want that from someone your age." Chen An was momentarily perplexed until he received a reminder from his younger brother. which led him to realize the misunderstanding. Yet, with a thick skin, he calmly fumbled to put on his pants and, touching his nose, replied, "Don't get me wrong. I want to give you my younger brother." Upon hearing this, Luo Shiyu stomped her foot in indignation, her blush spreading to her ears. "Come here. I want to give you this." Chen An stepped out of his room, took her hand, and led her towards the sofa. Luo Shiyu kept her head down, obediently following him. "Look at what this is," he said, once seated, as he handed her a song. Luo Shiyu was momentarily taken aback before she reached out to accept it. After glancing at it briefly, she stood there, stunned. After a long pause, she finally looked up, her voice tinged with surprise and uncertainty. "This song? It's for you," Chen An replied with a slight smile. "How could I participate in The Masked Singer without a song? However, please refrain from using my name for the lyrics and composition." Hearing this, Luo Shiyu cradled the song in her arms as if it were a treasure, nodding vigorously. Chen An was preparing to enter the competition, and should anyone perform his song on The Masked Singer, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. "Then you should come up with a stage name. Otherwise, this section can't remain blank," Luo Shiyu suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Chen An replied, "Let us call it Chaozi." "Chaozi," Luo Shiyu murmured softly. Chen An nodded. The name symbolizes the dawn of the East, a scene of renewal. By choosing this name, he hoped his gaze would shine as brilliantly as the rising sun. Time flew by, and soon the end of the month arrived. The Masked Singer was now being promoted extensively across the internet. The program's name had reached a level of near-universal recognition. It was evident that Luo Yangming had high expectations for the show. However, with fame came a chorus of skepticism, particularly since this program was benchmarked against the king of singers competition. Singing with masked faces, advancing solely based on vocal talent? What could be appealing about such a show? Indeed, no one knew who was behind the mask. It would be better to watch the king of singers instead. I find myself curious about who conceived this variety show. What thoughts occupy their mind? The clash of the vocal titans is destined for failure, akin to a fragile egg striking a formidable rock. However, that may not be the case. I perceive this program as quite captivating. Whether you choose to watch or not is of little consequence. For my beloved Shui Qianqian is a judge, and I am resolutely committed to following the show. Until now, the panel of judges for The Masked Singer has finally been revealed, comprising Shui Qianqian, Yang Dami, and Chen Beige, all of whom are representative figures among the new generation of singers. Conversely, the judges for the vocal competition remain the same as in previous years, featuring 4 esteemed veterans of the music industry: Situ Bing, Song Wei, Lu Quan, and Fang Xiaozhu. P.S. I worked late today, so I could only produce this chapter. The next one will have to wait until after midnight. Chapter 77. A newcomer in the music scene among the wolves on the eve of the King of Singers competition. Luo Shiyu was diligently explaining the rules of the contest to Chen An. This edition of the competition featured a total of 58 contestants, and the rules were straightforward. Participants would be randomly selected to compete against one another. With a serious demeanor, Luo Shiyu addressed Chen An, emphasizing that among this cohort, he was the sole representative of the new generation of singers, while the others were seasoned artists, some of whom were prominent figures in the industry with a repertoire of timeless classics. Listening intently, Chen An nodded in understanding. He recognized that many of these individuals had likely participated in several previous competitions, only to emerge as unsuccessful contenders. Thus, it was anticipated that they would re-enter the fray in subsequent contests, vying once more for the coveted title of King of Singers. Furthermore, due to the registration process and the entrenched mindset prevalent among the older generation, it would have been impossible for Chen An to secure a spot in the program without Luo Yangming's assistance. However, now that he was part of the competition, he understood that his presence symbolized not only his own ambition, but also the aspirations of the new generation of singers challenging their more experienced counterparts. But rest assured, even if some may criticize you, there's no need for excessive concern, Luo Shiyu continued. Among the 4 judges, Lu Quan and Fang Xiaozhu are the most impartial. As long as you perform without any mishaps, you can secure their votes, even if the other 2 judges do not advance you. There exists a music chart that could grant you another opportunity to progress if you rank among the top 3. In addition to the 4 votes held by the judges, there was a music chart known as the King of Singers chart, which would be activated simultaneously with the competition. Following the conclusion of the performances, this chart would compile the songs performed by all contestants, should you inadvertently find yourself tied in votes. Achieving a top 3 position on this chart before the next round would also ensure your advancement. Conversely, failure to do so would result in elimination. Chen An nodded in comprehension, committing the names Lu Quan and Feng Xiaozhu to memory. Luo Shiyu regarded him with a hint of concern in her eyes. She was aware that Chen An's entry into the program had elicited significant dissent from the older generation, and thus, they might resort to underhanded tactics during the competition. Nevertheless, she felt reassured about Lu Quan and Feng Xiaozhu. Their principled nature would compel them to adhere to their own judgments, albeit with a degree of strictness. Time flew by, and the competition day arrived, buzzing with excitement across the internet. The news of the King of Singers competition had taken the online world by storm, trending on various platforms. "Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. My favorite, Brother Zhang Sheng, is also participating," exclaimed one fan. "Not to mention, there's Deng Ili and Li Bai. These legendary artists are back. They were once the epitome of stardom, though it's been a while since we've heard from them. Hey, have you noticed? Among all these participants, only Chen An is a newcomer. I wonder if he feels overwhelmed by the presence of so many esteemed predecessors and regrets joining this program? Surely not. Why would he? Due to his blindness." Chen An found himself in the competition venue, seated in the backstage waiting area. Beside him, a group of impeccably dressed men engaged in jovial conversation, while he remained an unnoticed figure in the corner. As he awaited his turn, many curious glances were cast in his direction. After all, the public perception of this blind man had been rather unfavorable lately. While he possessed a modicum of talent, he also exuded an air of arrogance and hubris. Observers noted that, amidst a gathering of seasoned veterans, he had not even risen to greet them. Such a young individual, they concluded, was destined to falter. Some shook their heads, choosing to disregard him. Chen An exhaled quietly. Though he could not see, he felt the weight of numerous stares upon him. These individuals had once basked in fame, but now, with age, they had long since passed their prime, yet their prowess was undeniable. This very realization fostered a sense of inadequacy within him. Such people were hardly worth his attention. If they relished looking down upon others, he would relish the opportunity to prove them wrong. With his eyes closed, he patiently awaited the commencement of the competition. Meanwhile, at the judging panel, Sidu Bing observed the impending contest, her gaze drifting to the 3 judges seated to her right. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Chen An, what are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this name, Song Wei's face betrayed a clear disdain. It would be best to eliminate such a superficial pop singer early on. Situ Bing nodded in agreement, then turned her attention to the other 2 judges. However, Lu Quan responded with a slight smile, saying, "Old Song, despite your age, you still allow yourself to be easily provoked. I've heard Chen An songs, and they are quite impressive. To label him merely as a pop singer seems somewhat inaccurate." Furrowing his brow, Song Wei countered, "Wherein lies the inaccuracy? He is merely a product of the internet. Perhaps his talent is not as substantial as it appears." As soon as he finished, Situ Bing interjected, "I believe Old Song has a point. After all, we are selecting a king of music, and every reigning king in the industry is over 30. How old is Chen An, after all? Now, that I cannot abide by," remarked Feng Xiaozhu, exuding an air of elegance as she addressed them. "Who claims that age is the sole criterion for judging a king of music? As long as one possesses the requisite talent, anyone can ascend to that throne." Pausing briefly, a subtle smile graced her lips. "If Chen An truly possesses the prowess to become a king, would you truly wish to hinder the rise of a potential legend?" At her words, both Song Wei and Situ Bing frowned in unison, while Lu Quan regarded Feng Xiaozhu with a hint of admiration. It was evident that her sharp tongue remained as lethal as ever, and should Chen An falter, her critiques would undoubtedly reduce him to insignificance. Feng Xiaozhu, once acknowledged as the foremost musical prodigy, was renowned for her acerbic wit. Although she now produced fewer works, her incisive commentary remained as astute as ever. as anticipation for the King of Music competition reached a fever pitch among online spectators. The stage was set for an exhilarating showdown. In just a few moments, the performance will commence, and I will finally have the pleasure of witnessing my Uncle Nanjo sing. It has been quite some time since I last heard his voice. That deep resonance makes me suspect he was raised on speakers. Alongside Nanjo, there's also the soaring tenor of Xiao Wuge, which upon my first encounter, utterly astonished me. I am filled with anticipation. I wonder if they will unveil new songs or grace us with cherished classics. As for others, I cannot say, but Chen An is certainly bound to perform new material. P.S. Here I am, arriving a tad late. I hope no one minds. I humbly request your encouragement for updates and a complimentary little gift with heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 78. The King of Singers Competition. The influence of the King of Singers Competition is undeniably profound. Having aired several seasons, each iteration has birthed a reigning champion. Consequently, even before the broadcast, netizens have commenced voting for the contenders most likely to seize the title. Among the 58 contestants, Li Ming, Nanjo, and Xiao Wuge stand out as the top 3 favorites, each having narrowly missed the crown in previous seasons. In stark contrast, Chen An appears to be receiving little support, languishing in the third-to-last position in terms of votes. Many netizens have even begun to mock his presence. Despite Chen An's apparent success among the new generation of singers, he seems to lack the competitive edge against the seasoned artists. In terms of vocal prowess and artistic merit, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Within the live streaming room, spectators eagerly anticipated the commencement of the program, engaging in lively discussions. There were doubts about whether Chen An could endure the first round. He appeared to be merely a bystander in this contest, as the spotlight was expected to shine on Nanjo and his peers. The hope lingered that Chen An would not be left in tears, as it is not uncommon to be outperformed by one's elders. As the competition began, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. The stage was illuminated by beams of light, each spotlighting one of the 58 contestants. Shortly thereafter, judges took their seats at the panel. In an instant, the stage lights dimmed, leaving only 2 beams flickering in a random selection. When the lights ceased, the illuminated contestants became each other's adversaries. The first match, Dong Li versus Guan Liang. The second match, Yuan Xiao versus Du Xing. As names appeared on the large screen, the tension in the air escalated. Finally, with the lights flickering once more and then halting, a pair of names emerged on the screen, plunging the venue into an immediate silence. Lu Quan and Feng Xiaozhu exchanged surprised glances before regaining their composure. While the other 2 judges momentarily froze, their expressions soon morphing into mischievous delight. The online audience erupted in laughter at Chen An's misfortune, facing off against the formidable Nanjo, known as the man with the bass voice. What could Chen An possibly bring to the table in comparison? There was no need for further observation. It seemed prudent for Chen An to concede defeat outright. Many had long harbored disdain for him, eagerly anticipating Nanjo delivering a decisive blow. Within Platinum Entertainment, Luo Yangming, who was attentively watching the live stream, wore an unusual expression. It was hard to determine whether this young man's luck was fortuitous or unfortunate. Facing Nanjo, he would either suffer a crushing defeat or rise triumphantly to silence his critics. It remained to be seen how far his abilities would carry him in this daunting contest. In the backstage of the Masked Singer competition, a figure with a flushed face, adorned with a peculiar peach blossom mask, quietly sat in the corner. His eyes fixated on the screen of his phone. On that screen was Chen An, a contestant in the King of Singers competition. Unbeknownst to him, his encounter with Nanjo had caused quite a stir. After hearing the name of his opponent, he displayed a blank expression as he followed the staff to the waiting area. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, whose face bore the marks of experience, gazed at Chen An with curiosity. Little did he expect to face this young contender in the very first round. His luck seemed rather unfortunate. A smirk crossed Nanjo's lips as he descended from the stage, taking a seat not far from Chen An in the waiting area. Everyone's gaze turned toward them, though the look in Chen An's eyes was filled with pity. He was merely a participant unable to even make it through the preliminary round. Oblivious to the scrutiny, Chen An sat in the waiting area, His spirits lifted as he observed the rapidly increasing popularity rating in the system's marketplace. He truly felt he had made the right decision to join this program. Before long, the first group of contestants took the stage, opening with a spectacular original rock performance. The mature stage presence immediately stirred the audience's enthusiasm. Such an outstanding song would be a powerhouse on any variety show. However, this was the King of Singers competition, where one must inevitably be eliminated. Ultimately, after deliberation among the 4 judges, a relatively youthful singer advanced, while another received only 1 vote, leading to their complete elimination. The intensity of the first round ignited a flurry of excitement among online viewers. This year's competition appeared to surpass previous years in its cruelty. As the first round concluded, the second group of contestants prepared to take the stage. Their performance style contrasted sharply with the first, featuring 2 gentle, sweet, original songs. It was evident that this year's singers were taking the initial round very seriously, opting exclusively for original compositions. In this context, those who dared to cover other songs would surely fall behind. This was precisely Chen An's forte. Since his debut, he had exclusively sung original pieces, never once attempting a cover. Indeed, some viewers mused, he has never performed a cover. Yet, how did it matter? They pondered, look at who his opponent is now. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the viewers. Indeed, his current opponent was none other than the formidable Nanzhou. In terms of original songs, Nanzhou's extensive experience far surpassed Chen An's, and in vocal prowess, how could Chen An possibly compete with this human sound machine? Defeat seemed inevitable. With such thoughts, the crowd sighed softly. It was not that Chen An lacked strength. Rather, it was the sheer prowess of his competitors that rendered the challenge daunting. Soon, as contestant after contestant took the stage, Nanzhou felt an unexpected pang of unease deep within him as he observed the dwindling number of competitors. He furrowed his brow slightly as he cast a glance at the youthful visage of Chen An in the distance, and then shook his head in self-mockery. How could it be possible? How could this young lad evoke such feelings within him? It is worth noting that he had presented a heavyweight original song for this coveted title of the King of Singers. Soon, with the conclusion of the previous contestants' performances, it was finally time for Nanzhou and Chen An to take the stage. Nanzhou was the first to perform. Observing this man exuding confidence, some contestants in the audience even began to cheer. Establishing a rapport with a future King of Singers was certainly advantageous for them. Even the audience at this moment joined in the applause. At the front of the stage, the 4 judges exchanged knowing smiles as they regarded Nanzhou, who had participated in the program for 2 consecutive seasons. They were all familiar faces. Let us commence without further ado. Chapter 79. As the nocturne resonated, Chen An and Nanzhou exchanged a faint smile before the 4 judges. Holding the microphone, he nodded towards the band. A cacophony of drums and guitars soon filled the air. The rhythmical music intertwined with Nanzhou's snapping fingers, enveloping everyone present. He then raised the microphone, and his familiar deep voice reverberated, sending shivers down the spines of both the live audience and online listeners. Truly, he is a human sound system. This bass voice is simply irresistible. It had been ages since they last heard Nanzhou's voice, and this song seemed tailor-made for him. It was evident Chen An had already lost. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Nanzhou, who basked in their attention. The lights, the music, the audience, he seemed to reclaim the vibrant essence of his youth. His body swayed in harmony with the rhythm, and as he sang, his deep voice captivated everyone around him. Nanzhou adeptly utilized his strengths, and at that moment, both the audience and the 4 judges held him in high esteem. As the song drew to a close, Nanzhou remained immersed in the stage, exuding an aura reminiscent of a true king of music. In the waiting area, contestants yet to perform, along with those who had already advanced, felt the immense pressure bearing down upon them. Compared to his previous performances, Nanzhou's vocal prowess had evidently improved. Chen An sat quietly, his expression inscrutable, concealing his thoughts. Yet, secretly, his thumb and forefinger rubbed together in a rhythmic motion. Nanzhou was indeed a formidable opponent. However, it was a pity that the song he presented today was bound to lead anyone to defeat. The four judges unanimously voted in favor of Nanzhou. The announcement of the results elicited gasps from the audience and online viewers alike. He had achieved the highest score of the evening. With a smile and a slight bow, he descended from the stage, paving the way for Chen An's performance. All eyes turned to the figure being assisted onto the stage by a staff member, careful and tentative. Even under the spotlight, Chen An seemed to stand in stark contrast to the stage. The crowd fell silent, their gaze fixed upon him. From the judges' table, Fang Xiaozhu looked at Chen and with a twinge of compassion. She had taken the time to learn about this boy and understood his journey. This knowledge deepened her empathy for him. Rising from an orphan to this point, he must have endured considerable hardships. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the masked singer competition, Luo Shiyu, donned in a whimsical headpiece, felt tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, she yearned to be by Chen An's side. She had never realized how fragile he appeared, how cautiously he navigated his solitude. Online, viewers fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on their previous actions. They suddenly questioned whether they had crossed a line, mocking a blind man. Most chose to remain silent at that moment, yet a few keyboard warriors emerged to mock. Their sole purpose for existence seems to be to deride others. I perceive him as merely feigning vulnerability, a well-worn tactic to elicit sympathy. Indeed, I harbor no pity for him. Do not presume that such ruses can evoke my compassion. It is utterly impossible. If one possesses true talent, why indulge in such pretense? Observing these comments, Chen An's fans became increasingly incensed. How dare these contemptible creatures speak? If they lack anything worthwhile to say, they should simply remain silent. Just as they were preparing to engage in a fierce battle with these critics, the stage lights abruptly dimmed. All eyes turned toward the source of illumination, where a spotlight pierced the darkness, illuminating Chen An. Following this, a cacophony of static accompanied by electronic, synthesized music erupted. On the screens of viewers, the song information appeared. Title: Nocturne, Lyrics, and Composition. Chen An. As the nocturne commenced, he took to the stage to receive his award. This song, regardless of its placement, would resonate like a nuclear bomb. The prelude, at this moment, all industry professionals focused on the competition turned their attention, their expressions grave. Nanzhou straightened in his seat, disbelief etched upon his face. The prelude offered little indication of what was to come, as Chen An grasped the microphone and began to sing in a subdued tone. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants, lured by decaying flesh. I remain expressionless, gazing at the desolate scenery. Losing you, love and hatred become starkly distinct. Losing you, what else is there to care about? As his voice, laden with despair, and the lyrics reflecting a grim reality, emerged. The audience collectively widened their eyes in astonishment. They beheld Chen An, illuminated solely by a single beam of light, their faces awash with shock and disbelief. The four judges, caught off guard, lost their composure, their expressions vividly animated. In a live stream, the once bustling barrage of comments vanished, as if everyone had been rendered speechless. On stage, Chen An continued to sing. When doves no longer symbolize peace, I am finally reminded. The square is fed by vultures. With beautiful rhymes, I describe a love that has been ravaged bare. In the enveloping darkness of the stage, Chen An relished his solitude, fully unleashing the repressed emotions within him. Existing in an unseen state, how could he be devoid of any other feelings? Were it not for Luo Shiyu's companionship, he might have succumbed to depression long ago. The thought of Luo Shiyu brought a smile to Chen An's lips as he reached out, seemingly attempting to grasp a glimmer of light amid the darkness. Yet, all that surrounded him was shadow. To play Chopin's Nocturne for you, to commemorate my lost love. The sound, akin to the night breeze, makes heartbreak sound exquisite. Chen An gently hummed, his voice seemingly imbued with enchantment, weaving its way into the ears of all present. At this very moment, Chen An is clad in a white shirt, with the buttons at his collar unfastened, accentuated by the beam of spotlight that casts an ethereal glow around him, evoking a sense of delicate melancholy. His soft humming sends shivers down the spines of all present, and it is only then that the viewers in the live stream come to their senses, erupting into fervent screams. After all, The somber and oppressive nature of the song and its lyrics is an experience unlike any they have encountered before. I am utterly astounded. Who dares to claim that Chen An is lacking? You would dare assert that he is inadequate? Cease the broadcast. The title of this year's singing champion has already been claimed. Chen An has ascended to divine status with this single performance. As the nocturne begins, Chen An becomes the sovereign. I declare that this year's singing champion is none other than Chen An. While I hold great admiration for Brother Nanzhou, in this instance, my allegiance lies with Chen An. The fervent comments from viewers embody the sanctification of this song, just as Chen An has articulated. Once the nocturne resonates, none shall survive. Chapter 80. Draw a soft chant enveloped the atmosphere with a sense of oppression, as if the eardrums of all present were firmly grasped by a pair of magical hands. Chen An extended his hand, seizing the solitary beam of light within the darkness, and his voice emerged. His fingers danced lightly upon the keyboard. My yearning is expressed with utmost care. The place you are buried is called the Netherworld, with systematic enhancement to his vocal prowess. Chen An had already achieved a level akin to that of a reigning king of song. Thus, beneath the resonance of his voice, none could remain untouched by the impact of this nocturne. Goodness, these lyrics, I find myself utterly in awe. Words fail me. The moment Chen An unveiled this nocturne, he rendered all competition futile. Moreover, there seemed to be an enchantment within his voice, sending shivers cascading across my skin. In the judging panel, Fang Xiaozhu incessantly rubbed the fine hairs on her arms, while Lu Quan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression a mixture of seriousness and astonishment as he gazed at Chen An on stage. Even Sidu, Bing, and Song Wei, who had previously held reservations about Chen An, found themselves at a loss for words to contest the advancement of this song. The piece was simply ahead of its time. Particularly, the lyrics evoked such profound emotion that their legs felt weak, almost compelling them to kneel. If they felt this way, one could only imagine the effect on the other contestants. Every participant, including the leading contenders for the championship, shared a singular thought. Here we are, laboring diligently, and you, Chen An, unleash a bombshell. What were we even playing at? On stage, with eyes closed, Chen An was wholly immersed in the nocturne. I play Chopin's nocturne for you, commemorating my lost love. And I, for you, conceal my true identity playing beneath the moonlight. As he sang this line, his delicate, fair fingers hovered in the air, mimicking the motion of playing the piano. The divine lyrics combined with masterful accompaniment propelled Chen An's performance to a celestial level once more. Not only were the live audience captivated, but also millions of viewers in the streaming room were equally entranced. The screen of every mobile device was inundated with a flurry of comments. As one who has listened to the entirety of the music scene, I stand here today to proclaim, the nocturne is divine, and so is Chen An. Let anyone dare to suggest otherwise. It matters not, for he would effortlessly surpass them. When Chen An unleashes his fervor, no one stand a chance. The song progressed swiftly, and following a segment of melancholic violin and electronic synth, Chen An began to sing the final section. When doves no longer symbolize peace, I am finally reminded. In the square, the vultures are fed. I use beautiful rhymes to describe love that has been utterly plundered. As the final notes lingered in the air, an eerie silence descended upon the venue. They swallowed hard, gazing at Chen An, who stood shrouded in darkness. Moments stretched into eternity before thunderous applause erupted, a deafening roar of appreciation. The frenzied comments from viewers in the streaming room further attested to their exhilaration. They wished fervently to be present in that moment, ready to clap their hands raw. In the illustrious realm of platinum entertainment, Luo Yangming smiled, while Chen An, once again, demonstrated his remarkable talent. This young man bears a striking resemblance to his younger self. On the program stage, Nanzhou approached with a wry smile, casting a glance at Chen An and sighing before extending his hand. However, upon realizing that Chen An remained still, he quickly understood the truth. His counterpart was visually impaired. This revelation deepened Nanzhou's respect for Chen An. To compose such poignant lyrics while being blind is a testament to his extraordinary ability. Chen An is certainly not merely the internet's notion of a fleeting pop star. We have all been misled. Next came the moment for the four judges to cast their votes. Sidu Bing gazed intently at Chen An, ultimately sighing and granting him a passing score. Similarly, Song Wei acknowledged the undeniable brilliance of the nocturne. Even in the finals, no other song could surpass it. Lu Quan and Feng Xiaozhu exchanged subtle smiles, with the former stating, "You are quite impressive. I look forward to your future performances." Following this, Feng Xiaozhu regarded Chen An with warmth, expressing, "If the opportunity arises, I would be eager to seek your guidance on songwriting." Their commendations were unexpectedly high, igniting further discussions among the audience and online viewers. These two esteemed veterans of the music industry, having bestowed their recognition and accolades upon Chen An, undoubtedly solidified his ascent. However, his opponent also garnered 4 votes, resulting in a tie. Both Chen An and his rival would await the rankings on the Song King Championship chart to determine who would gain an additional vote and advance to the next round. Yet, at that moment, no one seemed to care about this outcome. With the nocturne having emerged, speculation about who would win became trivial. Nanzhou's 4 votes were merely a reflection of his limitations, while Chen An's were a consequence of the available votes. The potential of the nocturne was boundless. The tie concluded, and the stage was set for the performances of the other contestants. However, the emergence of the nocturne cast a shadow over the subsequent singers, making their songs appear somewhat lackluster. In the waiting area, Nanzhou took the initiative to sit beside Chen An, smiling as he remarked, "I concede defeat wholeheartedly." Chen An did not turn to him, but softly replied, "We are tied. The victor will ultimately depend on the chart rankings." Nanzhou shook his head with a rueful smile. It was evident that with a song like the Nocturne, its caliber was unmatched. While his own song was commendable, it paled in comparison, existing on an entirely different level. Simultaneously, within the production team of a prestigious music award program in the country, staff members were diligently sifting through all the songs released over the year. They aimed to compile and evaluate the most outstanding pieces across various categories to bestow accolades upon the artists. In the midst of this, discussions among the staff grew fervent. "I believe the Song Yi side face deserves recognition. It could easily qualify for the annual Best Golden Melody Award." "I disagree. Moonlight on the Sea has superior metrics across the board and has received a significantly better response from listeners. It is more deserving." The entire room was filled with a cacophony of voices, everyone engaged in a heated debate, their faces flushed with excitement. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted as someone, lost in the depths of their music through headphones, tumbled to the ground. "What are you listening to, Xiaolu? So engrossed?" A voice chimed, as someone hurried over to assist him, chuckling lightly. "You all must listen to this song." After regaining his composure, Xiaolu trembled with exhilaration, even becoming somewhat incoherent. He rushed to disconnect the headphone jack, opting to play the music through the computer speakers, resetting the song to its very beginning. Soon after, a brooding prelude filled the air. Everyone furrowed their brows, yet no one uttered a word, quietly absorbing the nocturne that resonated around them. Chapter 81 notified Chen An to come and receive the award after a prolonged silence. Everyone remained speechless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until someone, taking a deep breath, exclaimed with astonishment and disbelief, "What is the name of this song?" "It's Nocturne." Chen An's new composition hurriedly interjected a staff member named Xiaolu. "It appears we need not compete any further," remarked a figure who bore the semblance of a leader as he stood up. "This nocturne shall undoubtedly be this year's golden track." Summoned Chen An to receive his award. Thus, the first round of the King of Singers competition concluded seamlessly. Aside from Chen An's nocturne, no subsequent performances evoked a sense of wonder. As the competition drew to a close, the music rankings were unveiled. All eyes were fixated upon this moment, for the rankings were entirely determined by real-time popularity. Yet, at the instant the charts opened, one particular song surged from the bottom to the pinnacle with astonishing swiftness. Unsurprisingly, it was Nocturne. With this song leading the charge, there was no cause for concern. Within a mere 2 hours, its real-time popularity soared to an astounding 50 million, surpassing the second place by more than 4-fold. Witnessing this, all the contestants felt a profound sense of helplessness and despair. It was a battle they could not win. The odds were insurmountable. Nanzhou reclined on the sofa, setting his phone aside and let out a deep sigh. At that moment, his wife approached, offering him a cup of bird's nest soup. Softly, she reassured him, "Do not fret. Your song is commendable as well. Perhaps it might even surpass it." Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the happenings on the charts. Nanzhou offered a wry smile and replied, "Let us prepare for a trip this coming fall. Just you, me, and the child." His wife, taken aback by this revelation, quickly grasped the implications and nodded in agreement, placing the soup down as she turned to retrieve her phone. Coincidentally, her phone rang at that moment, the melody being none other than Nocturne. Nanzhou's lips twitched in response, but upon reflection, he resigned himself to the fact that he could not contend with this song. It seems the title of king truly eludes me," he mused, shaking his head as he opened a group chat to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, apart from the rankings and the allure of Nocturne, another spectacle captivated the attention of countless netizens: the debut of the masked singer. Rumored to be a fierce contender against the king of singers, the timing of its premiere, just a day after the competition, spoke volumes of its confidence. Curiosity abounded among viewers regarding whether this masked singer truly possessed the prowess to rival or even surpass the king of singers. And they were equally intrigued by the creative mind behind such an unprecedented format. Whose ingenuity had conceived this novel approach to competition? Out of curiosity, many individuals flocked to the official Weibo account of the show in search of the list of the production team. The list was easily accessible, but when netizens discovered that the screenwriter's line was blank, they were left in utter disbelief. What does this imply? Is it a secret? It seems that even the individual in question finds it rather peculiar and is reluctant to make an appearance. Well, everyone can disperse now. If the names are concealed, what is there to appreciate about this show? It is likely merely a ploy to garner attention from the Song King competition, a type of entertainment that is utterly distasteful. Luo Mingfeng, once so illustrious, has now succumbed to confusion in his later years. In that moment, netizens found themselves devoid of any anticipation for the masked singer. The most critical aspect, the concealment of identities, will undoubtedly lead to the show being ridiculed mercilessly. In an instant, numerous viewers exited the live stream. Within the room, Chen An sat with his eyes closed, while the tablet on the table flickered, displaying the imminent commencement of the masked singer. The program gradually unfolded, starting with the seating of the 3 judges, followed by a lengthy introduction from the host, leading into the first round of performances. The inaugural contestant, donned in a penguin mask, took to the stage, performing one of the most popular songs currently circulating online. Following the penguin, another contestant entered, his face adorned with vibrant graffiti, and upon his arrival, a thunderous voice erupted as he delivered a rock song. After both performances concluded, the elimination round commenced. The judges' scores were notably unanimous, favoring the graffiti-faced contestant, as he exhibited superior stage presence and overall prowess compared to the penguin performer. Next came the unveiling segment, where the eliminated contestant could opt to leave with their mask on or remove it. The penguin performer chose to reveal his identity. Amidst the audience's eager anticipation, the penguin headpiece was gradually removed, unveiling a familiar visage to the public. To their astonishment, it was none other than one of the most popular cover singers on the internet, whose talent ranks among the finest within the realm of online music. Who would have imagined it was him? The viewers were taken aback, and suddenly, the show seemed quite intriguing, with the penguin's identity revealed. Curiosity about the graffiti-faced contestant intensified among the audience. In a live stream, I found myself captivated by the unfolding drama. I yearned to uncover the true identity of the graffiti-faced contestant who had managed to eliminate my beloved singer. I fervently hoped that the talented individual would triumph over the graffiti man as my curiosity about his identity grew stronger. Both performers exhibited commendable skill, yet if I had to choose, I might lean towards the graffiti-faced contestant. As the first round concluded, the viewership in the live stream began to surge dramatically. However, the competition on stage continued unabated. The second round featured a contestant adorned with a cactus headpiece, whom I shall refer to as Cactus Man, while his opponent was a sunflower. As their contest commenced, netizens eagerly speculated about the identities of these two performers based solely on their voices. However, It is indeed the case that the performers deliberately alter their voices, rendering it nearly impossible for netizens to identify anyone. It was only after the two concluded their performances and the judges declared Sunflower the victor that Cactus finally removed his headpiece. Upon revealing his face, the online community erupted in astonishment. Goodness, it's the renowned singer Luo Shiyu. How could he have lost? Luo Shiyu, whose songs once resonated across the vast expanse of the nation, now appears to have faded into obscurity. But who, pray tell, is this Sunflower? Capable of defeating my brother Luo Shiyu? The moment Luo Shiyu unveiled his headpiece, it wasn't just the netizens who were taken aback. Even the three judges seated below expressed their surprise. They were all acquainted with Luo Shiyu, recognizing him as a peer, and were astonished to see him participating in the competition. Chapter 82. The disruption. Luo Shiyu gazed at the faces of Chen An and the other judges, who wore expressions of helpless resignation. What a spectacle of public humiliation this was. He had thought he could at least endure through several rounds. But to be eliminated in the very first round was utterly disgraceful. It was particularly embarrassing, considering he was a well-known singer. And now he found himself ousted not only in front of an audience, but also before familiar faces. He sighed internally, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hurried off the stage. In the live broadcast room, a multitude of comments reflected the sentiments of the online audience. After 2 rounds of competition, interest had surged, drawing in more viewers. Initially, they had merely wished to witness the humiliation of the contestants, but upon watching, they were pleasantly surprised, especially in the subsequent 3rd and 4th rounds. The masked singer had catapulted to trending status. Those who had intended to wait until the conclusion of the event to revel in the spectacle were now taken aback. The unfolding situation was markedly different from what they had anticipated. Curiosity piqued. They clicked to watch the program once more. As they tuned in, the final pair of contestants prepared to perform. One wore a frog hat, while the other sported a particularly gaudy large pink flower. The absurdity of their costumes elicited spontaneous laughter from some viewers. The 3 judges chuckled lightly as well. The frog contestant began his performance. But as he opened his mouth to sing, the expressions of Chen and the others subtly shifted. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a contemplative realization. Could it be that voice and musical style belonged to that individual? As the frog continued to sing, reaching the climax of his performance, the furrows on their brows deepened. In the live chat, viewers rapidly filled the screen with comments. No way, this is definitely the Prince of Rap, Zhao, exclaimed one. I can't believe I recognized him by his voice first. It's Zhao. Looks like he has no intention of hiding anymore. His fans are going to go wild. Another added, I feel for that gaudy flower. Facing Zhao as an opponent is just bad luck. As the fervent performance of the frog unfolded, several audience members began to sway to the rhythm. Chen sighed with a wry smile, although the competition rules dictated that contestants must not reveal their identities. They did not prohibit them from concealing their voices, particularly for artists with distinctive vocal qualities. If they chose not to disguise their sound, it would be immediately recognizable upon their first note. It seemed that Luo Shiyu's earlier elimination had put pressure on Zhao, prompting him to perform openly with his true voice. For once the identity of a contestant was known, their stature in the eyes of the judges and audience would naturally be elevated, given the weight of their talent. On stage, the frog ignited the atmosphere with fervent energy, captivating everyone with the infectious rhythm of the music, leaving them feeling heated and exhilarated. Truly, Zhao Gu is unparalleled. Only he possesses such extraordinary talent. Other contestants, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but sigh, their gazes instinctively drawn to the unfortunate figure of the ugly flower. She was indeed unfortunate, encountering the unabashed Zhao Gu. Before long, the frog's performance concluded, and all eyes turned to the ugly flower. In the live broadcast, Zhao Gu remains Zhao Gu. Only he can make me tremble with his singing. At this moment, I think if I were that ugly flower, I would simply concede defeat. For victory seems unattainable. Ha ha, the ugly flower would surely retort, no, I cannot comprehend losing. One can only imagine the despair etched upon the face concealed beneath her mask. As Zhao Gu finished, The ugly flower rose with an air of calm, exuding an aura of composure that betrayed no signs of anxiety. Whether this was a facade of bravado or genuine tranquility remained uncertain. At the moment their eyes met, the frog perceived a gaze devoid of emotional fluctuation, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. This individual must be putting on an act. After taking a moment to collect himself, the frog injected a dose of calmness within. Even Chen An, in the face of his current state, would not dare to claim absolute victory over him. What was the ugly flower, after all? On stage, as the ugly flower took her place, the myriad lights extinguished in an instant. The prelude commenced, resonating with the sound of a heartbeat, followed by the delicate notes of piano. The screen in the live broadcast revealed the details of the song. Title: Bubble. Performer: Angry Ugly Flower. Lyricist and composer: Chao Ci. The audience, confronted with unfamiliar information, paused momentarily before refocusing their attention on the ugly flower as she began to sing. Bubbles in the sunlight are vibrant and colorful, just like the deceived me, basking in happiness. What is right or wrong? Your lies. Based on the fact that you still love me. The ugly flower's voice, though low and distinctly feminine, revealed little of her vocal prowess with just a few lines. Yet, the poignant lyrics enveloped the audience in a melancholic reverie. Beautiful bubbles, though they burst in an instant. All your promises, though fragile. I should have known that bubbles shatter upon contact, just like a wounded heart that cannot bear the torment. This song, which the ugly flower had practiced countless times upon receiving it, was meticulously dissected, each lyric analyzed to evoke the emotions inherent in the piece during her performance. And she succeeded. The promises of love, akin to exquisite yet ephemeral bubbles, burst upon contact, leaving nothing but emptiness and evanescence. Wow, what is this song? I have been moved to tears, reminiscing about the promises made to me by my ex-boyfriend. As I listen to his song, my heart feels an unbearable ache, as if it's being tightly grasped by a pair of hands. Moreover, her voice is profoundly heart-wrenching. Which scoundrel has inflicted such deep wounds upon this tragic flower? At this moment, the audience, judges, and contestants alike gaze in astonishment and bewilderment at the heartfelt performance of this tragic flower on stage. Words escape them, leaving only a profound sense of amazement. It is all but ephemeral, a mere flash of fireworks. All your promises are exceedingly fragile, and your silhouette, how can I not see through it? Thus, the sorrow overwhelms me. A breathtaking high note suddenly resonates in this chorus. The tragic flower's vocal prowess is fully unleashed. Everyone's eyes widen, their skin prickling with goosebumps. Within their hearts, a singular thought emerges. Goodness, this is a showstopper. Chapter 83. The Music 100 Flowers Award. The voice of the ugly flower was steeped in narratives. Coupled with that soaring high note, the audience was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. It was at this moment they realized that the seemingly reticent ugly flower was, in fact, the one hiding the deepest emotions. While her vocal prowess may not have been the finest among the competitors, the song itself unequivocally stood as the best. Both the lyrics and melody were flawless, leaving no room for critique. At that very moment, the viewers in the live stream began to kneel in reverence. When my mother asked why I was kneeling to watch my phone, I showed her, and soon we were both kneeling together. The ugly flower undoubtedly claimed the title of MVP for the evening. Her performance was nothing short of extraordinary. There was no technique involved, it was raw emotion. One could hardly fathom who could craft such poignant lyrics. How many wounds must they have endured? It seemed the songwriter was named Chao Ci. In the audience, nearly everyone who heard the ugly flower's voice fell into silence. Many bowed their heads, eyes glistening with tears, while the three mentors trembled with excitement, their gazes fixed intently on the ugly flower, as if seeking to pierce through the mask to uncover her true identity. Meanwhile, the ugly flower's emotions intensified, her voice reaching a crescendo. How does one search for the assurance of love? Embracing solitude, does that not bring loneliness? Love, after all, is but a bubble. I lament my inability to see through it, which has led to such sorrow. At that moment, each lyric pierced the hearts of the audience like a sharpened sword. The intense pain rendered them nearly breathless, particularly the haunting realization conveyed in her voice. A feeling of clarity that emerged only after being deceived, a heavy blow that struck all present. Many could no longer contain their emotions, succumbing to tears and sobs. Suddenly, the rhythm of the music slowed. The ugly flower lifted her head, her eyes, veiled by the mask, gazing toward the ceiling. Lost in thought, she gradually raised the microphone. The exuberance of earlier had dissipated, replaced by a voice that preferred the comfort of deception over the truth. In the rain, the bubble bursts at a mere touch. The once fervent heart has long since submerged. What does it matter if you profess your love, if it is all a ruse? I would rather you remain silent. With that, the song concluded. Beneath the mask, her eyes were slightly reddened. Luo Shiyu had fully immersed herself in the lyrics. Indeed, the ugly flower was Luo Shiyu. And this song was the one written for her by Chen An. And in I Miss You, she whispered within her heart, resolving to trust Chen An completely. She could not bear for their bond to dissolve like a fragile bubble that appeared beautiful yet shattered at the slightest touch. After a minute of profound silence, the hall erupted into thunderous applause. Mentors Shui Qianqian, Yang Dami, and Chen Beige stood in fervent applause for her. Witnessing this, the contestant Zhao Gu wore a bittersweet smile, realizing that despite revealing herself, she still faced defeat. How embarrassing this was. He finally comprehended Lu Chen's sentiments. However, at that moment, he lifted his gaze toward Chou Hua, pondering the identity hidden beneath that mask. How was it possible that he could not surpass this individual? Upon returning to the stage, as anticipated, even Brother Zhao, in the face of the song bubble, found himself utterly outmatched. Virtually all the votes were cast in favor of Chou Hua. With the conclusion of the voting, Chou Hua emerged victorious without any surprise, leading to the revealing segment for the defeated. Brother Zhao, adorned with a frog mask and microphone in hand, awkwardly cleared his throat before declaring, "I shall not remove it. I am simply outclassed and embarrassed." With that, he tossed the microphone aside and swiftly fled the scene. In the live broadcast room, viewers erupted in laughter at Brother Zhao's hasty retreat. Ha ha, embarrassed? What difference does it make whether you take off the mask or not? Initially, he had intended to leverage his voice to dominate, only to end up shooting himself in the foot. Brother Zhao wept in despair in the restroom, and everyone rushed to mock him. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were fervently discussing the events, completely oblivious to the fact that the real-time viewership of The Masked Singer had surged to 10 million. The data was rapidly approaching that of the King of Singing contest. When they finally realized, their reactions were akin to witnessing a ghost. It dawned upon them that The Masked Singer was not merely a program seeking to capitalize on the popularity of the King of Singing contest. It contained genuine talent. As the competition concluded, Chou Hua's performance of Bubble skyrocketed in popularity, even surpassing that of Chen An's Nocturne Online. Upon witnessing this scene, some viewers, reveling in the spectacle, began to comment, "Nocturne is in jeopardy. Could be undermined by Bubble. Perhaps, between the two songs, I prefer Bubble slightly more." Curiously, who is this Chao Ci? I have never heard of him before, and there seems to be no information about him online. It appears to be his first attempt at songwriting. Wow, so he pinned Bubble on his debut? That puts pressure on Chen An. After all, when it comes to the most talented songwriters of the new generation in the entertainment industry, Chen An reigns supreme. If this Chao Ci is not from the older generation, the title of the most formidable new talent might soon be up for grabs. However, little did the viewers suspect that Chao Ci and Chen An were, in fact, the same person. Meanwhile, amidst the fervent online discussion surrounding The Masked Singer and the King of Singing contest, a domestic music awards event, the Music 100 Flowers Award, quietly issued an announcement. In 3 days, they would unveil all song awards from the past year, accompanied by a list of invited guests. A glance at the list revealed a predominance of older generations, with only a handful of emerging artists, including Chen An. The news instantly captivated the attention of netizens. The Music 100 Flowers Award is one of the most influential music awards in the country. If your song is nominated or wins an award, it bestows upon you the label of a capable artist. The older generation of singers is universally acknowledged as the true powerhouses of the industry. But the new wave of artists presents a stark contrast. They are often branded as mere pop singers, heavily associated with commercial appeal. Their aspiration to transcend this label and emerge as genuine vocalists is a testament to their dedication, a standard recognized by the previous generation. Upon encountering the name Chen An, netizens expressed a surge of interest. Although Chen An's music is commendable, one must also consider the competition. The list for the Baiwa Awards is replete with formidable veteran artists, making Chen An appear somewhat inconspicuous in comparison. Winning an award seems rather implausible, yet there remains a glimmer of hope for a nomination. Chapter 84. In my era, you lack the qualification to even gaze at my back music by Flower Award? In the room, Chen An inquired with a hint of confusion. Luo Shiyu nodded, curiously examining the invitation letter, and remarked, "This award is one of the most prestigious accolades in the domestic music industry. Even being nominated is quite an achievement." After hearing about the rules of the Biflower Award, Chen An began to comprehend. They would not disclose whether one has won until the event itself, where the host announces the results in front of the entire audience. With this thought, Chen An felt a spark of interest. It sounded intriguing. He wondered which of his songs had been selected. Receiving an invitation implied that his music had caught the attention of the Biflower Award Committee. As for whether he would win, that remained to be seen. "Are you going?" Luo Shiyu asked Chen An. "Of course," he replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Since there are those old-timers who hold themselves in high regard, how could I pass up such an excellent opportunity to confront them?" Though he might not see, it did not mean he was oblivious to the whispers behind his back. During the King of Singers competition, countless individuals had mocked him from the shadows. If they looked down upon him, he would ensure they would have nothing to say this time. Chen An was confident that among his many songs, at least one would garner an award. As the time for the award announcement drew nearer, discussions among netizens had already ignited fervently. "Wow, I just noticed that King Xin is also on the invitation list. Not only that, but King Wang and King Su were included as well. Even my beloved Queen Shiriyao is here." This year's Biflower Award seems to have invited the most esteemed singers. In this light, Chen An appeared to have diminished advantages. "Chen An? This time, he is merely a participant," many remarked. No one held high hopes for Chen An. Even his fans were unusually silent. There was nothing to be done. This group was simply too formidable. They were either kings or queens, alongside a cadre of seasoned artists. No matter how well Chen An sang, he could hardly compete with this illustrious assembly. As time passed, the highly anticipated Music Biflower Award finally arrived. The award ceremony was broadcast live across the internet. At the venue, the invited guests arrived early, engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, a supported figure entered, capturing considerable attention. However, upon recognizing it was Chen An, disdain flickered across some faces. This young man had recently garnered significant attention online, overshadowing the older generation of singers. What was the Biflower Award Committee thinking, inviting such a minor artist? At that moment, a voice filled with sarcasm rang out. "Ignore them," Chen An replied, his expression unreadable. Luo Shiyu bit her lip, glancing at the person who had spoken. "Where are our seats?" Chen An inquired once more. Luo Shiyu glanced at the numbers on the invitation and remarked, "First row." With that, she found her seat, bringing Chen An to sit in the spotlight of the first row. Witnessing this scene, several seasoned singers behind them were immediately displeased. What status does he hold to sit in the first row? He should rise from his seat. Even if he were blind, he would not be entitled to such a position here. His virtue does not match his rank. He is not yet qualified to occupy this space. The seating arrangement in the venue was strictly delineated, representing not only status, but also personal capability. Yet here was Chen An, arguably the youngest in attendance. Seated in the first row, a spot reserved for the most illustrious king and queen of song. For instance, beside him sat Qin Shiriyao. At that moment, Qin Shiriyao looked at Chen An with a smile. Although she too was somewhat surprised by his presence in the front row, she held no objections. Chen An took his seat, with Luo Shiyu accompanying him. Observing this, even more of the older generation could no longer contain their discontent and clamored to find the staff of the 100 Flowers Awards. In their view, Chen An was disrespecting them. What was the difference between this and an open affront? Soon, a staff member approached, and after reviewing the invitation, smiled and said, "Mr. Chen An is in the correct seat." "On what grounds?" someone angrily questioned. "On the grounds of your age," Chen An replied without turning around. "You're Maru, right? You never achieved a hit song in your youth, and now that you've aged into a position of some qualification for the 100 Flowers Awards, you dare ask me on what grounds?" With a cold laugh, Chen An continued, "Had you been from the same era as I, you wouldn't even be worthy of gazing upon my back." Silence fell. A deathly stillness enveloped the space. Maru stared at Chen An in shock, unable to fathom that someone would speak to him in such a manner. "You!" In an instant, Maru's face flushed crimson, and as he pointed a finger at Chen An, Qin Shiyao interjected coldly, "Maru, the live broadcast is about to start. If you wish to be thrown out, then by all means continue your arrogance." With Qin Shiyao's words, Maru's anger dissipated instantly, particularly when he noticed the camera was focused on him. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he quickly donned a forced smile. "Haha, just a joke, don't take it to heart. The first rule of being an artist is to always appear virtuous before the camera." "Pfft, what a clown." Chen An's voice drifted into Maru's ears. Though soft, it was unmistakably clear. Maru's lips twitched again, and he glanced at the camera, forced to sit down with a reluctant smile. "Just wait, kid. Let's see how you embarrass yourself later," he muttered to himself, already reveling in the anticipated misfortune. If he were to sit in the first row without a nomination or award, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Let us see who the true clown is. As my thoughts settled, I beheld two hosts, a man and a woman, gracefully ascending the stage, their hands clutching a list and their faces adorned with radiant smiles. At that moment, the live broadcast commenced officially. As the virtual room opened, a multitude of viewers flocked in. I was the first. Nonsense. I am the true first. Look quickly at Chen An. He is seated in the front row. How impressive. He is sharing the same row with the renowned singers. What is the production team thinking? Does Chen An truly deserve such a privilege? This is disastrous. Chen An is bound to make a fool of himself this time, competing with a host of illustrious singers. He wants to even know how he met his downfall. The atmosphere in the live room was fervent, and after the host surveyed the audience with beaming smiles, they promptly delved into the main topic. Chapter 85. A series of awards. The voice of the host, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the gazes of numerous renowned singers turned toward him, some of them fixated eagerly on the card he held. Inscribed upon it were the names of the nominated and award-winning songs. It was evident that anticipation had been building among them for quite some time. Host Tian Yu cast a glance at the card with a smile before turning to his co-host, the lovely Xiao Wei. "Xiao Wei, which esteemed artist do you believe will take home the most awards this time?" "Tian Gu, you put me in a difficult position. Let us allow the big screen to reveal the answer," she replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she pointed to the large screen behind them. At that moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued in anticipation. In the live broadcast room, the online audience also ceased their discussions, awaiting the announcement of the awards. On the stage, Tian Yu glanced at the card in his hand, his excitement unmistakable as he proclaimed, "The songs nominated for Best Lyrics are Dance of the Night, Rain Flowers in the Building, Awakening from Dream, Nocturne, and White Moonlight." The 5 songs appeared sequentially on the screen. Among the nominees for Best Lyrics, 3 were works by celebrated male vocalists, 1 by a renowned female singer, and the last by the lesser-known Chen An. The audience was somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated that this relatively obscure singer would be mentioned alongside such illustrious names. Simply being nominated is a stroke of luck for you. I refuse to believe you will win," Maru scoffed quietly, jealousy evident in his voice. In the live stream, as the nominated songs were revealed, viewers erupted in fervent chatter. "My favorite Huainan King is nominated. This Best Lyrics Award is surely his. It's just a nomination. Let us not forget my He is also in the running. Yet, I'm surprised Chen An has received a nomination as well. To be fair, his Nocturne does possess the merit for it. But winning? I don't think so. Who says it can't happen? I have faith in An. This award is destined for him." The live stream buzzed with excitement, while everyone present began to ponder which of the 5 songs would ultimately secure the Best Lyrics Award. Host Tian Yu wore a mysterious smile, and in the next moment, he announced loudly, Let us congratulate Chen An for winning the Best Lyrics Award for Nocturne. As the words left his lips, Nocturne emerged victorious from the 5 nominated songs, and its music reverberated throughout the venue. This result astonished all present, their gazes shifting to the young man seated still and expressionless. He appeared utterly unfazed by the outcome. Soon after, Chen An rose from his seat, and Luo Shiyu hurriedly assisted him toward the stage. "Congratulations," Tianyu said with a smile as he placed the trophy in Chen An's hands, signaling that it was time for him to deliver his acceptance speech. However, at that moment in the live broadcast room, the netizens were already in an uproar. Could it be true? Is it really Chen An? I'm baffled. Why choose a lesser-known singer when there are so many renowned vocalists? What is the deal with the acclaimed singers? The award for Best Lyricist is meant to select the finest songs, and I firmly believe that my Nocturne is unparalleled. Let us see who dares to claim that my Chen An is incapable. As for the esteemed predecessors, they too can be humbled. During the heated debate among the netizens, Chen An had already delivered a brief speech and descended from the stage. Behind him, Maru's expression was more wretched than one who had just consumed something foul. He could hardly believe that this fellow had actually won an award. It must be sheer luck. I refuse to believe you can win again." After a cold snort in his heart, Maru forced himself to remain composed and continued to watch. After the Best Lyricist award was presented, it was time for the next accolade. Tianyu glanced at the card, his face beaming as he turned towards the large screen behind him. The nominees for the Song of the Year award included Mistakes, Nocturne, Famous for You, and My Beloved Mystery. Among these 4 songs, one belonged to a renowned singer, another to a celebrated songstress, and yet another to a rather accomplished veteran. However, what no one anticipated was the inclusion of Nocturne. Tianyu's lips curled into a smile, his voice rising once more. "Let us congratulate Chen An for Nocturne." As the words resonated, it was evident from the shock on everyone's faces that they had not misheard. Listening to the familiar notes of Nocturne, they finally grasped the reality of the situation. Chen An rose once more, placing the trophy for Best Lyricist aside, and with the support of Luo Shiyu, ascended the stage again. In the live broadcast room, at that moment, the netizens could no longer contain their excitement. Can someone explain what is happening? Winning 2 awards? Has Chen An gone backstage? Who would dare walk backstage in front of the celebrated singers? Is Nocturne truly that remarkable? Best Lyricist, Best Song, I am utterly amazed. Chen An is indeed impressive. On stage, after delivering a brief speech, Chen An descended once more. Maru was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He could not fathom how the 100 Flowers Award seemed to be under some spell today. Meanwhile, Tianyu appeared completely unfazed by their sentiments, as if he were addicted to the thrill. After presenting the awards, he continued with unabated enthusiasm. The nominees for the Best Songwriter of the Year award were Qin Shiyao, Newfound, Li Rui, Chen An, and Lu Nanchuan. As the list was announced, all eyes in the audience once again focused on these 5 individuals. Among them, aside from Chen An, the rest were renowned singers. The weight of this award is not to be underestimated. The Best Songwriter award requires one to have penned 5 golden hits to emerge from the ranks of these nominees. One's creativity must surpass that of the others. I refuse to believe that Chen An can win again this time. Li Rui, Qin Shiyao, and Lu Nanchuan. They are all prodigious talents in the realm of creation, not to mention reigning kings and queens of song. Pray tell, how could Chen An possibly prevail? At long last, that name has faded from our ears, leaving us in trepidation. In the audience, many a singer harbored similar thoughts, doubting that Chen An could truly rise above these illustrious figures. Each of them had once captivated the entire internet with their brilliance. However, just as a sigh of relief was beginning to escape their lips, Tianyu on stage eagerly announced the final result. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Chen An, whose composition Nocturne has been awarded the title of Best Songwriter of the Year. Chapter 86. As the Nocturne resonates, ascending the stage to accept the award in that moment. A collective gasp of astonishment and disbelief swept through the crowd as all eyes turned once more to Chen An, who remained seated. Under their scrutiny, he rose slowly, his countenance betraying no hint of surprise. Luo Shiyu also stood, assisting him toward the stage, her admiration for Chen An reaching new heights amidst the weight of the gazes surrounding them. In the live stream, viewers were utterly stunned. They had anticipated a certain level of surprise, but nothing could have prepared them for this. Best lyrics, best song, best singer, 3 consecutive awards. Chen An, it seemed, had indeed tapped into some extraordinary prowess. At that moment, all one could utter was, "Who else could compare?" Laughter erupted among the viewers, who noted Chen An's apparent loss for words. Yet, a question lingered. Would he continue to garner further accolades? Strangely, this time, no one dared to refute the notion. After all, the sting of being outshone was palpable. The scene left Ma Ru in a state of bewilderment as he stared at Chen An, who descended the stage, clutching his trophies. Casually, Chen An placed the awards on the ground at his feet, their gleaming presence stark against the backdrop. Had he received only one, he would have cradled it throughout the night. Beside him, Qin Shiyao felt a twinge of surprise and jealousy. As the reigning songstress, she found herself overshadowed, a mere supporting character in his spotlight. She was not alone in this sentiment. Other prominent singers looked on, gazing at the trio of trophies with eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. On stage, Tian Yu concluded reading the nominations for the next award, Best Popular Male Singer. The nominees were Qin Shiyao, Lu Nanchuan, Chen An, Gao Wei, and Li Rui. Let us extend our congratulations. Tian Yu paused, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chen An. In that instant, a collective thought echoed among all present, including the viewers. Could it truly be? Congratulations to Chen An for winning the award for Most Popular Male Singer of the Year. As the words resonated, the nocturne played once more in the background. The audience below seemed to be in a state of numbness, watching Chen An ascend the stage. This year's 100 Flowers Awards might as well be dubbed the Solo Flower Awards, with Chen An standing alone in brilliance while the others merely served as foliage. At that moment, the jealousy and disdain on Ma Ru's face faded. When someone surpasses you by a small margin, envy can fester. Yet when they reach a height you could never hope to attain, fear replaces envy. It was then that he recalled Chen An's words. In the same era, one does not even possess the right to gaze longingly at his silhouette. Now, Maru truly understood. Regardless of the era, he could only aspire to look up. On stage, Chen had found himself in a state of disbelief, grappling with a lack of words. He might have anticipated receiving an award, but he had never imagined he would be bestowed with 4. Had I known earlier, I should have memorized some lyrics before coming here. With a sigh in his heart, he casually expressed his gratitude before hastily stepping off the stage. However, Tian Yu seemed unwilling to let him go. Just as Chen An appeared to settle into his seat, his voice resounded once more. The final award for Best Lyric and Composition was to be presented, with the nominees being Nightlight, White Moonlight, and Nocturne. Let us congratulate Chen An for Nocturne. In that moment, the initial surprise vanished from everyone's expressions, replaced by a numbing acceptance. The Best Lyric and Composition Award is the most prestigious and challenging to obtain in the 100 Flowers Awards, as evidenced by the mere 3 nominated songs. Yet, upon seeing Nocturne among the 3, it seemed everyone had already tacitly accepted the outcome. As the melody of Nocturne played, he ascended the stage to receive his accolade. This evening belonged solely to Chen An, a night of solo triumph. No one anticipated that a host of venerable figures from the music industry, including numerous renowned singers, would leave empty-handed. Only Chen An departed with his trophy, beaming with delight. This was indeed the most extraordinary occurrence since the inception of the 100 Flowers Awards, with all 5 awards astonishingly bestowed upon a single individual. As for the others, they were fortunate just to catch a whiff of victory. Online, the news of Chen An sweeping all the accolades at the Music 100 Flowers Awards surged to trending status at lightning speed. The astonishment was not confined to the online community. The entire music industry was equally taken aback. Securing 1 award garners attention, 2 awards earn respect, but 5 awards render you a figure of admiration. Chen An, the eternal deity of the Chinese music scene. As the notes of Nocturne resound, he takes the stage to accept his award. These 2 topics swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of trending discussions, making it impossible for those unaware of the situation to remain oblivious. Moreover, it was not only Chen An who attained fame. The ever-reverberating Nocturne also soared in popularity. On the singer competition charts, Nocturne had already surpassed the second-place contender by more than double. This time, it exceeded even that, scaling to monumental heights, pressing down upon all others, leaving them breathless. Venerable predecessors? Chen An was precisely the one to challenge them. From this moment onward, no one dared to question Chen An's musical prowess. Even the judges of the singer competition wore solemn expressions, elevating their regard for Chen into its zenith. Such a talent might indeed emerge as a formidable contender for this year as champion. The thought of a 22-year-old champion is daunting. At home, Luo Shiyu cradled 5 trophies, diligently polishing them, her face radiating joy as though she herself had won the accolades. Chen An, you are truly remarkable. What a pity you cannot witness the astonishment on their faces. She placed the trophies in the most prominent position, nodding in satisfaction. Chen An could discern the happiness in Luo Shiyu's tone. He shook his head, his gaze drifting to the system panel, displaying his burgeoning popularity. This time, he had garnered hundreds of thousands of fans. In recent years, the popularity garnered from participating in competitions and winning awards has been significant. For the next song, let be this one. After contemplating a previous track, Chen An decisively chose to purchase it. Although it required a substantial expenditure, he felt no remorse regarding Luo Shiyu. Shiyu, he suddenly uttered. Luo Shiyu's gaze shifted from the trophy to him, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. This will be your song for the next competition. As he spoke, Chen extended his hand, offering a USB drive. The songs purchased through the system would automatically generate samples and lyrics, which would be stored on the USB. Luo Shiyu was taken aback and hesitated to accept it immediately, instead expressing her concern, "You should sing this one. I won the first round, so I could choose freely for the next." Her reasoning stemmed from the belief that composing songs was no trivial task, particularly when it came to crafting exceptional pieces. Having experienced the initial success, she felt that her chances of winning in the second round would still be considerable, even with a different song. Yet, at this moment, Chen was in greater need of a remarkable composition than she was. Chapter 87. The producer Chen An paid no heed to Luo Shiyu's words and directly handed the items to him. "Rest assured," he said with a smile. Luo Shiyu, momentarily taken aback by his kindness, swallowed her initial refusal. Gripping the USB drive tightly in her palm, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. She was uncertain of the extent of Chen An's generosity, yet the fact that he so casually bestowed exquisite songs upon her made her feel uniquely special in his eyes. Were it not for her naturally reserved demeanor, she might have already thrown herself at him. As Luo Shiyu basked in her feelings, Chen An's video, showcasing his remarkable talents, had already been edited and disseminated by various influencers on a short video platform. Earning 5 prestigious awards, he had emerged triumphant amidst a sea of renowned singers and veteran musicians, firmly establishing his prowess. At that moment, no one dared to openly question his abilities any longer. One could only imagine the spectacle that would unfold when he returned to the singing competition. The reactions of his detractors would be quite telling. The day of reckoning approached swiftly. As the announcement for the second round of the singing competition was made, Chen An's fans erupted in a frenzy. Previously, he had faced relentless scrutiny and mockery, with a swarm of detractors eager to see him fail. As devoted fans, they found themselves powerless against the onslaught of criticism, which had long bottled up their frustrations. Now, with Chen An's triumphant sweep of 5 awards, it was time for them to unleash their pent-up anger. Detractors, step forward and face the music. Who dares to say my Chen An is lacking? I'll make you regret it. Last time, someone mentioned eating marble. I've got 50 pounds of it right here, free of charge. Winning all the awards at the 100 Flowers Awards in one go. Who else can claim such a feat? Not even the kings and queens of song can match that. Meanwhile, the competition venue buzzed with excitement as the participating singers arrived, particularly when Chen An made his entrance. All eyes converged upon him. This time, there were no expressions of disdain or indifference. Instead, the crowd regarded him with fervent enthusiasm. He was practically ushered to his seat like a star being revered by his admirers. Such is the nature of the entertainment industry. Only those with sufficient talent earn the respect of all. Even in the presence of seasoned veterans, kings, and queens of song, they were compelled to show their deference. As Chen An took his seat, though he could not see their faces, he could imagine the sycophantic smiles surrounding him. While he had no aversion to this admiration, he found it difficult to embrace, and thus, he merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. In the live stream, viewers witnessed this scene unfold, their comments flooding the screen once more. "I'm dying of laughter. Were these people not acting all high and mighty last time? Now they're practically pressing their faces against him. I can't bear to watch. My uncle Song Wei is also trying to get close. I'm done being a fan." However, it was fortunate that Li Ming and Xiao Wu did not attempt to ingratiate themselves. Otherwise, the competition might as well have declared Chen An the undisputed king of song right then and there. While it must be acknowledged that everyone is here to vie for the title of the king and queen of song, could we not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Indeed, it is permissible to curry favor, yet to act as sycophants is wholly unacceptable. Reactions among netizens range from understanding to ridicule, with some even choosing to withdraw their support. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Wu and his companions could not help but shake their heads at the unfolding scene. They recognized Chen An's formidable talent. Yet everyone was here to compete for the title. Regardless of how strong the opponent may be, one must maintain at least an equal measure of spirit. Those individuals, from the outset, had attached themselves too closely, and from that moment forth, they had forfeited their chances of claiming the title. With this thought, Xiao Wu and Li Ming exchanged glances. Previously, the two of them, along with Nan Zhou, were regarded as the strongest contenders in this year's competition. However, the emergence of Chen An had significantly increased the pressure upon them. With Nan Zhou now eliminated, the focus shifted solely to the two of them. "I have secured the services of a senior producer," Li Ming whispered earnestly in Xiao Wu's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua looked at him in astonishment. Producers, in the realm of entertainment, are a unique breed divided into two categories: film producers and music producers, with the latter being the most prestigious and challenging to attain. Moreover, music producers are also ranked, ranging from junior to intermediate, senior, gold, ace, and world class. A skilled producer has the ability to compose timeless songs. However, becoming a producer is no small feat. One must possess extraordinary talent that far exceeds the norm. While singers may also write songs, they generally rank at most as intermediate producers. It is virtually impossible for a singer to reach the status of a senior producer. Thus far, no one has emerged who holds both titles concurrently. Even Chen An, at present, would likely only be considered an intermediate producer. The fact that Li Ming claimed to have engaged a senior producer was astonishing. It is well known that producers of intermediate rank and above are regarded as treasures of the entertainment industry. They are not only rare, but also seldom take on projects. Currently, it is estimated that there are fewer than 100 senior producers in the entire country, with only around 50 gold producers and a mere 10 ace producers. As for world-class producers, there are just 5 who are elusive and seldom seen. Li Ming's engagement of a senior producer to write a song for him, while it may not guarantee an outright victory over Chen An, should suffice to eliminate him from contention. With this realization, Xiao Wu expressed a hint of envy, saying, "Then it rests upon you. We cannot afford to lose face for our generation." Li Ming confidently nodded. With the backing of a senior producer, his confidence soared. Soon, preparations for the competition commenced, and the names of all the advancing contestants appeared on the large screen, followed by a shuffling and reallocation into pairs. In the judges' section, Situ Bing glanced at Chen An and remarked to the 3 individuals beside him, "I never anticipated that this young man would secure all the awards at this year's 100 Flowers Awards. It has indeed taken me by surprise." After finishing his words, Song Wei immediately spoke up, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. "It's merely good fortune on his part. Even he only won the 100 Flowers Award once in his youth. What gives this brat the right?" Sitting beside him, Fong Xiaozhu scoffed dismissively. "Good fortune? Can luck alone lead one to sweep all the awards at the 100 Flowers?" Stung by her retort, Song Wei quickly fell silent, unwilling to face the sharp tongue of Aunt Fong. Meanwhile, Lu Quan hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "All right, let's not bicker. What kind of song do you think Chen An will present this time?" Apologies, everyone, for the delay in this chapter. I overindulged at the company dinner and had a bit too much to drink, so I will finish the remainder tomorrow. I need to step away for a moment. Chapter 88. The Song of Xiao Yu. As this statement echoed, the other three fell into a profound silence. The previous nocturne had been nothing short of breathtaking, securing every award at the 100 Flowers Awards. Although it heralded his ascendance, it also escalated the expectations surrounding him. Should his performance in this round falter, Chen An would undoubtedly face an avalanche of ridicule from netizens. Seated in the contestants' area, Chen An maintained an impassive demeanor, his expression unchanging even as those beside him attempted to curry favor with light banter. He merely offered a faint smile in response. Soon, the allocation of opponents was completed, and Chen An found himself pitted against an esteemed veteran named Xiao Yu. In his prime, Xiao Yu had been a leading figure in the music industry. Yet time had gradually diminished his presence in the public eye. Although not a formidable contender for this year's title, Xiao Yu's vocal prowess remained exceptionally robust. Coincidentally, he sat directly behind Chen and facing the newly crowned champion. Xiao Yu felt an immense weight of pressure upon him. However, retreat was not an option. Having participated in the King of Songs competition 3 times, this might very well be his final attempt. Even in the face of defeat, he was determined to give his all. Furthermore, the previous nocturne had set an exceedingly high bar. It was improbable that Chen An could surpass it. If his performance fell short of the judges' and audience's expectations, the outcome of the competition could become uncertain. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu glanced at Chen An with a tinge of regret before leaning towards Li Ming and whispering, "What a pity you 1T get to eliminate him yourself." Li Ming, with an air of arrogance, shook his head dismissively and smirked. "It's all right, though it is somewhat regrettable. I might save my song for the finals to deal with you." "Dealing with me?" Xiao Wu scrutinized Li Ming closely and then chuckled awkwardly. "Do take it easy on me. We are old friends after all. Don't let me lose too embarrassingly." Li Ming casually nodded and turned away, oblivious to the glimmer of derision that flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes at that moment. In a live broadcast room, viewers were buzzing with anticipation for the imminent competition. What kind of song would Chen An unveil this time? Could it possibly rival the nocturne? How could it? A song like that would challenge even the most seasoned producers. Chen An was merely fortunate to have penned such a piece. Indeed, for a singer to compose a masterpiece is already commendable, but they cannot compare to professional producers. After all, a singer is simply that, a singer, while a producer has the power to cultivate countless talents. If a top-tier producer were to intervene, Chen An would surely falter within a round. Upon hearing this, Chen An's fans were momentarily silenced. After all, producers held a unique position within the music industry. Convincing them to craft a song depended entirely on their whims, and even the most celebrated singers had to approach them with utmost reverence. Within Platinum Entertainment, Luo Yangming pondered deeply as he perused the comments. Immediately thereafter, he summoned his secretary, Zhang Bing, and inquired, "I recall that the company has a cadre of producers, correct?" Zhang Bing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, President Luo, we have a total of 10 senior producers, 8 gold medal producers, 6 ace producers, and 2 world-class talents." Upon hearing this, Luo Yangming nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of the prowess of the ace and the 2 world-class producers, as they could be regarded as the crown jewels of the company. "Please inform the 10 senior producers to compose songs for Chen An. They have been nurtured for quite some time, and I fear their minds may grow stagnant without practice," Luo Yangming commanded with a sweeping gesture. Zhang Bing's face bore a trace of a wry smile, yet she nodded in agreement. While others might not be heated when Luo Yangming spoke, this group had no choice but to listen. They could contend against the kings and queens of song, but could they withstand the might of capital? Meanwhile, at the competition venue, as the event commenced, the singers took the stage one by one to perform. The second round of the Song King contest was evidently more intense than the first. The songs presented by the contestants were not only melodious, but some even astonished the 4 judges. Remarkably, every song in this edition was an original composition. There were no covers. The contestants all showcased new songs. Among the competitors, Chen An was also taken aback. It seemed that in previous years, the contest had never featured an entirely original lineup. To his surprise, this year was wholly original, marking it as the most prestigious edition yet. Should anyone emerge victorious as the Song King, their caliber would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Aside from the highly scrutinized Chen An, both Xiao Wuge and Li Ming exhibited outstanding performances. In terms of both song quality and vocal prowess, they ranked among the foremost of all the participants. Had Chen An not been competing this year, the ultimate title of Song King would assuredly have been contested between the two of them. Soon, amidst the tense anticipation, it was finally time for Chen An and Xiaoyu to take the stage. In this round, Chen An would perform last. Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage, exhaling deeply, casting a sidelong glance at Chen An, and repeatedly reassured himself, "Stay calm, steady. The outcome remains uncertain." With his composure regained, he nodded towards the band. As the prelude commenced, a subtle melancholy permeated the music, resonating with the audience as his voice filled the air. Upon hearing the first notes, netizens felt as though they were transported back to Xiao Yu's era. At the height of his fame, he had been dubbed the Prince of Heartbreak, delivering songs steeped in sorrow that could easily evoke tears from his listeners. This performance was no exception. Upon hearing the lyrics, the audience was moved. "Oh, only Xiao Yu could deliver such poignant ballads. Just listening to his voice breaks my heart." Another new song emerged, and it seemed that Xiao Yu's songwriting had reached new heights. Surely, he must have attained the level of a mid-tier producer by now. How could that be? Do you think it is so simple for a singer to become a mid-tier producer? At present, Xiao Yu is at best a novice producer, which was commendable in itself. I am eager to witness what Song Chen An will present in response. Amidst the atmosphere steeped in melancholy, as Xiao Yu serenades, all present find themselves enveloped in a profound sadness. Some individuals, with teary eyes, gaze at Xiao Yu, who pours his heart into the performance. This is the essence of a poignant ballad. Immersed in the music, he weaves all his emotive sentiments into the melody. Absent of ostentation, it is solely through the enjoyment of music that one can strike at the very core of the human soul, and Xiao Yu has indeed achieved this. The lyrics may lack embellishment, yet they resonate with simplicity and sincerity, and coupled with his heartfelt delivery, they bring tears to the eyes of both the audience and online viewers alike. P.S. My head still feels quite foggy. The after effects of 2 gin of white liquor are overwhelming. I am striving to compose these words, and I will pen another chapter shortly. Chapter 89. Quietly embracing acceptance. As soon as Xiao Yu began to sing, tears streamed down my face. Only Xiao Yu could evoke such profound emotions. This was indeed a heart-wrenching ballad. Each line, though devoid of explicit farewells, reverberated with the essence of parting. Xiao Yu was remarkable. At that moment, not only the online audience, but also all the spectators present were spellbound. Song Wei nodded at Xiao Yu, remarking, "Xiao Yu has improved significantly compared to the previous 2 editions." Situ Bing concurred, stating, "In terms of vocal prowess and emotional expression, this song may well mark Xiao Yu's pinnacle in recent years." This boded ill for Chen An. I couldn't believe he could produce a song of the same caliber as Nocturne. Song Wei chuckled, casting a fleeting glance at Chen, and Situ Bing remained silent. Yet her expression spoke volumes. On stage, Xiao Yu sang with abandon. He had meticulously honed this piece for an entire year, originally intending to reserve it for the finals. However, facing Chen An, he found himself with no choice. If he did not present it, he risked elimination at this juncture. This final opportunity was one he did not wish to squander. As the song concluded, he wiped away the tears that had appeared on his face unbeknownst to him. Xiao Yu realized that this performance marked his zenith. He could hardly believe that Chen An could produce another Nocturne. Following Xiao Yu's performance, it was Chen An's turn. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. Having achieved 5 prestigious awards, would Chen An deliver another Nocturne, or would he present a piece that paled in comparison? If it were the latter, the online audience would not hold back their criticism. With the assistance of staff, he ascended the stage, and under the spotlight, a hush fell over the crowd. They gazed at Chen An, who had his eyes closed. He had already determined the song he would perform. Xiao Yu was formidable, but in light of this particular piece, he was afraid it was time for elimination. As Chen An took the stage, the online viewers buzzed with excitement. The moment had finally arrived. I had waited so long. I eagerly anticipated Chen An's selection. I doubted he could produce another nocturne. A song like Nocturne is sufficient for any artist. To present another would suggest Chen An might as well become a producer. Regardless, if his song did not surpass Nocturne, I would voice my discontent. Chen An took a deep breath, listening to his heartbeat, quickly entering his zone. Meanwhile, the prelude of the piano began to play softly. On the live stream, the song's details gradually appeared. Song, quiet, performed by Chen An. Lyrics and composition, Chen An in the next moment. Only the piano accompanied me for an entire day. The slumbering cello softly, quietly. A gentle, deep male voice emerged, imbued with a sense of solitude that instantly captivated the listeners. You say you will feel sorrow too. I do not believe it. Holding your hand and accompanying me was merely a thing of the past. Below the stage, the audience held their breath, a peculiar emotion lodged in their throats, akin to a fishbone stuck, causing an ache deep within. Unlike Xiao Yu's piercingly heartfelt delivery, Chen An's song seeped in like an anesthetic, gradually enveloping the surface until, by the time one comprehended it, one was already entranced. I hope he truly loves you more than I ever could. That is why I compel myself to depart. As he sang this line, Chen An lifted his head and opened his eyes, the light before him appearing surreal. He could see the illumination, but not the clarity of it. Like a participant ensnared in love, he found himself disoriented by its intoxicating grip. You ask me how excruciating it is. I genuinely do not wish to part. Why must I mask my sorrow with a smile? I lack the talent to accommodate you while accepting him. It is not until the chorus arrives that the true power of the song erupts. The anesthetic has completely permeated. Damn it, from Xiao Yu to Chen An, are you trying to slay me? I feel this song surpasses Xiao Yu's by leaps and bounds. Transitioning from a placid narrative to an emotional crescendo, this is what a love song should be. Why is it that tears have never flowed so freely while listening to Xiao Yu? Yet upon Chen An's first note, my tears cascade uncontrollably. This song possesses a far greater destructive force. It is akin to a nuclear bomb, though not as grand as Nocturne, in the realm of heart-wrenching ballads. As long as the producer refrains from meddling, this quiet piece is destined for greatness. You have long departed, and I too shall gradually withdraw. Why do I continue to accommodate you even in our separation? I truly lack the talent to be quiet so swiftly. I will learn to relinquish you because I love you too deeply. His soothing voice narrates the humility in love, especially with Chen An's current sobbing tone. It instantaneously evokes tears from all, sending shivers down their spines. The notion of relinquishment in the lyrics induces an inexplicable suffocation in couples who have just parted ways. What has Chen An experienced that enables him to pen such poignant lyrics? To even accommodate you in separation, how humbled must one be to craft such verses? As the interlude plays, it provides the audience a moment to breathe. Yet, they have already transformed into a sea of tears. Just having broken up with my girlfriend, this is painfully overwhelming. After 3 years together, she ended up with my friend. Fine, I will now let go and wish you happiness as I quietly depart. Up above, I will accompany you with one. I too will share in this solitude. Every person possesses a story. Each individual has their own tale. Though the songs may be the same, the feelings of each listener are uniquely different. Just like this quiet piece, listening in silence, departing in quietude, and witnessing the beautiful future you share with him. At this moment, the interlude flows gently, and Chen An's deep voice emerges once more. Only the piano remains to converse with me throughout the day. The slumbering cello rests in tranquil antiquity. I believe you have made your intentions exceedingly clear. I comprehend, and I am aware that you are not reluctant to part ways. As the chorus of the second verse cascades in, Chen An's voice resonates with a distinct flavor, imbued with an essence of resolve and resilience. In this moment, all listeners collectively lift their gazes. You have ventured far beyond, and I too shall gradually withdraw. Why do I still accommodate your presence, even in our separation? The 4 judges parted their lips, their expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions. Xiao Yu, seated among the competitors, wore a bittersweet countenance. This song would not secure his victory. You want me to express how awkward it is? I genuinely do not wish to part. Why must I mask my feelings with a smile? As this segment reaches its zenith, those who have been enduring can no longer contain themselves. If it were not for the profound love I hold for you, who would willingly assume the role of sycophant, silently observing you? Who would be willing to accept him? To hell with it. I shall not contribute further. Chapter 90. Elevate the morning farewell. At this moment, Song Wei bowed his head at the judging panel, with all eyes fixated on Chen An. No one noticed the fleeting nostalgia flickering in his gaze as dormant memories resurfaced, reminding him of the innocent girl he encountered at the dawn of his career. It was the day he returned from his inaugural performance when a friend request unexpectedly popped up on his phone. The sender was a girl, her profile picture radiating authenticity, an innocent face framed by a backdrop of tea trees. At that time, he presumed her to be a fan and joyfully accepted the request. However, after several days of conversation, Song Wei realized that she was not at all what he had imagined. Her name was Xiao Wei, embodying a purity and innocence untouched by the corruption of the city, having lived in the mountains for so long that she had never even heard of Song Wei. They engaged in nearly ceaseless dialogue until a few months later, when, just as Song Wei felt their relationship could deepen, Xiao Wei unexpectedly wept as she reached out to him. She revealed that her grandfather was gravely ill, requiring a substantial sum for treatment, and that she might no longer be able to chat with him. She needed to sell tea in town to raise funds for her grandfather's medical care. Upon hearing this, Song Wei was overwhelmed with affection and compassion for the girl. How kind and pure she was. Consequently, he decided to transfer all the money he had earned since his debut to buy all the tea from Xiao Wei's family. However, after sending the funds, she informed him that she needed to care for her grandfather, and from that moment on, Xiao Wei's account was never logged into again. Quietly, he watched her come and quietly watched her leave. Xiao Wei, do you now have someone to whom you can entrust your life? If so, please return the money, or, at the very least, send me the tea I purchased. The thought of this caused a pang of pain in Song Wei's heart. After he transferred all that money, he subsisted on steam buns for an entire month until he finally secured another commercial performance that helped him recover some of his losses. You have long since departed, and I too shall gradually fade away. Why do I even accommodate you in our separation? I truly lack talent, and silence does not come swiftly. I will learn to let you go, not because of a lack of love, but because I love you too deeply. With a hoarse beginning and a powerless end, the suppressed emotions erupted with an intensity that became the final straw breaking the camel's back. In the past, those cherished memories have now transformed into the very blade that could bring about my demise. I will relinquish you, not out of indifference, but because I love you too profoundly. For I understand that perhaps letting go is the best outcome for both of us. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the venue, interrupted only by the occasional sound of suppressed sobs. In the live stream, the chat was already flooded with emotional expressions. The impact of the song Quiet in the realm of tear-jerking ballads was akin to that of a nuclear bomb. Do not wield emotional knives to harm. Avoid using sorrowful songs to strike. Time slipped away unheeded, and the resounding applause erupted like thunder, prompting every individual in the audience to rise, generously offering their ovation. Among the contestants, Xiao Wu turned to Zhang Ming and inquired, if you were to face him, do you feel confident? Zhang Ming, furrowing his brow, fixated intently on Chen An, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh, I possess a 50% assurance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu fell into a contemplative silence, though a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Even a seasoned producer could not guarantee a complete victory against Chen An. Just how extraordinary was his compositional prowess. On stage, Chen An inclined his body slightly towards the audience, then stood poised, awaiting the verdict of his advancement. At that moment, Xiao Yu also ascended the stage. Yet unlike his previous appearance, he now bore an unmistakable expression of insecurity. Who could maintain confidence when confronting the enigma that was Chen An? Ultimately, the outcome was unsurprising. Chen An advanced, while Xiao Yu faced elimination. In the live stream, viewers couldn't help but express their sympathy for Xiao Yu, mourning for 3 fleeting seconds. It was not a matter of Xiao Yu's inadequacy, but rather the sheer extremity of Chen An's talent. Although Quiet may not eclipse Nocturne in certain respects, It certainly stands as a monumental piece within the realm of poignant ballads. One might ponder if even some elite producers could craft such a song. Could it be that Chen An, as a singer, might achieve the heights of an esteemed producer? If that were to transpire, it would surely send shockwaves through many. In the realm of platinum entertainment, Luo Yongming swirled his glass of red wine, savoring a sip while narrowing his eyes. Have we identified the individual who penned the song for Sure You in the previous round? He suddenly queried. Zhang Bing hesitated momentarily before replying. The one named Zhao Sai. There's no trace of this person in the entertainment industry. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. Luo Yongming chuckled softly. Then I believe I know who it is. His gaze drifted to the screen, displaying Chen and Chen An. Zhang Bing exclaimed, quickly grasping the implications. Are you suggesting that Chen An orchestrated the masked singer competition, encouraged Miss Sure You to participate, and now, under the guise of Zhao Ci, is composing for her? This. He hesitated, daunted by the enormity of the revelation. Luo Yongming laughed lightly, envisioning a program rivaling the grandeur of the singer competition, ultimately crowning a diva. Chen An's audacity is astounding, Zhang Bing remarked in awe. Luo Yongming took another sip of wine, his expression restrained, yet his eyes shimmered with deep admiration. This young man possessed far more ambition than he did in his youth. Had Chen An shared this plan with him earlier, he might have dismissed it as mere fantasy. Yet, armed with the data from the inaugural episode of Masked Singer, which rivaled the original competition, he now felt a burgeoning belief that perhaps a miracle could indeed be forged. The next producer selection is imminent, Luo Yongming remarked once more. This time, let's elevate Zhao Ci. It has come to my attention that Qian Kuan and Xinghua Entertainment are preparing to challenge us. Thus, we shall surprise them. At this juncture, Luo Yongming's lips curled into a wild smile. Chen An should once again astonish him, I presume. Behind him, Zhang Bing nodded slightly. Although Chen An is a singer, he seems to harbor certain expectations for this individual, making a name for himself among that group of producers as a vocalist, only to reveal his true identity later. This is undoubtedly a thrilling narrative. It sends shivers down one's spine. With this thought, Zhang Bing began to chuckle wickedly. P.S. After the conclusion of the King of Singers competition, the next storyline will commence. I assure you, it will be even more exhilarating than the preceding segment, elevating your spirits to the heavens. Your encouragement for updates and small gifts is earnestly sought after by the likes of Peng Yuyan, Hu Ge, and Liu Yifei. Chapter 91. The crisis of the Masked Singer. The second round of the King of Singers competition concluded flawlessly, with both Xiao Wu and Li Ming successfully advancing. Their sights were firmly set on Chen An. There was no chance they would falter here. Perhaps they were not alone in this ambition, for it seemed that everyone aimed to surpass Chen An. Yet, others lacked the necessary prowess and could only swallow their frustrations in silence. Such a prodigious talent was not one that everyone could contend with. Even the seasoned veterans felt an immense pressure when faced with this individual. The saying, "the waves behind drive on those ahead," while the former are dashed against the shore, was not mere rhetoric. This time, someone tallied the fervor surrounding the King of Singers competition. Likely due to Chen An's nocturne in the previous round, the excitement surged to a staggering 80 million. The revelation left many astounded, as such a level of enthusiasm typically only manifested during the finals in previous years. Yet, this was merely the second round. Upon this realization, those involved with the competition wiped the sweat from their brows. It was truly outrageous, simply outrageous. Indeed, allowing Chen An to participate was an exceedingly wise decision, much to the chagrin of those who had vehemently opposed his inclusion. The rapidity of their embarrassment was striking. Moreover, with over 80 million in fervor, how could the Masked Singer compete? Although the enthusiasm levels in the first round were somewhat comparable, the figures from this round were utterly disheartening for the Masked Singer. It seemed that the latter would be thoroughly overshadowed. Many, anticipating the outcome, prepared to witness the spectacle unfold. How would Luo Yongming handle the situation? As time passed, the next day arrived, and the Masked Singer commenced its broadcast punctually. Observing the lively atmosphere, it appeared that the King of Singers competition had left no discernible impact. In the live stream, numerous viewers eager for entertainment flooded in as soon as the broadcast began. Woohoo, big ugly flower, here I come. I came for the bubble of Big Ugly Flower. I hope she doesn't disappoint us this time. Wait, you all care about Big Ugly Flower. And I'm the only one concerned about who Zhaozi is? This batch of netizens is lacking. It's been so long, and no news about Zhaozi has emerged. Meanwhile, at the mentor's table, Shui Qianqian curiously inquired. The confidentiality surrounding the masked singer is truly impressive. Even we are unaware of who Big Ugly Flower really is. Chen Beige chuckled, I know. Shui Qianqian and Yang Dami immediately turned to him. I know she's a woman. Chen Beige wore a mischievous grin. Well, obviously, responded Shui Qianqian and Yang Dami in unison, unable to restrain themselves. This moment was perfectly captured by the playful director, eliciting laughter from the online audience. Chen Beige's demeanor was undeniably cheeky, and the entire world was aware that Big Ugly Flower was indeed a woman. It was amusing to see him provoke such reactions. Nevertheless, it must be said that with Chen An in the King of Singers and Big Ugly Flower in the Masked Singer, both appear to be the dark horses of this year's music scene. It is not certain. In the King of Singers competition, besides Chen An, there are also Xiao Wu and Li Ming, both of whom are formidable contenders. As for the Masked Singer, judging by the previous performance, aside from the prominent figure of the Ugly Flower, there is also a clown and an alien, both of whom possess vocal prowess and stage presence that are only surpassed by the Ugly Flower. I am genuinely curious about the identity concealed beneath the mask of the Ugly Flower. In the backstage area, a group of masked contestants awaits their turn on stage, while the taciturn Ugly Flower has captured everyone's attention. After all, her previous opponent was Zhao, a well-established rapper in the music industry. Surprisingly, despite Zhao's unmuted vocals, he still fell short against the Ugly Flower's rendition of Bubble. With this performance, the Ugly Flower rose to prominence, becoming the dark horse that emerged in the first round. What song will she present in the second round? An original or a cover? With anticipation mounting, the competition finally commenced. Perhaps by design, during the random selection of opponents, the Ugly Flower found herself paired with the clown. The clown is widely recognized as one of the best vocalists, second only to the Ugly Flower. In the previous round, his soaring high notes sent shivers through the audience. This match promises to be a fierce showdown. The outcome remains uncertain. The clown and the Ugly Flower. This battle is bound to be entertaining. I just hope they do not end up clashing behind the scenes. However, I believe that if the Ugly Flower presents an original piece, the clown may find himself at a disadvantage. Do they really think crafting an original song is a simple task? Do they truly believe anyone can match the eccentricity of Chen An? Unless, of course, this Zhaozi is also a producer. Unlikely. Even if Zhaozi were a producer, he would still be a novice, likely not even qualifying as a junior producer. Otherwise, how could there be no information regarding this individual? You are right. It seems the Ugly Flower might be in trouble this time. Backstage, the clown, with his mask adorned with a perpetual smile, turned to glance at the direction of the Ugly Flower, his eyes momentarily betraying a sense of gravity. He had not anticipated encountering the very person he most wished to avoid. This was not favorable news for him. It appeared he would need to unveil that song sooner than expected. The clown tightened and then relaxed his fist, reflecting on his position as a mere second-tier singer. When he first heard about this competition, he signed up without hesitation. For a small-time singer, achieving a breakthrough is exceedingly challenging. Initially, he scoffed at the concept of the masked singer. However, a close friend encouraged him, emphasizing that this competition was personally established by the legendary entrepreneur Luo Yangming. Luo Yangming is a legendary figure in the entertainment industry, and despite the online critiques, it did not deter aspiring contestants from eagerly signing up. Moreover, in a bid for his own resurgence, the clown invested significant effort to enlist a senior producer to craft a song for him. Originally, this song was intended for the finals, but it seems he must present it sooner than he had planned. Upon this thought, a faint smile crept across the jester's lips. My apologies, dear Clown Flower. Misfortune seems to have chosen you. On stage, as the host announced the commencement, the masked singer entered the arena for its second round of competition. The popularity within the live stream surged significantly at this moment. The terrifying rate of this increase appeared to rival the grandeur of the King of Singers contest. However, Astute netizens noticed that although the masked singer's popularity was escalating swiftly, it largely consisted of spectators merely drawn to the spectacle, who would soon depart, failing to sustain the momentum. Thus, the notion of surpassing the king of singers was but a fanciful dream. It seemed that the masked singer was truly on the brink of downfall. On the screen, the first group of contestants took the stage, one of whom donned a playing card mask. In the previous round, the card-themed performer had captivated many with an original folk song. What melody might this masked bard unveil this time? Chapter 92. Lyrics by a senior producer. As the poker cards stepped onto the stage, a melodious sound of the horsehead fiddle resonated from behind. Once again, a folk song was performed. Chen wore a contemplative expression. Such a voice, coupled with a mature folk style, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his old friend. Could it be that this fellow had also entered the competition? If that were the case, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. With this thought, Chen lifted his head, scrutinizing the poker card, as if seeking to uncover something in his eyes. Unfortunately, the other party had their eyes closed. The performance by the poker card was nothing short of exceptional. The captivating voice combined with the authentic folk melody evoked genuine emotions that resonated with the audience. Even the viewers in the live stream were left sighing in admiration. Folk songs, when paired with wine, become increasingly delightful. Paired with cigarettes, they evoke a sense of wanderlust. Folk music is incredibly accessible, so much so that one only needs a guitar to traverse the world. Yet no one tells you that that guitar may very well be worth a fortune. The first group of contestants naturally concluded with the advancement of the poker card. However, the performances of the second and third groups did not captivate the audience as the first group had. The popularity in the live stream was steadily declining. Even at this point, it had yet to reach the peak popularity of the first round. Director Luo, something seems amiss, Zhang Bing from Platinum Entertainment remarked, glancing at the real-time popularity on the screen with concern. What's the rush? The main act has yet to begin, Luo Yangming replied calmly as he sipped his tea, his gaze unwavering from the nearby screen. As time passed, the final group of contestants was soon announced. The clown and the ugly flower, two heavyweight contenders, ideally should not have faced off at such an early stage. Unfortunately, due to misfortune, they found themselves pitted against each other in the second round. The clown, as the first performer, confidently strolled to the center of the stage. His ambiguous smile and bright red nose rendered him particularly comical. Taking a deep breath, he prepared as the musical prelude commenced, and the song information appeared on the live stream screen. Song, The Night of Nalan Sijiao performer, the clown lyricist and composer. Fengsheng the moment the song details were revealed, the live stream erupted with excitement. The reason for this fervor was none other than the name Fengsheng, a prominent producer in the music industry. He had penned numerous hit songs and had personally launched several top-tier artists. His prowess was indisputable, and his involvement at this moment sparked considerable commotion. Chen was somewhat taken aback. Chun Beige clicked his tongue, and Yang Dami stroked his chin, deep in thought. To have secured Fengsheng's songwriting talents, this clown was indeed someone of substance. While Chen and his companions were astonished, the viewers echoed their excitement in the live stream, exclaiming, "Wow, it's actually Fengsheng. The clown is definitely secure now." The esteemed producer is set to compose a song, which feels like a blatant attempt to stir the waters. I can already envision the unsightly expression on the face of the infamous big, ugly flower. The King of Songs competition has yet to feature a high-caliber producer. Yet the masked singer has unexpectedly introduced one ahead of time. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Big Ugly Flower is bound to lose, unless that Morning Farewell is also a distinguished producer. But is that even plausible? On stage, as the clown began to sing, it seemed as though everyone was enveloped by the imagery evoked by the lyrics. The song speaks of love, a poignant tale of yearning and heartbreak, ultimately leading to reconciliation. Indeed, it bears the unmistakable signature of Fengsheng, whose songwriting encapsulates a uniquely exasperating essence. While others may weep at romantic ballads, Fengsheng's compositions incite a desire for physical confrontation, not because they lack merit, but rather due to their infuriating brilliance. The line, "I am your groom, yet you are not my bride. The hall of our wedding is not our bed, instantly captivates listeners, especially with the clown's formidable vocal prowess elevating the song's intensity to new heights. Nonetheless, the song's exceptional quality remains undeniable. In a hotel, Feng Sheng, clad in a bathrobe, sat before the television, engrossed in a live broadcast of The Masked Singer. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. This performer was commendable, having dedicated considerable effort to deliver his song in such a manner. Another potential collaborator for the future had emerged. As for the outcome of this contest, he perceived no obstacles. A song penned by a high-level producer participating in a variety show is akin to a masterful player entering a novice village. Domination is all but assured. However, it is regrettable. Feng Sheng shook his head. The song was unveiled too early. Had it been presented during the finals or semifinals, the show's impact would have been exponentially amplified. On stage, the clown sang with deep emotion, his voice rich with narrative, and his shadow steeped in experience. He yearned for fame, having navigated the entertainment industry for over a decade, teetering on the brink of being perceived as yesterday's youth, still merely a second-tier artist. Thus, he was determined to make one last effort. Failure was not an option. The clown's singing was captivating, his vocal prowess slightly surpassing that of Big Ugly Flower. Consequently, his ability to evoke empathy during his performance was markedly stronger. In the audience, the panel of judges, including Shui Qianqian, wore expressions of wry amusement. While a song crafted by a distinguished producer is undoubtedly of high quality, the dilemma arises. If Big Ugly Flower presents another song of similar caliber to her previous performance, whom should they choose? Soon, the clown concluded his performance, turning to cast a defiant glance in the direction of Big Ugly Flower, a spark of challenge igniting in his eyes. Surely, he couldn't lose again. As the clown exited the stage, Big Ugly Flower swiftly ascended. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon her, and the live stream's viewership surged once more. Finally, the audience awaited the arrival of their Big Ugly Flower. Eagerly anticipating the performance of the song by the esteemed Cho Hua, I have already memorized the lyrics to Bubble. I sincerely hope that originality is preserved. Otherwise, victory against the clown seems utterly implausible. Haha, even if it is original, do you genuinely believe she stands a chance of triumph? Indeed, the clown song is penned by Feng Sheng. Can the Cho Hua secure the collaboration of a distinguished producer? Let's share a laugh. If taken seriously, not a single contender can rival Feng Sheng. His music gracing this event is akin to an elite master descending upon a novice village, wreaking havoc. Luo Shiyu stands upon the stage, eyes closed as she recalls the lyrics to immerse herself in the performance, then nods towards the band. In the next moment, the prelude resonates. The information regarding the song appears on the live stream screen. Song, Don't You Dare Remember Me performer, the Cho Hua lyricist and composer, Zhao Ci. P.S. My friends, I implore you to urge for updates and free little gifts. I have exhausted my energy writing these words. Chapter 93, Long Night. Many dreams upon seeing the song information on the screen, netizens were instantly intrigued. The songwriter's name still read Zhao Ci, confirming my suspicions. Who exactly is this Zhao Ci? Could he possibly be the boyfriend of Cho Hua? It is certain that he is a novice producer, and Cho Hua is a newcomer as well. A pure and innocent duo. I find myself curious about how Zhao Ci's latest composition fares. Surely it must be subpar. After all, one must consider the caliber of the competition. I concur. In the live stream, not a single viewer held optimism for the pairing of Cho Hua and Zhao Ci. Some even began to mock them openly. Not only the online audience, but also the live audience and the three judges had little hope for Cho Hua. No matter how much of a dark horse one may be, they cannot outshine a seasoned producer. As the prelude of the song resonated, all sounds ceased, as if the world had been reduced to the singular sound of the piano on stage. How long have I been lonely, yet still remain unwell? It feels as if the entire world is snickering at my plight. How proud can I truly be when I am so easily toppled? At the mere touch of you, I succumb. A gentle female voice emerged softly, akin to a refreshing breeze weaving through a tale. The lyrics, once unveiled, seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering everyone momentarily entranced. For reasons unknown, tears began to flow from my eyes, devoid of any resistance. Awakening the slumbering iceberg, I made a calm escape. You always find a way to achieve this effortlessly. A distant smile can incite tumultuous waves. In this moment, Hua's emotions appeared to be building, pressing down, as the audience's hearts were suddenly gripped by an unseen force. Indeed, you were absent from my life, yet after you effortlessly entered, a mere smile was enough to stir monumental tides within me. However, eventually, you took my heart and fled from my being. My love for you is humble, yet in the end, we cannot be together. Drawing closer to the microphone, Hua's accumulated emotions seemed to reach a climax. This song. Chen An furrowed his brow in confusion. Why did this song feel as though it rivaled Fengsheng? It even imparted a sense of transcendence over Fengsheng. Who is this Zhao Ci? Once again, Chen An found himself standing in the wind, unable to see clearly. To craft such an exquisite piece, Zhao Ci could not possibly be a mere novice producer. He glanced over at young Dami, whose eyes were already brimming with tears. Chun Beige, too, bore furrowed brow, mirroring his own. With a sigh, Chen An continued to watch. Clearly, you love me dearly. There is no reason for love to yield no outcome. As long as you dare to be brave, why must we allow ourselves to miss out? As the song reached this point, Hua suddenly lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Chen An, I refuse to let you slip away from me. The night is long, and dreams abound. Please do not think of me. In due course, you shall comprehend the depth of the pain. As the emotional crescendo of the first chorus escalates, and the high notes erupt, the entirety of the song unfurls. This composition encapsulates the heartache of unrequited love. Had you been a tad stronger, perhaps we would not have parted ways. Regrettably, your timidity has led us to this lamentable divergence. The vocalist, Hua, masterfully conveys the sentiment embedded within this song, once again moving the audience to tears. Moreover, it is evident that her vocal prowess has notably advanced. The heartfelt high notes and the eloquently delivered low tones articulate the emotions of the song with exquisite clarity. In the audience, tears stream down the faces of listeners, some of whom are enveloped in memories. If only we had been a bit stronger, would we have remained together? Those moments of joy were undeniably precious. Could you truly let them go? As the second verse commences, the narrative woven within Hua's voice conjures vibrant imagery upon the stage. Compared to the first verse, the reluctance expressed in the second is far more profound. Can you genuinely forsake the happiness and beauty of love? No matter how fervent and unforgettable that love once was, are you truly prepared to relinquish it now? You love me deeply, after all. There is no reason for love to yield no outcome, provided you dare to be unyielding. What justification do we have for our separation? At last, when the chorus resurfaces, all emotions culminate in an explosive release. On stage, Hua cradles the microphone, pouring her soul into the performance. Her expressions rife with inquiry and longing. In this moment, the audience is utterly entranced, their emotions abandoned as they focus solely on her voice. Unbeknownst to them, the popularity of the live stream surges to an astonishing 50 million viewers, a number that continues to escalate. The lyrics resonate with an almost tangible questioning of reality. Do not think of me during the long nights. When the time comes, do not return to reminisce about the beautiful memories and seek my forgiveness. On stage, Hua raises her microphone, channeling every ounce of emotional strength into the final segment of the song. You shall not think of me until madness ensues. A piercing high note, akin to a sharp spear, shatters all dreams. In that moment, the audience awakens, their expressions frozen as they gaze at Hua. You still love me. There is no reason for love to lead to despair. As long as you dare to be resolute, why should we part ways? The night is long and dreams are many. Do not think of me. I await the night to hear you express your love for me. In the final segment, after the eruption of emotions, there comes a serene calm, particularly in the last line, which Hua sings with extraordinary tenderness and lightness. It serves as a crowning touch, imbuing the song with a soulful essence. A single song encapsulates countless stories. Those individuals, those events, blurred memories intertwined with a love that is profoundly etched in my heart. Although parting is the last thing I desire, your cowardice has ultimately shattered our bond. In the live streaming room, awakened viewers began to express their astonishment. Goodness, this song is exceptionally powerful. At first, my vision was hazy, and I thought I was going blind, only to find my hands drenched in tears. Alas, it pierces the heart, as the lyrics suggest. Had you not been feeble from the beginning, how could we have missed our chance? I have just been informed by my boyfriend that he wishes to end our relationship, citing his family's disapproval. Yet, I am acutely aware that he has never fought for our future. I despise him. I loathe his weakness. Ah, this is indeed love. Love? I would rather not speak of it. Chapter 94. The popularity of the masked singer after wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. The director glanced at the live audience's popularity ratings. That single glance startled him, eliciting a sharp gasp. Particularly, witnessing the audience members shedding tears compelled him to urgently direct the cameraman to focus on the crowd. Such an emotional reaction to a single song is a rare occurrence and undoubtedly a sensational moment. The cameraman had long desired to capture this, and naturally, he would not squander such an opportunity. The genuine resonance between the audience and the performer is not something that occurs every day. Previously, I had dismissed the notion that a song could evoke tears from the audience as mere exaggeration. However, I am now a believer. If it could be moved to tears, I would surely weep even more profusely if I were present. The lyrics of this song are nothing short of extraordinary, especially the line, "Clearly you love me too." Why can't we reach a conclusion? It struck me deeply. I once thought Chen An's tranquility was remarkable. Yet I found the sentiment in "Do Not Recall Me" even more poignant. It is not merely the lyrics. The performance by the singer, Dazuwa, was exceptional. The soaring high notes and the emotional depth of unrequited love rendered the rendition utterly flawless. Quietly, Do Not Think of Me. Let these two songs remain steadfast on my playlist. While the audience and online viewers continued their discussions, the host, with a microphone in hand and slightly reddened eyes, ascended the stage. Just moments ago, he, a grown man, had been profoundly moved to tears. The clown was summoned to the stage, feeling more bewildered than if he had consumed a dish of spicy chicken. He gazed at Dazuwa as if she were an enigma. Her vocal prowess had evidently escalated since the last performance. How had she improved so rapidly? And that "Do Not Recall Me," was she there merely to disrupt? With a heavy sigh, the clown had entirely lost hope. As anticipated, the three mentors rendered high praise for the two performers, but ultimately awarded their votes to Dazuwa. It was as if they were saying to the clown, "You are a good person. We hope you find someone even better," while casting him aside. Yet, he bore no resentment. Dazuwa's performance was indeed formidable. The seamless transitions between high and low notes, along with the emotional delivery, led him to conclude that if Dazuwa were truly a newcomer, she was nothing short of a prodigy, a born singer, having failed to advance. The clown was presented with the option to leave directly or to remove his mask. All eyes were curiously fixed upon him, eager to see what choice he would make. After a moment of silence, the clown finally placed his hand on the mask. In the next instant, a weathered face emerged before the audience. It was none other than him. Chen Beige was the first to express surprise. Chiu Shiai's, a seasoned singer who had long navigated the entertainment industry, stood revealed. Despite a lifetime of effort, he had never achieved widespread fame, having only managed to secure a position as a secondary artist. At that moment, Chiu Shiai's took the microphone, a rueful smile gracing his face. Surprisingly, he remarked, "I thought that presenting a song by teacher Feng Sheng would guarantee advancement, but I encountered two extraordinary talents instead." Two extraordinary talents? A great ugly flower, a morning farewell. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted in the venue. Shui Qianqian jested, "Old Zay, losing to a junior this time is rather inappropriate. Next time, I shall surely mock you." Chiu Shiai's shook his head, "You old rascal. Just be grateful that you're now a mentor. If you were to compete with this peculiar ugly flower, you would surely perish." At this juncture, a complex expression flickered in Chiu Shiai's eyes as he gazed at the ugly flower, as if attempting to peer through the mask to uncover the visage concealed beneath it. Finally, he spoke slowly, "May I pose a question to you?" The ugly flower paused momentarily, then nodded in acquiescence. Are you truly a newcomer? Or have you already attained fame? If the former, simply nod. As these words left his lips, all eyes in the room once again fixed upon the ugly flower. For this inquiry piqued their collective curiosity. If she were indeed the latter, perhaps Qiuxi's eyes could tolerate it, but if she were genuinely a novice, it would be quite the embarrassment. However, the ugly flower hesitated for a brief moment before, under the scrutiny of many gazes, she nodded. At that instant, the audience erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared in disbelief at the ugly flower, realizing she was indeed a newcomer. Previously, some had suspected she was merely a disguised singer, but it now appeared that the moniker of the Dark Horse was firmly established. She had eliminated 2 seasoned veterans from the music scene. This Dark Horse had turned out to be unexpectedly formidable. A wry smile crept onto Qiuxi's face as he sighed heavily, utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated this revelation. It was a disaster. Had he known, he would have refrained from asking. For now, the embarrassment was indeed monumental. Surely, upon his return, he would face ridicule. With a sigh, Qiuxi's descended the stage. In a live broadcast room, netizens were embroiled in a heated debate, not for any other reason, but due to one matter. Who among Chen An and Qiuxi was the superior songwriter? Is there any doubt? It's undoubtedly Chen An. Indeed, Mayan has been in the industry for quite some time, handsome, a culinary whiz, capable of wrestling wild boars barehanded, and both writes and sings beautifully. What did Qiuxi claim? He doesn't even dare to show his face. Perhaps he is a hideous creature. Your words are excessive. Do not forget that Chen An is visually impaired. Even if Qiuxi is an ugly duckling, at least he is a talented and normal individual. Besides, he has defeated Feng Sheng. Though he may currently be a novice producer, he possesses the potential of a senior producer or even a golden producer. In short, Chen An pales in comparison to Qiuxi. In that moment, netizens were irretrievably divided into 2 factions, the Chen An camp and the Qiuxi camp. One faction deemed Qiuxi a cowardly, ugly duckling too ashamed to reveal himself, while the other considered Chen An a disabled individual unworthy of comparison to Qiuxi. Amidst their fervent quarrel, the bystander netizens were astonished to discover something remarkable. When did the masked singer's real-time popularity soar to over 70 million? Were they foregoing the performance altogether and preparing to unleash a barrage against the king of singers competition? 70 million, with only a slight distance remaining to surpass the king of singers competition's 80 million. Now it is truly the turn of the king of songs competition to feel anxious. While one could argue that the high popularity of the first masked singer episode stemmed from its collision with the king of songs competition, attracting numerous curious onlookers, such reasoning cannot be applied to this latest installment. Moreover, the staggering popularity of over 70 million far surpasses that of the inaugural event. This should effectively silence those who harbor doubts. Furthermore, the masked singer is poised to surpass the king of songs in popularity, catapulting itself to the trending searches today. The ensuing commotion is even more pronounced. Within the production team of the King of Songs competition, a crowd has gathered. Among them are Lu Quan, Feng Xiaozhu, and others. Their expressions grave as they exchange concerned glances. We must speak up. We cannot allow the masked singer to overshadow us. Chapter 95. How can such a formidable antagonist be overcome? Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. After all, the King of Songs competition had been held for many years, consistently producing a reigning king or queen in each edition. It could be said that it has made significant contributions to the domestic music scene, serving as a veritable birthplace for musical royalty. Yet now, a new talent show dared to overshadow them, pushing boundaries. As seasoned veterans of the music industry, how could they tolerate such an affront? Everyone decided to promote the matter on their Weibo accounts. At this moment, Sita Bing turned to the others and spoke. The group nodded in agreement, realizing that this was the only course of action they could take at this juncture. There was an urgency in the air, for the masked singer had already aired only 2 episodes and was nearing the brink of overwhelming them. If it continued for another couple of episodes, would their standing truly be at risk? If it were not for Chen An, it was likely that their foundation would have already been undermined by the second episode. In the midst of the silence within the hall, Feng Xiaozhu let out a cold laugh. This sound elicited a collective blush from the group. When the Ming dynasty of Luoyang had nominated Chen An, these old-timers had vehemently opposed the idea. Little did they expect the swift and stinging retribution. Those who opposed him have now become the sole focal point of their program. Otherwise, who would have cared to tune in to a group of aging individuals clinging to past glories? The current internet landscape is decidedly dominated by the youth. It was high time to revamp the format of the King of Songs competition. Yet, would these old fogies ever agree? Feng Xiaozhu gazed at them, and a sigh escaped her lips. While the King of Songs competition was shrouded in frowns across town at Platinum Entertainment, Zhang Bing was brimming with excitement as he reported to Luo Yangming. President Luo, I never anticipated that the Masked Singer's ratings would almost surpass those of the King of Songs competition. Observing Zhang Bing's enthusiasm, Luo Yangming reclined comfortably, saying, This is not the final outcome. The Masked Singer may indeed unveil its first queen. Queen? Are you suggesting? Zhang Bing's eyes widened in realization. Isn't Xiao Shiyu's lifelong dream to be a queen? This time, I won to assist her. Luo Yangming chuckled. In truth, attaining the status of queen was a simple matter in Luo Yangming's eyes. With sufficient financial backing, he could easily construct a queen from money and capital. However, this was not what Luo Shiyu desired. Nevertheless, he need not concern himself with it now. That rascal Chen An would undoubtedly assist Shiyu. With his intellect, Luo Yangming had faith that he could help her achieve her dream. What was that saying? When God closed a window, this lad simply chiseled open a skylight with a hammer. By the way, President Luo, Xianjian 3 is nearing its conclusion, Zhang Bing interjected. So soon? Luo Yangming glanced at him. Zhang Bing managed a wry smile. 2 episodes a day, so it wraps up quite swiftly. 2 episodes a day? Luo Yangming was taken aback. Shouldn't it be 2 episodes a week? Understanding Luo Yangming's thoughts from his expression, Zhang Bing sighed. President Luo, have you forgotten? At the outset, in a bid to compete with Chinquan Entertainment for viewership ratings, we deliberately released 2 episodes a day. Is that so? Luo Yangming's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. However, the outcome was favorable. Netizens held the 3rd installment of Xianjian in high regard, particularly as its ratings surpassed those of Chinquan Entertainment by 3-fold, thereby setting a historical precedent. Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction emerged on Luo Yangming's face. In that case, let us expedite the process and conclude in the next few days, he pondered aloud. Zhang Bing nodded assent, yet shortly thereafter lifted his head to inquire. But, President Luo, we have yet to prepare our next project following Xinjiang 3. Leaning back in his chair, Luo Yangming contemplated for a long while before responding. Inquire with Chen An. Since we have Xinjiang 3, there ought to be Xinjiang 1 and Xinjiang 2 as well. Zhang Bing, enlightened, left hurriedly after a brief remark. Indeed, how had he not considered this? With Xinjiang 3 in existence, it was only logical to anticipate the prior installments. Just as he was troubled by the impending conclusion of Xinjiang, Luo's words sparked a revelation within him. Chen An, you old rascal, bring forth the script. Simultaneously, as Xinjiang 3 approached its finale, fans of the genre began to emerge. The finale is tomorrow, and I cannot believe how swiftly Xinjiang 3 has unfolded. I feel a tinge of reluctance, especially during the heart-wrenching scene where Mao Mao sacrifices himself for sustenance. I nearly wept. Do not remind me. Mao Mao's sacrifice, the tragic demise of Bai Tofu, and the severing of Chong Lu's horns. How on earth will Jing Tian and the others triumph over the evil sword immortal? He truly is the most formidable antagonist I have ever encountered in a drama, leaving no hope of victory. Chen An, why must you pin the demise of my Mao Mao? He has yet to reach Chang'an, let alone marry. The conclusion of Xinjiang 3 is undeniably harrowing, particularly as the grand finale approaches. The overwhelming power of the evil sword immortal obscures any semblance of hope for triumph. The 3 realms lie beneath his heel. How can victory be achieved? Thus, many eagerly await to see how Chen An will ultimately resolve this narrative. Within Chink Entertainment, Zhang Mingtao perused the online comments, and a thought struck him. Ever since Xinjiang 3 miraculously ascended that fateful night, his lavishly produced Yinshang Sanjians have been reduced to a mere jest. Observing the staggering ratings of Xinjiang 3, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His standing within the film and television department had severely diminished. If this continued, the higher-ups would undoubtedly harbor discontent towards him. No, this cannot persist. A flash of resentment crossed Zhang Mingtao's eyes. Since everyone claims that Xinjiang 3 cannot tie up its loose ends, I shall gamble one last time. With this resolve, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. On the eve of Xinjiang 3's grand finale, a flurry of comments, seemingly emerging from nowhere, inundated the official Weibo account of Platinum Entertainment. Luo Yangming has truly lost his senses. I have long asserted that Xinjiang 3 would falter. Just look, now you've introduced an evil sword immortal. Let us see how you resolve this. I wager that it will undoubtedly end in disappointment. Such a formidable antagonist cannot possibly be vanquished by a mere Jing Tian. Indeed, it would be prudent to abandon this endeavor entirely. Viewers should refrain from watching and steer clear of this pitfall. Tasking Chen An, an outsider, with writing a screenplay has culminated in this unfortunate outcome, one that even a dog would shake its head at. Rather than calling it Xinjiang 3, it would be more fitting to name it Evil Sword Immortal 3, where ultimately the villain reigns supreme over the three realms, leading to a disheartening conclusion. Observing the sudden influx of comments online, it is apparent that many bewildered netizens have been led astray. Some have even joined the ranks, brandishing their metaphorical spears against Xinjiang 3. Chapter 96. Advancing into online novels, Mr. Luo, we have found that these online trolls are from Chen An Entertainment, and the source appears to be from their film department. In the office, Zhang Bing reported to Luo Yangming. The moment this batch of trolls emerged, they sensed something amiss. Thus, they promptly began investigating the origins of these trolls. Indeed, it was evident that someone was orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes. Zhang Mingtao. Luo Yangming scoffed with disdain. Zhang Bing nodded, clearly sharing the same suspicion. Who else could it be, apart from Zhang Mingtao, who has always been overshadowed by Xinjiang 3? Moreover, the specific source of these trolls was precisely his film department. Zhang Bing found it hard to believe this was merely coincidental. Mr. Luo, should we take some action? If a dog bites you, do you bite back? Luo Yangming shook his head, his gaze profound. They are merely flailing about now, unaware of the conclusion of Xinjiang 3. Once they witness it, the online uproar will naturally subside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing cast a surprised glance at Luo Yangming. This was not in line with his usual character. By the way, I heard that Chen An Entertainment has recently been involved in the realm of online novels. Luo Yangming suddenly remarked. Zhang Bing paused, instinctively nodding. Inform the company's planning department to create an online novel platform for me within 3 days, and name it Xinjiang Novel Network. At this declaration, Zhang Bing felt a jolt of excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yes, this is the Mr. Luo I know. A comprehensive strike against Chen An. Enduring in silence is not his style. A direct confrontation is his true character. On the other side, Chen sat on the sofa, popping grapes into his mouth. Whether it was merely an illusion, he felt that his vision was clearer than before. System, have you secretly enhanced my eyesight? He inquired in his mind. Ding. The host's blindness was caused by a childhood injury to the brain, leading to visual impairment. Therefore, under external stimuli, there's a certain probability for the host to regain sight. Upon hearing this, Chen An sprang upright in astonishment. So that's how it is. Does this mean that even without relying on the system, I might fully recover? Ding. Host, please do not harbor illusions. If it weren't for this system restoring your sight twice, you would have no chance at all. Cut it out, I don't believe you. Chen An retorted, pouting. Ding. Ignoring the system's exasperation, Chen An cheerfully grabbed another handful of grapes and stuffed them into his mouth. Currently, according to his estimates, the progress of his eyesight recovery had reached approximately 60%. As long as he leaned in closer and the light source was brighter, he could still discern some objects, albeit with discomfort. Nevertheless, for him, this was already the best news. By the way, Xinjiang 3 should be nearing its grand finale, right? At that moment, Chen An suddenly recalled and, after a quick calculation, realized that the time indeed seemed to be approaching. Suddenly, he retrieved his blind-friendly phone and activated the voice assistant, requesting it to read aloud the reviews of Xinjiang 3. As a custodian of nature, he felt compelled to gauge the integration of Xianjian 3 within this realm. However, after listening for just a brief moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. How could anyone deem it a potential disappointment? Even the mightiest of swordsmen possess their vulnerabilities. Indeed, the conclusion of Xianjian 3 does end on a note of bittersweet triumph. Yet one could argue that this is, in fact, the most exquisite resolution. As expected, the unrefined among the audience will always find fault with the most delicate of narratives. Now that you express a desire for heart-wrenching tales, I shall serve you something truly exquisite in the next installment. With this thought, Chen An erupted into a cackling laughter, fueled by his indignation towards the online commentators. Come forth, the Condor heroes. You dare to criticize me? Watch as I unleash torment upon you. In the Condor heroes, the violation of the pure and unblemished Xylong is a scene that is almost unbearable. Like a pristine lotus, she is sullied at the peak of her beauty. Chen An recalled how, in his previous life, he was nearly driven to fury upon witnessing this moment, wishing he could confront the author with a blade. The anguish he endured, the netizens of this world would not escape unscathed. He aimed to construct a realm steeped in suffering. For who could forget the insults hurled at him by these scoundrels? Little did anyone know that, thanks to Zhang Mingtao's hired commentators, a dedicated purveyor of blades had been compelled into existence. All the knives were sent to Chen and by his devoted fans. Meanwhile, as the finale loomed ever closer, the online discussions grew increasingly fervent and numerous. The presence of hired commenters saturated the comment section. The grand conclusion is upon us. I am eager to see how it concludes. It will undoubtedly falter. If not, I shall consume marble raw. Chen An is a mere amateur. He should never again be allowed to ruin Xinxia dramas, nay, the entire film industry. We must collectively boycott Chen An. A writer of his caliber is an affront to the genre. I am currently following Three Sword Immortals Above the Clouds. Its conclusion far surpasses that of Xianjian 3. The protagonist resurrects his beloved, and together they vanquish the ultimate antagonist, ushering in an era of peace. This is the resolution befitting a Xinxia narrative. You have piqued my interest. I truly wish to explore Three Sword Immortals Above the Clouds. I am watching it now, and can only say it is delightful, far superior to Xianjian 3, especially the finale's line, "Revive." My love sent shivers down my spine. The hired commenters inundated the screen, yet the netizens remained oblivious. In an instant, many genuinely abandoned Xianjian 3, flocking to Three Sword Immortals Above the Clouds. That night, the once dominant viewership of Xianjian 3 began to show signs of decline, and its reputation plummeted further. Conversely, the long-suppressed ratings of Three Sword Immortals Above the Clouds began to rise, and its acclaim gradually improved. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Luo Yang squinted at the viewership ratio chart backstage, his voice tinged with a hint of menace as he declared, "Once the Jundian Novel Network is established, I intend to ensure that Xiankuan Entertainment incurs a loss of 20 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing's eyes gleamed with excitement. If his memory served him right, Xiankuan Entertainment had painstakingly invested 20 billion to enter the realm of online novels. After all, once they successfully penetrated the market, a single successful novel could spawn a multitude of ventures: manga, animation, audiobooks, adaptations, films, and more. This was indeed a substantial pie. However, it appeared that President Luo was not only intent on denying them a taste of the broth, but also refused to allow them a whiff of its aroma. Meanwhile, as time marched on, Xianjian 3 finally approached its grand finale this evening. At the moment of its premiere, countless netizens flocked to tune in. Yet, as Zhang Mingtao joyfully observed the soaring viewership of Cloud's Three Sword Immortals, he was abruptly taken aback. The once ascending line seemed to suffer a sudden fracture, plummeting downward until it became utterly unrecognizable. Chapter 97. The Sacrifice of Long Kuei. A heart-wrenching moment across the internet. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes. Yet the descending line before him remained unchanged. What was happening? Everyone claimed they wouldn't watch, yet at the moment of the broadcast, they all flocked in. Didn't they? Very well, so this is how it's going to be. Zhang Mingtao felt as though all his strength had been drained from him in that instant. slumping in his seat with a vacant gaze. However, in the next moment, he straightened up, opened his computer, and launched The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. There was still a chance. He was determined to witness how this grand finale would unfold. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, a weary man returned home. Observing the empty room, Xiao Wen adeptly opened the refrigerator, retrieved the leftover dishes from the previous night, and placed them into the microwave. After setting the time, he relaxed on the sofa with his phone in hand. Upon glancing at a group chat with merely 10 members, his expression shifted in surprise. Checking the time, he hastily rose to fetch his computer. This group chat had been created alongside several friends from the company, dedicated to supporting The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Whenever news about the show emerged, discussions would erupt within this chat. Having neglected his phone for the entire day, he had completely forgotten that tonight marked the grand finale of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. How swiftly time had passed. With a sigh of astonishment, the familiar prelude of the show echoed on his computer. All that transpired yesterday is now rendered obsolete. You stand before me. Xiao Wen sang along, wholly engrossed in the series without any inclination to fast forward. He even sang along to the theme song in its entirety. As the main episode commenced, the food in the microwave finished heating. He glanced at the already started show and ultimately decided to wait until it concluded before dining. At that moment, the television began its tale. Jing Tian and the others faced the evil sword immortal with no glimmer of hope in sight. Just then, the elders of Shushan devised a plan to reforge the demon sword, the only means to defeat the evil sword immortal. However, this required the sacrifice of another person. Both Xuejian and Long Kue were among the candidates. Hearing this, Jing Tian's expression darkened instantly. At this juncture, Xiao Wen's heart tightened with trepidation. Long Kue, the foolish sister who had waited a millennium for her brother, had already sacrificed herself once a millennium ago, her form annihilated. If she were to sacrifice herself again, her remaining soul would be irrevocably lost. As for Xuejian, being Jing Tian's beloved, no one wished for her demise. Xiao Wen's fists clenched involuntarily. He admitted that even if it were him, he would be at a loss regarding the choice. Who would Jing Tian choose? Indeed, both Xuejian and Long Kue exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with determination. No! Jing Tian gritted his teeth.